Chapter 1. A Pirate Among Men. The Betrayal of 10 Knife Forks. In the year 1511 of the Sea Circle era, has that wretch Diaz yet to be found? 10 Knife Forks. Don Quixote da Flamingo, seethed with fury, enraged that a mere fledgling he had nurtured as his right hand had audaciously absconded with a substantial portion of his wealth. How could he possibly contain his ire? Brando de Diaz, who had joined the family 2 years prior, had not consumed any devil fruit, yet his swordsmanship was unparalleled, far beyond what one of his age should be capable of. Recognizing his talent, Doflamingo had welcomed him into the Don Quixote family. Little did he know, 3 days ago during the Navy's assault, this rogue had knocked out his companions, Buffalo and Baby 5, and made off with the majority of the treasure aboard. An act that was nothing short of infuriating. His whereabouts remain elusive. It seems as though he has vanished from this sea, reported his confidant, Treble. Then continue the search. Perhaps that scoundrel has concealed his devil fruit abilities. Such a treasure trove could not be spirited away unnoticed. He must possess some form of power. This suggested that the boy had plotted this for some time. Cunning little rogue. Meanwhile, on a certain island in the North Sea, a black-haired youth maneuvered through the throngs of people and entered an inn, securely locking the door behind him. Once assured of his safety, he whispered with a sly grin, "Even 10 Knife Forks can overlook a detail at last. I have found my opportunity." Brando D. Diaz, having awakened memories of his past life and a system 2 years ago, had access to a guaranteed 10 draw system, with each draw costing $1,000,000 berries, a considerable expense to amass more wealth. He concealed his D name and infiltrated the nearby Don Quixote family to usurp their riches. Just 3 days prior, amidst the Navy's siege of the Don Quixote family, he seized the moment, incapacitating Buffalo and Baby 5, stuffing the bulk of the ship's wealth into his pockets before plunging into the ocean, utilizing the diving equipment procured through his system to arrive here. Having outmaneuvered the formidable Doflamingo, Diaz found himself quite elated. Innately malevolent, one might say. Merely so. Now in possession of a staggering 13,000,000 berries, that equated to an impressive 130 draws. Now, it is my turn. Let the draws commence. Oolong tea. Ignitable oolong tea. You understand the composition. Bodhi mask. Of little use. Merely serves to obscure one's visage. Blue Eyes White Dragon card. A collectible worth 87 million. A prized possession. Single-use rocket launcher with 3 shells included. A single shot with precision targeting. A formidable sniper rifle. Golden apple. Removes negative effects. VR goggles. I shall strike in Gundam form. Watermelon knife. Is your melon ripe? Mastery of the new Treasure Island dance. Even in the blurriest of visuals, the untamed spirit can be felt. A bowl of cold noodles. For a bowl of noodles, one must pay for a bowl of noodles. Deadly kiss. Backstab damage is doubled. The righteous betrayal. Pink fluffy bunny. No one can endure the humiliation of being slain by a pink fluffy bunny. Player drive. Behold my flawless completion. Flame pot. Throw it, and it shall explode. Newspaper. The beloved possession of a certain zombie. Eyeglasses. The essence of a new Mariejois. Photosynthesis. Gradually restores one's injuries and vitality under the sun. True silver slash. A true man's cut. Ace driver. Masterfully controls various vehicles. Truly a seasoned driver. The Earth's core. Emperor pain shield. A plethora of items materializes before him, most of which he has encountered before, but are now of little use. Diaz. The truly valuable ones are photosynthesis and the Earth's core. Photosynthesis, needless to say, allows one to recover injuries and stamina beneath the sun, while the Earth's core represents a growth-oriented ability. Derived from Zhongli, the Geo-Archon of Genshin Impact, the weight of stone brings solace by condensing geo-elements. He creates rock formations in the game. Holding down activates the Jade Shield, capable of absorbing 150 of physical and elemental damage. The power of the shield correlates with health. Greater vitality results in a sturdier shield. As long as the future Diaz continues to bolster his health, he will possess an astonishingly defensive shield, though currently it merely withstands a few bullets. If this skill were bestowed upon someone like Teacher Kai, who boasts an impressive health pool, even Whitebeard would struggle to shatter the shield. Moreover, the player's driver lacks a cartridge, preventing transformation. Otherwise, he would dare to transform and rush to Mariejois. Not for any other reason, but because the Exide series of knights is a malignant growth of the Heisei era. Once unleashed in the gaming realm, none could contend with him. Alas, the cartridge was not provided. Otherwise, the invincible player would teach one a lesson. Were Kaido and Shanks in the face of such an invincible player? Mere subordinates that in the first 10 draws, he acquired a collection of Sekiro skills in the second 10 draws, the Murakumo, and now The cards he has drawn have enabled him to traverse the North Sea with ease, provided he does not encounter Doflamingo's crew. Speaking of which, Doflamingo would likely swallow him whole upon seeing him. Wouldn't he? Hee. How he longs to witness Doflamingo's expression now. Ha 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 ha. With this thought, his heart brimmed with delight. I must prepare. In about half a year, the surgery fruit will emerge that a few days ago, Corazon took law out to search for a doctor. It was then that the Navy's assault on the Don Quixote family provided him with an opportunity. The surgery fruit, though holds little use for him, he still yearns to give it a try. It is not aimed at that individual, he simply finds him displeasing. Causing that fellow distress brings him satisfaction. After resting on this small island for one night, Diaz departed by boat the following day. While Doflamingo scoured the area for his whereabouts, he would not linger in one place for too long. Boom! The cabin suddenly jolted, rousing the groggy Diaz. The sensation was quite unpleasant. The sounds of shouting and screams echoed from outside. Diaz stepped out. He discovered that the ship had been seized by a band of pirates, who were ruthlessly slaughtering. Ha ha! Kill them all. Burn everything. Take everything. Men must die. But spare the women. The brazen arrogance of the pirates repulsed Diaz. The clear autumnal reflection blossomed in the air as the head of a once boastful pirate tumbled to the ground, his final expression still one of defiance. With a firm grip on his blade, Muramesa, blood trickling down the blade's edge, he twisted his neck and smiled. So, who is next? Arrogant fool. A pirate wielding an axe lunged at him, but Diaz stepped back, the massive axe crashing onto the deck and splintering wood in every direction. The glinting blade sliced through the air, traversing over the fallen bodies towards the remaining pirates. The weather is splendid today, perfect for your demise here. Chapter 2. Confusion to slay you, this is mine as well. Diaz had always harbored a deep-seated disdain for pirates. Cloaked in the guise of freedom, they wreaked havoc, committing countless atrocities. His hatred for these scoundrels was visceral. Did Pirate King Roger usher in the era of pirates merely to unleash these wretches upon the seas to torment the innocent? An era? What a jest. It was only the common folk who suffered. Diaz trod upon the head of a pirate, burying Muramesa into his skull. You are pathetically weak to possess such feeble strength, and seek a death like this is nothing short of farcical. Boy, let us have a word. The emaciated leader of the ruffians, sporting a scruffy chin, proposed slyly that a word. What is there to discuss? The little bearded man chuckled maliciously. Hee, your strength is formidable. Together, we could grow powerful and achieve greatness. Just agree, and the treasures aboard this ship and mine will be yours. Bang! The response came in the form of gunfire. Dispelling the smoke from the muzzle, Diaz declared, Foolish one, to slay you is to claim what is already mine. You, the little bearded man, could barely utter a syllable before blood gushed from his chest, and he collapsed lifelessly. Enough of this prattle. Diaz kicked the body of the little man into the sea and leapt onto the opposing ship. The remaining pirates, now struck with terror, realized there was little to discuss with their leader slain. Bring forth all valuables, you have 5 minutes. Diaz produced a pocket watch and commenced the countdown. Terrified, the pirates scurried into the cabin, and soon emerged carrying a small chest brimming with treasures, gold, and berries, the spoils of their plunder, roughly estimated to be around 300,000 to 400,000 berries. Is this all? Diaz inquired. This is all we held a banquet a few days ago, one pirate quivered in response. Pirates, by nature, seldom save their earnings. For them, common folk were mere wallets, living for the moment, indulging in revelry without concern for tomorrow's plunder. After each raid, they would throw lavish feasts, squandering their gains. Diaz understood this all too well during his 2 years with the Don Quixote family. He had witnessed their lifestyle. Though they possessed wealth, it was all spent, leaving only the remnants to trickle through their fingers. Doflamingo, that wretched man, also employed money for various schemes, so he possessed just over 100 million, with a portion concealed in his quarters. Cut. He accepted the money and ordered, clean up the bodies, I still need to leave by boat. Yes. The pirates nodded vigorously, gathering the corpses of their comrades and the deceased, waiting for Diaz's command. They dared not flee, fearing for their lives. Captain, could you have them bound and sent to the nearest naval branch? Diaz addressed the captain of the passenger ship. Certainly, doubt if there is any resistance. I shall toss them into the sea to feed the fish. Was this man a devil? How could he utter such terrifying words with a smile? The pirates trembled, daring not to resist, allowing the sailors aboard the ship to bind them. Being sent to the Navy offered a chance for survival, but falling into that boy's hands would surely spell doom. However, the passenger ship did not head toward the naval branch. Instead, they encountered a patrolling Navy vessel midway. Diaz cast a glance at the emblem on the sails and retreated into the cabin. Crane, it read this was the flag of the warship, signifying the highest-ranking officer aboard. The Grand Staff Officer, Crane, she was a formidable figure from the same era as Admiral Buddha and the naval hero, Iron Fist Carp, someone whom even the notorious Don Quixote, Doflamingo, regarded with caution. Diaz dared not show himself before her, fearing that this old woman might cleanse him as thoroughly as a garment. The wash-wash fruit could transform a person into clothing, washing and drying them, while those cleansed would lose their strength and ability to move freely. It was said that those affected would also experience a slight purification of the soul, their wicked hearts becoming somewhat cleaner. This power could make Granny Crane a natural nemesis to the inherently evil Doflamingo. After all, Doflamingo had never been a good person despite his brother sharing a similar fate. He became a Navy officer while Doflamingo turned a Paratia-born villain. Having interacted with Doflamingo, Diaz understood the chaos and disorder that man embodied, fixated on exacting revenge on the world. His so-called love for family was merely a means of control. He would unhesitatingly abandon family if it served his interests. This was Doflamingo. This is troublesome. I hope the captain won't expose me. Diaz donned his hat, but alas, Granny Crane still boarded the ship and, under the captain's guidance, encountered Diaz. Indeed, it is you, Brando Diaz, the boy pursued by Doflamingo. TSK, Granny Crane, are you here to bring me to justice? Diaz refrained from drawing his sword, knowing he was no match for her. Have you committed any wrongdoings alongside Doflamingo? Does black on black count? Diaz queried. It does and it does not, Granny Crane replied. Come aboard my ship for a moment. Is it possible to decline? What do you think? Granny Crane smiled kindly, and Diaz realized he had no choice but to follow her disheartened. Upon boarding the warship with Granny Crane, Diaz discovered a sea of female Navy officers, some of whom curiously regarded him. Diaz was brought into the captain's cabin, where he was seated and offered a cup of hot tea. Without preamble, he stated, I hope you can provide me with everything you know about Doflamingo. Certainly, Diaz replied readily. Granny, he clapped her hands, and a beautiful female naval officer entered, clutching paper and pen. Proceed, she commanded. Very well. Clearing his throat, he continued, I have been with Doflamingo for the past 2 years, aiming to make a profit and learn something along the way. Diaz recounted everything he had experienced over the last 2 years, adding, furthermore, Corazon is likely your undercover agent. Undercover. She was aware that Sengoku had placed an informant within Doflamingo's ranks, but was unaware of their identity. Yes, one night as I passed his room, I saw him on the phone. Although I couldn't hear the conversation, I noticed him speaking. Corazon is a high-ranking member, second only to Doflamingo, yet he is mute. A mute suddenly speaking indicates something amiss. Did you not report this to Doflamingo? Why would I report it to him? I'm here to make money, not to sabotage anyone, Diaz retorted, rolling his eyes. Exposing Corazon's identity would not benefit me. Indeed, however, Corazon has since left Doflamingo's family with a child named Law, severing the lead. Granny, he regarded him and said, You are now our most recent lead. Chapter 3. A Flexible Moral Compass. Surely you jest, sir. I have been on the run for several days, and it was during your battle that I managed to escape. How could I possibly know Doflamingo's whereabouts? Diaz lamented, while Granny, he remained unperturbed, showing no signs of urgency. She had faced Doflamingo multiple times and knew that capturing such a man would not be an easy feat. If he were so easily captured, it would not be Doflamingo. I will not give up easily. I am determined to bring Doflamingo to justice, Granny, he declared. Moreover, I have a promising solution regarding your situation. Would you care to hear it? Please go ahead. Become a Navy officer, and your past will be wiped clean. Absolutely not. Diaz sprang to his feet. I am destined to amass great wealth and will not settle for a life in the Navy. They are far too impoverished. Granny, he furrowed her brow and remarked, Child, do you truly have an obsession with money? I am a person of principles. Wealth is my only pursuit. Very well. Given your transgressions, you would likely face around 10 years in prison. Granny, he set down her teacup. For the sake of this world, I am willing to contribute to the noble cause of the Navy. I stand against evil. Diaz proclaimed with righteous fervor. Granny, he was taken aback. The female naval officer could not help but interject. Did you not claim to be a person of principles? Indeed, I adapt to the winds of circumstance. As a time traveler, Diaz possessed a flexible moral compass. First, you shall in turn aboard my ship. Wait, I thought you would send me to the headquarters or a branch for my internship, Diaz replied, surprised. I wish I could, but time is not on my side, remarked Granny Crane. We must capture Doflamingo without reservation. However, the vastness of the ocean and the cunning nature of Doflamingo made him a difficult target to apprehend. Thus, Diaz donned a naval uniform and began his training aboard the ship. Yet this brought him considerable discomfort, as he found himself amidst a crew of female sailors, where the attire was rather revealing, showcasing their long, fair legs and various ball soccer, basketball, rugby, and fitness balls alike. It was nothing more than that. He adjusted his trousers. Due to being a male, Diaz could not share quarters with the female sailors and was instead assigned to a storage room. The storage room for provisions that in the evenings, when there was little to occupy him, he would sneak bites of smoked meat and sausages. Despite his daily exercises, he still managed to gain several pounds. He had also grown a bit taller at 12 years of age. He had reached the stage of growth, though not as exaggerated as others in this world, standing at approximately 1 meter. 60. Diaz preferred not to be overly tall, as he observed that many tall individuals often had disproportionate bodies, making them appear rather odd. Grandma Crane also took it upon herself to instruct Diaz, emphasizing the importance of physical training, for without sufficient stamina, mastering the Marine 6 styles would remain an unattainable goal. Despite Diaz's commendable physical attributes, on the deck, Diaz bore a considerable weight of lead blocks on his back, diligently performing push-ups, sweat pouring from him profusely. Meanwhile, Grandma Crane sat to the side, sipping tea with her subordinates, merely nodding in acknowledgement of Diaz's efforts, remarking, "Once you complete this set, you may rest after 3 more." Each set consisting of 10,000 repetitions was nothing short of grueling. Yet, in this world, one must either sweat or bleed. Thus, the necessity of rigorous training was evident. The benefits of such exertion were undeniable, and concerns regarding potential injuries from overtraining were unwarranted, as the ship's physician would ensure that Diaz's body received proper care, safeguarding his development and preventing any lasting damage. The daily provisions were also rich in energy, designed to replenish his expenditure. Diaz's existence, albeit somewhat exhausting, is decidedly preferable to his previous life under Doflamingo. At least he no longer has to fret about potential nighttime assaults. Meanwhile, Doflamingo seems to have vanished into thin air, leaving no trace in the North Sea. Rumor has it that Diaz's bounty has soared to 50 million berries in the black market, a consequence of Doflamingo's machinations. Fortunately, Diaz now associates with the elderly Crane lady, thus alleviating concerns regarding his personal safety. Without Corazone's intelligence support, capturing Doflamingo remains a formidable challenge. However, Corazone is currently preoccupied with finding a physician for Law to treat his platinum lead disease, rendering him unable to provide any useful intelligence. Reflecting on Corazone, Diaz recalls the tragic circumstances of his demise in a bid to secure the op fruit for Law. He was gravely injured by Virgo and ultimately perished at the hands of his own brother, Doflamingo. After completing his training and taking a shower, Diaz sought out the elderly Crane lady. "What is it?" she inquired. "It occurred to me that during a conversation with Buffalo and the others, I overheard a name, Virgo. They mentioned he was Corazone's predecessor in the Heart Pirates, but his whereabouts are unknown, and he might be dead. However, I suspect he has not simply disappeared." "What do you mean?" "He could very well be an undercover agent for Doflamingo," Diaz speculated. "That is certainly a possibility," the Crane lady replied, shaking her head. "But we cannot be sure, and all we know is his name, nothing else. He's a male, in his 20s or 30s, wears sunglasses, and hails from the North Sea. He seems to have some peculiar substance clinging to his face," Diaz recounted, though this was the extent of his recollection. Nevertheless, it was sufficient. The Crane lady's demeanor shifted to one of gravity as she dialed a telephone snail in Diaz's presence. "This is Sengoku. Little Crane, what is it?" The telephone snail transformed into an explosion-haired figure, inquiring, "Do you remember Diaz, the swordsman I mentioned?" "Yes, that little brat skilled in swordsmanship." "Did you not enlist him in the Navy?" Crunching sounds emanated from the other end, revealing that Admiral Sengoku was munching on something crispy. "Sengoku, are you eating some bacon while on duty?" the Crane lady remarked, fully aware of her old comrade's whimsical nature. "Diaz has just mentioned a potential traitor, Virgo. Are you familiar with this individual?" "A male from the North Sea, wearing sunglasses, who recently joined the Navy." The Crane lady relayed Diaz's description accurately, prompting Sengoku to cease his snacking and respond with seriousness. "Understood, little Crane. I will keep a close eye on this matter. If true, Doflamingo's schemes are indeed far-reaching. This resembles a case of espionage. However, we must not allow him to succeed. Having a pirate infiltrate the ranks of the Navy and ascend to power would be catastrophic. The warring states and Granite Suru would undoubtedly prevent such occurrences. The investigation concerning the North Sea Navy, specifically targeting an individual named Virgo, has officially commenced. To avoid alerting any potential informants, this operation is being conducted in secrecy. Chapter 4. The Traitor Virgo Naval Headquarters, Marineford. Admiral's office. Admiral Sengoku has spent the entire day in his office, scrutinizing the North Sea Navy documents presented to him by his subordinates. He intends to review the materials from the North Sea headquarters before delegating the task to someone else. Sengoku is aware of the presence of moles within the Navy. As the most formidable enforcement agency under the world government, the existence of spies is hardly a joke. Various factions have their eyes and ears embedded within. Yet Sengoku will not permit anyone associated with Dakihote Doflamingo to infiltrate here. Should Corazone's true identity be exposed by a mole, it would spell catastrophe for him. Sengoku is resolute in preventing such a disaster. Report. Enter. Sengoku did not lift his head, deeply engrossed in the piles of documents. The Navy is vast, and even the headquarters' contributions from the North Sea are considerable. Admiral, this is the list of outstanding Navy personnel during this period, including one who wishes to be reassigned to a division, Virgo. Who did you say? Virgo? Sengoku suddenly raised his head, inquiring, bring me his file. Understood. Although the subordinate was puzzled by the Admiral's keen interest in this individual named Virgo, he complied and retrieved the file, handing it over to Sengoku. Wearing sunglasses. A male from the North Sea, approximately in his 20s or 30s, with food smeared on his face. This is him. After a long and arduous search, I have finally caught him. So, he seeks a transfer to the G5 division? What could Doflamingo possibly want with a position in the New World? Still unable to fathom Doflamingo's intentions, Sengoku commanded, summon this Virgo. I wish to speak with him. Understood. After placing the documents aside, the soldier turned to leave. Sengoku instructed for the files to be returned to their original location, and the once crowded office appeared considerably tidier. Report. A knock sounded at the door. Sengoku responded, enter. The individual who entered bore an explosive hairstyle and sunglasses, with half a fried egg stuck to his face. I have heard about your commendable performance over the past year and your desire to be reassigned to the G5 division. Is that correct? Yes. Sengoku remained silent for a moment before asking, are you familiar with the Don Quixote family? I have heard of them, Admiral. They are a notorious band of ruthless pirates. Virgo replied emphatically. Sengoku nodded, feigning nonchalance as he remarked, just moments ago, the Don Quixote family was apprehended by Vice Admiral Tsuru. A fleeting moment of panic flickered across Virgo's face, quickly masked by composure. Yet, that brief lapse exposed him. Sengoku suddenly erupted. Indeed, it is you. You are the infiltrator. Caught off guard, Virgo's disarray led him to crash through the office door, colliding headlong with the naval hero, Garp, who was on his way to share tea with Sengoku. Garp sees him. He asked the infiltrator. What? An infiltrator? Garp confronted Virgo, his imposing stature radiating an aura of authority. In an instant, Virgo enveloped himself in the hardening of his haki, preparing to force his way out. Lacking confidence in escaping the grasp of Admiral Sengoku and the naval hero, he pondered, what if? Before he could fully process the situation, a powerful fist struck his abdomen, shattering his haki with a resounding crash that broke through the ceiling, sending Virgo hurtling into Admiral Akainu's office. With a swift motion, Akainu pinned him to the ground, leaving him as motionless as a dead fish. The youth today are so flamboyant, he remarked, and they believe their mastery of haki is complete. Garp strolled in nonchalantly, grabbing a handful of sunbae from Sengoku's desk, munching away with abandon. Akainu hoisted Virgo from the rubble and demanded, someone explain to me what transpired here. With no hope of Garp's assistance, he turned to Sengoku, who succinctly clarified the situation, confirming Virgo's identity. Well done, Sengoku. You have successfully eliminated an infiltrator from the Navy. This essentially severs one of Doflamingo's arms. As for the repairs, they would be deducted from Garp's salary. Why should my salary be docked? I was merely purging traitors. Enough talk. I will file a complaint. Complaints are futile. The three of them sat together, enjoying sunbae and tea, all in high spirits, save for Virgo, who lay on the ground, his skeletal structure utterly shattered. Subsequently, Virgo was confined for treatment, after which the Navy's interrogation specialists began questioning him about Doflamingo. He stubbornly refused to divulge anything, his loyalty to Doflamingo leaving Sengoku exasperated. Had he not been so anxious to flee, there might have been no evidence to apprehend him. Ultimately, Virgo took his own life in prison, using this method to express his unwavering loyalty to Doflamingo. With his demise, the line to Virgo was rendered useless, yet it safeguarded Corazon, preventing the potential exposure of his true identity. or the necessity of Virgo, the traitor, aiding the navy. Sengoku, who regarded Rosinante as his own son, would not allow such an occurrence. Upon learning of Virgo's capture, Sengoku informed Granny Tsuru and verbally commended Diaz, acknowledging the significant contribution he had made. Is there any reward? In Diaz's eyes, one could almost discern the yearning for wealth. I shall grant you a half-day's leave and add a dish to your lunch today, chuckled Granny Crane. Is that all? What else do you desire? I expected at least a reward of 100,000 or 800,000 berries. Diaz's words left Granny Crane speechless. As a member of the Navy, combating pirates is your duty. At such a tender age, if you do not cultivate good habits, what will become of you as you grow older? You must not stray from the right path. I have heard that a female naval officer is already preparing to write a love letter to Diaz. After all, he is merely 12. Yet, one cannot deny that Diaz possesses an appealing visage. He is quite the handsome lad. It would be prudent to return to the headquarters one day and hand this boy over to Zephyr, lest he ensnare the young female naval officers aboard this vessel. However, one must wonder who will ensnare whom. In the fervent years of Diaz's youth, a group of older women aboard the ship harbored ulterior motives towards him. He would securely lock the doors and windows each night, fearing that in the depths of slumber he might be seized and confined in a dark room, forced into premature maturity. Such occurrences were to be avoided. At the very least, they could wait until he reached adulthood. Thus, it is imperative for young men venturing into the world to safeguard themselves diligently. Diaz felt that there was no way out for the Navy and was determined to find a means of escape. However, surrounded by so many charming ladies and enjoying such delightful cuisine, he found it difficult to leave. Alas, he realized he had become ensnared. Chapter 5. The surgical fruit. Half a year swiftly passed. Originally, Granny Crane intended to escort Diaz back to the Navy headquarters. But after spending nearly 6 months in the North Sea without a trace of Don Quixote da Flamingo, she was quite troubled, having captured numerous ordinary pirates instead. Yet, her mission was to apprehend da Flamingo. Just as she was preparing to return, she suddenly received a notification from Sengoku. The world government was poised to engage in a transaction with the former Navy, now turned pirates. The item for trade was the surgical fruit, valued at 5 billion berries, set to take place 3 weeks hence on Rubeck Island. According to Corazone's intelligence, the Don Quixote family had also set their sights on this devil fruit, planning to make preparations 3 days in advance on Sea Swallow Island. The entire Don Quixote family would be on high alert, with Doflamingo intending to seize the surgical fruit and then give it to his brother Corazon. Doflamingo had long coveted the surgical fruit, wishing for his brother Corazon to consume it, thereby enabling him to undergo a procedure for eternal youth, granting Doflamingo everlasting life. Moreover, he had begun to suspect Corazon's true identity. If Corazon were indeed an undercover agent, his own position would be compromised, thus revealing Corazon's covert role, which would lead to his demise. Conversely, if Corazon were not a spy, this obedient brother would undoubtedly sacrifice his life for him, facilitating the eternal youth procedure. This man had meticulously plotted his course. Regardless of whether Corazon was an undercover agent or not, he intended to take his own brother's life. He professed love for his family, yet his heart was colder than anyone else's. Diaz possessed an intimate understanding of the man, Chun Ming, who was deeply entwined in the matter at hand. He remarked, "It appears that this man is prepared to sacrifice his own brother. Regardless of whether he is an undercover agent, the mission allowed for no failure. Success was imperative, whether it involved capturing Doflamingo or safeguarding the informant." Granny Crane, with her hands clasped, spoke in a grave tone. "The most suitable position for that purpose is the 6th level of Impel Down." "I concur," Diaz responded. "So our next objective is Hyang Island?" "Indeed," Granny Crane affirmed, instructing the warship to set sail at full speed. The crew was advised to rest well, for a fierce battle awaited them. However, they were still quite distant from Hyang Island, taking over 2 weeks to finally arrive. Diaz inquired, "Are those pirates located on Rubeck Island?" "No, that is merely a trading post. In truth, their stronghold lies on Minion Island, adjacent to both Rubeck Island and Seagull Island. Once a thriving town, it has now been reduced to a desolate shell, occupied by that band of pirates," Granny Crane elucidated. "I wish to take a look," Diaz remarked. Granny Crane cast him a glance, shaking her head in disapproval. "No, it is far too perilous. You would be in grave danger alone." "Are you afraid I might run away?" "I have been aboard this ship for half a year. I have had ample opportunities to do so," Diaz retorted, feeling the sting of her distrust. Despite his somewhat dubious reputation, his intentions were not for the surgical fruit, but rather to rescue someone in need. It is not that, Granny Crane responded. The pirates on Minion Island are not adversaries you can contend with. The risks of acting solo are exceedingly high. Furthermore, the encirclement against the Don Quixote family has already commenced. The Navy has laid out an elaborate net to capture Doflamingo. They will not allow him to escape. To Diaz, this did not seem to be a successful operation. The surgical fruit would remain beyond their grasp, as Corazon would undoubtedly steal it for Law, driven by a love for him that rivaled even that of his parents. The pirates on Minion Island were once Captain Diaz of the Navy, formidable indeed. Yet against such overwhelming numbers, he would ultimately be powerless. Granny Crane gently deterred Diaz from his reckless endeavor, saying, "If you seek a devil fruit, I can request Sengoku to find one suitable for you. The surgical fruit involves far too much risk." The shadow of the world government loomed over this transaction. Granny Crane understood enough to prevent Diaz from becoming too entangled. She believed this child could still be saved, hoping he would find a righteous path rather than descend into the ranks of the world government's wanted pirates. Over their time together, she had discerned the goodness in Diaz's heart, though perhaps due to past experiences, he harbored an inexplicable fixation on money. Perhaps entering the headquarters for training could alter that. Diaz reluctantly exited the cabin, where snowflakes danced in the air. Minion Island, Seagull Island, and Rubeck Island were all blanketed in snow, the frigid sea breeze having little impact on the seasoned sailors and Diaz himself. Time was of the essence. He cast his gaze toward Minion Island, where dark smoke billowed ominously. He immediately notified Granny Crane, stating, "There has been an incident." Without hesitation, Granny Crane commanded, "Set sail at once." It is possible that Doflamingo has acted prematurely. Regardless, the surgical fruit is a vital asset sought by the world government and must not fall into peril. The warship then departed, heading towards Minion Island. On Minion Island, the gravely injured Corazon found the pale and ailing Law, forcefully placing the heart-shaped surgical fruit into Law's mouth. "Law, consume it." Quickly, Law, nearly choking, managed to swallow the fruit, gasping for breath as he envisioned his father, mother, and sister waving at him from across the river. "Mr. Corazon, are you all right?" Law exclaimed, startled by the blood-staining Corazon's shirt. "How could you be so injured?" "I'm fine, but we must leave quickly. If we linger, they will catch up to us." Corazon coughed, acutely aware of the pursuing enemies behind them. To prevent further complications, they needed to flee swiftly. "All right, I will support you," Law offered, but in his feverish state, he struggled to assist an adult. Corazon coughed again, passing on the intelligence he had gathered to Law, saying, "Deliver this to the Navy, cough. You are indeed a Navy officer, aren't you?" Tears welling in his eyes, Law gritted his teeth and accepted the intelligence, replying, "I understand." Concealing Corazon, Law donned a cloak and dashed into the swirling snow. Meanwhile, Diaz and the two female Navy officers disembarked, making their way to the scene of the incident. In the distance, a diminutive figure came running towards them, adorned with a spotted hat and irregular white patches on his skin. It was Law. "You are Navy, correct?" Law's face lit up upon seeing the two female officers, but his expression soured upon noticing Diaz. "What is he doing here? If he is here, does that mean Doflamingo is as well?" "Ah, Law, long time no see. It seems your lead poisoning has yet to improve," Diaz greeted, a smirk on his face, while Law remained on high alert. Chapter 6. Indeed, it is I who betrayed you. How did you come to be here? In the Navy? Have you been captured? Law questioned, his tone filled with suspicion. Diaz chuckled, declaring, "I am an apprentice of the Navy. I have betrayed Don Quixote Doflamingo and embraced my new allegiance. After you and Corazon departed, I seized the opportunity to pilfer their funds, thus becoming a member of the Navy." He spoke with considerable pride, relishing the rare occasion to outmaneuver Doflamingo. "Diaz, who is he?" "Trafalgar Law, my companion, an eccentric fellow. If he is here, then Corazon must be as well." "All right, lad. You are safe now," Diaz affirmed. "Stop talking. Mr. Corazon is gravely injured," Law hastily interjected. He had withheld the intelligence from Diaz at first, deeming him untrustworthy, unlike the two female Navy officers accompanying him. "I understand." Diaz nodded. "Lead the way. We must proceed." Law hesitated momentarily, then gritted his teeth and guided Diaz and the others to the injured Corazon. A female officer assessed his injuries and stated, "The wounds are severe. We must expedite his return to the ship for treatment. Let us go." Indeed, the female officer hoisted Corazon onto her back, and the group managed to bring the severely wounded Corazon aboard the ship. Upon hearing the news, Granny Tsuru hurried over to inquire of Law, who was being attended by the ship's doctor, how he had sustained such grave injuries. Law lowered his gaze, refraining from disclosing that Corazon had sought the surgical fruit for his sake, simply stating, "When I regained consciousness, Mr. Corazon was already gravely injured." Previously, Corazon had repeatedly cautioned him against revealing his consumption of the surgical fruit to the Navy. Analyzing Corazon's earlier conversation with Sengoku, Law surmised that the surgical fruit was likely far more valuable than it appeared, suggesting additional capabilities, prompting him to conceal the fact of his own consumption. Granny Tsuru regarded him thoughtfully, but did not press further. "What is the status of this child?" she inquired. The ship's doctor replied, "He is in the late stages of platinum lead disease. Conservatively, he has only 2 months left." "A month," Law interjected. "I know my body best. I can survive no longer than a month." He raised his gaze to meet Granny Tsuru's. "Can I trust you?" "I am Vice Admiral Tsuru, Chief of Staff of the Navy. You can trust me," she assured him. Law handed over Corazon's intelligence document to Granny Tsuru. Upon receiving it, she recognized the emblem and the distinctive lock, retrieving a matching key to unlock it. As she perused the contents, her astonishment grew. These were the trading partners of Doflamingo over the years, ranging from common pirates to the nobility of various nations. The document elaborated in detail on Doflamingo's forthcoming plans to ascend as the king of Dressrosa. This plan is beyond Diaz's reach. He mistakenly believes that Doflamingo's actions began later, while in truth, they have already commenced. His status within the family is insufficient to grasp the full scope of the scheme. The methods employed are disturbingly intricate. After a considerable time, Granny Tsuru set aside the intelligence reports and said, "Child, you have performed admirably. You and Lieutenant Commander Razanani are now safe. Diaz is preparing to encircle Doflamingo." "Understood. Report." Doflamingo's flamingo has arrived at Minion Island. It appears that the battle has commenced. Diaz inquired, "Granny Tsuru, how shall we proceed?" "Encirclement," she replied, crossing her arms. "There are 10 warships stationed around these 3 islands. Naturally, we shall encircle him. Bring forth the orders for encirclement." Yes. The orders were issued, and the Navy swiftly mobilized. Granny Tsuru had already disembarked to take action, and Diaz was among them. "Do not wander during the battle. I shall ensure your safety," she advised. "Rest assured, you are a crucial asset against Doflamingo. I shall not hinder you," Diaz assured her. However, he was acutely aware that he would only serve as a burden to Granny Tsuru, so he chose not to confront Doflamingo directly, instead setting his sights on others, such as Buffalo, Baby, 5, and that little rascal, Dringe. He felt confident he could manage these lesser foes. The Navy's warships surrounded Minion Island, while Doflamingo remained oblivious to his encirclement, preoccupied with searching for Diaz Berelius. He intended to act preemptively and seize the op-op fruit. Birdcage. A colossal white net emerged, enveloping all of Minion Island, ensuring not a single soul could escape. He needed to guarantee that the op-op fruit remained on the island. The birdcage constricted further, and Doflamingo and his family finally located Diaz Berelius, only to discover to their astonishment that the op-op fruit was no longer in his possession. "Where's the op-op fruit?" Doflamingo demanded, questioning the barely conscious Diaz. Gasping for breath, Diaz replied, "It was taken." "Who did this?" Doflamingo's forehead throbbed with rage. How could the op-op fruit he had coveted for so long simply vanish? He needed that fruit. He needed the immortality surgery. "No, I don't know. I can't see. I can't hear. I know nothing," Diaz replied. "Waste." An invisible thread coursed through Diaz's mind, shattering his thoughts. Diaz had become a lifeless corpse, gazing upon the amassed treasures of his predecessor, unwilling to let this endeavor be in vain. He ordered the removal of the birdcage, instructing his subordinates to transport all the riches. "Young master, a fleet of Navy ships approaches us," cried Baby, 5, who was riding atop the powers of the spin fruit, Buffalo. In an instant, Buffalo screamed as he plummeted from the sky. Doflamingo swiftly dispatched 2 threads to ensnare the falling duo, drawing them closer. Baby, 5, terrified, clung to Doflamingo's leg, tears welling in her eyes, while Buffalo was in dire straits, having sustained a grievous wound to his abdomen, blood gushing forth, necessitating immediate attention. Enemy attack. Retreat. Doflamingo commanded his men to abandon the treasures and flee. It was prudent to escape rather than squander time battling the Navy. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and a bullet hurtled toward him. Doflamingo activated his observation hotkey, tilting his head to evade the shot. Amidst the swirling snowflakes, Diaz approached, accompanied by a cadre of female Navy officers, smiling as he remarked, "We meet again, young master." Diaz. Doflamingo's fury contorted into a sardonic smile. "Did you lure the Navy here?" "Indeed, young master. I am the one who betrayed you once more," Diaz replied with a mocking tone. "I have longed to witness that expression on your face, the one that conveys your desire to kill me, yet feeling utterly helpless." Ha ha ha. Chapter 7. Say or die, you scoundrel. The veins on Doflamingo's forehead throbbed, betraying his inner turmoil. He glared at Diaz and sneered. "Do you truly believe that aligning yourself with the Navy will spare you from my wrath?" "I have sought a more formidable ally," Diaz retorted. Diaz smiled and made way, with the female naval officers behind him instinctively parting as well. The dignified Granny Crane approached, her silver hair meticulously styled, her hands clasped behind her back. Though she appeared frail, this elderly woman was a formidable fighter. "Granny Crane?" Don Quixote Doflamingo stepped back, visibly weary of her presence. "After pursuing you for so long, I have finally found the opportunity to capture you." Granny Crane clapped her hands, prompting all the Navy officers to raise their rifles, aiming at the Don Quixote family. "Surrender, Doflamingo. The Navy surrounds you. I am Don Quixote Doflamingo, the Heavenly Yaksha. If capturing me were so easy, I would not have survived this long." He flicked his fingers at Diaz, an invisible thread shooting forth. Granny Crane extended her hand, her dark fingers effortlessly pinching the thread. "You shall not harm this child in my presence." "Thank you, Granny," Diaz responded, raising his middle finger at Doflamingo. "Come at me, you cowardly opportunist." Doflamingo cursed, "Retreat. Pika, cover our back." Dragon slash. A straight sword aura surged forth as Doflamingo and several members of the Don Quixote family leaped into action. Where the sword aura passed, explosive bursts followed like falling snowflakes. "Don't let Pika touch the stone, otherwise he will transform into a giant," Diaz warned. "I see," Granny Crane nodded, immediately sending someone to restrain Pika, preventing him from activating his powers. "You insufferable brat." Say, or, the water fruit user, suddenly dove underground, swimming towards Diaz's back, aiming his gun. Diaz performed a backflip, landing behind him, his sword raised high. "Knew your sword technique." Word slash. The long blade descended, cleaving through the rifle with a shower of sparks. "You traitorous brat. You will pay dearly for this." "Pay dearly? Not necessarily. If you can kill me under Granny Crane's protection, I have no objections, Mr. Sayor. The family cannot tolerate betrayal." "Well then, I apologize. I am a born double-crosser." The battle between the Navy and the Don Quixote family officially commenced. Doflamingo was held at bay by Granny Crane, while the remaining family members were entangled by various Navy officers, unable to escape for the time being. "Do not fire, Murakumo." Diaz kicked Sayor's thigh, using the momentum to push himself away and land gracefully like a hawk. He turned and thrust his sword forward. Giant ninja thrust. Say or dove underground, surfacing before Diaz, his rifle aimed directly at his head. Murakumo sliced through the lead bullet, dodging it. "Such attacks are futile against me. Mr. Sayor, you are the last person in the family who could defeat me." With a series of swift strikes, the bullets hurtling towards him were effortlessly cleaved apart. The capabilities of Senior posed little restraint upon him. Indeed, within the Don Quixote family, the only adversaries he found particularly formidable were Doflamingo, Treble, and Pika. At that moment, a colossal stone giant rose from the ground, and Pika's sharp voice echoed across the island. "Young master, you must retreat. Leave this to me. Pika, you must survive." Doflamingo distanced himself from Granny, casting several threads that ensnared Baby, Five, Buffalo, Dellinger, and Maraschino as they made their withdrawal. Diaz drew his firearm from behind and aimed a shot at the sky, targeting Doflamingo. What an insufferable imp. The tip of his finger released a line that pierced through the bullet. Diaz swiftly deduced the trajectory of the line from the bullet's shattered position, deftly slashing it away. His arm tingled, and an opening appeared before him. Senior seized the opportunity and fired his weapon. As steady as a rock, a brownstone pillar surged up beside Diaz, and a translucent yellow jade shield materialized around him. The bullet struck the shield and was immediately deflected, landing in the snow. All was absorbed. With a flick of his finger, a rocky spine abruptly rose beneath Senior, while the very spine he had just conjured shattered into fragments, dissipating into the air. Caught off guard, Senior stumbled, his body teetering backward as a gleaming long knife blossomed before him. Blood surged forth, staining the pristine snow as Diaz swung his blade, sending droplets of crimson cascading onto the ground, leaving traces of red plum blossoms. Senor, the members of the Don Quixote family, witnessing their comrade's demise, exclaimed in horror. Diaz, however, would not pause. He charged towards Diamante, the wielder of the fluttering fruit ability. Arrogance! With a flick of his wrist, Diamante's straight sword transformed into an incredibly agile serpent, soaring towards Diaz. The sound of metal clashing echoed like the strike of a blacksmith's hammer as Diaz deflected Diamante's attack. Do not forget, he taunted, I am well versed in your swordsmanship as well, Diamante. Your technique is utterly lacking and can be effortlessly repelled. Diamante brandished his long sword, transforming his cloak into a material as unyielding as iron. Or perhaps it was iron all along, merely altered to resemble supple cloth. This allowed him to deflect the bullets fired by the Navy. The user of the fluttering fruit possesses the ability to transmute any object they touch into an ethereal, silk-like form, while the inherent properties of the object remain unchanged. Thus, iron can be rendered as soft as fabric, yet its hardness retains the caliber of iron, making it an exceptionally versatile skill when wielded adeptly. Retreat. Cease the battle. Doflamingo recognized the necessity of withdrawal. Lingering any longer would spell dire consequences. Granny Crane employed her moonwalk to pursue Doflamingo through the air, determined to prevent his escape. Surrender, Doflamingo. Hey, Crane, you have hunted me for so long. Yet you still fail to comprehend my nature. I shall not simply await my demise. Pika. Understood. Young master. The stone giant commenced a relentless assault, swatting away countless Navy soldiers, the resultant gale propelling Diaz into the air. A thread shot forth, piercing his jade shield and grazing his arm. The fabric of his sleeve was torn, a crimson stream flowing from the wound. Serpent sword. The unpredictable serpent sword approached, and a flurry of sword energy enveloped Diaz, repelling the attack. Secret technique. Unwavering heart. Did that not eliminate the young lad? Diamante clicked his tongue, seething with rage, and promptly retreated, unwilling to prolong the confrontation. It was imperative to flee, otherwise, his remaining years would be spent within the confines of Impel Down. Chapter 8. The Downfall of the Don Quixote Family. Hey. Why the retreat? Is this the pride of the Don Quixote family? Diaz spat a torrent of taunts, inciting Diamante to glance back repeatedly with the intent to silence him. However, several Navy soldiers had already gathered around Diaz to protect him. TSK. Is this the combat philosophy of the Don Quixote family? Who was it that advised me never to flee in battle? To uphold the prestige of the Don Quixote name. Oh dear. It seems you are not as formidable as you claim. Diaz's words provoked Pika, and a colossal hand descended from the heavens, accompanied by a formidable wind, as if the sky itself were collapsing. True silver slash. Diaz unleashed a silvery sword aura, interspersed with delicate snowflakes. In that moment, he resembled the sovereign of the snowy realm, the sword aura ceaselessly slicing through the air, producing a crisp hum. With a strike here and a strike there, he ultimately shattered the gigantic stone hand of Pika. After breaching the hand, Diaz sprinted forward, stepping upon Pika's arm, towering like a cliff. The jade shield encircled him in protection. Yet, in the next instant, a figure clad in a punk coat with an explosive hairstyle appeared, extending his palm towards him. The fabric of his arms swelled rapidly, and then an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from his sleeve. Boom. Diaz was suddenly propelled backward, his jade shield shattered, revealing small areas of burns on his body. Gladiolus. The serpentine blade spiraled through the air towards him, and Diaz once again unleashed a silver slash to deflect the sword's edge. Dragon Flash. He struck from a distance while the bomb fruit user, Gladiolus, sought refuge behind a rock, which Pika's stone form shielded from the blow. A female Navy officer, gliding gracefully, approached Diaz and inquired, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." "Not dead yet." Diaz swiftly regained his composure. Although Gladiolus's assault had breached his jade shield, the barrier had mitigated a portion of the damage, rendering his injuries bearable. It hurt, but it was not fatal. The battle raged on, though Doflamingo had fled swiftly, and Granny Crane could not catch up. The outcome of the onslaught against the Don Quixote family was less than satisfactory. Pika, with his stone fruit abilities, had caused the Navy considerable trouble. Without him, the casualties would have been significantly lower. In the end, the results were somewhat acceptable. Tun fruit user Mabais, Bomb fruit user Gladiolus, and Lao Ji were captured alive, while Doflamingo led the remaining forces to escape. say, or was slain by Diaz's hand, and Pika along with Treble managed to flee severely injured. This battle had taken a heavy toll on the Navy, with many lives lost to Pika's relentless assaults. Diaz's arm had dislocated during his skirmish with Lao Ji, leaving him battered with a swollen face and his right arm slung around his neck. Ouch, it hurts. Granny Crane tended to his wounds as Diaz grimaced in pain. You reckless fool, charging in like that. Do you have a death wish? Granny Crane scolded. It was too risky in the heat of battle. I know, but I had you to back me up, Diaz replied with a smile. Humph, this matter won't end so simply, but for now, Doflamingo is nowhere to be found. Doflamingo had utilized his fruit abilities to traverse the clouds. Despite still having companions with him, they were impossible to pursue, leaving their location indeterminate. The fleeing Pika and Treble were being hunted down. So, what now? Return to headquarters for a debrief, Granny Crane stated. It's time to send you to the training camp. Staying here is not a long-term solution. I'm not keen on going to headquarters, Diaz expressed his reluctance. Sensing his hesitation, Granny Crane remarked. If you aspire to become an exceptional Navy officer, you must undergo training at headquarters. I have already contacted your chief instructor. He is an outstanding and responsible teacher who will look after you well. Please, no. Diaz's rebellion proved futile. The minimally injured Navy personnel began to restore order to the battlefield. The fallen sailors would be documented, and subsequently, compensation would be distributed uniformly. While the living earned modest wages, the compensation for the deceased was substantial. Upon returning to the ship, Diaz did not find Law in the medical room. Rather, it was Corazon, or, more accurately, the Navy's Lieutenant Rosanani, who had regained consciousness. To infiltrate, Rosanani feigned muteness, silently gathering intelligence on Don Quixote Doflamingo and discreetly notifying the Navy for a siege, marking him as an exemplary undercover agent. Law has left? Diaz noted, seemingly unfazed. Rosanandi, swathed in bandages with an unlit cigarette perched between his lips, replied, Indeed, Law cannot remain here. I too wish to take him away, but my condition does not permit it. His original plan had been to abscond with the Op no Mi and deliver the intelligence to the Navy. Then find a secluded place for him and Law to live peacefully, watching over Law as he led a stable life. However, his frail body could not withstand such a course, compelling him to let Law depart first. Law is an independent child. After consuming the Op no Mi, he is quite capable of caring for himself. You truly are quite trusting, Diaz remarked. The toxins from the amber lead syndrome, regardless of their accumulation, prevent Law from receiving anesthesia during the operation. The removal of the toxins is excruciating. Diaz's words instilled a sense of worry in Rosananti, yet he quickly composed himself. I have faith in Law. He shifted the topic. Are you to become a member of the Navy? What else is there? Initially, I aimed solely to amass wealth. But after being kept under Granny Tsuru's watchful eye, escape has become impossible. Diaz, digging into his nostrils, wore a resigned expression. The old woman was astute, detecting even the slightest intentions, rendering any escape futile. Is it truly wise to speak ill of Vice Admiral Tsuru in her absence? Rosanani inquired. She is not present. I am merely voicing my thoughts behind her back, a common practice for me, Diaz retorted nonchalantly. Presently, Granny Tsuru was preoccupied, having little time to concern herself with such matters. Please, keep this secret for me. Very well. Diaz readily agreed, stating, Doflamingo has fled, taking with him Buffalo, Viola, Baby 5, Dillinger, Pika, and Treble. Senor was eliminated by me, while the remainder have all been apprehended. The Don Quixote family has suffered a significant blow and will not be making any substantial moves in the near future. The Don Quixote family has now dwindled in power. With only Doflamingo and Pika remaining as formidable forces, the others still require time to develop. Mara, due to her advancing age, has begun to decline in strength. While Treble is hardly worth mentioning, Doflamingo can no longer stir any considerable turmoil, at least not with the ambition to covet Dressrosa. Presently, he must find a way to survive under the looming threat of the dark forces of the North Sea that are about to be unveiled. Chapter 9. Joining the new recruits, the Night Demon Doflamingo faces defeat in the North Sea. The Don Quixote family is gravely wounded. Shocking revelations. A retrospective on the Night Demon's past dealings. The unimaginable dark side of the North Sea awaits discovery. The newspaper of the World Economic Journal spread overnight across the globe, filled with the truths surrounding the recent battle of the North Sea. Meanwhile, Granny Tsuru submitted the intelligence reports of Rosanani to Admiral Steelbone Kong. After redacting certain sensitive information, Admiral Steelbone Kong handed the remaining details to the World Economic Journal for publication, a revelation that sent shockwaves worldwide. The depths of darkness hidden within the North Sea had astonished many, as they could scarcely fathom that a pirate like Don Quixote da Flamingo could orchestrate such monumental events, an outrage indeed. Even more unfathomable was the fact that it was Doflamingo's own brother who had exposed the matter. The failure to capture Doflamingo weighed heavily on Rocinante. Yet for his own safety, he could no longer act as Corazon, the undercover agent within the Don Quixote family. Returning now would only arouse Doflamingo's suspicions. That cunning individual had already begun to doubt Rocinante's true identity, and with the family now under naval siege, the timing of Rocinante's appearance was fraught with peril. Had he been caught in the encirclement, Doflamingo might not have suspected him, but at that moment, Rocinante was already aboard a warship. A return would only jeopardize his cover. And after much deliberation, Rocinante had to accept this harsh reality. The warship traversed the upside-down mountain, entering the first half of the Grand Line. Encountering no incidents along the way, after more than a month, Granny Tsuru led the injured female Navy personnel, along with Rocinante and Diaz, to the Navy headquarters at Marineford. Accompanying them was X. Drake, the son of Diaz Barrels. Following the war, X. Drake had been discovered by the Navy and brought to Marineford aboard Tsuru's ship. Now, Marineford was under the command of Admiral Steelbone Kong, with Admiral Fujitora and Navy hero Garp serving as the primary forces. Tsuru's return was of great concern to these three, given the troublesome figure of Doflamingo. The pursuit of Doflamingo was still ongoing, and Admiral Steelbone Kong had stationed Vice Admiral Sakazuki at the G5 branch to ensure the safety of Dressrosa. The Navy's high command had been informed through Rocinante's intelligence reports of Doflamingo's ambitions for Dressrosa, and they would never allow such a pirate to become its king. Should the throne of Dressrosa change hands, and not to the Riku family, it would warrant careful consideration. From Rocinante, Steelbone Kong had also learned of the true identities of himself and Doflamingo, once celestial dragons. Their family had renounced their noble status and fallen into a small nation in the North Sea. However, the oppressed populace, driven by their suffering, unleashed their wrath upon the family. Their mother perished from illness, they faced starvation, and were even subjected to public humiliation. It was during this tumultuous time that Doflamingo awakened his conqueror's haki. Subsequently, Doflamingo killed his father and brought his head back to Mariejois in hopes of reclaiming his celestial dragon status, only to be rejected. The sequence of events thereafter led to the present circumstances. Additionally, the Don Quixote family was the royal lineage of Dressrosa, but upon becoming a world noble, they ceded the throne to the Riku family, who served as chancellors. The Liku clan has persisted through the ages, establishing a well-ordered nation. Furthermore, Doflamingo harbors a secret concerning a celestial dragon, a secret that has allowed him to carry out numerous actions with impunity. However, this revelation is known solely to him as the eldest son. Dressrosa is not a prosperous nation, at least not in the present, though life is austere. The happiness index among its citizens is remarkably high, and the populace holds the Liku king in great esteem. The words of Rocinante echoed in the conference room, as Admiral Sengoku crossed his steel arms, expressing his exasperation. No wonder those old geezers treat Doflamingo with such leniency. The five elders' attitude towards Doflamingo is evidently problematic, exhibiting a sense of avoidance akin to Tai Chi, as Sengoku felt palpable obstruction while addressing matters concerning him. Yet, this predicament is unavoidable. Henceforth, Colonel Don Quixote Rocinante is promoted to the rank of Rear Admiral, to assist Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Sengoku bestowed commendation upon Rocinante, leaving him in astonishment as he immediately rose to salute, to which Sengoku nodded with a pleased smile. Moreover, what are your thoughts on the handling of Diaz, Granny Tsuru? Sengoku inquired, casting a glance at her. Granny Tsuru replied, undoubtedly, Diaz is an exceptionally gifted swordsman, destined to become a master in the future. However, this child has spent 2 years under Doflamingo's influence, fixated on amassing wealth. Although he has betrayed Doflamingo, there remain some ideological concerns, though they are not substantial. With ample guidance, he is sure to become an outstanding naval officer. Her appraisal of Diaz was quite high, based on half a year of interaction. She deemed him not a cruel or malevolent child, but rather one worthy of cultivation. Then let us send him to Zifa for proper education, Sengoku decided. I concur with that sentiment. Thus, Diaz was dispatched to the naval boot camp, under the tutelage of the former fleet admiral, Black Arm Zifa. Soon, He perceived himself to be in a veritable hell. Each day commenced with endless physical training. Running 500 laps around the field was merely an appetizer, followed by 10,000 push-ups and sit-ups, culminating in combat training. Zifa took a keen interest in him, often doubling Diaz's training regimen, which was a source of immense suffering for him. However, the benefits were undeniably substantial. His physical strength surged remarkably, and Diaz's prowess grew exponentially, previously formidable. He found no worthy opponents in the boot camp. Drake, though older, was still inferior in strength. Yet within the training camp, only he could match Diaz's pace. Faster, even faster. Diaz, you have yet to reach your limits, shouted the stout elder with short purple hair and gold-rimmed glasses, arms crossed over his chest, as he watched Diaz sprinting across the field. Diaz accelerated, having surpassed the recruits behind him by several laps. Is this fellow a monster? Drake, one of the recruits, swallowed hard, and the others behind him nodded in deep agreement. The suffocating pressure exerted by Diaz was far from pleasant. Yet, within the training camp, no one could rival Diaz, whether in endurance or combat skills. In this batch of recruits, only Diaz and Drake appeared to be of commendable caliber. That evening, Zephyr remarked at a dinner with Garp, Sengoku, and Granny Tsuru, I heard that Diaz spent 2 years under Doflamingo, even taking down a member of the Don Quixote family. He has seen blood, and it's somewhat wasted in the recruit camp. Garp chewed on a hefty piece of meat as he spoke. Granny Tsuru, sipping her tea, cast a sidelong glance at her old comrade and said, if we do not correct this child's mindset, he may very well stray down a dark path. Now is the perfect opportunity to nurture him. Zephyr replied, the boy is quite cooperative. Although he often complains, he never slacks off in training and sometimes even practices extra. Diaz was acutely aware that it was time to lay a solid foundation, and within the Navy, he could establish that foundation firmly, regardless of how his future unfolded. This was a moment of accumulation. Engaging in aimless practice could potentially harm his body. Granny Heron had already provided Diaz with a robust foundation. 6 months of training was not merely a casual endeavor. That half-year of training enabled Diaz to swiftly adapt to the rigors of the boot camp, surpassing his contemporaries. This brought to mind the past, when he trained alongside Karp. That old fellow's temperament often provoked the chief instructor's ire, yet they completed their training, leaving the instructor with nothing to critique. You were just the same back then. I remember it vividly. Zephyr was utterly fearless at that time. Yet he was left behind by us, only to catch up years later. Who among you is like him, as formidable as a monster? Zephyr chuckled as he sipped his tea, reminiscing about training with Karp and Sengoku, finding it quite challenging as those two monstrous individuals, reminiscent of the present Diaz, overshadowed the entire boot camp. Only these two old fellows seemed to be at odds with one another. Diaz needed a rival, Zephyr remarked. Sengoku questioned, where can we find him a rival now? In the boot camp, there was no one capable of keeping pace with Diaz. He stood alone among this cohort, with Drake only able to look up to him. Karp, rubbing his greasy hands over his beard, suddenly exclaimed, I've got it. What do you have in mind? My grandson is exceptionally strong, Karp boasted. Granny Heron replied, exasperated, stop joking. Your grandson Luffy is but a child. Diaz could easily toy with him. Karp's grandson was merely 6 years old, and before the 12-year-old Diaz, he would only be a plaything, subjected to a myriad of tricks. I am referring to Ace. Karp clarified. It was no secret among their old friends that Karp had adopted a grandson named Ace, although Ace's true identity remained undisclosed. Sengoku had an inkling, but refrained from voicing it. But he is only 9. That won't do, Sengoku retorted, casting a disapproving glance at his old friend. Diaz's talent is evident. I believe we can commence training in the 6 forms. Everyone turned their gaze to Zephyr, who nodded and said, indeed. I have also been preparing to initiate his training in the 6 forms. However, it will not be a uniform training regimen, merely a tailored approach. Diaz's training progress has surpassed that of his peers, who have yet to reach the level of mastering the 6 styles. Consequently, he has been given special attention. Early the next morning, Zephyr summoned Diaz to a relatively deserted training ground and announced, due to your impressive progress, I have decided to teach you the methods of utilizing the 6 styles ahead of schedule. Upon hearing that he could learn the 6 styles, Diaz's eyes widened slightly. He was eager to learn everything except for Iron Body. It was not that he held any disdain for Iron Body, but its consequences could be quite severe. The 6 styles consist of Shave, Iron Body, Paper Drawing, Moonwalk, Gale Foot, and Finger Gun. These techniques are primarily combat skills employed by the Navy and CP organizations, with a greater emphasis on CP. The Navy does not have ample time to learn them, and only those with exceptional talent, along with specialized instruction, can master them. Among the Navy, very few manage to learn all six. Most only acquire the more practical shave and iron body. Zephyr's training also begins with these two techniques. The training for shave emphasizes the ability to generate explosive reactive force by rapidly stepping on the ground dozens of times within a mere 0.36 seconds, allowing for high-speed movement that resembles teleportation. Such an unscientific mode of movement can only be realized in this world. Conversely, iron body accelerates blood flow, hastening muscle movement at the cost of mobility, thereby providing iron-like defense. Ordinary attacks are incapable of breaching the protection afforded by iron body. Indeed, this is also the reason why iron body can lead to severe consequences. Diaz's training commenced, yet the rigorous regimen induced a throbbing headache. The irrationality of the movements posed a considerable challenge, akin to the weight of iron blocks. As he persevered, he felt as though he were on the brink of hypertension. The relentless rhythm of his footsteps propelled Diaz forward with explosive force, his speed impressively swift, though to Zephyr, it appeared almost farcical. No, faster. Increase your pace. Gritting his teeth, Diaz endeavored to accelerate, yet he struggled to meet Zephyr's expectations. Faster. Do you not have any sustenance? I demand you to quicken. Diaz's progress was somewhat sluggish. According to Zephyr's calculations, given Diaz's innate talent, he should have grasped the essentials by midday. It's time to eat, a naval officer called out. In an instant, Zephyr barely caught a glimpse of Diaz as he dashed to the food cart, seizing chunks of meat and devouring them voraciously. The meat was abundant in protein and energy, fueling him further. Zephyr was at a loss for words. With that speed, Diaz had already met the criteria for the technique. Was he truly that hungry? After satiating his appetite, Diaz wiped his mouth contentedly. Zephyr set down the bone he had been holding and said, "Go, Diaz. Solidify your training results. Channel the vigor you just exhibited while eating." Yes. Reflecting on the impulsiveness before his meal, he once again executed the technique. This time, Diaz succeeded, appearing swiftly at the opposite end of the training ground. His progress was remarkable. Had he truly mastered the technique in just one day? Diaz's foundation is remarkably solid. Once he masters the 6 styles, he will likely be ready to venture forth and apprehend pirates. Given his prowess, he should be capable of capturing pirates with bounties below 50 million berries. The rigorous training for new recruits has already been bypassed by Zephyr. Such training is intended to expose inexperienced soldiers to the realities of combat, a necessity that Diaz does not require, as he is among the few new recruits who have already taken lives and engaged in battles. As Garp aptly noted, it seems somewhat wasteful to keep him in the recruit camp. This young man should be eligible for early graduation. Once he has mastered at least 4 techniques of the 6 styles, he should be able to apply for accelerated entry into the Navy. Chapter 11. Salary arrived. The 4 emperors rendered ineffective. Time in the recruit camp has flown by, and before long, we have entered the year 1512 of the Sea Circle calendar. Under the tutelage of Zifa, Diaz has mastered several techniques from the 6 styles, including shave, iron block, gale kick, and finger pistol. However, he did not have the opportunity to study paper drawing and moonwalk due to his early graduation from the recruits camp. Last year, aside from the incident involving Doflamingo, another significant event occurred. The Empress of Amazon Lily, who also serves as the captain of the Kuja pirates, Boa Hancock, achieved a remarkable victory on her first expedition, earning a bounty of 80 million berries from the world government. However, this bounty has since been revoked, as she was persuaded by the world government to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Additionally, her stunning beauty has been widely reported, earning her the title of the world's most beautiful woman. This was indeed the major news of the past year, though Diaz remained indifferent, viewing the warlords merely as legalized pirates employed by the world government to counterbalance the formidable pirates of the New World. Currently, the 7 warlords consist only of Gecko Moria, Hancock, and Dracula Mihawk. The older generation of the Navy tends to look down upon the warlords, or rather, most high-ranking officers do. As it seems absurd to rely on pirates to help manage other pirates, it is akin to a dog biting a dog, tarnishing the Navy's reputation. The actions of the 5 elders have left the Navy feeling humiliated, yet they find themselves powerless to change the situation. However, it is unlikely that Doflamingo will be granted the title of warlord this time, as his misdeeds have been exposed. Even if the 5 elders wish to appoint him, The Navy's agreement would be a different matter altogether. Of course, the Navy holds little sway with the five elders. After his graduation, Diaz was assigned to the G2 branch located in the first half of the Grand Line. This branch, overseen by Vice Admiral Gomer and Admiral Pallisolino, also includes a major named Stalaberry, a man with an unusually elongated skull. Are you the new recruit, Brant Diaz, who graduated early under teacher Zifa? Vice Admiral Gomer, sporting a Mediterranean hairstyle, glanced at the file in his hands, nodding and taking a sip of his steaming coffee, exclaiming, "How bitter." Behind him hung a plaque inscribed with calm justice, suggesting he was a relatively agreeable individual. "Yes, I have completed my studies, which is why teacher Zifa made an exception for my early graduation," Diaz replied. Vice Admiral Crane mentioned that during your internship, you killed a subordinate of Doflamingo named Senor and achieved several merits. Besides your early graduation, the Navy has also decided to bestow upon you the rank of second lieutenant. I must say, I have never encountered a young person quite like you. Is it common to graduate early and be directly awarded the rank of second lieutenant? Surely, you must have some connections? Gomer, with his peculiar disposition, adhered to the directives from above without hesitation. The merits of Diaz were undeniably substantial, placed within the G2 branch. He would merely attain a gilded status. In a few years, he would likely be promoted directly to headquarters and dispatched to the New World to confront truly nefarious pirates. Should he return alive, the rank of Rear Admiral would be a certainty, and with fortune on his side, he might even ascend to the rank of Admiral. Though the timeline for such an elevation remained uncertain, the seasoned Gomer, sensing the subtle intricacies of the situation, remarked, "I have arranged for your dormitory and daily necessities at the G2 branch. You may take the rest of the day off, with official duties commencing tomorrow. Is that agreeable?" "Absolutely," Diaz affirmed, nodding as he accepted the Navy's appointment and rank. He was then escorted to his single dormitory by the Navy personnel. Upon attaining the rank of warrant officer, one is entitled to a modest single room, complete with a private restroom. As one's rank ascends, so too do the accommodations. Otherwise, even the most fervent Navy personnel would find their resolve diminished without commensurate rewards. A reasonable provision of material incentives is indeed beneficial. After a restful night, Diaz reported to Gomer the following morning. "Your task today is to accompany Rear Admiral Pallisolino in addressing a group of pirates with a bounty of 60 million. Reports indicate their activity on Local Island. For further details, please consult Rear Admiral Pallisolino." "Understood," Diaz replied. Diaz nodded, refraining from many inquiries, and promptly reported to the captain's quarters of a warship. Ensign Brando Diaz reporting for duty. The room was filled with a haze of smoke, and seated opposite him was a middle-aged man in a black and white striped suit, adorned with a gentleman's hat, his expression somewhat lopsided. "Are you the young lad who graduated early? The youth of today are as formidable as monsters, truly alarming. One cannot simply grow old gracefully," remarked Borsalino with a crooked smile, leaving Diaz at a loss for words. It was one thing for others to utter such remarks, but coming from a future Marine Admiral, the Glimmer man who had consumed the actor fruit, such words were unexpected. The future three admirals of the Navy, Akina Sakazuki, Akiji Kazan, and Borsalino, were indeed exceptional talents under Zifa's tutelage, despite Borsalino's strained relationship with Zifa. Taking in a breath of second-hand smoke, Diaz coughed lightly and inquired, "Admiral, General Gomer has instructed me to accompany you. When do we set sail?" "Patience, young man. Haste does not yield favorable outcomes. Care for a cigarette?" Borsalino offered Diaz a smoke, which he politely declined. "Thank you, but I am underage." "Indeed," Borsalino replied, placing the cigarette between his lips. With a flick of his finger, he ignited it using his fruit abilities, exhaling clouds of smoke as he handed Diaz a bounty notice. Upon receiving it, the first thing that caught his eye was a pirate with a bounty of 60 million berries, his visage brutish and menacing. "Jasmo's Lane?" Diaz queried. "Yes. As you can see from the bounty, he is the leader of the lion pirates, possessing the powers of the cat fruit in its lion form, a formidable adversary," Borsalino explained. "This target should be relatively simple. He hails from the North Sea, making him somewhat of a compatriot. Borsalino, Sakazuki, and Granny Crane, like Diaz, were all from the North Sea, a region known for its fierce inhabitants who frequently produced powerful navies and pirates." "Oh, I recall hearing of such an individual in the North Sea. Has he already set sail?" Diaz reminisced, recalling his time in the North Sea with Granny Crane the previous year when their focus was on Doflamingo, leaving them no time to address this individual. He never anticipated that within a year, he would have ventured into the Grand Line. It seemed fate was unkind, having encountered Borsalino, a future admiral, whose wages were sufficient to contend with the 4 emperors. Even a jest from him subtly underscored his prowess. Associating with this slacker might just herald better days ahead. Chapter 12. The battle commences during the Marineford War. Akainu was gravely injured. Akiji sustained minor injuries, while Borsalino's attire was merely slightly soiled, a typical display of minimal effort. Yet, one need not worry about their safety while in his company. Is the objective to capture him alive or to eliminate him? Diaz inquired. Preferably alive. However, in battle, weapons are indiscriminate. It is not uncommon for fatality to occur, Borsalino replied, reclining against the back of his chair. Let us depart. The ship's navigator will instruct you on the way. It seems he intends to delegate the task to me, that indolent fellow. With a silent grumble, I took the wanted notice and stepped outside. The warship slowly departed from the G2 branch, and Diaz, possessing the skills of a master pilot, effortlessly took command of the vessel without any issues, even though it was not he who was driving and he need not exert himself much. Due to Borsalino's long-standing role as a hands-off supervisor, the sailors aboard the warship acted autonomously, executing their duties without awaiting his orders. The navigator confirmed the course. The helmsman skillfully maneuvered the ship, while the remaining sailors efficiently attended to their respective tasks, collaborating seamlessly. Perhaps this is the essence of Borsalino's art of leisure? Diaz was uncertain. With such an autonomous navy, he was spared numerous concerns. The warships unfurled their sails and surged forward at full speed, their destination being Loco Island, the stronghold of the Lion pirate crew. This expedition, aside from the main force of Borsalino, included Diaz, Rear Admiral Kataru, and 500 sailors. After accounting for logistical personnel, navigators, steermen, and others, the combatants numbered merely 450. In stark contrast, the Lion pirate crew boasted a formidable force of 800, indicating that this would be a formidable battle. Diaz sat leisurely in his chamber, engrossed in intelligence regarding the Lion pirates. Apart from the captain, Ryan, there was the first mate, the demon blade knight Belial, renowned for his exceptional swordsmanship, his speed as swift as lightning, and his cold-blooded demeanor. With a bounty of 34 million berries. The second mate, Jerson, possessed the powers of the animal-type devil fruit, the boar fruit, in its wild boar form, granting him immense strength, with a bounty of 37 million berries. Aside from these formidable individuals, the rest were merely insignificant figures. It seemed that these 3 constituted the core fighters of the crew. However, it appeared that this fleet boasted an excess of crew members. Diaz contemplated with calmness, engaging in a brief analysis before ultimately relinquishing his thoughts. After all, with Borsalino providing assurance, what was there to fear? This time, he would charge headlong into the fray. The geographical position of Locker Island was anything but insignificant. Initially, it was merely a desolate isle, but as the number of passing pirates increased, the service industry gradually flourished. Restaurants, taverns, and red light districts sprang up. There was nothing they could not provide, limited only by one's imagination. Apart from pirates, merchant vessels frequented the area for respite. Generally, as long as protection fees were paid, the locals ensured the safety of your ship, provided those eyeing it were not overly formidable. Most pirates refrained from causing disturbances here, aware that once their notoriety spread, it would be challenging to find acceptance thereafter, at least in the initial stretches of the Grand Line. No one dared conduct business with them. The island was a melting pot of diverse characters, and the absence of a naval presence further encouraged the proliferation of pirates. The Navy would occasionally conduct purges, yet the pirates seemed indestructible. Each time a sweep occurred, they would re-emerge before long. The plight of pirates appeared unending. As they approached Locker Island, a naval officer inquired whether to launch an immediate assault, surround the harbor, and prevent the pirates from escaping. Additionally, control the merchant vessels and civilians without inflicting harm upon them. Borsalino replied lazily, his subordinates accustomed to his demeanor. The Navy sprang into action, disembarking and swiftly seizing control of the port, transforming the entirety of Locker Island into chaos. However, some merchants, accustomed to such upheaval, calmly closed their stalls and locked their doors. As the ensuing combat between the Navy and the pirates commenced, merchants either retreated into their shops or sought refuge aboard their vessels, while a bold group of pirates emerged, their bloodthirsty smiles betraying their bravado. "Fear not, for they are merely the Navy," boomed a robust man with a thick mane of hair, towering over his subordinates at over 4 meters in height. We are the Lion Pirates. Under my leadership, victory is assured. Follow me, and you shall become the vassals of the Pirate King. I will lead you to the great treasure. Come forth. Entrust your lives to me. Ho ho ho. Long live Admiral Ryan. The pirates erupted in fervor, their spirits ignited as Diaz, from afar, heard their cries. He set aside his telescope, confirming his target, and readied himself for action. In an instant, he vanished from sight, traversing several hundred meters in merely a few breaths. Stormfoot. A vacuum blade was unleashed from his foot. Yet the Lion Ryan remained unmoved. A figure shot forth, drawing a sword from his waist, deftly deflecting Diaz's vacuum strike. The newcomer's gaze was icy, exuding the chilling aura of a killer standing before him. First mate, the demon swordsman, Belial. Diaz landed on the rooftop, and Ryan mocked. Is this all the Navy has sent? What a disappointment. His figure swelled, reaching a towering height of 6 meters, his head transforming into that of a lion. With a mane erupting from his neck, taking on a hybrid form. Sharp claws emerged, glinting coldly in the sunlight. I detest those with fruit abilities, Diaz muttered, executing a somersault to evade the ghost swordsman's surprise attack. He landed opposite the swordsman, lowering his body and grasping the sword Mirakumo. Draw slash. Ultimate technique. Ashina cross slash. He swung his sword twice mid-air, creating a stunning cross with astonishing speed. The ghost swordsman hastily raised his blade in defense, the clash resonating with 2 sharp sounds as he staggered back, noticing 2 new dents on his weapon, which trembled from the force. You are indeed someone worth cutting. Burial's gaze sharpened as he tightened his grip on his sword. Come. In an instant, the 2 figures intertwined rapidly, their blades illuminating the air with flashes of steel. Under the tutelage of Zephyr, Diaz's combat awareness had surged. 6 months prior, he might have faltered against such an opponent, but now he was ready for battle. The clash between the Navy and the pirates commenced, cannon fire and bullets unleashed, with the Navy leveraging their equipment to suppress the Lionheart pirates. Boom. A wild boar. Measuring 5 to 6 meters in length, charged with its tusks, sending several Navy personnel flying. The second-in-command of the Lionheart pirates, Jelson, was unleashed. Do not be arrogant. A young Rear Admiral, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, burst forth from the Navy ranks. It was Rear Admiral Kaido, who met Jelson's charge with a blade of his own, only to be overpowered and sent flying. Humph. Is this the extent of a Navy Rear Admiral's strength? What a farce. Jelson's eyes gleamed with derision, causing Kaido's complexion to shift from pale to flushed. Chapter 13. The times have changed, oh dear. The battle seems quite intense, remarked Rear Admiral Kaido, who appeared less impressive than the younger combatants. Observing the fray from a warship, Borsalino puffed on a cigarette, noting the current advantage held by the Navy. However, Ryan had already plunged into the battlefield, causing considerable disruption. He could not simply stand by as they faced annihilation. Transforming into a flurry of light, he vanished from the warship, coalescing into human form before Ryan, his towering stature of over 3 meters appearing diminutive in comparison, reaching only halfway up Ryan's body. With a cheerful demeanor, he inquired, "Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light?" What? Ryan barely registered a flash of brilliance before a searing pain shot through his waist, launching him away, crashing through several buildings before finally halting, followed by an explosion erupting at the site. Admiral Ryan. The pirates gasped in astonishment. Their seemingly invincible Admiral Ryan had been dispatched in a single move? How could he be so formidable? Borsalino stroked his chin, smirking, not dead yet. The vitality of a Zoan type is truly formidable. How terrifying. Boom. Ryan extricated himself from the pile of rubble, his body racked with pain. Yet, the hallmark of a Zoan-type devil fruit user is their resilience. Despite being battered and bruised, he still managed to rise to his feet. This foe resembled a monstrous entity. Defeating him was simply unattainable. Observing Diaz engaged in a fierce battle with Belial, Ryan surged forward. Those endowed with the powers of the cat fruit often possess the agility of felines, granting them remarkable speed. In an instant, he appeared before Diaz, enduring his injuries as he reached out, attempting to seize Diaz. Bang! What had he just shattered? A torrent of flames erupted from his hand, igniting the fur upon his body. Abundant fur, yet feeble flames, a massive physique, but a fragile threshold. In a moment of dire urgency, Diaz hurled the firepot, igniting Ryan. The lion's mane instantaneously transformed into the finest kindling, filling the air with the acrid scent of charred protein. Diaz drew a firearm from within his garments and aimed a bullet at Ryan's head. The Inami flow swordsmanship. Bang. Ah! Ryan cried out in agony. blood gushing from his eyes as he collapsed to the ground, flames consuming him, having lost an eye in the process. Upon witnessing the captain's fall, Belial cursed him as worthless, leaped onto Jerson's back, and commanded, "Run." Jerson wasted no time, abandoning his captain and crew, turning to flee. "If you escape, I will be reprimanded," he lamented. These days, work is far from easy. Borsellino raised a finger, light gathering at its tip, and a laser beam shot forth, piercing through Jerson's retreating form. Boom! A colossal wild boar crashed through the house, rising clumsily to reveal a plump, pale figure, clutching a gaping wound in his thigh and crying out in distress. Clang! Belial clashed blades with Diaz, exclaiming, "Hey, don't run. Our duel is not yet concluded. You scoundrel, I merely wish to escape." Belial, devoid of fighting spirit, had no desire to engage Diaz further. Lingering would surely lead to capture and execution by the Navy. "That cannot be allowed," Diaz replied, shaking his head with exhilaration. "It is rare to encounter a worthy opponent. How could I let you flee? You madman!" Belial unleashed his full might, yet found his attacks effortlessly deflected by this fledgling adversary. What manner of defense was this? Why were his strikes being repelled? Such a fuss over mere rebounds. The essence of forging is in the wolf's soul. Clang, clang, clang. Belial's composure began to fracture, as Diaz's defenses proved impenetrable, complicating matters for him significantly. "Do not underestimate others," Belial roared, unleashing a soaring slash. "Bring it on." Murakumo released a blade of air, interspersed with glimmering sparks, akin to cherry blossoms in full bloom, breathtakingly beautiful. Secret technique, cherry dance. The two slashes collided midair, erupting in an instant. Diaz declared, "Come forth. Hesitation leads to defeat." Upon hearing this, Belial felt blood rush to his head, charging forward without a second thought. To his dismay, his blade was intercepted, while Diaz drew a firearm from his cloak, decisively firing. "My lord, times have changed." Bang! Gazing at the gaping wound in his chest, Belial lamented, "You are despicable." His body fell backward as Diaz chuckled coldly, "As long as it serves a purpose." The Ainami flow swordsmanship, a synthesis of myriad techniques, exists solely for the sake of victory. A true sword saint wields an indestructible blade, brandishing a cross spear in battle, and seizes the moment of your inattention to launch a surprise attack with a firearm. What, then, is the essence of the Ainami sword saint? Tactical retreat. Diaz turned to Jerson, the blade pressed against the latter's face, inquiring, "How shall we deal with this fellow?" Meanwhile, Borsellino placed his foot upon Ryan's head and remarked, "Seize him, but remember to use the sea prism stone handcuffs." Indeed, the sea prism stone is exceedingly precious. The handcuffs utilized by the Navy contain only a trace of this rare material, yet are sufficient to suppress the powers of those with devil fruit abilities. The Navy operatives promptly provided the sea prism stone handcuffs, which were secured upon the two devil fruit users, rendering them utterly incapable of resistance, thus allowing the Navy to do as they pleased. See to the wounded, ensure the fallen soldiers are recorded, arrange for their compensation, and tally the local damages in preparation for forthcoming reparations, commanded Borsellino. He appeared rather languid, favoring idleness, yet when it came time for work, he executed his duties with remarkable efficiency, orchestrating matters with a methodical approach, albeit with a penchant for leisure in his daily routine. The skirmish was rather brief. After subduing the captain and his comrades, hostilities effectively ceased. Subsequently, those who were to be imprisoned were confined, and those deserving of execution met their fate. Moreover, Rear Admiral Catter was assigned by Borsellino to oversee the aftermath of the battle, tasked with apprehending any pirates who feigned death or happened to wander by. Diaz and his team escorted Ryan and his companions back to the G2 branch, where they would soon be met by designated personnel to transport them to the advancing city for a lifetime confinement. Given the gravity of Ryan and Jerson's offenses, they would likely be incarcerated on the 4th level, while ordinary pirates would find themselves on the 1st level. Or those with lesser crimes would be confined at the G2 branch, awaiting their release after serving their sentences. "Well done," remarked Gomer, sipping his bitter coffee and nodding as he reviewed Diaz's achievements. "In a few years, with accumulated merits, departing the G2 branch with the rank of colonel will be a certainty. The day after tomorrow, you and Major Stalaberry will head to Fort Shard Island. The upcoming mission may prove to be quite arduous." "Who is the target?" Diaz inquired. "The captain of the Sun Pirates, a wanted criminal of the world government, Fisher Tiger." Chapter 14. This world is utterly corrupt Fisher Tiger, a figure whose notoriety has spread across the globe in recent years, hails from the depths of Fishman Island, situated 10,000 meters beneath the sea. A year ago, he ascended to the Red Line, infiltrating the holy land of Mariejois, liberating thousands of slaves and igniting a great conflagration. To many, he is viewed as a hero, yet for the world government, he is merely a lawless scoundrel, a wretched creature of the sea. This individual has also established a pirate crew composed entirely of fishmen and merfolk, boasting formidable strength, with many among them being former slaves of the celestial dragons. This time, the G2 branch has set its sights on Fisher Tiger and his son pirates. Under the command of Major Stalaberry, along with Major Kaido, Diaz, and numerous naval officers, they are determined to apprehend this band of fishmen. May I ask, Colonel, where did we obtain our intelligence regarding the Sun Pirates? Diaz queried, curiosity evident in his tone. Gomer, not one to conceal information, replied, this intelligence comes from CP. The Sun Pirates are set to return a slave home as part of an exchange with the villagers. We will not apprehend that child. They will not be alerted to the presence of the Sun Pirates. It is merely a transaction, trading a group of pirates for a single child, a most profitable endeavor. Wouldn't you agree? Diaz furrowed his brow in discomfort and remarked, but that child should never have been a slave. She is innocent. Merely a victim of human traffickers sold to the celestial dragons. I understand. It is indeed tragic, replied Rear Admiral Gomer, setting down his coffee. Lieutenant Diaz, you must remember one thing. We are the Navy, and this is the directive from above. Capturing pirates is also our duty. I share your sorrow regarding the child's plight. Fisher Tiger may be a good man, but he is still a pirate, and we must apprehend him. Do you comprehend? No, I do not comprehend. How archaic. Diaz countered. But he is not in the wrong, is he? Do not forget, Rear Admiral Gomer, the Navy's mission extends beyond eradicating pirates. It also encompasses the protection of civilians. The world government prohibits slave trading. Yes, the world government abolished slavery to showcase their mercy and democracy, but what are the results? Human trafficking remains rampant. A crucial element of the underworld, capable of generating immense profits. It's practically a no-risk venture. And as descendants of the world government's founders, the celestial dragons lead the way in enslaving others, completely disregarding this law. The prohibition against slavery is a mere facade. The human trafficking markets in the Sabaody archipelago operate brazenly beneath the Navy's nose, yet the Navy remains utterly silent, even avoiding mention of that place. Their actions are laughable. Is this what the justice of the Navy entails? It is utterly absurd. Gomer's expression darkened. It was challenging to reason with a passionate youth. I understand, Lieutenant Diaz. But this is the reality of our world. If you lack the power to change it, you will be molded by it. Lieutenant, you are still young and have much to learn about this world. Diaz interrupted. Rear Admiral, this world is utterly rotten, merciless in its consumption of human lives. The justice of the Navy is far too narrow-minded. I have finished speaking. My apologies. I will be heading into battle the day after tomorrow. Gomer assumed it was merely youthful venting and chose not to dwell on it, nodding for Diaz to depart. After leaving Gomer's office, Diaz returned to his quarters, sighed, and realized that the Navy was indeed not suited for him. Yes, there are good people among them, but the existence of the celestial dragons is enough to distort their sense of justice. The notion of absolute justice is as laughable as an empty promise. He thought, I cannot remain here any longer. Perhaps if the Navy's justice were not influenced by the celestial dragons, the world would be significantly different, at least less constrained. All celestial dragons should be hanged from lampposts. Feeling dejected, he lay on his bed and slept. The following day was spent in training, and by the third day, he accompanied Rear Admiral Stalaberry to Fisher Island. Was it somewhat presumptuous to send only Stalaberry and Kaido, two rear admirals? The adversaries consist of a formidable assembly of fishmen and merfolk, a race whose strength often surpasses that of humans by a factor of 10. Moreover, they possess the remarkable ability to engage in underwater combat, wreaking havoc upon vessels, leading them to their demise, a specialty of the fishmen. Once humans venture into the depths, confronted by the fishmen, they find themselves with no path but to face certain doom. Diaz was perplexed by the naval operations, despite the considerable number of personnel present. Most seemed to be utterly ineffectual. Stalaberry, with his elongated cranium accentuating his height, donned a naval cap and brandished twin blades at his waist, declaring, Lieutenant Diaz, you shall accompany me shortly. Very well, Diaz replied with a nod, joining a contingent of sailors as they disembarked onto the island. For Shot Island bore many arid expanses. its soil hardened and strewn with an abundance of cacti-like flora, resembling a desolate desert. This island harbored but a solitary village, which served as the destination of their mission. Strawberry remarked, "Once Fisher Tiger and his crew return that child, we shall encircle the Sun Pirates." The timing of Fisher Tiger's arrival was meticulously calculated to coincide with their operation. The Navy concealed themselves as Strawberry and Diaz crouched atop a small earthen rise, binoculars in hand. In the distance, they spotted the Sun Pirates' flag fluttering in the breeze, vibrant red against the sky. They observed Fisher Tiger, a large, bearded fishman, disembarking with a blonde-haired little girl. "Is he alone?" Strawberry inquired. "Prepare to surround him, Lieutenant Diaz, and notify Rear Admiral Kaido." "Aye." Diaz retrieved his communicator and dialed Major General Kaido's number. The Major General was preparing to encircle the Sun Pirates. The plan was set in motion. "Understood," he acknowledged. Kaido was already readying the ship to navigate around the island, and soon their warships would surround the vessels of the Sun Pirates, leading to a decisive assault. Strawberry and Diaz's mission was to capture the merman who had landed on the island. Although it was merely Tej alone, it was sufficient. They observed the girl holding Tej's hand, chatting and laughing with him along the way. Diaz inquired, "Major General, are we certain we should apprehend her?" "That child is well cared for by Fisher Tej. She is quite fond of him." Strawberry paused momentarily before responding, "We are the Navy. It is our duty to eliminate pirates, and we must not hesitate any longer," Lieutenant branded Diaz. "I understand. I will not waver again." Diaz spoke softly and smiled, declaring that he would no longer hesitate. Chapter 15. I shall retrieve the original napkin. Fisher Tiger returned the child Keela to her homeland. Previously a slave of the celestial dragons, she had been withdrawn in nature. However, their time together had restored her cheerful demeanor, and he felt genuine joy for her. Tiger firmly believed that Keela would grow to be a bridge between humans and fishmen. Princess Otoheim was correct. Only children embody the hope of the next generation. As these thoughts solidified in his heart, a band of pirates emerged from the cactus forest, surrounding him and aiming their guns. Tiger's eyes widened in disbelief, perplexed as to why the Navy had appeared here. Rear Admiral Strawberry and Diaz stepped forth, with Strawberry announcing, "I am Rear Admiral Strawberry of the Navy headquarters. We received intelligence from individuals on a certain island indicating that you would arrive here. The prominent figures in the village you just visited were aware that chaos might ensue. And thus, terms have been negotiated. The child, a possession of the celestial dragons, will be exchanged to ensure that our operations remain undisclosed. Captain Fisher Tiger of the Sun Pirates, you are charged with 2 offenses, of which you are surely aware." Strawberry gazed at the sun emblem on Tiger's abdomen and began to speak slowly, "Assault and escape. The assault on the Holy Land Mariejois threatened the safety of the world nobles, the celestial dragons. The escape, having fled as a slave of the celestial dragons. You not only escaped but also liberated numerous other slaves. Both crimes shall be punished." With that, Strawberry raised his hand, and suddenly, gunfire erupted. The clinking of bullets rang out. Countless blades of energy shielded Tiger from the onslaught, as Diaz boldly appeared at Tiger's side. Strawberry's expression shifted. "What are you doing?" "Lieutenant Diaz, you are part of the Navy. Do you intend to betray us?" "I have declared that I will no longer hesitate," Diaz replied, removing his military cap and shedding his pristine uniform to reveal his strong physique. "Admiral, the Navy's sense of justice is far too narrow. A person like Tiger should not meet his end here. He is a pirate, a slave of the celestial dragons. And what of it?" Diaz shouted. "He saved lives. He is a good man. Good men should not be held at gunpoint. Slaves. The world government prohibits the trade of slaves. The celestial dragons are a wretched lot." His words stunned everyone present who dared to openly denounce the celestial dragons. Was he courting death? Strawberry maintained a stoic demeanor and asked, "Brando Diaz, I ask you once more, are you truly willing to betray us?" Diaz was personally trained by Zephyr, making him his own junior disciple, and the Navy intended to cultivate him into a pillar of strength. "It is evident, is it not?" With a smile, Diaz declared, "I will protect this person, even if it means opposing the Navy and the world government. Or perhaps, the Navy is simply not suited for me. Your sense of justice is far too narrow." Strawberry raised his hand, his expression cold as he commanded, "Fire, regardless of life or death." Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire echoed. This time, Tiger was prepared, contrasting with his previous passive stance. With a swift strike, he unleashed the fishman karate, deflecting the incoming bullets with the force of his punch and with a powerful thrust. He seized a Navy officer and hurled him away as if he were a mere sandbag, unyielding as a rock, ignoring the assault of bullets. Diaz summoned a towering rock spire, and an ethereal jade shield enveloped him. The bullets clanged against the shield, creating a cacophony of sound. With a powerful kick, he sent one naval soldier flying, then deftly struck another soldier's neck with the back of his Muramesa blade. "Human, I do not require your assistance," Tiger declared as he felled a naval soldier. "I believe you are worth my aid," Diaz replied, dispatching another soldier with a precise finger gun gesture. "I do not care what you think. I will act according to my own judgment." "Fisher Tiger, a good man should never be threatened with a firearm." Tiger scoffed and inquired, "Even if I were a fishman? To me, fishmen and humans are indistinguishable. After all, the blood of both races is compatible, indicating a shared ancestry, merely diverging in the paths of evolution." The words of Diaz deeply moved Tiger, and in a moment of distraction, he was shot. However, such a wound posed little threat to a merman. It was merely a trifling injury, insignificant in the grand scheme. "I understand," Tiger proclaimed with determination. "Then let us fight our way out." Agreed. The two stood shoulder to shoulder, battling their way through the encirclement. Stalaberry, unable to bear witness any longer, drew his twin blades and charged directly at Diaz. Clang! The three blades clashed, sending forth a shower of sparks. "You're betraying us, betraying the Navy. Betraying Admiral Crane's expectations of you." "I am aware," Diaz replied with a calm demeanor, void of tumult, yet his words resonated with sincerity. "But I can no longer remain here. I remember the kindness of Grandma Crane, yet I am ashamed of the Navy's indifference toward human trafficking. If this is your brand of justice, I would rather stand as your adversary." "What do you intend to do, Brandy?" "Diaz, this world cannot change me. Yet I shall change it. Do you understand? Rear Admiral, if one person picks up the right napkin, then everyone else must follow suit. If they choose the left, then all must do the same. They have no choice, such is the nature of society." "What are you trying to convey?" "I declare that I shall pick up the original napkin. I will compel you all to follow me." An unparalleled aura emanated from him, a force so profound that it left all present, save for Diaz, Stalaberry, and Tiger, in stunned silence. Such grand ambition, could he aspire to be the king of the world? Had he awakened the conqueror's haki? This young man could not be allowed to live. Stalaberry steeled himself, swinging his dual blades with fervor, but Diaz's defenses were impenetrable, offering no opportunity for attack. How could this be? He was taught by the same master. Stalaberry exclaimed, "Zeph-sensei only taught me the 6 forms. Do you comprehend?" Seemingly perceiving Stalaberry's thoughts, Diaz declared, "You are destined to lose, Rear Admiral. The winds of victory are at my back." The fishman karate for 1,000 brick fist. A blue whale shark merman surged forth, delivering a surprising blow that sent Stalaberry flying. "Tiger, I'm on my way." "What transpired here?" the youthful Jinbe exclaimed. Rushing to Tiger's side and noticing his wounds, his concern palpable, Tiger waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Fear not. I have made an exceptional human friend." "Friend? Greetings. I am Brandy Diaz, currently an unemployed wanderer." Chapter 16. The hero of the fishmen before Jinbe could fully comprehend the situation. Tiger had already seized Diaz and dashed outside to inquire about Jinbe's well-being. The Navy had encircled the Sun Pirates, and at that moment, Arlong was engaged in fierce combat with the Marines. Jinbe, unable to quell his concern for Tiger, had rushed over, yet the circumstances unfolding before him left him bewildered. Upon hearing Diaz reveal his former allegiance to the Navy, Jinbe was further astonished. "Have you truly betrayed the Navy for our sake? Is such a sacrifice truly worthwhile?" he questioned. Diaz smiled radiantly and remarked, "At least I believe it is worthwhile. A person like Tiger should not meet his end here." The smile on that child's face is genuine. As Sanji reminisced about the moments spent with Carla, he couldn't help but smile. Carla was an endearing and lovable child, much like family to them. "I understand, Mr. Diaz," Sanji said. "You are a friend of Brother Tiger, and thus you are also my friend. Would you be willing to befriend a fishman?" "Haha, I would welcome that wholeheartedly." Diaz laughed heartily as the three of them dashed out from Fulshard Island. The ship of the Sun Pirates had already been sunk by the Navy. A shark fishman brandished a serrated sword, ruthlessly dispatching a Navy soldier and sending several others tumbling from the warship. Waving at Tiger and Jinbe, he exclaimed, Big Brother Tiger, Big Brother Jinbe. I've commandeered a Navy ship. Let us go." "Well done, Arlong." Jinbe seized Diaz's arm, leaping into the sea, followed closely by Tiger. Diaz held his breath as Jinbe swiftly propelled himself through the water, surfacing with Tiger to land atop the Navy vessel. Upon spotting Diaz, Arlong revealed his sharp teeth. Smirking coldly, Big Brother Jinbei, is this a hostage? No, he's a friend of Big Brother Tiger. A friend? A human? How could our noble fishman possibly befriend a human? Arlong questioned Tiger, who extended his hand, bringing Diaz to the center of the Sun Pirates. This is my friend, a friend to fishmen, a friend to the Sun Pirates, and indeed, my savior. Were it not for him, I might have perished under the Navy's assault. Do you understand, Arlong? Understood. Arlong reluctantly replied. If that is Big Brother's wish, then I have no choice. Xiaoba, set sail. We must depart swiftly. Right. The octopus fishman Xiaoba and the crew sprang into action, with some fishmen diving into the sea to propel the ship forward from beneath. The robust physique of the fishman was indeed formidable. Big Brother Tiger, allow me to tend to your wounds. The ship's doctor, the fishman Aladdin, approached to treat Tiger, who still bore bullets that needed extraction. Big Brother Tiger, was it those humans who betrayed you? Arlong inquired. Tiger nodded. The betrayal ignited a fury within Arlong, who turned to seek vengeance upon the villagers of Fulshard Island. Jinbei grabbed him, admonishing, do not act rashly, Arlong. Let me go, Big Brother Jinbei. Did you not hear? It was those humans who betrayed Big Brother and nearly cost him his life. I must return to slay them. Arlong's eyes blazed with rage, wishing to devour Keela and those villagers alive to sate his wrath. To him, the noble fishmen had shown unparalleled grace by sheltering the lowly humans and even returning them. Yet these ungrateful creatures had repaid such kindness with betrayal, betraying Big Brother Tiger. Humans may not be trustworthy, but as Princess Otoheim said, children represent the hope of the next generation. Tiger, wrapped in Aladdin's bandages, gazed at Diaz and remarked, he does not harbor disdain for fishmen. What does it matter? He is human. I am human. Does that hinder you? Diaz irritably dug at his ears. As for Aaron, he was a racist who believed that the fishmen were supreme and that humans were utterly despicable, inferior to their kind. Yet, deep down, he yearned for human society, wishing to attain a life akin to theirs. What? Seeking death, are we? Aaron exclaimed, if you wish to die, I can certainly oblige you. Come on. Enough of this quarrel, you two, Tage intervened, stating, Aaron, Diaz is our friend. He even betrayed the Navy to save me. Who knows if he is a spy? Aaron stubbornly retorted, defiantly holding his ground. Speak to me respectfully, Tage declared, delivering a punch to Aaron's head. He surveyed the members of the Sun Pirates and proclaimed, Diaz is our friend, my savior, and this is an unalterable truth. Remember it. Understood. Brother Tage, does this mean Diaz will join our crew? Inquired the octopus fishman, Xiaoba. No, Diaz shook his head. Please just take me to his safe island. He felt he could not integrate with these fishmen. This was an immutable reality. Tage was a fishman, and the Sun Pirates had coalesced around him. Humans felt out of place here. Tage had no intention of inviting Diaz to join, as he felt gratitude for Diaz's rescue, but could not reconcile the actions of humans against him. Princess Otoheim was right. Only children represented the future. The potential for harmony between humans and fishmen required children like Keela and Diaz. He inhaled deeply, pressing his palm against the sun mark on his abdomen, a symbol of his lifelong suffering, a perpetual nightmare. The sun mark was merely a fade to mask that pain. The heavenly dragon's hoof. Every slave of the celestial dragon bore this mark. He had it, Keela had it, Xiaoba had it. Many fishmen and merfolk aboard the ship had once been slaves to the celestial dragons. Everyone, there is something I must share with you. The heavenly dragon's hoof throbbed painfully, bringing him back to the days of servitude under the celestial dragons, as if all the events of yesteryear were vividly replaying. Tage resolved to reveal the truth. All eyes turned toward him, eager to hear what their captain, their leader, would say next. I have never intended to disclose this secret in my lifetime, but today, I have decided to share it. Continuing to conceal it serves no purpose. I, Fisher Tage, was once a slave of the celestial dragons. Everyone was taken aback. The entire ship fell into a stunned silence. Jinbei, Aaron, Xiaoba, and Aladdin were rendered speechless. The hero they had revered, the one they pledged to follow, had once been a slave to the celestial dragons. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chapter 17. The Courage to Walk with Demons. Impossible. Brother, how could you possibly be a slave? The most difficult truth for Arlong to accept was that he idolized Tiger, regarding him as his elder brother, surpassing even Jinbei. It was Tiger who quelled the riots in Fishman Street, unifying the chaos and bringing stability to that tumultuous place. He had defeated Jinbei and Arlong, proclaiming that they would follow him for life. He also liberated numerous slaves, allowing his persecuted brethren to return to their homeland. Tiger, the elder brother, was a hero. How could he ever be a slave to the celestial dragons? Arlong could not and would not believe it. Yet, the reality was stark. Tiger gazed at Arlong and confessed, "Arlong, I deceived you all. Shortly after leaving Fishman Island, I was captured by humans and became a slave to the celestial dragons. Enduring torment for several years, I witnessed the madness of humanity. Though I managed to escape, I could not turn a blind eye to the suffering inflicted upon others. The cruelty and madness of the celestial dragons had led him to harbor resentment towards humanity. However, the kindness of Karina changed his perspective, and Princess Otoheim was right. It is the children who represent the future of both races. Those who harbor no hatred or discrimination towards the fishmen, like Diaz, are the individuals the fishmen should seek to befriend. I am in great anguish. Often in the stillness of midnight, I find myself recalling my time in Mariejois, an inescapable nightmare that haunts me for life." He gazed at Arlong and said, "Arlong, I understand your animosity towards humanity, but remember, individuals like Diaz are worthy of your friendship and acquaintance. I cannot accept this. Big brother, you are deceiving us, are you not? You wish for us to embrace this human." Arlong inhaled deeply. Humans are untrustworthy. He had always believed this. Humans, in their vile nature, possessed no strength to rival the fishmen, could not breathe underwater, and were cruel in temperament. They should cede the land to the fishmen. Without these humans, the fishmen would not endure such suffering and could live freely in this world. "That is a fact," Arlong, Tiger affirmed. "Boss." Several former slaves among the fishmen knelt before him, tears streaming down their faces. "You are a true hero. You have rescued us countless times. Our lives belong to you. Wherever you go, we shall follow you unwaveringly. Rise, there is no need to kneel." Tiger helped them up and turned to Diaz, speaking with sorrow. "If I had encountered a human like you during my voyages, would the outcome have been different?" "Perhaps," Diaz replied. "Humans are inherently contradictory beings, filled with desire. I must say, I never place hope in humanity, yet I do not succumb to despair, for there are always good people. It is merely our misfortune to encounter a multitude of wicked ones. The fault lies not with them, but with this world. This ocean is merciless, devouring lives without hesitation. In a world so rotten, finding a glimmer of humanity is not arduous. In the midst of darkness, light is always so conspicuous. You speak true, you speak true." Tiger lowered his head, unable to contain the tears that flowed freely. Why could I not have met you sooner?" He grasped Diaz's hand, kneeling upon the ground and weeping aloud. "I wish to believe in humanity. I long to befriend humans, but I can no longer trust them. Nor can I love them." Diaz was at a loss for words, as the imposing figure of over 5 meters wept like a child. Everyone was unsure how to console their leader. After a long pause, Diaz finally spoke. "So, do you possess the courage to walk alongside demons?" "What?" Diaz rose to his feet and whispered into the ear of the burly man, urging him to seek out the Revolutionary Army and join their ranks. If successful, they would usher in a new era. The Revolutionary Army had already been formed, albeit on a small scale, led by the revolutionary monkey D. Dragon, who was regarded by the world government as the most notorious criminal for advocating the overthrow of their regime. Despite being the son of the esteemed marine hero, Monkey D. Garp, Dragon's commitment to dismantling the world government remained steadfast. Perhaps the path to redemption lay therein. Can they truly be relied upon? With your strength, can you not alter the status quo? The younger generation, who bear no resentment or prejudice towards the fishmen, are but a minority. Without the courage to overthrow the celestial dragons, the oppressive force that looms over all races, none shall have a future. Before dawn breaks, someone must dispel the darkness. I have traversed hell itself. How could I lack the courage to walk alongside demons? It seemed he had found a renewed sense of purpose as the once hero rose again. Little ones, do not mourn or despair. I remain your captain, am I not? Indeed, no matter how Brother Tai transforms, you will always be our leader. Jinbei was the first to affirm Tai's words, resolutely. Arlong also raised his hand, exclaiming, "Yes, big brother, let us take vengeance on those traitorous humans." His radical fervor was swiftly curtailed by Tai. Diaz interjected, "I suspect Admiral Borsellino has already arrived there." "Just an admiral, and you are already afraid?" Arlong scoffed. "A mere marine admiral, nothing but trash." Diaz cast a sidelong glance and remarked, "He is a user of a Logia-type devil fruit. possessing the swiftest speed in the world. Furthermore, if the position of admiral were to be reconsidered, he possesses the capability to ascend to that rank. There are two others of comparable strength, both also wielding Logia-type abilities. If memory serves, upon Tiger's demise, Arlong sought vengeance, only to be swiftly vanquished by Admiral Kizaru and imprisoned and impelled down, from which he was later released due to Jinbei's enlistment in the Shichibukai. But what of it? Once I enter the water, he shall be rendered powerless. Arlong, taking pride in his racial superiority, reveled in his triumph. Yet Diaz suddenly perceived a streak of light slicing through the sky and immediately shouted, "Run." "Oh, how fortunate I am to have found you, Lieutenant Diaz." The luminous figure coalesced into a human form as Kizaru perched upon the mast of the warship, the ocean breeze rustling his cloak of justice with a haunting whisper. "It has come to my attention that you have betrayed the Navy. If Teacher Zephyr were to learn of this, I fear he would be exceedingly displeased. I am aware, and I suspect that Teacher Zephyr would be inclined to eliminate me." Diaz shrugged, remaining on high alert, and replied, "Admiral Kizaru, it is quite unexpected for a man of your caliber to pursue me. Shouldn't you be idling aboard your ship instead?" Kizaru shook his head and said, "Circumstances leave me little choice. Rear Admiral Stollerbury has directly reported your treachery to headquarters, prompting Admiral Sengoku to dispatch me to bring you back for clarification." Chapter 18. Pursuit. The betrayal of the Navy by Diaz could hardly remain a secret for long. Upon regaining consciousness, Stollerbury promptly informed Admiral Sengoku of Diaz's treachery. How could this be? Is that lad truly an ungrateful wolf that cannot be nurtured? Sengoku fumed, striking the table in frustration. Beside him, Rosinante opened his mouth to speak, saying, "I believe there may be another reason. Although Fisher Tiger is indeed a wanted criminal by the world government, as Diaz has stated, he is genuinely a good person. I understand. However, this marks his second act of betrayal. The first was against Don Quixote da Flamingo, and now he has betrayed the Navy. Is this fellow a professional turncoat? Diaz, a born traitor. Irredeemable." Sengoku and Zephyr held high hopes for him, and Gummir had praised him on numerous occasions. Even Borsalino considered him a reliable individual. I cannot fathom why he chose betrayal. To save a fugitive, he awakened his conqueror's haki. Sengoku sat in his chair, bewildered by Diaz's thoughts. A genius who had awakened conqueror's haki slipped away, becoming an adversary of the Navy. Sengoku's heart bled. With proper guidance, a promotion to Rear Admiral would have been certain. And with a little push, even an admiral was not beyond reach. Rosinante remarked, perhaps he merely wished to save a life? For a pirate? Yet he is a hero who liberated slaves, even if not recognized by the Navy or the world government. Once a celestial dragon, Rosinante understood the plight of those slaves. When his family had not yet renounced their celestial dragon status, the slaves expressed gratitude to his parents, honoring them for their kindness. In contrast, the other slaves trembled in fear, acutely aware that their lives depended on not angering their masters. A single displeased celestial dragon could spell death for them. However, to die at their hands was merely a release. Some sadistic celestial dragons derived pleasure from torturing slaves, prolonging their suffering until their last breath. Diaz was benevolent. Perhaps our actions had disappointed him. Rosinante empathized, questioning whether he could have acted otherwise. The answer was clear. He could not. Diaz possessed the courage to confront the Navy and the world government, a quality Rosinante lacked. Sengoku, resigned, acknowledged that this matter required resolution and instructed Borsalino to retrieve Diaz. Must we truly proceed this way? Go ahead. A resolution is necessary, is it not? Very well, I understand. Rosinante promptly descended to inform Borsalino, leading to the scene of Borsalino pursuing the warship. Are you the one with the potential of an admiral? I see little to commend, Arlong arrogantly declared, doubting the abilities of the seemingly lecherous man before him. Ignoring Arlong, Borsalino inquired, Lieutenant Diaz, you could have been promoted to lieutenant in this battle. With effort, you might reach my rank in a few years, perhaps even become the youngest rear admiral in the Navy. Why squander your future? There is no need. This is my choice, Diaz replied, smiling. Thank you, Rear Admiral Borsalino. I shall never regret my choices. I want to save lives. And that singular reason is sufficient for my actions. Is this your resolve? I understand now, Borsalino nodded. In that case, I respect your choice. Branda Diaz. Along with Fisher Tiger, captain of the Sun Pirates, and Jinbei, the whale shark fishman, you will be apprehended by me. Huh, are you looking down on us? Along leaped about like a capering jester, while Borsalino raised his finger, releasing a beam of laser light that pierced through a long shoulder in an instant. Blood gushing from the wound. Along let out a piercing scream as Borsalino teleported before him, inquiring, "Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light?" A blinding radiance erupted from his foot as he delivered a powerful kick. Suddenly, a figure appeared before Along, hands cloaked in darkness, straining to block the blow. "I will not allow you to harm my comrades," Tage declared, fortifying himself with haki to withstand the strike. "You managed to use haki to endure that attack? Truly. As a fishman, your strength is formidable. How terrifying." Borsalino taunted, his words dripping with disdain. Tage forcefully pushed the injured Along aside and shouted to everyone, "Flee. All of you. Dive into the sea. We are no match for him." In that moment of confrontation, he realized they were not capable of contending with the monstrous figure before them. "Brother Tai." Jinbei attempted to speak further, but Diaz interjected, "Jinbei, quickly destroy the warship. Without the warship, he cannot pursue you." Once the warship was destroyed, Borsalino would have no foothold and thus could not capture them. The fishmen entering the sea would be beyond anyone's grasp, not even that of the marine admirals, unless they faced Kazan, who could freeze the ocean. But what will you do? Act swiftly. I will not allow you to succeed. Borsalino leaped into the air, arms crossed, clutching the light in his hands, unleashing the Yada no Kagami. Countless luminescent points cascaded from the sky, radiating heat and explosion, sending a multitude of fishmen flying. Diaz unfolded the jade shield, propelling himself outward, only to plunge into the ocean, while the warship was utterly obliterated by the force of the strike. Fortunately, once the fishmen submerged into the water, they found refuge in a safe zone. Diaz held his breath as he followed Jinbei into the depths of the sea. Aladdin swam over, producing a piece of pink coral from his possession, which released a bubble that enveloped Diaz. With a sigh, he came back to life. The bubble contained no seawater, allowing Diaz to breathe normally. This was bubble coral, a treasure from Fishman Island that produced bubbles enabling humans to breathe freely while submerged. And it also aided mermaids in traversing land. With their lower bodies resembling fishtails, mermaids struggled to move on land, but bubble coral could support their bodies, allowing them to float slightly above the ground and swim as if they were in the ocean. "How is Arlong?" Jinbei inquired. "Little 8 is supporting him," came the response. "He's injured, but it doesn't seem serious. The bleeding has stopped on its own." "What about Brother Tiger?" "I'm here," Tiger replied, swimming over with a grim expression. The attack from Borsalino had not only destroyed the warship, but also injured many fishmen and mermaids, resulting in several fatalities. On the surface, Borsalino stood atop the wreckage of the warship, scratching his head. "Well, this is quite troublesome. I didn't capture a single one of them. I hope Mr. Sengoku won't dock my pay for this." With that, he transformed into a beam of light and shot into the sky, disappearing from sight. Chapter 19. Bounty Notice. I told you that fellow was not to be trifled with. Borsalino is a prospective admiral, though he hasn't yet attained that rank. There is no doubt he possesses the strength of an admiral. All he lacks is the title. The future admirals of the Navy would not be easy opponents. "Now that the ship is destroyed, we can only swim," Aladdin lamented. Fortunately, as fishmen, they could breathe underwater, and their speed often surpassed that of ships. The only downside was the physical exertion required, which was why they would typically prefer to travel by boat. Living in water was their norm. "It's all right. Let us take Diaz away first and secure the bodies of our fallen brothers," Tiger organized calmly, and the group departed in a grand procession. Although they were in a rather disheveled state, Borsalino had indeed failed to capture them, yet they had come to understand the terror of the Navy. On their journey, fortune smiled upon them as they seized a pirate ship, leaving the human crew bound and abandoned on a small island to fend for themselves. Given their shared pirate status, the fact that they had not been killed outright was a mercy. Diaz was indifferent to the matter and commenced a revelry with Tiger and the others. To embrace the life of a pirate is to accept the possibility of perishing in the vast ocean, and he harbored no fondness for piracy. The following day, Diaz awoke on the deck, his head heavy with fatigue. Although he had not indulged in alcohol, the festivities had extended into the late hours, leaving him in a dismal state. Surrounding him were the slumbering fishmen, with even Jinbei cradling a bottle, lost in dreams. A messenger seagull soared overhead, and Diaz waved his hand. The seagull descended, and he produced 50 berries to exchange for a newspaper. These messenger seagulls were astute. Any attempt to forcibly seize a newspaper would result in a complete cessation of deliveries. The World Economic News, the foremost bestseller among newspapers, operated under its own principles. Upon unfurling the paper, the leading headline prominently featured the events of the previous day's battle at Fulshard Island. The Navy's disgrace. Former Lieutenant Brandon Diaz betrays the Navy, fighting alongside the ruthless fishmen. The article lambasted Diaz for betraying the high-ranking expectations of the Navy, accusing him of turning traitor at a critical moment to rescue Fisher Tiger, thereby rendering the capture operation a failure. All blame for this debacle was thrust upon Diaz, leaving him in disdain. As if without me, Strawberry could have retained Tiger. With Jinbei present, Tiger could have been rescued, but he would ultimately succumb to death for refusing a blood transfusion. Tucked within the newspaper were several wanted posters featuring himself. Tiger and Jinbei, the captain of the Sun Pirates, Fisher Tiger, bore a bounty of 350 million berries. Jinbei's bounty stood at 130 million berries, while Brandon Diaz's was a mere 37 million berries. Arlong's bounty was listed at 30 million berries. Diaz gazed at the wanted poster depicting him in his Navy uniform. Nodding in approval, I truly looked dashing. Being wanted was trivial. It was far stranger to navigate the seas without a bounty. Yet 37 million was disheartening. He contemplated selling himself. It seemed he could never return. Suddenly, Jinbei awoke and spoke, startling Diaz. "Weren't you asleep?" Diaz inquired. "I have a light sleep," Jinbei replied, rubbing his eyes. "Isn't 37 million a bit low for you?" "It is indeed a tad low. I expected a higher figure. The Navy was never a fitting place for me." Diaz shook his head, feeling disappointed. After all, he had awakened the Conqueror's haki, and to possess such a meager bounty was disheartening. Although he was unsure why he had awakened the Conqueror's haki, he still could not control it. Was he particularly agitated at that time? Not overly so. He scratched his head and asked Jinbei, "How does one utilize Conqueror's haki?" I don't have that ability either. So I am unsure. It is a rare power that awakens in 1 out of a million. The Conqueror's haki has become somewhat commonplace in the New World. Yet it does not diminish its formidable nature. This power can envelop weapons like armament haki, allowing one to inflict tangible harm upon adversaries from a distance, even without direct contact. However, this feat is achievable only by a select few elite warriors. In the early stages, it can merely create area of effect damage, useful for clearing out minor foes. Notable users may include the late Gold, Roger, the living Whitebeard, Kaido, Big Mom, Shanks, and perhaps even Rayleigh. This is the limited knowledge that Diaz possesses regarding those capable of wielding Conqueror's haki. Among them, Teacher Kai may not be the strongest, but he is undoubtedly the most adept at imparting knowledge to his students. With a single strike of the flowery staff, 2 strikes of haki entanglement, and 3 strikes of awakening, Teacher Kai truly astounds me. I am left in tears. Presently, I find myself at a loss regarding the application of Conqueror's haki, but I shall embrace the circumstances as they come. The pirate ship drifts aimlessly across the vast ocean, while the Don Quixote family finds itself in turmoil. Having suffered severe losses following a recent ambush, the family is left in disarray, with only Pika remaining. Treble has succumbed to his injuries, and the others have been largely captured, leaving behind only a few stragglers. The Don Quixote family is far from its former glory, let alone capable of fulfilling its plans. He now resembles a stray dog, relentlessly pursued, and, in desperation, has sought refuge in the South Blue to seek new opportunities. Clutching the bounty notice of Diaz in his hand, Don Quixote Doflamingo bursts into a maniacal laugh, for this little rascal refuses to fade into obscurity. Has he betrayed us once more? Yet, without the protection of the Navy, there will inevitably come a chance to eliminate him. He tears the bounty notice apart, letting it fall to the ground. The line connected to Virgo is now rendered useless. Corazon is indeed an undercover agent. Upon his return to the Navy, Virgo's position becomes exceedingly perilous, perhaps already compromised. The meticulously crafted plans have been shredded, and aspirations of becoming a warlord and claiming the throne of Dressrosa must now be postponed or even abandoned, for Corazon possesses far too much knowledge. Truly, he is my beloved younger brother, Rear Admiral Don Quixote Rocinante. Diaz, Rocinante, one day, I shall make you pay dearly. However, the most pressing matter at hand is the revitalization of my family. The new Don Quixote family must have someone capable of shouldering its burdens. As this thought crossed his mind, Doflamingo's heart bled. It took him over a decade to cultivate the Don Quixote family, yet due to Corazon and Diaz, it all vanished overnight. The current state of his life is not what he desires, but he must endure. Having faced the depths of hell, how could he possibly be defeated by such minor setbacks? He, Don Quixote da Flamingo will never be vanquished by the tribulations that lie before him. Chapter 20. Heaven and the Cursed Bond. After Diaz requested a small boat from Tiger, he set sail alone, bidding farewell to the Sun Pirates. I must devise a means to acquire wealth. Contemplating this, Diaz felt a wave of melancholy. The pirate ship held little treasure, and the Navy's pay was meager. Now, he could only resort to robbing pirates. In this world, those who amass riches often do so through nefarious means. The underworld's trade is far more sinister than one might imagine. Human trafficking, organ smuggling, arms dealing, and hallucinogenic drugs are merely the tip of the iceberg, representing the world's malevolence. The first half of the Grand Line cannot contain such chaos, let alone the more tumultuous New World, a realm beyond the reach of the Navy, rife with lawless territories that have transformed it into a den of iniquity. This world seems to have deteriorated further. Sitting helplessly on the boat, clutching the log pose given by Jinbei, he realized that without a navigator, he could only rely on luck, hoping to evade inclement weather. His destination was Reverse Mountain. As he planned to seek fortune in the East Blue, known as the weakest sea, where pirates are generally less formidable, making it easier to engage in underhanded dealings. The East Blue earned its reputation primarily due to the frequent visits of Garp. The accumulation of wealth through vicious means is bloody. Yet Diaz does not shy away from using the blood of pirates to bolster his own strength. A dead friend does not hinder a poor priest. Everyone is flawed. It's merely a question of who is more so. His spirits lifted somewhat. The small boat ambled toward Reverse Mountain, sailing smoothly until one fateful night. While he was asleep, a cannonball struck and shattered his vessel, jolting him awake. Standing on the verge of sinking, he cast a cold gaze towards the raucous pirate ship ahead. Licking his lips, he sneered, "You brought this upon yourselves." With a splash, he leaped into the sea, swiftly swimming toward the pirate ship nearby. At that moment, the two drunken pirates, who had just fired their cannon, remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of their actions, engrossed in their revelry and unwittingly provoking a formidable adversary. "Ha, that little boat is gone," one of them jeered, "Hee hee. A broken vessel daring to drift in the Grand Line will learn the meaning of the Black Hand." The two pirates, still guffawing, ignited their cannon once more, firing another projectile that obliterated the small boat, eliciting laughter from the crew aboard. At this juncture, Ahsoka Diaz had already boarded their ship, seizing one pirate by the neck and brutally snapping it before discarding the lifeless body onto the deck. "An enemy!" A drunken pirate exclaimed in shock as Diaz plunged a dagger into his throat, twisting the hilt, and leaving the enemy's throat in tatters, blood gushing profusely. "Who goes there?" Someone discovered him, and soon cries of murder and screams filled the air. Amidst the glint of blades, Diaz annihilated this group without leaving a single remnant. Entering the ship's cabin, he endured the pungent odors of sweat and feet, along with an assortment of peculiar scents, as he searched for treasures and riches. He scavenged approximately 3 million berries from this vessel. With a grunt, he found a small rowboat at the stern. Originally, the small boat provided by Jinbei had a cabin, but this one was merely meant for rowing. The large ship was of no use to a single individual, and thus he had to relinquish it. Having not drawn cards in a while, he decided to indulge 3 draws. A gamble, transforming a bicycle into a motorcycle. Let me witness a miracle from a single draw. My turn. Draw electric clippers, suitable for shearing wool, but best not used for peculiar hair. The design blueprint for Water X Joy Park. Freedom. Heaven and curse binding, both a curse and a reinforcement. The first two can be disregarded, as Diaz's gaze fixated on heaven and curse binding. This is a unique ability from the realm of Jujutsu Kaisen, a binding force imposed upon certain individuals from birth, sacrificing innate conditions in exchange for formidable power in a specific domain. It represents a constraint forcibly placed upon the body, with the conditions sacrificed and powers gained varying from person to person, generally classified into 2 types, substituting physical conditions for cursed energy and substituting cursed energy for physical strength. These 2 distinct categories yield 2 entirely different types of strong individuals. For instance, the tyrant Fushiguro Zenin, due to the influence of heaven and curse binding, was born without cursed energy yet attained immense physical strength, nearly overpowering the pinnacle of sorcery, Gojo Satoru. The heaven and curse binding drawn allows for a choice. Opting for cursed energy would result in Diaz losing a part of his physical form in exchange for formidable cursed energy and techniques. Conversely, choosing enhanced physicality would mean he could never attain cursed energy. Yet, Having never possessed cursed energy, he would gain from this choice. With a mixture of anticipation and trepidation, he chose physical strength, feeling no immediate change. The system, rarely inclined to elaborate, stated, "Heaven and curse binding has been activated. The host will gradually experience an enhancement in physical prowess. P.S. Following the choice of heaven and curse binding, the system will not draw curses or bindings from the world of sorcery. Due to the absence of cursed energy, there is no sacrifice. It's akin to fishing in troubled waters. In exchange, Diaz would never have the opportunity to acquire powers related to the sorcery world, and this was the price. So that is how it is. This journey can be deemed profitable. The only facets of the cursed realm that captivated Diaz were the fingers of the dual-faced Sukuna, the 6 eyes of Satoru Gojo, and a few sorceries of the cursed spirits. Beyond these, nothing else piqued his interest. His spirits lifted considerably, and his paddling speed increased, as if his body were infused with boundless energy. Perhaps this is what transformation feels like. Who knows, in the future, he might surpass Fushiguro Megumi and rise as the new sovereign of heaven and tyrant of the earth. The compass pointed towards the next island, and presently, Diaz could only navigate his small boat slowly in that direction, lacking even a sail. Frustrated, he resorted to crafting a makeshift sail, securing it to the vessel to steer and conserve energy. Thus, he drifted at sea for 3 days, fortuitously encountering a passenger ship bound for the Eastern Sea. After parting with some money, Diaz boarded the vessel. Lying on a soft bed, enjoying steaming meals, and taking hot showers, such comforts were beyond compare. The captain seemingly did not recognize him as a fugitive, but that mattered little. Even if he were recognized, he could easily escape. As he lay in bed, Diaz fell into a deep slumber. In the middle of the night, the ship rocked violently, causing him discomfort. Outside, footsteps echoed, accompanied by shouts. "A storm is coming. A great tempest. Seek shelter. Everyone, take cover. Do not venture outside. Especially, do not go on deck." Diaz gazed out of the porthole, where the pitch-black sea loomed like a monstrous beast, its surging waves resembling a gaping maw intent on devouring the solitary passenger ship, threatening to entomb its occupants beneath the ocean's depths. Chapter 21. Storms and Objectives. The capricious nature of the weather stands as the most perilous aspect of the Grand Line. One moment, the sun may shine brilliantly, and the next, torrential rains may descend. Frigid temperatures, thunderous claps, and a myriad of climatic conditions can converge, making the weather of the Grand Line more unpredictable than a maiden's temperament. Even seasoned navigators may find themselves at the mercy of the elements. Indeed, while they possess the ability to forecast the weather, humanity often appears insignificantly small in the face of nature's might. In this moment, Diaz felt the weight of human frailty. A towering wave surged forth, instantly engulfing the passenger vessel, splinters flying as the water rushed into the cabins. Diaz had long prepared himself, surrendering to the flow. He vowed he would not meet his end here. An overwhelming instinct for survival compelled him to struggle, breaking through the surface, expelling seawater from his lungs, only to be met by yet another wave. Without hesitation, Diaz plunged beneath the surface. In stark contrast to the tumult above, the depths of the sea were serene, though treacherous undercurrents lurked, concealing peril. From his system's inventory, he retrieved the bubble coral gifted to him by Aladdin, fashioning a protective sphere into which he nestled. Now, he could only hope to evade the shards of wood that might strike him. Should the bubble burst, he would be met with the fury of the waves. The bubble was carried by the currents, its destination uncertain. Time lost meaning as the oxygen within the bubble dwindled. With a deep breath, Diaz emerged from the bubble and swam toward the surface. With a splash, he broke free from the ocean, gasping for air, and looked up to behold the vast, boundless starry sky, as if the recent tempest had never existed. The twinkling stars and the resplendent Milky Way whispered the beauty of this world to Diaz. He had survived. He survived, but the fate of the others aboard remains dire. In that moment of calamity, there was no time to save anyone. It can only be said that before the forces of nature, humanity's strength appears woefully inadequate. Clinging to a piece of driftwood, he lay upon it. The sole support he had. Sleep eluded him. Though the surface of the sea posed no immediate threat, the depths still harbored dangers. The ocean's abyss was home to colossal sea creatures, and until now, he had merely been fortunate enough to avoid an encounter. Should he succumb to slumber, he could be swallowed whole without ever knowing how he met his demise. Thus, Diaz drifted upon the waves for a full 3 days, his compass needle pointing toward the direction of the nearest island. He paddled with a piece of wood, progressing at a leisurely pace, uncertain of how much longer this ordeal would last. Fortunately, he had prepared well. Provisions of water and food were not a concern. During this period, he dared only to take short naps, for he knew that without rest, he would perish upon the sea. After 2 more days, he finally spotted an island. Gathering all his strength, he paddled his makeshift raft to shore, collapsing onto the beach in a fit of laughter, exclaiming, "I'm alive. I'm not dead. I will survive." He shouted joyously as he ventured further into the island. It was a large island, with signs of habitation ahead, a quaint little town. He dashed into the settlement and immediately sought out a restaurant to satisfy his hunger. After ordering a feast, he placed a stack of bills upon the table. The proprietor's eyes sparkled with delight, rubbing his hands together as he instructed the chef to prepare his meal without delay. Dish after dish was brought to the table, and without hesitation, Diaz began to devour the food, soon finishing an entire banquet. With a contented pat on his belly, he leaned against the wall as he exited. "Come again," the restaurant owner exclaimed, seeing him off as if he were a cherished family member. In the kitchen, the head chef sat on the floor, weeping. "Boss, if this guest doesn't leave soon, I'll be out of a job. Who is this person? Capable of consuming so much? I feel like I've cooked enough food for a week. Let him go. We've made a fortune. I'll give you a raise and let you take a day off," the owner declared generously. "All right," the chef replied, wiping his tears and standing up with excitement. As for Diaz, he found a tavern, indulged in a hot shower, and collapsed onto a soft bed, instantly falling into a deep slumber. He slept soundly until the 3rd morning, finally awakening after several days of insufficient rest. Now he could finally unwind. His body felt utterly relaxed, but as he moved, his joints creaked pleasantly. The recording device still needed to monitor magnetic forces. The Grand Line's magnetic fields were chaotic, rendering compasses useless. Coupled with the vastness of the ocean, navigational charts could not accurately depict the situation, compelling him to rely solely on the recording device for direction to the next island. After a hearty meal, he set about procuring food, water, fruits, and other essential supplies, but soon found his funds dwindling. "This won't do. I must find a way to earn some money," he pondered and began to inquire whether there existed any avaricious individuals on the island who exploited the common folk. To his surprise, he discovered the notorious factory owner, Philip Band. This proprietor not only frequently delayed wages, but also oppressed his employees, encroached upon land, forcibly seized young women, and committed numerous other heinous acts. Diaz's eyes sparkled with excitement. Was this not an opportunity to acquire wealth? Band's residence stood as the most opulent villa in the town, perched atop a hill outside the settlement. The stone-paved mountain road was remarkably smooth, and the surrounding trees had been meticulously trimmed, presenting a delightful sight. The villa was designed by a professional architect, constructed with the finest materials, and featured a swimming pool in the courtyard, where one could observe elegantly attired young ladies frolicking in the water. Diaz crouched atop the tree, reveling in the scene before him. He had come to survey the area. The pursuit of wealth leaves one unfazed. At the entrance, guards were stationed at various points, each robust and imposing, their physiques rendering them formidable barriers to ordinary folk, not to mention their armaments. This cadre of guards served as Bander's assurance. One who harbors many secrets often seeks solace and security. The guards seemed rather unremarkable, yet their true prowess remained a mystery. Diaz turned and retreated back to the town, waiting for nightfall to ascend the mountain. The mountain path was not difficult to traverse, stretching straight ahead. Swarms of mosquitoes buzzed about, their incessant presence irritating, as a single bite could lead to considerable swelling. To avoid becoming a feast for these pests, Diaz quickened his pace, reaching the railing where he vaulted over, evading the guards. He climbed through a 3rd-floor window, deftly severing the railing before slipping inside. The ostentatious decor, reeking of nouveau riche excess, nearly blinded him. Crystal chandeliers and gold-trimmed edges presented an initial impression of crassness. What a peculiar sense of aesthetics! The glaring opulence threatened to dazzle his eyes, yet it also subtly indicated the wealth of its owner. Locate that individual and eliminate him. Chapter 22. 100 consecutive draws. Let the games begin. After incapacitating a servant, he donned the man's attire. His height was adequate, and his physique allowed him to fill out the clothing. He brazenly searched through the gaudy villa for what he desired, yet his audacity drew the attention of the guards. "Hey there, you look unfamiliar," one guard approached, inquiring. "I'm new, just finished tidying up," Diaz replied with a smile. "At this hour, no one cleans. Now, who are you?" The guard's hand, the size of a fan, pressed down forcefully on Diaz's shoulder. In the next moment, a gory hole appeared in the guard's arm, shattering bone. Ah, 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 the burly man screamed. And Diaz shook his hand, contemplating that a blade was far superior to a gun. With this thought, he seized the man's hair, yanked downwards, and followed with a knee strike. Bang! The man's face became a mangled mess, and with a swift kick to his abdomen, he toppled his companion, delivering another blow to ensure both were rendered unconscious. It seemed he had no choice but to forge ahead. Striding confidently through the corridor, he encountered guards one after another, dispatching them with powerful punches that sent them flying, their cries echoing throughout the halls. Meanwhile, Bander, lost in a moment of indulgence, furrowed his brow as the cacophony disrupted his reverie. Rising from his bed, he bellowed, "What is happening? Why the commotion? Do you wish to abandon your duties?" The cold edge of a blade pressed against his greasy nose. The corpulent lord appeared rather easy to handle. Diaz greeted with a smile, "Greetings, Mr. Bander. It is a pleasure to meet you." "Who are you?" Bander inquired. "A wanted fugitive for the time being," Diaz replied. "Can you guess why I am seeking you?" "My property." Bander was no fool. Had he been, he would not have achieved his current standing. On the contrary, he was astute and, recognizing Diaz's intent for wealth, he chuckled. "Ah, I see. I have 10 million Baileys here. Consider it a gift. I can also offer you the most beautiful girl on this island. What do you think?" A man driven by greed could easily be placated with money, allowing him to walk away from today's affair. If one were to be greedy, there were ample means to dispose of the youthful figure before him. "As for the woman, I shall pass, but I do desire something else from you." "What is it?" Bander laughed, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in his throat as a rope tightened around it, rendering him powerless against his struggles. Diaz dragged him towards the courtyard. Gazing at the illuminated streetlights in the courtyard, Diaz smiled lightly. "What a splendid place this is." With that, he secured the rope to a lamppost. Bander's face turned purple as he gasped for breath. After a few desperate struggles, he succumbed to the grasp of death. Capitalists ought to be hanged from lampposts, don't you think? After completing this grim task, Diaz re-entered the villa, which was now in disarray. The women, either purchased or abducted by Bander, were fleeing in terror, fearing for their lives at the hands of Diaz. Some, driven by greed, took with them valuable antiques or precious gems, hastily departing the villa. In the blink of an eye, the villa was left utterly vacant. Diaz paid no heed as he meticulously searched each room of the villa for the belongings left by Bander. He accepted everything, jewels, ornaments, intending to sell them later. He gathered the loose coins from the safe, placing them back into his possession. As he examined the surroundings, seeking hidden mechanisms, he twisted a lampshade, causing the wall to rotate and unveil a concealed door. Lighting a torch, he ventured inside. Glimmering before him were gold, gemstones, and a substantial amount of coins. Diaz also stumbled upon several paintings and weapons. He drew a knife, exceptionally sharp, yet in terms of aesthetics, it paled in comparison to the Muramesa. So he decided to stow it away for now. He stuffed all these treasures into his pockets. Suddenly, shouts of affray echoed from outside the villa. Stepping onto the balcony, he discovered a group of villagers wielding torches, forcefully breaking through the villa's gates. Upon seeing Bander's lifeless body, they hurled stones and torches, venting their wrath upon the corpse, while some rushed into the villa to scavenge the valuables. Diaz shook his head and vanished from the balcony. This evening could be deemed an extraordinary success, with a staggering total of 111 million generated from Bailey alone, in addition to unsold gold jewelry and adornments. Thus, the 100 consecutive draws commence. Mapo tofu, a dish renowned for its extreme spiciness, is the favored delicacy of a certain priest. Energy cubes, a unique sustenance from Pokemon, are also consumable by humans. Through television shopping, one can acquire treasures from Lake Toya. When the world is left with but a single joker, annihilation will ensue. The natural curl fruit, upon consumption, transforms one's hair into beautiful natural curls. Hasegawa exclaims, "Man, Biamadao, the ripple breathing technique is bestowed upon you. This is my final ripple. Brotherhood among peers is cherished, while I strike fiercely against those of my kind." The signaling axe proclaims it is time to ascend. The blood vial, when ingested, can heal any injury, albeit it cannot cure poison. Do you dare to challenge the limits with the cursed blade? Become a Pokemon training master with the Pokemon egg. The act of thievery carries the chance of acquiring the most precious item from your target. The Flying Dutchman requires a captain. It must have a leader. Explosive magic is unleashed once a day. In summary, the items obtained through the guaranteed draw are rather useful. Yet one must ponder if the Joker poses any genuine threat to oneself. The final boss in Kamen Rider Blade, the most formidable undead entity, stands apart from all races. 53 undead beings engage in a fierce battle of extremes, and the victorious undead became the progenitor of humanity, while the remaining 52 were sealed within cards. Should the Joker triumph in the undead war, the world shall descend into ruin. What remains is but a singular entity. The system provides cards, capable of releasing the sealed Joker. Once liberated, the world will meet its end. Indeed, this is akin to placing a world-destroying nuclear warhead into one's own hands. As for the ripple breathing technique, there is little more to say. Mastering it enhances one's abilities and fortifies the body. Brotherhood among peers reduces damage taken from attacks against Diaz by 10%, while simultaneously augmenting one's own attack power against peers by 10%. I cherish camaraderie, striking fiercely against those of my kind. However, in order to trigger it, one must be of pure human lineage. If there exists any foreign blood within, the activation becomes impossible. The signal axe, a mere trinket for oneself, shall be treated as a collectible. Chapter 23. Jinbei, the Seven Warlords of the Sea. A life-saving blood vial is invaluable, the more the better. The cursed blade inflicts double damage upon foes, yet should the wielder be struck by an enemy, instant demise ensues. It is a gamble between pristine survival and immediate death, a thrill of the heart. Diaz was not one to waste his time. The Pokemon egg, capable of hatching into a random creature, held an air of mystery regarding what it might yield. A water-type Pokemon would certainly grant him an advantage on the vast ocean, enabling him to traverse its expanse with ease. The notion of thievery and genuine skill conjured images in Diaz's mind of pilfering a girl's undergarments. Am I truly that kind of person? Perhaps I shall reserve judgment for now. The Flying Dutchman, a vessel born from the realm of pirates, offered eternal life to its captain, transforming humanity into sea phantoms at his command and summoning the mighty Kraken from the depths. Yet, every blessing comes with a cost. To become captain of the Flying Dutchman entails a heart-wrenching sacrifice, rendering one a ferryman of souls, allowed to set foot on land but once every decade. Such a steep price was not one Diaz was willing to pay. While the ship required a captain, he would resolutely refuse that mantle. For a decade of torment was utterly unbearable. Explosive magic, a formidable force of destruction, drained its wielder completely upon its first use, rendering them immobile. However, its remarkable efficacy could effortlessly alter the very structure of the landscape. The greater the magical prowess, the more devastating the impact. Thus, Diaz's formidable stamina would amplify its destructive potential. This technique could only serve as a trump card. With a deep breath, he began to alter his breathing rhythm, practicing the ripple breathing technique. This method allowed an ordinary human to unleash tremendous power instantaneously, while also providing subtle control to achieve various effects. Those who mastered it could fortify their bodies, resisting the ravages of time. Additionally, the ripple technique harnessed the power of the sun, proving effective against vampires and the Pillar Men. At first, maintaining the ripple breathing rhythm seemed impossible. One could only sustain it for a brief period. Yet, with time, one would inevitably acclimate. As Diaz continued to breathe in this manner, he gradually adapted, his breath lengthening as he sensed the burgeoning strength within him. Opening his eyes, he smiled and remarked, "My power is indeed growing, not drastically, but sufficiently." After spending several days on this island, following Bander's demise, his factory did not cease operations, but was rather taken over by new individuals. The new owner implemented policies that led many to believe he was a benevolent employer. However, in Diaz's eyes, it was merely a case of boiling frogs in lukewarm water. In due course, things would revert to their former state. Raising the pointer on his record, the direction to the next destination was now clear. After purchasing a vessel, Diaz officially set sail, his sailboat gliding leisurely across the waves. He extended his fishing rod, beginning to fish, when he encountered an egg the size of a soccer ball. The azure shell rendered it seemingly ordinary. Gently touching the Pokemon egg, he hoped it would hatch into a water-type Pokemon, thus providing him with options in battles against fruit manipulators or in aquatic predicaments. He was uncertain when it might hatch, so he decided to let it bask in the sunlight. The system indicated that hatching a Pokemon egg did not require any special environment. Once the conditions were ripe, the Pokemon would emerge, though he remained oblivious to what kind it would be. Above, a delivery seagull soared by, and Diaz waved his hand. One of the seagulls descended, These creatures were indifferent to whether the newspaper buyer was a wanted criminal. They were simply in pursuit of profit. He purchased a newspaper, placing 50 belly in the pouch on the seagull's chest, and the bird took flight. Upon opening the newspaper, the headline boldly proclaimed that Jinbei had assumed a position within the Sun Pirates and accepted a role as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Jinbei has assumed the role of the second captain of the Sun Pirates, a development that did not come as a surprise to Diaz. It is presumed that Tiger has departed from the Sun Pirates in pursuit of the Revolutionary Army, leaving behind the position of warlord of the sea. Should Tiger have met his demise, Arlong would undoubtedly have sought vengeance against the civilians of Fuchsia Island, ultimately falling into the clutches of Borsellino. In accepting the title of warlord, Jinbei sought to exchange his position for the liberation of Arlong, who, upon release from Impel Down, would journey to the East Blue, returning to Nami's homeland to dominate her village and slay her adoptive mother. However, as Arlong remains unapprehended, one might ponder why Jinbei would embrace the title of warlord. As he delved further into his reading, enlightenment dawned upon him. Jinbei's acceptance of the warlord position was a calculated exchange with the world government, aimed at securing the freedom of his fellow fishmen enslaved in Mariejois. While it is evident that the release of fishmen and merfolk slaves would not encompass all, and the celestial dragons would never relinquish their cherished slaves entirely, Jinbei's actions, albeit yielding only a meager fraction of freedom, were driven by an unwavering commitment to his kin. He recognized that such a sacrifice was imperative, not merely for his people, but also to safeguard the members of the Sun Pirates. Truly, Jinbei exemplifies the noble spirit of a sea knight, and his sense of compassion commands admiration. It is no small feat to persuade the celestial dragons to relent in any capacity. The world government has undoubtedly expended considerable effort, yet the acquisition of a warlord is deemed a worthwhile endeavor. The Navy, the warlords, and the pirates of the New World create a delicate equilibrium, each counterbalancing the other. The warlords evade bounties, engaging in legalized plunder, an absurdity that serves as an affront to the Navy. To enlist pirates as their allies is a slight against their very essence. Countless individuals within the Navy harbor disdain for the warlord system, yet they remain powerless against the decisions of the world government. Suddenly, a tremendous force tugged the fishing rod, and Diaz gripped it tightly as the small vessel was pulled forward. Fortunately, the specialized fishing line held firm, otherwise, it would have surely snapped. As he began to wrestle with the fish, Diaz exerted considerable strength, and a large fish adorned with long red whiskers flopped onto the deck, its size comparable to that of a table. Observing this, Diaz swiftly delivered a punch to subdue the fish. Curious, he opened the purchased encyclopedia of edible fish to seek information about his catch. He found it, the red whisker fish, perfect for sashimi. With its whiskers noted for their toughness, suitable for use as rope. Gazing at the approximately 1 meter long whiskers, Diaz chose not to keep them. Deeming them of little use at that size, he proceeded to dispatch the fish, gutting it and meticulously cleaning the insides and gills. After slicing it into pieces, he prepared a dipping sauce with soy sauce and chili oil, savoring the sashimi in a single bite. It was exquisite. There was no fishy odor. The flesh was sweet and springy, a rare delicacy. In a matter of moments, he consumed the entire fish, wiped his mouth, and basked in the sun while cradling the Pokemon egg. Little one, you must hatch soon. The Pokemon egg trembled slightly, seemingly responding to him. The journey of one person and one egg continued. Chapter 24, East Sea. After a considerable period of travel, Diaz finally arrived at Reverse Mountain. The currents from all corners of the sea surged upward to the mountain's peak, converging into one point that flowed out towards the Grand Line. With 5 waterways leading to different seas, Reverse Mountain and the Holy Land of Mariejois are the only 2 junctions between the Grand Line and the Red Line. To enter the Grand Line, one must either traverse the Calm Belt or enter through Reverse Mountain, and vice versa. His last visit here was alongside Granny Crane, traveling from the North Sea to the Navy headquarters, and now he found himself back in this place once again. He did not spot the island whale Labone, who seemed absent today, nor was the Pirate King's crew member Crocus present. He stowed his small boat and began to climb along the rocks beside the waterway, as his vessel was unable to navigate upstream against the current, necessitating this method of ascent. The Calm Belt was exceedingly perilous, devoid of wind and inhabited by colossal sea kings. A moment's inattention could result in the demise of both man and vessel, making it a highly dangerous undertaking. Not everyone possesses the prowess of Hawkeye Mihawk. who can single-handedly navigate the calm belt with a sword and a small boat. One could imagine that Mihawk's impressive musculature was perhaps honed through rowing in those treacherous waters. The mere thought of Mihawk rowing with his powerful arms in the calm belt conjures a vision too splendid to contemplate. Cradling the Pokemon egg, he traversed the mountain, which proved to be significantly taller than anticipated. As he ascended, the air grew increasingly thin. If he continued upward, he would reach the edge of the New World. However, until now, no one had successfully climbed Reverse Mountain to find Raftel. Towering into the clouds, Diaz climbed for half the day before deciding to traverse horizontally. After all, he merely needed to approach the East Sea waterway. The waters of the Four Seas converged at the mountain's summit, but he could search for it halfway up. After studying the map for several days, he found the waterway leading to the East Sea, launched his small boat, and leaped aboard, navigating against the current as he descended. The waters flowing into Reverse Mountain from the Four Seas surged upward, primarily because the ocean currents were so powerful that they could defy gravity. Diaz's descent, however, was not swift. In fact, it was rather slow. Nevertheless, reaching the lower waters was sufficient. After some time, his small boat entered a safer maritime region. Compared to the tumultuous Grand Line, the conditions of the Four Seas could be deemed considerably more secure. At this juncture, to locate an island, he would need to rely on a compass and nautical charts. He possessed a compass, yet he lacked a map of the East Sea. He decided to head to Fusha Village to procure one, but the crucial question remained: where exactly was Fusha Village? This situation was rather awkward. As he was unfamiliar with the East Sea, what was he to do? Upon reaching this conclusion, he could not help but feel a headache coming on. Perhaps it would be best to seek out an island first. The East Sea, despite its reputation as the weakest of the seas, owes much of this title to the frequent visits of the venerable carp, which in turn signifies a certain stability. While this assessment is drawn from a comparative perspective, it is worth noting that the East Sea is not devoid of pirates. However, in contrast to the other three seas, it remains relatively feeble, as the stronger ones have already ventured elsewhere. Among those who have entered the New World, pirates hailing from the East Sea are exceedingly rare, primarily due to their insufficient strength, which has led to their elimination along the way. It is precisely because the pirates of the East Sea are so weak that it has earned the moniker of the weakest sea. Nonetheless, piracy still exists. Not long after setting sail, Diaz encountered a band of pirates intent on navigating to the Grand Line. "Captain, a small vessel approaches, and it appears rather impoverished," one of the pirates reported. "Appears impoverished? Then let us sink it without hesitation, so that those aboard may learn that the ocean is no easy domain." The captain waved dismissively, his demeanor reminiscent of announcing a death sentence to Diaz. "Fire the cannons." The pirates eagerly ignited the artillery, thirsting for a spectacle of bloodshed. Diaz gazed at the incoming cannonball, utterly speechless. Why did these pirates prefer to assault others with cannon fire? Nevertheless, it suited him perfectly. With a swift motion, he unleashed a chilling sword energy, cleaving the cannonball in two. In an instant, he vanished from the ship, reappearing on the pirate vessel. "Since you have attacked me, surrender your heads." The brilliant gleam of his blade erupted across the pirate ship. Moments later, as he wiped the blood from his body and surveyed the decks strewn with corpses, he remarked, "Indeed, the caliber of the East Blue is disappointingly low." In terms of strength, the pirates of the East Blue were indeed lacking. The bounty on their heads was not particularly high, with only those exceeding 20 million being considered formidable. He seized the valuable items aboard, including the navigational charts, essential for determining coordinates and altering course while traversing the seas. Upon returning to his ship, he began to calculate using the charts, which he had learned about during his time with the Don Quixote family under Doflamingo's tutelage. Doflamingo placed great emphasis on the education of his subordinates. Buffalo, Baby, Five, Law, and Diaz were not only tasked with missions, but were also encouraged to acquire diverse knowledge. From Lao Ji's martial arts to Diamante's swordsmanship and Gladius's gunnery, they were cultivated for comprehensive development. Doflamingo sought talents who excelled both intellectually and physically. Regrettably, among the younger subordinates, only Diaz and Law met this criterion. He had intended to groom them as his future right-hand men, knowing that Lao Ji and the others would eventually age and require successors. Although Law suffered from a terminal illness, what if he were to recover? Yet, both of his promising prospects turned out to be traitors. After calculation, Diaz determined the direction to Lobetown and steered his small boat toward it. The East Blue boasted a much more pleasant environment, with clear skies and no storms. The weather conditions in this sea were far superior to those of the Grand Line, where storms and hail appeared without warning, often following a discernible pattern. Now, it was time for some underhanded dealings. He intended to engage in bloody accumulation of resources, preparing for a future opportunity to soar. It was a pity that the Golden Emperor, Tesoro, had yet to rise to prominence. Otherwise, he could have forged a partnership with him and secured financial stability for the future. With a sigh, he recalled how Tesoro had escaped from Mariejois a few years prior and presumed he was still not particularly wealthy. Perhaps he would revisit this prospect in the future. Speaking of Tesoro, he had recently disrupted the auction that Doflamingo had painstakingly organized. Doflamingo had hoped to recoup his losses through this auction. But Tesoro's interference not only ruined the event, but also resulted in the theft of the Midas fruit he had painstakingly acquired. This incited Doflamingo's fury. Yet he remained oblivious to the identity of the culprit. It left him in despair, pondering the course of events over the past 2 years. Why was he so inept? Where had his good fortune vanished? Since the encounter with Diaz, it appears as though fortune has abandoned him. Could it be that Diaz is the bane of my existence? It is all Diaz's fault. Chapter 25, Frostmoon Villager 1513 of the Sea Circle. Diaz has turned a year older in the East Sea. Now at the age of 14, he stands impressively at a height of 1.79 meters, with his hair styled in a manner befitting adulthood. He is poised to surpass the 1.80 meter mark. Stretching lazily from the confines of his vessel, he purchases a newspaper, only to find it devoid of significant news, merely a list of unfamiliar pirates being issued bounties and the world government unveiling yet another policy aimed at combating piracy. To Diaz, such matters hold little interest, rendering the 50 berries spent on the paper rather frivolous. Over the course of the year, he has mastered the moonwalk and paper drawing techniques, fully grasping the 6 styles, which allows him to navigate the East Sea with ease. During this time, he also managed to accumulate enough funds for yet another 100 consecutive draws, yielding only 3 useful items. The first is a superhuman strength ability, enabling him to unleash power exceeding twice his own strength in an instant. The second, the treacherous dagger, inflicts double damage under conditions of poisoning or bleeding inflicted upon the enemy. Lastly, the blade of the sadist, accompanied by a large chunk of carbonite alloy, which, if forged into a weapon, would undoubtedly become a distinguished sword. This carbonite alloy must be entrusted to a skilled blacksmith for crafting. Speaking of blacksmiths, one immediately thinks of Frostmoon Village. Diaz was aware that Shimatsuki Village was, in fact, the hometown of Rorinoa Zoro from the Straw Hat crew. His mentor, Shimatsuki Kozaburo, was the son of the renowned swordsmith Shimatsuki Kozenshiro from Ueno. It is worth noting that Shimatsuki Kozenshiro crafted 2 of the 21 great grade swords, Wadikamanji and Enma. While Wadikamanji requires no introduction, Enma is the sword wielded by Kazuki Oden, reputed to possess the power to obliterate even hell itself, leaving scars on Kaido. However, it remains uncertain whether this individual is still alive. Nonetheless, it is imperative to visit Shimatsuki Village. After determining its location, Diaz swiftly sets sail towards the village. Although Shimatsuki Village is merely an obscure hamlet in the East Blue, its architectural style starkly contrasts with the surrounding region, exuding a distinctly Japanese aesthetic, complete with ornate brackets, flying eaves, and tatami mats, characteristics of Ueno. Yet the locals appeared unfazed by this peculiarity. As Diaz stepped into the quaint village, he momentarily believed he had entered the land of harmony, for indeed, it bore a connection to it. It appeared that Kazabur Shimazuki had clandestinely fled from the land of harmony over 50 years ago and settled in the East Sea. At that time, Shimazuki Village had not yet acquired its current name. It was later renamed, possibly in honor of Kazabur Shimazuki himself. The Ichushin Dojo stands as the sole dojo in Shimazuki Village, presided over by Shur Shimazuki, a bespectacled and affable middle-aged man. Draped in a kimono adorned with the family crest of the Shimazuki clan, he observed his disciples diligently training before him. Among them, a youth with green algae-like hair wielded 2 bamboo swords, with one clenched in his mouth, causing Shur a slight headache. Indeed, the 3-sword technique was perhaps too advanced for this child at such an early stage. He could not help but nod, when suddenly his daughter, Guena, entered and announced, "Father, we have guests." "Ah, they arrived just in time," Shur replied, nodding as he joined his daughter in the living room. Diaz knelt on the tatami, feeling somewhat out of place. He was unaccustomed to such a posture and found it rather awkward. Seeing this, Shiro chuckled and remarked, "If our guest is uncomfortable, please feel free to sit at ease. There is no need for formality." Diaz then shifted to a cross-legged position and smiled, saying, "Greetings, esteemed dojo master. My name is Brando Diaz." Diaz? Shiro's squinting eyes opened slightly, then closed again as he smiled. "I am aware of you. Goena, please prepare a pot of tea." "Certainly, father." Diaz continued, "Are you not startled to see such a disgrace of the Navy before you? My reputation is hardly commendable." He chuckled, noting the gentleness of the man before him, who seemed to have ties with the Revolutionary Army, having likely sold the village's grain to the likes of Dorag. He appeared to be an ally of theirs. "A month ago, a man mentioned you to me, stating that you were quite a remarkable individual." "Oh? And what was his name?" "Fisher Tiger." "Has Tiger been here?" "It seems you truly have connections with the Revolutionary Army." Diaz laughed, surprised at how quickly Tiger had found his way to the revolution and joined their cause. "I merely found a buyer for the village's grain. It hardly constitutes a connection." Goena served the tea and glanced at the village reins sword beside Diaz. He smiled and inquired, "Are you interested in this?" "Yes. Are you a swordsman?" She asked eagerly. "No, it is merely a weapon. I do not confine myself to swords. I am proficient with other weapons as well, though I find this one particularly suited to my style." Goena hesitated for a moment before resolutely declaring, "I wish to challenge you. You exude a powerful aura, stronger than anyone I have faced." "Goena," Shiro admonished, "this is our guest. It is of no concern. Miss Goena will surely achieve greatness in the future," Diaz replied. Standing, "Though she is a girl, there are indeed female sword masters upon the seas." "Is that true? Then is there a world-renowned female sword master?" Goena asked excitedly. Diaz scratched his face, contemplating that the current world's greatest swordsman is Dracul Mihawk. "The only female swordsman I am aware of is Rear Admiral Tantata, a remarkable figure who ascended to the rank of the youngest female Rear Admiral in the Navy without relying on the powers of a devil fruit. Her future undoubtedly holds the promise of becoming a Vice Admiral, and perhaps even reaching the esteemed position of Admiral. Her prowess is beyond question. I aspire to be like her. No, I shall become the world's strongest female swordsman." Kana clenched her small fist and declared with fervor, "Therefore, I wish to gauge the disparity between myself and those beyond these walls. Kuina, do not be foolish. With a girl's physique, one cannot attain the pinnacle of strength." Kushiro, her father, expressed his concern for his daughter's well-being. Furthermore, he believed that girls, by nature, possess less physical strength than boys, a fact that cannot merely be overcome by sheer effort. This is also the reason he hesitated to let his daughter inherit the dojo. Diaz countered, "Such words are misguided. Mr. Jingxiang, you must understand that among the strongest individuals in the world today, there exists a woman, the captain of the Big Mom Pirates and the ruler of the Totland Kingdom, Charlotte Linlin. Anything is possible." Upon hearing this, Goena's eyes sparkled with determination. Unable to withstand the resolve of the two, Jingxiang reluctantly acquiesced and earnestly remarked, "Goena, Mr. Diaz is no ordinary individual. He is exceptionally formidable. I am aware that if I do not recognize my own weaknesses, I cannot hope to grow stronger." Goena declared resolutely, "Haha, what a spirited young lady you are. You would make a fine addition to the Navy, provided you can embrace their sense of justice." Diaz laughed heartily as the trio made their way to the dojo. Grasping the bamboo sword, Goena faced Diaz, who was fully on guard. "I shall commence. Here I come. Then let the duel begin." Chapter 26. Shimazuki Jinsaburo with Jingxiang's proclamation. The match commenced. Goena, wielding her bamboo sword, charged forward with remarkable speed and strength for an 11-year-old girl, making her a formidable opponent even for most adults. Her assault was fierce and swift, yet Diaz, trained in the Wano style, deftly parried all her strikes without the slightest movement. Young Zoro, observing from the sidelines, was left in awe. Goena's attacks were being effortlessly countered by this man, who had previously succumbed to her prowess a staggering 2,001 times. What an infuriating individual. Who is he really? Is the disparity truly this vast? Goena's heart sank, contemplating whether the chasm between the genders was indeed so pronounced. The voice of Diaz echoed, disrupting your breath, and opening. A sword pressed against Goena's wrist, the pain causing her bamboo sword to slip from her grasp. By the time she regained her composure, Diaz's bamboo sword was already resting upon her shoulder. The contest concluded with Mr. Diaz emerging victorious. With her head bowed, Goena appeared dejected. The disparity was too great. Diaz remarked, You possess great strength, but your combat experience is lacking. Training is merely training. One must maintain composure in battle. Once the rhythm falters, you are finished. A blade is meant for taking lives. I understand. Kuina lifted her head, rejuvenated. I will not make the same mistake again. Thank you, Mr. Diaz. Wait. Zoro interjected, pointing at Diaz. I, too, wish to challenge you. The wild green-haired boy had made his appearance. Zoro, you couldn't even defeat me. Let alone Mr. Diaz, Kuina admonished, urging Zoro to refrain from causing trouble. I have grown stronger, and if I defeat him, it will prove I am superior to you. Zoro declared. Kuina retorted, you say that every time, and yet lose to me. That was a fluke. Zoro insisted, his face flushed. Diaz, intrigued, replied, very well. Let us see what you can do. The idea of sparring with the younger Zoro seemed quite amusing. Thus, the challenge was accepted. All right, Yashiru sighed, knowing Zoro was stubborn. He had no choice but to acquiesce. The duel between the two commenced once more, with Zoro wielding dual swords. A third clenched between his teeth. His three-sword style was beginning to take shape. Three-sword style? Foolish Zoro, how do you intend to execute that? Kuina shouted. I can, Zoro mumbled. Then charged forward. Diaz shook his head. Compared to Kuina, Zoro was replete with openings, his entire form a target. It was hard to believe this was the future pirate hunter. However, everyone has their childhood. It is rather entertaining to tease children. With the bamboo sword deflecting the first strike, Diaz parried Zoro's other blade. Then the tip of his sword rested against Zoro's chest, sending him flying backward. Clutching his chest, a red mark appeared. It hurts, he exclaimed as he rose, begrudgingly asking, how are you so strong? Practice more, Diaz chuckled. With relentless training, you will eventually grow stronger. I have been diligently honing my skills. You are still young. I am several years your senior. There is a gap in both combat experience and strength, Diaz explained. One day, you shall both become top-tier warriors of the world. Zoro required no further elaboration. And Kuina's talent was also formidable. Barring unforeseen circumstances, she would undoubtedly become a powerful swordswoman. With the contest concluded, Yashiru escorted Diaz to the living room, where Diaz elucidated his purpose. Producing a palm-sized ingot of cabana alloy, he stated. I am in search of an exceptional swordsmith capable of forging this metal into a renowned blade. Yoshikazu scrutinized the block of carbonitride, then excused himself. Rising, he departed briefly, returning shortly with a finely crafted dagger bearing a white handle. This exquisite blade was forged by the renowned artisans of the 21st Division, specifically the famed Wad Ikamanji. My apologies, he remarked, drawing the Wad Ikamanji and executing a powerful strike. The sound of clashing metal echoed as sparks flew. The carbonitride block was sent tumbling aside without so much as a scratch, its hardness astonishing indeed. It surpassed even the material of the Wad Ikamanji, proving itself to be an exceptional substance for crafting masterful blades. His father was a distinguished swordsmith, and having grown up in such an environment, Yoshikazu had developed a discerning eye, recognizing the extraordinary qualities of the carbonitride block. I comprehend your intentions, he stated. My father is a swordsmith, but he has retreated from the world. I cannot say if he would be willing to forge this blade. The good news was that Getsuke Zabor was still alive, though it remained uncertain whether he would be inclined to assist. If it is possible, I would be grateful. Please, follow me. Yoshikazu stood, and Diaz, having carefully stored the carbonitride block, followed in his footsteps. Guided by Yoshikazu, they traversed the forest until they arrived at a wooden cottage by the sea. Yoshikazu knocked on the door. Father? Yoshikazu? Aren't you supposed to be at the dojo? What brings you here? An elderly voice emanated from within. An untidy old man with a topknot and straight brows emerged, puffing on a pipe, exhaling a cloud of white smoke. This was Getsuke Zabor, the creator of the Wad Ikamanji and Enma, the foremost swordsmith of Wano country. Yoshikazu conveyed his purpose and gestured for Diaz to present the carbonitride block. This metal possesses intriguing qualities, Getsu mused, stroking his chin. He then inquired directly. Young man, what sort of blade do you desire? You may decide, Yoshikazu replied. Getsu chuckled. This is your material, and it is rare indeed. I have never encountered such premier substance before. It must not go to waste. I can forge a blade for you, of course, tailored to your specifications. I wish for the supreme date. Such grand aspirations. The 12 great date, each blade a pinnacle of craftsmanship, each accompanied by a master of renown. Do you believe you are worthy? The supreme date is not merely a fine blade. It requires a worthy owner as well. The sword elevates its master, and the master in turn elevates the sword. Both are intertwined. The first generation Onigiri, crafted by the illustrious swordsmith Tengu Yamabiko, once belonged to the greatest swordsman of Wano, rivaling even Ryuma. The black blade, Yoru, was the weapon of the world's greatest swordsman, Dracula Mihawk. The Tsongyun Xia was wielded by Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, throughout his legendary battles. Ace, the sword of pirate King Joel D. Roger, shares a commonality with these four supreme date. They are all associated with masters of global acclaim. These masters have solidified the renown of the supreme date. This young man certainly possesses an audacious spirit, audaciously requesting such a blade from the outset. Diaz's eyes glimmered with fervor. If he were to pursue something, it would be with excellence. He yearned for the supreme blade, believing himself worthy of it. With it, he would conquer the world. One day, his sword would bring him renown. Ha ha ha. A spirited ambition indeed. This shall be my magnum opus. Chapter 27. The new Muramasa Frost Moon Gung. Saburo laughed heartily, admiring the audacious young man before him. Exceptional materials, extraordinary individuals. Perhaps under his guidance, the supreme blade would truly come to fruition. He pondered whether the scion of the Koike family had been proficient in wielding his blade. Observing the Muramasa at Diaz's waist, he drew it forth, examining it closely. It was well maintained, capable of rivaling fine swords, and indeed, a splendid specimen. Father, what do you mean? Young man, do you practice the dual sword style or the single sword style? Single sword style. Then let this blade serve as the foundation, and this material as support. It can undoubtedly become a fine sword. Whether it ascends to the level of the supreme blade will depend on you. Frost Moon Gung Saburo proposed a plan, to which Diaz readily acquiesced, saying, very well. All right, Gung Shiro, prepare the materials. Young man, you shall remain here to assist over the next few days. Frost Moon Gung Saburo then took the Muramasa and the carbonite alloy into the wooden house. It seems father has agreed, Gung Shiro remarked. Thank you for your recommendation, Mr. Gung Shiro. Additionally, please ensure that Ms. Kuina refrains from climbing ladders for the time being. While it may seem trivial, given Kuina's prowess, a fall could still prove fatal. It's best to exercise caution. Why? This is a suggestion. It would be wise to heed it. Otherwise, you may find yourself regretting it for a lifetime. Seeing the serious demeanor of Diaz, Gung Shiro acquiesced. I understand. Thereafter, Diaz collaborated with Frost Moon Gung Saburo in the smelting of the carbonite alloy. This material, known for its high hardness, also referred to as carbon steel, was the substance from which Deadpool's dual blades were forged. Seemingly ordinary, it was derived from a toxic ore. When embedded within the human body, it could suppress cellular activity, effortlessly slaying ordinary individuals, and even capable of ending the lives of those with extraordinary regenerative abilities, such as Wolverine and Deadpool himself. While not as hard as vibranium or adamantium, it remained one of the most formidable metals. Diaz and Kei Zabor Shimatsuki toiled for an extended period to ignite the metal until it glowed a fiery red. Each wielded a hammer, rhythmically striking the alloy block, as they resmelted Muramasa, blending it with the carbon-nickel alloy. For an entire week, Diaz and Shimatsuki labored almost ceaselessly, their eyes reddened from fatigue. As Shimatsuki immersed the incandescent blade into a specially prepared quenching solution, they meticulously affixed the tsuba and handle to the newly forged Muramasa, giving birth to a pristine weapon. Here, give it a try, Shimatsuki offered, handing the Muramasa to Diaz. Grasping the blade tightly, Diaz gazed upon its gleaming surface, which reflected his own visage. He plucked a strand of hair and exhaled upon the blade. Instantly, the hair severed, a true testament to the blade's sharpness. Diaz ventured outdoors, effortlessly severing a large tree with a single, fluid motion, the cut smooth and even. The sharpness of his blade was indeed remarkable. In a flash, the sword unleashed a torrent of energy, carving a gash extending 20 to 30 meters, obliterating everything in its path. Shimatsuki Jengsabara stroked his beard and remarked, "You have yet to harness the full power of Murakumo. The carbonated alloy in your hand is laced with toxins. Should you wound your adversary, it will significantly aid you. Initially, I intended to craft a blade akin to Enma, capable of releasing the user's flowing spirit. However, considering your physique, I feared you might be drained in the process. Enma autonomously releases the user's armament haki, and if the user lacks mastery, they could swiftly be reduced to a husk. Given Diaz's condition, I refrained from this design. The carbonated alloy combined with Murakumo and my forging expertise can replicate Enma's capabilities. Additionally, I retain the ability of Murakumo to exude droplets of water. The toxins in the carbonated alloy will transform these droplets into poisonous liquid. The potential of the carbonated alloy in Murakumo has been maximized, rendering Murakumo a venomous blade. This dagger is indeed coated with potent toxins. Fortunately, Diaz has no penchant for licking his blade. It seems the toxins of the carbonated alloy, much like snake venom, are effective only upon entering the bloodstream. Ingestion poses no threat. My heartfelt thanks to you. Diaz sheathed his sword, expressing his sincere gratitude. Ha ha ha, I shall waive the forging fee. Let this blade become an unparalleled instrument of destruction. Young man, I have high hopes for you. Shimatsuki Jensabara clapped Diaz on the shoulder, then stretched languidly. Alas, my age has caught up with me. I can no longer endure such labor. I shall take my rest. With hands clasped behind his back, Shimatsuki Jensabara retreated into his quarters, shortly followed by the thunderous sounds of his snoring. Diaz, unable to resist a yawn himself, realized he had not rested well in recent days and settled beneath the eaves, drifting into slumber. Upon awakening, it was already the afternoon of the following day. With gentle rain pattering against his face, rubbing his eyes, his stomach growled, signaling it was time for a meal. Armed with an umbrella, he made his way to Shimatsuki village and dined at the Ishin dojo. As he devoured a feast laid before him, both Kuna and Zoro were astonished at his prodigious appetite. Jensabara chuckled, stating, "To eat is a blessing. Drawing energy from food is a means to grow stronger." "I want to eat too," Zoro insisted, unwilling to be outdone. He picked up his chopsticks and attempted to compete with Diaz, but he could hardly match Diaz's voraciousness. After 3 bowls, he could eat no more, his belly fully distended. Once satiated, he joined Jensabara under the eaves for tea. Jensabara spoke earnestly, "Mr. Diaz, I thank you for your previous guidance. My daughter nearly fell from the ladder yesterday. Yesterday's harrowing scene nearly sent Gung Sailang into a state of shock. Guena ascended a rickety ladder to retrieve a whetstone, which had seen better days. Fortunately, he arrived just in time. Had he not, Guena might have plummeted from the heights. While a fall might not have been catastrophic, the protruding nail on the floor beneath posed a grave danger, the consequences of which could be dire. Although the means by which Diaz acquired this knowledge remains a mystery, Gung Sailang felt a profound gratitude towards him. "I understand now. I shall be more vigilant in the future," he mused. Mr. Gung Sailang, whether it be Guena or Zoro, they are destined to evolve into formidable swordsmen. You are indeed fortunate to have such a daughter and disciple. Gung Sailang came to terms with the fact that Guena's gender should not hinder her potential to become the strongest. What truly mattered was her safe and stable growth. His only wish is for them to thrive in health. Diaz rose and proclaimed, "They shall inevitably witness the vastness of the world. Mr. Gung, the sword has been forged. Until we meet again." Until we meet again. Chapter 28. The Village of Kekaxia. Diaz bid farewell to Gung Samlang and the others, as Zoro shouted from behind, "Diaz, one day I shall defeat you. I await that day." With a casual wave, Diaz departed from Frost Moon Village, drifting aimlessly on the East Sea in his small vessel. He pondered the Pokemon egg, untouched for over half a year, wondering when it would finally hatch. "How long must I wait? The flowers of my patience are wilting." The egg wobbled slightly, as if in response, yet showed no signs of cracking. With no other option, Diaz resigned himself to waiting, uncertain of the creature that would emerge. He hoped for a legendary Pokemon, or at the very least, a capybara, the kind that resembled a cuddly teddy bear. After several days adrift on the ocean, Diaz anchored his boat beside an island adorned with numerous orange trees, their vibrant fruit hanging, ripe for the picking. He casually plucked one, peeled it, and tasted the sweet and tangy flavor, which delighted his palate. "This is delicious. I should buy some." Finding fruit on the sea was no trivial matter, and Diaz typically stocked his system bag with whatever he could procure, though oranges were a rare treat. Now, he could indulge in a bountiful supply. "Hey, who are you? How dare you steal oranges from my family's orchard, you thief?" A girl with short orange hair and a white dress confronted him, her cheeks puffed up in indignation, exuding an adorable charm. "My apologies, I found this orange quite delightful. Is this your orchard? I would be happy to pay." Diaz bent down, offering a bill. The girl's eyes sparkled at the sight of the currency, and with a satisfied grin, she said, "You have good sense. My family's oranges are the finest. How many would you like? I can get Belmere to give you a discount." "Quite a few, if you please." "And what is your name, little lady?" "Nami." "I am Nami. What do you think? Are you captivated by my beauty?" She posed with her hands on her hips, filled with pride. "So this is Kokoyashi village." Diaz mused. Nami appeared to be around 8 or 9 years old. Who would be enchanted by a child of such tender age? Perhaps in the future, when you blossom into a curvaceous beauty, I might reconsider. Now, lead me to your guardians. I am a significant client. Diaz ruffled Nami's hair, appreciating its softness. Do not mess with my hair. It will stunt my growth. Nami retorted, before noticing the compass-like device on Diaz's wrist. What is that? Is it a compass? It looks so unique. No, this is a log pointer, an essential tool for navigating the Grand Line. As Diaz strolled along, he imparted some nautical knowledge about the Grand Line to Nami, who had harbored an interest in such matters since childhood and was quite the prodigy. She absorbed the information he shared with remarkable speed and posed numerous questions, some of which Diaz found difficult to answer, given that he was not a professional navigator. He produced a new recording pointer from his system backpack, a precautionary purchase made on a passing island to prevent the loss of his recording device. This was merely a backup, for he possessed another spare. Is this truly for me? Nami inquired, her fondness for the recording pointer evident. Although it held little practical value for her at present, it did not diminish her enthusiasm. Ah, it's nothing. I have more here. Nami, you possess a natural talent for weather, cartography, and navigation. You shall undoubtedly become a brilliant navigator in the future. I intend to chart the entire world's seas. Given your perceptiveness, I could persuade Belmere to reduce your fee by a coin. Thank you, Miss Nami. Upon arriving at her home, Nami spotted a woman with deep crimson hair, smoking while watering the flowers in the garden. Nami proudly declared, Belmere, I've found you a significant client. Upon seeing Diaz, Belmere's expression shifted, but she soon greeted him with a smile. Come here. Nami obediently approached, and Belmere said, please wait a moment. She then ushered Nami indoors. Diaz surveyed the flowers in the garden, appreciating the woman's zest for life. Suddenly, Belmere emerged, a gun aimed squarely at Diaz's head. Brando Diaz, the disgrace of the Navy. Accused of treason and obstructing the capture of the criminal Fisher Tiger, Belmere softly articulated the charges against him, her finger poised on the trigger, ready to act at the slightest provocation. Belmere's abrupt action did not intimidate Diaz, but it startled the nearby neighbors. Upon learning that Diaz was a wanted criminal, they hurried indoors, only to return wielding kitchen knives and hoes to support Belmere. You seem to hold quite a reputation in this village. Is that Navy standard weaponry? A former Navy man, it appears? A senior, no less, Diaz remarked with a smile. Be silent, though I am retired. I will capture you and hand you over to the Navy. Belmere, once an outstanding member of the Navy, had encountered a young Nojiko and an infant Nami during the conflict in the kingdom of Oikot. For their sake, she had retired, returning to her hometown to raise them while making a meager living from cultivating oranges, striving to provide them with the best life possible despite their financial struggles. Indeed, you are quite the formidable force, Diaz said, tilting his head and smiling at Nami. Brother, I am a good person, despite being a fugitive. The disgrace of the Navy. Can one truly be a good person while aiding pirates? The information in the East Blue is terribly insular. While I am uncertain how you acquired my bounty, do you not know a Fisher Tiger? The hero who infiltrated Mariejois and liberated thousands is someone I deeply admire. He should not meet his demise at the hands of the Navy. Diaz is reluctant to conflict with Belmere and the villagers of Kokoja. Is this your reason for betrayal? Is it insufficient? The Navy's justice, in my view, remains rather narrow-minded. What do you understand? The former Navy cannot endure such provocation. I find narrow-mindedness sufficient. Bang! A bullet whizzed past, striking just above Diaz's head, producing a sound akin to metal colliding. Is this the Six Styles? Though Belmere has not practiced the Six Styles, she possesses some knowledge of it. The Six Styles, iron block. I am familiar with all the Navy's Six Styles, if all goes as expected. They likely intend to mold me into a key player. Diaz possesses a keen self-awareness, understanding from the esteem the elderly Crane and others hold for him what sort of individual they wish to cultivate him into. Alas, our paths diverge. Yet, you have betrayed. Indeed, I find my current existence quite comfortable. Chapter 29. Belmere. Belmere's strength is commendable, yet after raising 2 daughters and a prolonged absence from training, coupled with the constraints of a frugal life, her abilities have diminished. Although during her prime, she may have posed a challenge to Diaz. Now she stands no chance against him. Diaz grasped the gun's barrel and with a forceful twist, he bent the iron tube, discarding it carelessly. He remarked, Your oranges are quite delightful. I wish to procure some. If nurtured properly, this young girl Nami could become a brilliant navigator. Surely, You do not wish for her to miss out on such training? I shall not sell them to you, Belmere declared defiantly, assuming a combative stance. If it is a fight you seek, I shall oblige. Yet, you stand no chance against me. I harbor no desire to inflict harm upon you. Diaz shook his head. In his eyes, apart from the pirates and despicable individuals who deserved punishment, ordinary people were worthy of protection. You shall not harm Belmere. Take this back. I have no desire for it. Nami interposed herself in front of Belmere, flinging the log pointer back to Diaz. Utilizing the log pointer, Diaz returned it to Nami, grinning. You quite fancy this, do you not? Nami, children are the treasures of this world. I shall not harm children, nor ordinary folk, including your mother. They performed a pinky swear. Nami raised her pinky finger, and Diaz extended his hand to link their pinkies, uttering the ancient vow. We shall bind ourselves. And for 100 years, we shall not change. Those who lie shall swallow 1,000 needles. The pact was forged, and the oath-breaker would face dire consequences. Just as the two solidified their agreement, Belmere was about to speak when a villager rushed in, panic-stricken, exclaiming, "This is bad. The pirates have come. The pirates are here." Everyone instinctively turned to Diaz, who defended himself. Though I am wanted, I am not a pirate. It's all quite similar, Belmere retorted. Observing that the youth bore no ill intentions, she realized she could not defeat him. Had it not been for her daughter, she might have fought him fiercely. But now she could only concede. Not quite. Diaz, in resignation, heard the distant sound of gunfire. Soon after, a group of menacing pirates approached with a swaggering gait. Heh, hand over all your valuables. I shall spare your lives. Their audacity was palpable. Diaz turned to Nami and remarked, the ensuing scene is unsuitable for children. Best not to look. Oh, Nami covered her eyes with her hands, peeking through her fingers. Suddenly, Diaz vanished from sight, and a cacophony of screams ensued. Within mere moments, several pirates lay lifeless on the ground, their leader grasped by the throat, his neck twisted with a swift motion before being discarded like refuse. What a bunch of ignorant fools. With such feeble strength, they dare to roam as pirates? They won't even make it to the Grand Line. How impressive, exclaimed Ajian, the village security officer, as he rushed over, astonished by Diaz's effortless defeat of the pirates. Who is he? He inquired of Belmere. A wanted criminal. What? Ajian was taken aback. How can we possibly confront such a formidable fugitive? His legs trembled, yet he summoned his courage. Belmere, take Nami and Nojiko and flee quickly. I will hold him off. Thank you, Ajian. But as it stands, he doesn't seem to be a malevolent individual. Everyone disperse now. Ajian, please see to it that these bodies are buried. Understood. Diaz turned his head and inquired, by the way, does anyone here wish to sell me some oranges? I am willing to pay a handsome price. He brandished a stack of berries in his hand. Belmer's lips twitched as she responded. You haven't come here just to purchase oranges, have you? Of course, your oranges are delectable, he replied. Nami tugged at Belmer's garment and remarked. He has tasted the oranges from my home. I paid for them. Diaz added, indeed. Belmer sighed and asked, how many can you buy? All the oranges you possess. Diaz declared, that is far too many. You cannot consume them all, and I refuse to let you waste such delicious fruit. Rest assured, I have quite the appetite. He asserted, patting his belly. Come on in. Upon sensing that Diaz bore no ill intentions and realizing she could not overpower him, she altered her approach and decided to engage in business with him. Then I shall intrude, she said as they entered the modest yet cozy abode. The absence of Nojiko was palpable as her presence was nowhere to be found. As Nami served a glass of water while seated on the sofa, Diaz expressed his gratitude. Thank you. He took a sip, and Nami chuckled. That will be 50 berries. Such a money-minded little imp, he remarked. 50 berries were tossed her way, landing in her palm. Profit made. Thank you, generous big brother. Would you like me to give you a massage? Not necessary. Your hands lack strength. Due to years of rigorous training, his muscles were quite firm, rendering the petite girl incapable of even lifting a small object. A massage for himself was out of the question, though he might consider a different kind of massage in the future. So stingy. With no hope of earning tips from Diaz, she began to inquire about maritime matters. Diaz, not one to withhold his knowledge, produced a nautical chart and began to elucidate what he understood to Nami, observing the duo, one large and one small, Belmere sighed. Uncertain whether engaging in business with such a person was a boon or a bane. Now, let us discuss the price, she proposed. Diaz placed the belly on the table, acquiring everything in abundance. I think it's sufficient. The remainder can serve as Nam's nutritional and educational expenses, along with a few suitable outfits. Diaz remarked with a smile. Nam is quite adorable. Belmare, cautiously cradling Nam in her arms, inquired, You don't have any peculiar preferences, do you? Firstly, I'm not a pervert. Secondly, my preference leans towards voluptuous older women. You, however, do not fall within my considerations. Ah, this man is truly insufferable. I am a remarkably charming mature woman. You are not to my taste, Diaz replied calmly. His words faltered mid-sentence as Belmare shot him a terrifying glare, making him feel as though he might be devoured whole in the next moment. What did you say about 30? A beautiful young lady. In that fleeting instant, Diaz felt he might be struck down. Nam shot him a sidelong glance. Humph, men. Where did you learn that? Don't imitate such phrases. Diaz playfully pinched Nam's cheek. That hurts. Nam slapped Diaz's face with a resounding clap, leaving a red mark on his cheek. The Straw Hat Crew's first combatant was beginning to show her prowess. I'm off to pick oranges. Please watch over Nam for me, Belmare said, donning a sun hat and slinging a basket over her shoulder as she left home. Entirely unconcerned that Diaz would harm Nam. This man is a good person. Chapter 30. The Offspring of the Sandstorm King with Belmare gone to gather oranges. Diaz took the opportunity to impart some of his nautical knowledge to Nam, true to her reputation as a genius navigator. Nam swiftly grasped Diaz's teachings and was able to extrapolate further insights. You're learning quite well. I don't have much left to teach you. You can continue to expand your knowledge in the future, Diaz stated, gently touching his Pokemon egg. Where did you get that from? Nam tilted her head. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at the egg, which was larger than her own head. She mused that if cooked, it might taste delightful, and thus asked, Are you going to eat it? Suddenly, the Pokemon egg seemed to sense danger and cracked open with a sharp sound. Goodness, you've stayed dormant for so long. Yet you emerge in fright. Aren't you a timid one? With a series of cracks, more fissures appeared on the eggshell. Diaz's eyes widened as he cautiously placed the egg on the sofa. Nam inquired, What's inside? Is it a little bird? Not quite. I'm unsure of what it is. I hope it's a cute little creature that can also fight. They gazed intently at the unfolding spectacle before them, as the cracks on the eggshell multiplied, with the tiny creature inside straining to break free. Suddenly, a grayish-green blunt horn pierced through the shell, followed by a diminutive dinosaur-like being emerging, flailing its short little arms before the astonished eyes of Diaz and Nami. Upon seeing this creature, Diaz was rendered utterly speechless. This little being boasted skin reminiscent of rugged gray-green rock, with a long, blunt horn atop its head, which it had just used to shatter the shell and emerge into the world. Its large red eyes sparkled like exquisite rubies, while its short arms and feet, each adorned with a single toe, lent it an endearingly clumsy appearance. A diamond-shaped patch of red scales adorned its abdomen, and 4 diamond-shaped black holes decorated its waist. The creature was a young larvitar, also known as Ur. As the larval form of the semi-divine Tyranitar, upon its successful evolution, it would transform into the formidable sandstorm monarch. Seizing the weather would signify triumph. To restore the glory of the sandstorm, we must rise to the occasion. It is said to be easy to care for, and indeed, it is. Merely feeding it dirt suffices. However, the young larvitar possesses an insatiable appetite, having been known to consume an entire mountain in one sitting. While Snorlax is considered a voracious eater, it pales in comparison to the mighty Tyranitar. Ding! The Pokemon egg has hatched, and the pet shop subsystem is now open. With the system's soft chime, 8 items materialized before Diaz. Cherry Berry, 1,000 belly, capable of curing paralysis. Applin Berry, 500 belly, resembling an apple, bursting with various flavors without a hint of bitterness. Golden Energy Cube, 5,000 belly, a highly advanced energy cube, one of the finest foods for Pokemon. Safe for human consumption as well. Ordinary Pokeball, 500 belly. I have captured a Pokemon. Firestone, capable of evolving certain fire-type Pokemon. A quick glance revealed a plethora of items prepared for the young Larvitar, including several staples like energy cubes and berries, along with various slots that refreshed daily with different goods, indicating the system had indeed made its calculations. While it is true that Larvitar becomes exceedingly powerful upon evolution, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that this little creature truly has an appetite, even if it merely requires dirt for sustenance. Where in the vast ocean is one to find such ample soil, if one wishes to prevent this little one from starving to the point of devouring itself? Spending money becomes the only viable option. Yummy! The young Larvitar nibbled on its eggshell, already showcasing its gluttonous nature at such a tender age. Diaz cast a glance at the young Gyarados. Young Gyarados, attributes, rock ground, Gender, male, ability, tenacity, moves, tackle, glare, curse. Well, it should not be able to harm me too severely. With a sense of hope, Diaz purchased an energy cube and placed it before the young Gyarados. Upon seeing the pile of energy cubes, the little creature sniffed and its eyes sparkled with delight. Yoji, in a matter of moments. It devoured its eggshell and then dove into the energy cubes, its tiny feet wiggling joyfully. What a charming little creature. What is it? Nami inquired with curiosity. It is a young Gyarados, the offspring of the Sandstorm King, Diaz replied. Once it grows, it will become exceedingly powerful. Is that so? It eats so quickly, it's finished. The entire heap of energy cubes was consumed in a whirlwind, and seemingly still unsatisfied, it sank its teeth into Nami's floor, gnawing away with a crunch. While Nami gasped in astonishment as it began to devour the very foundation of her home, Diaz swiftly lifted the small dinosaur overhead, declaring, "You cannot consume this." Young Gyarados looked quite aggrieved, its tiny hands patting its little belly, appearing as though it had yet to be satisfied, thus lending credence to the rumors of its voracious appetite for mountains. However, everything the young Gyarados ingested would accumulate into energy, once sufficient nourishment was gathered in this form. It would evolve into a cocoon, transforming into Sand Gyarados. In this state, it was incapable of feeding until it evolved into Band Gyarados. Nevertheless, the nutrients required for the young Gyarados in this form were substantial. The notion of devouring an entire mountain likely represented merely the minimum sustenance necessary for evolution, barely scraping the threshold for transformation. Achieving an exceptional Band Gyarados would demand considerable resources. The appetite of Snorlax paled in comparison to that of the elder Gyarados. Rest assured, you shan't go hungry. If I have a morsel, you shall have a morsel, Diaz assured, pounding his chest in confidence as he produced a Pokeball and inquired, "Are you willing?" With joyful cries, the young Gyarados eagerly nodded, pressing its small hand against the button of the Pokeball. Its body enveloped in crimson light as it was drawn inside. The Pokeball shook symbolically 3 times before coming to a halt. "I have captured the young Gyarados," he proclaimed, striking a classic pose reminiscent of the wise elder. Yet, he was no fool. He had released or kept numerous Pokemon in various places. "You captured it in a ball," Nami exclaimed, her eyes widening at the day's events, which surpassed any spectacle she had witnessed in her memory. Diaz released the young Gyarados and brought it to an open area, pointing at the soil and instructing, "Eat." The young Gyarados eagerly dove into the earth, voraciously consuming the dirt, and soon found itself buried within. It swiftly learned to bite and dig. Remarkably, it had acquired 2 skills in such a short span of time. However, upon reflection, both skills were related to feeding, so the surprise diminished. Yet, one could certainly say that his old class had its ace, making survival in this world a tad easier. Chapter 31. The corpse speaks if Gyarados were to adopt a special attack strategy. It could learn a multitude of moves across various types, offering a broad range of offensive capabilities. Thunder Punch, Fire Punch, Ice Punch, Water Tail, Blizzard. And many others could be mastered, regardless of its rock and dark typing. It would become a formidable force. Once the sandstorm commenced, it would reign as the Sandstorm King. First and foremost, the young Gyarados must evolve, and it must accumulate nutrients to their utmost limit. The evolution would empower Gyarados further. The Everstone could suppress the evolution light of the Pokemon that bore it, preventing them from evolving. Diaz intended to acquire one, but was taken aback by the staggering price of 10 million berries. Such extortion. System, is there any quicker way to earn money than this? Grinding his teeth, he decided to wait and save up some funds. As he pondered, the ground beneath him became soft, and he suddenly fell into a large pit. He spotted the young Gyarados lying inside, patting its somewhat round belly, appearing quite satisfied. In such a brief period, it had consumed enough soil to fill a room. Could he truly afford to care for this little creature? Diaz found himself once again questioning his financial situation. Suddenly, a small, energetic Ujira approached him, affectionately leaping into his arms, clearly enamored with its owner. Weighing in at 72 kilograms, this little creature was manageable for Diaz. Most individuals would surely struggle to lift such a delightful being. In this world, the majority of people possess the physique of supernovas, making it easy to carry not only Ujira, but even the diminutive star cloud. "Now that we are momentarily satiated, let us return," he said. Ujira chirped happily as Diaz cradled it, leaping out of the large pit. This pit, once filled with water, could serve as a habitat for fish. Nami stood at the edge of the pit, and Ujira waved its tiny arms at her, exuding an irresistible charm. Newly born, it bore no resemblance to the intimidating Bangilas, instead radiating pure cuteness. "How adorable!" Nami exclaimed, eager to hold the creature. Diaz promptly intervened, cautioning her, "It is too heavy. You likely cannot lift it yet." "How is that possible? It is so small," Nami retorted, unconvinced. Not wanting to be deterred, Diaz gently placed Ujira on the ground. Nami crouched down, extending her hands in an attempt to lift the little creature. 1, 2, 3. "Wait, what?" She strained, her face flushing red, yet Ujira remained stubbornly on the ground. "How can this be? It is so tiny. I told you Ujira is quite heavy. Despite its size, its density is remarkable." He tapped on Ujira's gray-green shell, producing a sound reminiscent of metal. "Is this a joke? This little one feels heavier than I am. Not a mere feeling, it is a fact." Diaz effortlessly cradled the small dinosaur, adding, "Now we shall wait for Miss Belmare to return, and then I too must take my leave." "Are you leaving already?" "Indeed. I have no desire to be apprehended by the Navy, although they would struggle to capture me," Diaz replied. Before long, Belmare, with the assistance of several villagers, arrived bearing numerous baskets filled with oranges. "This should be enough for you," she announced. It was sufficient before, but now. Suddenly, Ujira leaped from Diaz's embrace into one of the baskets, swiftly devouring one orange after another without pause. "Ah, post-meal fruit. My master is so kind to me. I must strive to grow stronger to repay him." "Is this your pet?" "Yes, it has just been born." Diaz gazed at the little dinosaur, which had already devoured an entire basket of oranges, revealing its teeth. "Ah, no cavities. This Pokemon had splendid dental health, given its diet of soil and minerals." Diaz hoisted the box filled with oranges, while young Kira's volunteered to take a few from Nami, eager to alleviate Diaz's burden. "How adorable." Nami felt a twinge of reluctance to part with young Kira's. The little one devoured an orange in one bite, waving at Nami with a cheerful Yoji. "Yoji, we shall meet again someday. By the way, Nami, should you encounter a mischievous little scamp named Momonosuke, do not be deceived by his appearance. Cast him into the sea at the first opportunity. That fellow is certainly no good. Exercise caution with anyone named Momonosuke, even if they are but a child." "Why?" "There is no reason. Anyone named Momonosuke is untrustworthy." Diaz, with many a warning, bid farewell to Nami and her family. As they walked along the path, young Kira struggled to keep pace with Diaz's long strides. Diaz slowed his pace, waiting for the little one. Young Kira's was fascinated by everything around him, stopping intermittently. They arrived at the seaside and witnessed a group of Navy officers approaching Coco Village. "There he is," exclaimed a villager, pointing at Diaz. "He is the wanted pirate." So that was it. Was someone alerting the authorities? Not everyone is unafraid of wanted criminals, especially one with a significant bounty like Diaz. Gazing at the group of Navy officers, the leader was a colonel wearing a rat hat, sporting a pair of thin mustaches, exuding a rather sinister air. This must be Rat Colonel, right? Had he not rescued Tiger, Arlong would soon arrive in Coco Village, and this Rat Colonel, bribed by Arlong, would turn a blind eye to the village's plight. Colluding in corruption, all the while scheming to seize the 100 million berries that Nami had painstakingly amassed. The Rat Colonel stroked his thin mustaches and chuckled wickedly. "Ha ha ha. Diaz, you tread where angels fear to go, intruding into my domain without fear. Since you've arrived, you shan't leave alive. The corpse speaks. Who gave you the audacity?" Young Kiris, glare at him. "Yoji." The fierce little dinosaur startled several Navy officers. The Rat Colonel snorted, issuing the command to prepare for an attack. "Very well, young Kiris is not yet suited for battle. I shall take over." Diaz set down the oranges and vanished from the sight of the Navy officers. The Rat Colonel only heard screams as his men fell to the ground, some unconscious, others writhing in agony. "Now, it's just you left, Mr. Colonel," Diaz said as he seized him by the neck and lifted him off the ground. "You are indeed bold, growing complacent in the comfort of the East Blue, neglecting your training, consumed by greed, with no one to keep you in check. You thought yourself untouchable. Alas, your luck has run out, for you have crossed paths with me." Chapter 32, Windmill Village. Spare me. Spare me. Colonel Mouse trembled in fear, desperately trying to pry apart Diaz's grip with his hands, but his strength was no match for Diaz. The hand tightened around his throat, gradually applying pressure, and he felt as though death itself beckoned him. Crack! His cervical vertebrae snapped, and Diaz discarded him as one might dispose of refuse. Turning to gaze at the terrified villagers huddled on the ground, young Gila, seizing the moment, lunged forward and then flung itself away. "Youch!" Young Gila darted over, sinking its teeth into a villager's leg, eliciting a shriek as the unfortunate soul was propelled uncontrollably backward. Young Gila spat out the blood it had tasted, finding the flavor utterly unpalatable, devoid of the earth's delightful essence. Quickly, it consumed a couple of mouthfuls of soil to cleanse its palate, then eagerly looked up at Diaz, approving of the performance. Well done. Diaz tossed 2 oranges in its direction, and young Gila leaped up to catch them in its mouth, thoroughly satisfied. Storing the oranges away, Diaz embraced young Gila and departed. This time, he did not board his small boat. Instead, he took to the warship, unceremoniously tossing the Navy guards overboard and commandeering the vessel. As a wanted criminal, he had to engage in the activities befitting his status. He had only slain Colonel Mouse among the naval officers, sparing the others, though they would likely require time to recuperate from their injuries. Young Gila perched at the bow of the ship, gazing out at the endless expanse of the Cerulean Sea, its eyes slightly widened in awe. Youch! What a marvelous world! With Diaz at the helm, he announced, our next destination is the Kingdom of Goya, where the nobility is affluent, and many of them are scoundrels. Eucalyptus, who did not quite comprehend, rubbed his stomach, feeling a twinge of hunger. Diaz, feeling somewhat helpless, purchased a considerable number of energy cubes and arranged them on the deck. Young Gila's excitedly leaped into the pile of energy cubes, indulging in them with delight. Taking a golden energy cube, Diaz placed it in his mouth. The flavor was a delightful blend of sweet and tangy, and upon consumption, he felt a surge of energy within him. Goodness! This little creature has a better diet than I do. These energy cubes are indeed consumable by humans, as they are crafted from fruit. As they sailed onward, they arrived at Windmill Village in the East Blues Goa Kingdom. This quaint locale is the ancestral home of the naval hero Garp, as well as the birthplace of Dragon and Luffy. Not far away lies the Goa Kingdom, renowned as the most beautiful nation in the East Blue. Its interior spotless and breathtakingly lovely. In reality, it is merely a place where the nobility and royalty have meticulously eliminated the unnecessary, casting refuse and some common folk into an uncertain terminus beyond the city. This nation stands as a successful model of a segregated society. The decay of the nobility and the ignorance of the royalty make the survival of this kingdom nothing short of miraculous. Windmill Village, a serene and picturesque hamlet, enveloped Diaz in a sense of tranquility. Young Gila's perched on his shoulder, nodding with an air of seriousness. Gurgle. Hunger struck again. Apologetically clutching his belly, Diaz remarked, let us go and dine. Yoji. They entered the village's sole tavern, bustling with patrons and vibrant with life. Welcome. What may I serve you? The homely beauty, Machino, greeted Diaz and young Gila's with a warm smile. My companion and I are quite hungry, madam. Please bring us an ample selection. We tend to eat heartily. Yoji. Young Gila's raised a hand, affirming this sentiment. Very well, please place your order. She presented the menu to Diaz, who deliberated with young Gila's, selecting this, that, and the other. Are these the 3 items you desire? Machino inquired. None of these. Please bring one of everything else. Machino was taken aback. With so many patrons, will you be able to finish all this? Do not worry. I have quite the appetite, and this little one is an extraordinary eater. Yoji. Young Gila struck a pose, exuding confidence. Amused by its adorable demeanor, Diaz nodded and said, Very well, please wait a moment while I have the chef prepare the dishes. Before long, the dishes began to arrive one after another, and Diaz and young Gila's immersed themselves in their meal. Crunch, crunch. Young Gila's devoured an entire plate, astonishing both Machino and the other guests. Is it all right for such a creature to eat this way? A guest inquired. Absolutely, Diaz replied, cheeks full as he swallowed. It's quite impressive, no need for concern. Please bring another table of dishes. Understood. Due to the absence of a single chef, Marquino also ventured into the kitchen to lend a helping hand. Diaz and Eukilis dined rapidly, leaving the chef and Marquino quite occupied. With contentment, they patted their bellies. The fare comprised simple home-cooked dishes. Yet it excelled in flavor and exuded a comforting sense of homeliness. Madam, the bill, please. Diaz, having finished his meal and paid the bill, along with the cost of the plate consumed by young Kiris, left the tavern with a satisfied belly, accompanied by his beast. Well then, young Kiris, now that we are well fed, it is time for us to commence our work. Young Kiris nodded in agreement. After inquiring with a villager about the direction to the capital of the Goya Kingdom, they had scarcely taken a few steps when they encountered a robust elder, clad in a floral shirt and flip-flops, his hair graying at the temples. It was the naval hero, Iron Fist Carp. Good heavens. The old fellow has returned for a vacation. Young man, I can't shake the feeling that I recognize you, Carp remarked, stroking his beard thoughtfully. Diaz was drenched in cold sweat, clinging to a sliver of hope, and uttered, "We have never met." Carp scrutinized him closely and suddenly realized, isn't this Diaz? He had been recognized. Grabbing the young cuirass, he turned to flee. With a swift motion, he employed the moonwalk technique without a trace of hesitation. Though his Six Styles training was commendable, such speed was still insufficient in the presence of an elder like me. Carp's feet struck the ground, causing the earth to cave in beneath him, and he launched forth like a cannonball, reaching Diaz in the blink of an eye. Winky face, my goodness. Is this still a human? Let me see how well you have trained. A fist the size of a sandbag came crashing down towards Diaz's head. Diaz's body seemed devoid of bones, akin to a fragile sheet of paper. Propelled by the fierce winds of Carp's powerful punches, he was hurled backward. Young Giratina, return. With a swift motion, he summoned the Pokeball. The moment the blade was drawn, it clashed against Carp's incoming fist with a resounding clang. How could it possess such resilience despite lacking any infused haki? In a state of shock, his mind raced to devise an escape plan. In the face of Carp, retreat was the only option. Yet, did he truly have that opportunity? Do not glance around during battle. Carp lunged forward, and Diaz's jade shield unfurled. Carp's fist struck the shield, which shattered like mere paper, landing a blow on Diaz's body. With a thunderous crash, Diaz was forcefully driven into the ground, coughing up blood. The disparity was overwhelming. Indeed, he was a naval hero. How reckless of him. The sun's rays warmed his body, initiating a process of healing, while he regulated his breathing. The ripple energy also mended his wounds. As he clawed his way out of the pit, Carp stood before him, lifting him as if he were a mere chick. You've trained well, but alas, it would have been better had you been a Navy man. It is beyond my control. The Navy's principles do not align with my own. Diaz replied with a resigned smile. You are unfortunate to have crossed paths with me, Carp remarked. As a Navy man, I shall escort you back to headquarters. He continued. Your betrayal weighs heavily on the hearts of Shoku and Zephyr. I am truly sorry, Diaz said, but I believe that Tiger should not have perished. Your opinion holds no sway, nor does mine, Carp replied sternly, grasping one of Diaz's hands and dragging him forward. The tides had turned. Now it was Diaz who was being led away. With resistance futile, he resigned himself to Carp's whims. Before the eyes of many, Carp ascended the mountain with Diaz. Conversing as they walked, I shall introduce you to my grandchildren. Let them witness the fate of a pirate. I am not a pirate. I am merely a wanted man. Diaz protested. Please do not conflate me with pirates. Indeed, then assist this old man. My two grandchildren are quite unruly, ha ha ha. A thought seemed to strike Carp, causing him to laugh heartily. Please let me go. I can walk on my own, Diaz insisted. That is out of the question. What if you run away? I cannot possibly outrun you. True enough. Carp released Diaz, and together they continued their ascent. Along the way, Carp inquired about the reasons behind Diaz's betrayal, questioning whether it was simply because he believed Tiger should not have died. Of course, he saved so many lives, Diaz replied. He was a hero. Your words carry no weight, nor do mine, Carp stated. Those celestial dragons, the scum, create their own mess and expect us to clean it up. It is utterly absurd. A bunch of useless fools. He suddenly recalled that it might be inappropriate to speak directly, and thus waved his hand, saying, Forget what I just said. Consider it as if you never heard it. Can you imagine that this information could be retracted? Carp, the wielder of the retractable fruit ability, is indeed formidable. However, within the entire Navy, only Carp dares to openly declare the celestial dragons as worthless. When it comes to your matter, I shall pretend not to have seen it. By the way, what is the situation with that military vessel at the port? Carp decided to spare that wretched boy Diaz. Although his betrayal of the Navy was somewhat disheartening, who could deny the truth of his words? It is indeed a pity that a man like Tiger has perished. Ah! He was taken from the clutches of a Navy disgrace. After discussing the misdeeds of Colonel Mouse with Carp, he spat contemptuously, TCH. Has decadence set in due to too much comfort? It seems that the East Blue requires some rectification. They ascended the mountain and arrived at a quaint wooden cabin, where a middle-aged woman with yellow, curly hair was hanging laundry at the door, cursing while smoking. Where have those rascals, Ace and Luffy, gone off to this time? Sister Dayton, they went hunting. The midday meal for this band of mountain thieves was supplied by the game caught by Ace and Luffy. Hey, Dayton, Carp called out, startling Dayton and her companions, causing them to plop down on the ground. K-Carp, sir? Where is my beloved grandson? He's gone hunting. I see, yes indeed. They must train diligently to become exemplary members of the Navy. Ha ha. Truly, they are my grandsons. Carp crossed his arms and nodded earnestly, feeling a deep sense of pride in the boy's endeavor to train. No, they aspire to become pirates. Dayton and the others silently lamented. Diaz harbored his inner grievances, lamenting the absurdity of training a naval force with a band of mountain bandits, which inevitably led to the emergence of pirates. It was rather exasperating. Ace and Luffy, one the son of the pirate king and the other the offspring of the world's most notorious criminal, both bore extraordinary identities. Even Garp could only remain at a distance. If the Navy were to discover their true identities, the perilous consequences could be unimaginable. Were it not for such heavy backgrounds, Garp would have brought his grandsons to the military camp, where they would have been immersed in the naval environment from a young age, making it peculiar indeed if they chose not to follow that path. Mr. Garp, is this little rascal going to be yet another burden for Dayton? She thought anxiously. Two mischievous boys are already enough of a headache. Once a junior in the Navy, she now found herself confronted by them. Indeed. And they even gave me a good thrashing. Ah, my chest still aches. Though the injuries were gradually healing, discomfort lingered. Dayton sighed in relief, fearing yet another addition to her troubles. Dayton, we're back. I want to eat meat. The two boys, having just leapt down from the trees, dropped two wild boars at the entrance. One had freckles adorning his face, while the other sported a distinctive straw hat. Upon seeing Garp, they were momentarily taken aback. Old man, Grandpa, what are you doing here? Bang, bang. Ace, call me Grandpa. And you too, Luffy, why can't I be here? I have come to see my beloved grandsons. Garp playfully struck both boys, eliciting their cries of surprise. Diaz gazed intently at Luffy, who writhed in pain on the ground. The rubber fruit? No, it is the human fruit, mythical Zoan, Nika form. After over 1,000 episodes of shouting about the rubber fruit, it unexpectedly transformed into the Nika fruit? Only Chopper consumed the original. What a downfall, my family. Old man, who is he? Ace asked, clutching the bump on his head, sensing that this individual before him was formidable. He is a wanted criminal pursued by the Navy, and you should refer to me as grandfather, Carp remarked, picking his nose with his pinky. A wanted criminal? Is he a pirate? Do you know Shanks? Luffy exclaimed with excitement. Diaz replied, I am not a pirate. I do not know the red-haired. Furthermore, being a pirate is not all it's cracked up to be. Not at all. Pirates embody true freedom. I aspire to become the Pirate King, young Luffy declared boldly, hands on his hips. And then? I will consume an abundance of meat. Very well. It is no surprise that in the mind of the future Pirate King, there is nothing besides the notion of being the Pirate King and meat. The beauty of the Empress pales in comparison to the allure of 2 pieces of meat in his eyes. I have always believed that the Pirate King should perish. Diaz's words tightened Ace's fists. Pirates pillage, burn, and commit atrocities, and even if their freedom is a fade for their crimes, it cannot conceal the bloodshed and brutality within them. Pirates? Merely a band of scoundrels. Chapter 34. The Son of the Pirate King. That is not true, Luffy retorted. At a loss for words, I don't care. Pirates are the strongest in this world. Just like Shanks. Bam. A large bump swelled on Luffy's head as Carp fumed. You little rascal. Have you been poisoned by Shanks? You and Ace are destined to become formidable Navy officers. You cannot become a pirate. Beware, old man is cleaning house. It hurts. It hurts. Even though I am made of rubber, why can grandfather's fist still hurt me? Luffy cried out in agony, while Ace shielded his younger brother. You old man. Do not bully Luffy. Not even willing to call me grandfather? You little rascal. Diaz. Teach Ace a lesson. Let him understand the gap between you two. No, why should I discipline my grandson? Reluctantly, Diaz rolled up his sleeves and said, I shall go easy on you. Aren't you a wanted criminal? I was once a Navy officer, but due to certain circumstances, I became a fugitive. However, I despise pirates, and I loathe the Pirate King, for his dying words inflicted immense suffering upon the people of this world. Ordinary individuals expend every ounce of energy merely to survive, and pirates exacerbate their plight. Diaz's words rendered Ace silent, yet he still raised the pipe in his hand. I do not care what you think. Luffy and I will set sail to become pirates. I will become the Pirate King. No way. It will be me who becomes the Pirate King, Luffy said, tears and snot streaming down his face. Fool. Ace lifted the water pipe and charged forward, executing a powerful strike akin to the legendary splitting Mount Hua. With formidable force, Diaz raised his hand and effortlessly intercepted the blow. What? I shall make you aware of the vast chasm that lies between us. Even if you are the grandson of Admiral Carp, I will not hesitate to teach you a lesson. Should you lose, you shall join the Navy. Absolutely not, Ace exclaimed, straining to withdraw the water pipe. Yet it remained firmly in place. Carp, seated on the ground, remarked, Ace, at the age of Luffy, Diaz had already set sail upon the seas, seasoned by countless battles. After joining the Navy's recruit camp, he mastered the 6 styles and graduated early, becoming the youngest second lieutenant in the Navy. The disparity between you two is indeed significant. Ace, unwilling to concede, relinquished the water pipe and engaged Diaz in close combat. Too slow. There are openings everywhere. Diaz seized the water pipe, swiftly discerning Ace's vulnerability, and struck him squarely in the abdomen. The impact sent Ace hurtling backwards, crashing into a tree, which swayed and shed a multitude of leaves. Coughing, Ace stood up, clutching his midsection, and charged forward once more. Diaz discarded the pipe and engaged Ace in close combat. It is no surprise that he is the son of the Pirate King. His innate talent is remarkable. Coupled with the rigorous training under Garp and the robust physique he forged while battling beasts in the wilderness, the 12 or 13-year-old Ace surpasses many pirates in the East Blue. Hesitation would only lead to defeat. Diaz evaded Ace's punch with a deft sidestep, delivering a powerful blow to Ace's chest that sent him sprawling once more. How infuriating! How could he be so formidable? This exemplifies the chasm that lies between us. Without a systematic approach to honing combat skills, relying solely on innate talent and a naturally gifted physique, one cannot hope to endure in the long run. You have lost. Come again. A tightening grip around his throat signaled Diaz's sudden appearance before Ace, lifting him effortlessly, the suffocating sensation coursing through Ace's body. Tell me, do you wish to become a pirate? Of course, Ace retorted. Then, in order to prevent you from endangering innocent lives, it is only just that I take your life. Diaz declared. I will become the Pirate King. Ace's palm slowly clenched, his complexion reddening as he struggled against the inevitable, the specter of death looming over him. Carp interjected. Let him go, Diaz, that will suffice. Releasing Ace, Diaz mused, what compels one to become a pirate? In pursuit of an elusive treasure? Such absurdity. You and your ideals amuse me, much like the notion of the Pirate King. What gives you the right to deem the Pirate King laughable? Ace retorted, grappling with the conflicting feelings of disdain and admiration for his father. The Pirate King accomplished extraordinary feats, heralding the dawn of the great pirate era. Diaz crouched down, grasping Ace's hair, and coldly remarked, the current surge of pirates owes much to him. Have you ever witnessed the anguished cries of those who have lost loved ones to pirates? Have you seen the burning villages? Have you encountered the disemboweled corpses strewn across the wilderness? Have you witnessed young girls, nearly your age, subjected to the indignities of pirates? You have not. I have. It is akin to hell itself. The era of great pirates that Roger unleashed, with its promises of opportunity for the world and the anticipation of Joy Boy, holds no interest for me. All I know is that, due to Roger, countless pirates have flooded the seas, and it is the ordinary people who endure the suffering. A band of marauders, unproductive, resorting to theft when their coffers run dry, indulging in a life of excess and peril, while they arrogantly consider themselves formidable. How utterly laughable. You care not for these matters. Your sole concern is whether you can set sail and become a pirate. Diaz's words silenced Ace, who could find no grounds for rebuttal. Only that fool Luffy exclaimed, I don't care about any of this. I want to become the Pirate King. Luffy. Garp was infuriated, his love's iron fist poised to strike. But Ace once again shielded his younger brother. Old man, is what he said true? What? It's wrong to want to be the Pirate King. From the perspective of ordinary people and the Navy, indeed. Garp scratched his head, growing solemn. Roger's actions were unforeseen. It was precisely due to his last words before death that the number of pirates flooding the seas in recent years had multiplied several times. And the Navy was busier than ever. And what do you think? Of course it's wrong. Had I known he would do this, I would have pounded him to death in prison. Garp huffed. The deed was done. Regret served no purpose. But I still want to be a pirate. That goes without saying. I shall take you down right here. Diaz sharpened his blade, while Luffy swung his small fists, extending them. But Diaz caught him and tossed him aside. Ace. Garp was on the verge of madness. Whose stubbornness did this come from? I am the son of the Pirate King. Isn't it natural for me to become a pirate? He spoke out loud. The Dayton gang was left pale with fear. Diaz drew his sword. The son of the Pirate King? Rear Admiral Garp, you truly are remarkable, silently preparing a grand surprise for the Navy. Haha. Garp waved his hand in embarrassment. It's nothing. Nothing. I am not praising you. Chapter 35. The Garp family. This farce concluded with Garp's intervention. Ace remained sullen, while Luffy still yearned to challenge Diaz. Ultimately, Diaz threw out a piece of meat, and Luffy dashed after it. What an unintelligent display. How did Garp sire a genius like Dragon? And how did Dragon produce a fool like Luffy? Did all the intelligence in the monkey family go to Dragon? As night fell, a group gathered around the campfire, feasting on roasted meat. Garp bit into his portion while listening to Diaz recount his recent encounters with pirate skirmishes. Ace inquired, perplexed. What if there are good people among the pirates? Good people? Out of 10 pirates executed, perhaps 1 is wrongfully condemned, 9 are undoubtedly guilty. Just ask Rear Admiral Garp how many good people he has apprehended over the years, Diaz replied with a sardonic smile. Ace glanced over to see Garp crunching through the meat and bones, asserting, not many, I can count them on one hand. Pirates are a bunch of scoundrels, though they cannot compare to the celestial dragons. Just as Garp stated, pirates are indeed a despicable lot, and the principle of killing the innocent without hesitation applies to them as well. Young Kiras and Luffy grappled for the meat, and Luffy was knocked aside by young Kiras, who happily bit into the meat. That was mine. Yoji. The young Gyarados unleashed a powerful bite, causing Luffy to cry out in pain. Yet, his insatiable hunger for meat compelled him to endure the agony, snatching food from the creature's jaws. However, what if the wrong choice is made? When he raises the blade against you, his fate is already sealed. In this world, one must be prepared for death. Ha! Ace. The resolve of that Diaz boy far surpasses yours. He possesses his own judgment. Meanwhile, what of you two? Is becoming a pirate truly so admirable? Garp questioned his grandson. Although he was the child of a formidable rival, Ace would always be his grandson. This fact remained unchanged. It was never about taking advantage of Roger's legacy. Not in the slightest. Of course, becoming a pirate has its allure, freedom. I yearn for freedom. Are you not free now? Diaz retorted, Mr. Garp has never restricted your choices beyond preventing you from becoming a pirate. He has not altered your will. You are free to go wherever you wish. To the world government, you are the child of a demon. Mr. Garp wishes for you to become a marine, to better protect you. Do you not comprehend his intentions? You must realize the immense risk involved in a marine hero protecting the child of the Pirate King. Surely, you wouldn't want to see Mr. Garp stripped of his rank, brought to the execution platform, would you? The irony of a marine hero, who has chased the Pirate King his entire life, perishing for raising the son of that very pirate is profound. Yet, such a fate is impossible. Garp is a marine hero, the embodiment of the Navy spirit, feared by both celestial dragons and the Gorosei. Should anyone dare to challenge him, the Navy would unravel, and reuniting it would not be an easy task. Ace clenched his fists. Though he called Garp an old fool, he was, after all, his grandfather. Ace, you are free. Your mother sacrificed her life for your survival. I wish for you to become a marine, to live openly in this world, the old man said earnestly. He did not want his grandsons to tread the path of evil. How many good pirates could there be? If Ace and Luffy became pirates, there might come a day when he would have to take action against them. Villains do not merit sympathy, but family is different. If that day ever arrived, he could not raise his fist against his own grandsons. Even a marine hero has his vulnerabilities. The old man lowered his head, remorseful. If Sabo were still alive, I could entrust my dreams to him, but I will carry Sabo's wishes forward. Sabo. Garp remembered that boy, the sworn brother of Ace and Luffy, who dreamed of venturing out to sea, yet had perished not long ago in the kingdom of Goa. Diaz cradled the small dinosaur that had been competing with Luffy for food, offering it a plate of energy cubes. Sabo? Is he a little blonde boy in blue attire, wearing goggles on his hat? He inquired. You know, I happened to encounter a group of revolutionaries on the road. Among them was an injured, amnesiac child from the East Blue, who only remembered his name was Sabo. Diaz rambled, causing Ace to widen his eyes. Even Luffy paused his eating. Sabo, is he still alive? Perhaps, but I cannot say for certain. Revolutionaries? Garp interjected, scoffing at the mention. That ungrateful wretch. Well, if that is the case, Sabo should be safe, being with Luffy's father. Luffy's father? Huh, I have a father? Both Ace and Luffy were taken aback. Garp continued, your father is Monkey D. Dragon, a revolutionary. I've heard that the tiger Diaz rescued is also involved with them. What a troublesome bunch gathered together. Hey, Diaz, didn't you rush in? I wouldn't stand a chance against them. What nonsense. Dragon's strength is conservatively estimated to be at the level of an admiral. Carp personally trained him. How could he be weak? If you truly encountered him, you'd only end up being toyed with. Your strength is indeed somewhat lacking compared to theirs. I heard you awakened Conqueror's Haki? Yes, but I don't know how to use it. Diaz lamented. Conqueror's Haki is enigmatic. Although I awakened it, I cannot wield it. Mr. Carp, could you teach me? Carp, comparing himself to Roger, found it hard to believe that someone at the pinnacle of power would be able to use Conqueror's Haki. Most top-tier fighters could, and if Carp couldn't, he would be at a disadvantage against Roger in battle, which was implausible. Conqueror's Haki is something that follows your instincts. It is an extension of one's will, I suppose. A formidable aura emanated from Carp, causing Ace to change his expression. While the nearby group of Dayton collapsed under the pressure of Carp's Conqueror's Haki. I don't particularly enjoy using Conqueror's Haki. I find armament Haki more comfortable, Carp remarked. I can certainly teach you how to use armament Haki. It was universally acknowledged that Carp was the strongest practitioner of armament Haki, his iron fists having dealt Roger quite a beating, although their strengths were evenly matched. All right, Diaz eagerly agreed. How's your training with iron block going? Not bad. I can block bullets without issue. Come here. Carp stood up, rolling up his sleeves. The fastest way to master it is to take a beating. That is how I learned back in the day. Bang, bang, bang. Oh, ah. A cacophony of cries echoed through the forest as Diaz, bruised and battered, lay on the ground. Carp, striding away with an air of indifference, remarked, "You still have a long way to go. Come back tomorrow." Chapter 36. The kingdom of Goa Kapu returned from his holiday, and his encounter with Diaz was serendipitous. Nevertheless, whether it was one or two, he decided to involve both of his grandsons in the training. Luffy, Ace, you two scoundrels. Stand up. With a single punch, he sent Diaz flying and shouted at his bruised grandsons. Grandpa, that hurts. I can hardly bear it. Luffy protested, his head adorned with a swelling bruise. Stand up. As a member of the Navy, you must never lie down. The enemy will not grant you a moment's respite. Old man, that's enough. Luffy could no longer endure the exertion. Ace gasped for breath, his stamina waning rapidly. In contrast, Diaz, having risen to his feet, appeared invigorated, his breathing rhythmic and seemingly inexhaustible. Once more, with a fierce cry, he charged at Kapu, and the two engaged in a fierce clash. The raw intensity of their combat stirred the hearts of onlookers, as Kapu laughed heartily, growing increasingly fond of Diaz. Indeed, this was the essence of true combat. Only a punch could deliver such exhilaration. Flamboyant attacks were utterly devoid of charm. Crimson Wave surge. Energy pulsed from his fist. A heat wave hitting the air as Kapu's gaze sharpened. With a straightforward yet powerful blow, their fists collided mid-air, and Kapu's sleeve was instantly reduced to ashes by the searing heat. The flame fruit, not even a dog would eat it. The flame fruit. Is that your idea of politeness? Diaz was sent flying by a single strike from Carp. Over the past few days, even if he could not master the color of armament Haki, the training imparted by Carp had accelerated Diaz's growth remarkably. As Carp's vacation drew to a close, he bid farewell to his two grandsons, leaving Diaz behind, as the young man was of good character and seemed destined to remain unaligned with the Navy. He had no necessity for work during Carp's leave. After Carp departed from Windmill Village, Diaz also left and made his way to the kingdom of Goa. Traversing through the murky, uncertain terminus, he encountered heaps of urban refuse and a throng of displaced civilians and beggars. To survive in this harsh environment, they formed bands of thieves and gangs, preying upon the weak and subsisting daily on the refuse of the city. Many among them had once been part of the city, but were cast out in the name of maintaining cleanliness and beauty. Upon arriving in the city, it was strikingly pristine, with the faces of its citizens radiating happiness. Yet, this happiness was built upon the suffering of those at the uncertain terminus. This nation is deeply flawed, and one can only ponder the foolishness of the idea that led to such a state. Diaz stood atop the rooftop, gazing down at the smiling crowd, feeling an unexpected irony. The opulent castle at the heart of the city served as the residence for the royal family of the nation, and Diaz's true objective lay with them. He found a restaurant and indulged in a sumptuous meal with Youngjulas, taking his time before making his move. Remaining in the city for several days, he diligently gathered incriminating information about the nobility. Their reputations were far from pristine. A simple investigation unearthed a plethora of scandals. It was not my desire to eliminate you. Rather, it is your own corruption that compels me. Assassinations, poisoning, oppression of the populace, abduction of women, usurpation of land. These noblemen had committed every conceivable atrocity, all in the pursuit of selfish gain. He waited until the deep hours of the night. Beneath the luminous moonlight, a figure darted and leaped among the rooftops with remarkable speed. The city at night was alive with activity. This group had driven away any elements of instability, rendering the nighttime atmosphere remarkably safe. There were no patrols, and none detected his shadow as he swiftly approached the castle's perimeter. Guards patrolled the surroundings, ensuring the safety of the royal family. Diaz let out a sharp exclamation as he summoned his young Garridos, instructing, "Garridos, dig a tunnel into that castle." "Leave it to me," Garridos exclaimed with enthusiasm. In a matter of moments, they burrowed through the forest, creating a substantial hole. Diaz leaped into the opening, while Garridos voraciously consumed earth, rapidly excavating the tunnel. Before long, they had broken through the foundation, emerging into a dungeon. Diaz was taken aback to discover the presence of a dungeon. The stench was overwhelming, and he covered his nose as he and Garridos surveyed the prisoners within, inquiring, "What is your predicament?" One of the less injured captives offered a wry smile and replied, "I spoke out of turn and offended His Majesty. Can you help us escape?" Diaz remained silent, casting his gaze upon the others. One prisoner spoke, "This fellow's daughter has caught the eye of His Majesty the King." The girl, fiercely resolute, vowed not to yield, prompting the king to seize him and coerce the girl into submission. Most of these individuals are innocent, imprisoned secretly for having offended either the king or the queen, enduring relentless torment. It appears that the royal family is not without its own stains, and at this moment, Diaz felt an unburdened conscience. "I shall return shortly to rescue you all." Extending his hand through the bars, he retrieved a piece of iron wire, skillfully picking the lock, a talent he had acquired from Doflamingo. "Brother, my superhero." Striding confidently through the subterranean passage, he found himself in the secret dungeon of the king and queen, devoid of guards. They would occasionally visit to torment these souls for their own twisted pleasure. Diaz, a peculiar individual, perceived the absurdity of the situation. Concealed in the corner, he observed the guards, two of whom were stationed at the entrance. In a flash, he incapacitated both guards, dragged them aside, and donned their uniforms, striding confidently through the castle. After inquiring of a maid about the location of the king's chamber, he proceeded directly there. He subdued the two guards at the door, pushed it open, entered, and securely locked it behind him. On the plush bed, the corpulent king lay entwined with the alluring queen, blissfully unaware of Diaz's intrusion. With a snap, he seized a piece of fruit from the bedside, took a bite, and the crisp, delectable sound roused the queen from her slumber. Upon seeing a figure seated at her bedside, terror gripped her, and she was about to scream when a sharp dagger was pressed against her throat, silencing her instantly. The prospect of a gruesome end stifled her cries. Paralyzed with fear, the queen dared not utter a word and gently nudged her husband. King Frank II of Nandikarnat mumbled in his sleep, rolled over, and resumed his snoring. "What a fool!" Diaz chuckled, remarking on the ineptitude of her husband, urging, "Awaken him. Rise, your majesty. Hurry." The princess roused Frank II from his slumber, shattering his springtime dream. Leaving him irate, with a gun pressed to his temple, Diaz chose silence. "Speak." They had no choice but to comply, as Diaz tossed 2 chocolate beans into their mouths. "Cough, what have you given us?" Frank II inquired, choking slightly. "Nothing of consequence, merely a poison." "What?" Chapter 37. I command you in the name of nobility. Diaz laid down his weapons and carelessly remarked, "The onset of this poison will manifest 2 days hence. Without my antidote, you shall suffer excruciating pain, your insides will rot, and you will meet a most gruesome end. Oh, and during this period of agony, you will claw at your own face and skin, dying in a most tragic manner." The princess turned pale with fear, while Frank II's lips quivered as he feigned composure. I refuse to believe in such a poison." "Is that so? You may choose disbelief. Yet this poison is already prepared by me, undetectable by ordinary physicians. However, in 2 days' time, you shall comprehend its severity. What do you desire?" Frank II, aware that such individuals typically sought wealth, understood the adage of spending to avert disaster. Astute, Diaz snapped his fingers, recognizing their fear of death. "Tomorrow, you shall devise a reason to summon this group to the castle for a banquet. Any excuse will suffice, as long as they come." Diaz presented Frank II with a list of nobles, all of whom were morally compromised, nearly all the aristocrats in the capital of the Goya kingdom. "What is your intent?" "Merely a business proposition. I seek the wealth of these individuals. Once my task is accomplished, I shall provide you with the antidote. And we shall split their riches, 80 for me, 20 for you. How does that sound? Upon hearing the prospect of profit, Frank too donned a greedy faade. Asserting with feigned righteousness, sir, your words are misguided. Tomorrow is my daughter's birthday, and the princess and I are preparing a banquet for her. Is it not fortuitous? Indeed, it was fortuitous. Diaz and Frank too exchanged knowing smiles, their expressions outwardly amicable, while inwardly they both cursed each other as cunning foxes. Frank too, equally avaricious, realized Diaz intended to make a substantial profit, targeting the nobles, for the common folk had little wealth to extract. The aristocracy controlled 98% of the nation's riches, making them the ideal targets for profit. Initially searching for means to acquire wealth, Frank too found an ally in Diaz, their objectives aligning perfectly. Should any misfortune arise, it could easily be attributed to Diaz, leaving Frank too's hands clean of any wrongdoing. It has nothing to do with me as the king. It was all this man's ill-gotten gains. He harbored no fear of Diaz's reckless antics. After all, he was the king of the Goya kingdom, and it was inconceivable that he would meet his demise at the hands of this young man. The price of slaying a monarch was far beyond the capabilities of someone so inexperienced. He was about to confront the relentless pursuit of the world government. Should Diaz fathom the tumult of thought swirling within him, he would undoubtedly scoff at such naivety. In his eyes, this man had already been consigned to the realm of the dead. With ulterior motives, the two began to devise their scheme. The following day, Francis too orchestrated a lavish banquet under the pretense of celebrating the princess's upcoming birthday. He extended invitations not only to those on the list, but also to various nobles, drawing in all who could afford the extravagance. The suddenness of the gathering caught the nobles off guard. Logically, the princess's birthday should not be imminent. They quickly deduced that the king was in dire need of funds. Some nobles vehemently chastised the king for his avarice, while simultaneously preparing gifts and crafting excuses to refuse any financial contributions. The banquet proceeded as planned, unfolding into a sumptuous affair. Delectable dishes adorned the tables, and elegantly attired nobles adhered to the protocols of etiquette, their faces beaming with smiles as they engaged in discussions about business and family. They had brought their children along, perhaps in hopes of securing a prosperous match for their offspring during this soiree. Some even set their sights on the young princess herself, although she was already betrothed. Opportunities still lingered. After all, she was merely a child, and who knew what fate awaited her come the morrow? Ultimately, Outlook 3 was just another ordinary noble. As the guests began to fill the hall, Diaz turned to the guards beside him and commanded, "Commence." These individuals were the most loyal sycophants of Francis too, now aligning themselves with Diaz for this venture. Diaz entered the banquet hall with an air of authority when a young boy with a watermelon hairstyle approached him. Clad in a frilled shirt, complemented by a bow tie and suspenders, exuding an ostentatious aura. However, his grotesque countenance was repulsive. "What are you doing here, peasant? This is no place for you. Depart while we still harbor mercy. Guards, escort this wretch away." Though he was clearly shorter than Diaz, he emanated an air of superiority, brimming with arrogance. "I recall you." "Ah, yes, Odaluk Sturley, the adopted son of Odaluk III and the sworn brother of Sabo." At the mere mention of Sabo, Sturley's expression shifted dramatically. "I have changed my mind. Guards, eliminate him. Guards." His cries went unanswered. Diaz raised his hand, causing the grand doors of the banquet hall to slam shut. He seized Sturley by the hair, pulling him forth, and indeed, he was as unattractive as he remembered. He recalled having read a discourse about the nobility of the Goya kingdom, noting a peculiar phenomenon. When an ugly heart manifested, the visage became grotesquely hideous. A glance around revealed a plethora of unsightly figures. If this were indeed the case, all present ought to perish. "Let go! Let go! Oh, father! Save me! Father!" Sturley shouted desperately, as a male nobleman, adorned with a top hat and sporting a handlebar mustache, emerged from the crowd, commanding, "Release my child. In the name of Odaluk III, I order you." Diaz cleared his ears, feeling quite satisfied. He casually discarded Sturley, whose diminutive form collided with the wall, instantly creating a sizable dent. The castle structure was indeed robust. A piercing scream echoed, followed by a chorus of terrified cries. Altaluk III went pale, trembling in fear. "I let him go," Diaz taunted, in obedience to the commands of Altaluk III. You, how dare you kneel and command us in the name of a wanted criminal of the world government?" "Kneel," Diaz bellowed. Instilling fear in this pampered assembly of nobles, some of the feebler souls truly sank to their knees, like spineless creatures. With a resolute grip, he aimed his firearm at the ceiling and declared, "Kneel down. I will count to 3. Bang! A shot rang out, striking the thigh of the third Duke Altulk. Blood gushing forth as he cried out in agony, collapsing onto the ground. "You haven't even reached 3 yet." One nobleman could not restrain himself from exclaiming. "A man need only remember 1 to survive. Do you have any objections?" he inquired, leveling his weapon at the countenance of the grotesque noble. "And no, none at all," he muttered, lowering his gaze, fearful of becoming the next Duke Altulk. Incompetent fools. Chapter 38. The Price of Greed. Diaz swiftly gained control over the group of nobles, far more effortlessly than anticipated. The king, queen, and princess sat quietly in a corner, untouched by the chaos, observing Diaz's display. Upon witnessing the demise of her betrothed, the princess exhibited no outward reaction, merely feeling a sense of revulsion. She held no affection for the man, while Frank too also remained indifferent. Remarking that Sterling had brought this misfortune upon himself by provoking Diaz, an act of sheer recklessness. After all, he was merely the son of a noble. A daughter's fiancé could easily be replaced. Now, it was time for plunder. Pulling up a chair, Diaz sat with an air of authority and proclaimed, "State your worth. And then prepare to pay for your loved one's release. 20 million belly, 30 million belly, 25 million belly." Upon hearing that money could buy life, the nobles eagerly volunteered their bids, fearful of underbidding and facing dire consequences. "All right, gather your families together," he commanded. The nobles complied dutifully. Couples were instructed to remain together, while Diaz allowed the wives to return home for funds, keeping the husbands, and for families of 3, he retained the husbands and children, permitting the mothers to fetch the money. Diaz was acutely aware of the avarice displayed by these nobles. They cherished wealth and valued their lives even more. Nobility was preserved through male lineage, relegating women to mere playthings in their eyes, often viewing even wives as expendable. Thus, he chose to retain the males, ensuring the nobles would not flee, abandoning their wives. He prioritized the women, as without their noble husbands, they were rendered powerless, and the outcome was predictable. Inheriting wealth? What if the husband survived? Well then, how much are you willing to offer? Diaz inquired, directing his attention to Autluk III. "I offer 30 million belly." "Oh, quite affluent indeed," Diaz replied. "I know this is not your entirety. I do not care. What I desire is simply the money." Shrugging, he continued, "Very well. Those who wish to retrieve funds may leave. You have 1.5 hours. Oh, and do not think of calling the Navy. I've administered laxatives to the naval forces stationed in the Kingdom of Goa this morning. They are unlikely to arrive anytime soon, and the castle guards are now in my employ. The king's men have been replaced. Thus, your only option is to fetch the money." Some nobles, preparing to seek the Navy, suddenly became despondent, as they truly wished to avoid parting with their wealth. They returned home, tail between their legs, to gather funds. Diaz, in a state of ennui, executed one who dared to contemplate escape, with the first to rise being swiftly silenced. The remaining nobles were left to await the willingness of their families to come to their rescue. The actions of these nobles unfolded more swiftly than Diaz had anticipated, as large bundles of Bailey were presented before him, quickly accumulating into a modest hill. Their greedy gazes drifted towards the amassed wealth, and they seemed to forget their precarious situation. A rough count revealed a sum nearing 2 billion. This was indeed a lucrative venture. How wealthy these nobles were. He chuckled as he collected the money, choosing not to release them immediately. "We have paid. Why do you not let us go?" they implored. Soon. Diaz replied with a smile. "There remains one more payment to be made." His gaze settled upon Frank too. "Your Majesty, what of your family's contribution?" Frank too feigned resistance, declaring, 50 million Bailey. "Very well, and what of the Queen and Princess?" "You are insatiable," he retorted. "After all, you are royalty of the Kingdom of Goya. It is only fitting to demand a bit more. 150 million. Good. Straightforward. It is settled." The sum of 150 million Bailey was promptly dispatched. Diaz departed with a smile, while Frank too feigned anguish, his heart secretly rejoicing. With 2 billion Bailey at stake, he would still acquire a commendable 400 million after the 2080 split. This was indeed a lucrative opportunity. "Very well. I apologize for interrupting your banquet. Until we meet again, fate permitting." Diaz leaped from the window, departing the castle. A collective sigh of relief escaped the nobles, as Frank too voiced his consolation to them and expressed his apologies. Though the nobles internally cursed the king, they dared not speak openly. The banquet was rendered impossible, prompting their swift exit. In the dead of night, Diaz arrived at the dungeon, liberating the imprisoned souls, proclaiming, "Let chaos ensue." The injured prisoners emerged with fervor, wreaking havoc throughout the castle, while Diaz raided the treasury, laying claim to its riches. Thus began the descent into turmoil for the kingdom. 2 days later, Frank II, belatedly realizing he had been deceived, understood that the so-called poison was naught but a ruse. Regret was futile now. He needed to devise a scheme to amass wealth. Coincidentally, the nobles shared this sentiment. The banquet had incurred substantial losses, and they were desperate to recover their fortunes. Where would they turn? Naturally, to the common folk. They preyed upon the populace, siphoning their resources in a desperate bid to restore their fortunes. In an instant, prices surged across the kingdom of Goya, burdening the populace. Their savings evaporated, debts mounted, and life became unbearable, casting them into a realm of uncertainty. An increasing number of individuals congregated there, their resentment towards the nobility and royalty intensifying, thus igniting the flames of rebellion. The commoners banded together, forming an uprising and commencing a war. Initially, the nobles dismissed the insurrection, viewing the rebels as mere rabble. However, events swiftly spiraled beyond their expectations. Their once trusted army crumbled before the furious uprising. How could a decaying force withstand the onslaught of enraged rebels? They soon disintegrated, and it dawned upon the nobles and royalty that their doom was imminent. In a frantic bid for escape, they devised various plans, yet the rebels were already upon them. The nobles were captured, the royal family faced judgment, and Frank II and his kin were led to the guillotine. With the swift descent of the sharp blade, the reign of the Nadercanut family came to an end. This uprising erupted swiftly and faded just as quickly. By the time the world government reacted, a new king had emerged. They were left with no choice but to begrudgingly accept their identities. Simultaneously, investigations revealed a lurking shadow behind the insurrection, branded Diaz. This disgrace of the navy had arrived in the East Sea, plundering the former nobility of the kingdom of Goya, making it clear that he was indirectly responsible for the uprising, a criminal as fearsome as a dragon. The bounty on Diaz has surged dramatically, reaching an astonishing 215 million berries. Gazing at the newspaper's portrayal of himself, Diaz erupted into laughter. A cadre of decayed aristocrats, their greed transparent. I anticipated such an outcome. The relentless oppression and exploitation of the populace will inevitably exact a toll, and by the time they realize it, it will be too late. The fury of the masses shall consume them entirely. This is the price of avarice. Chapter 39, The Three Admirals. Upon receiving the 2,150,000,000 berries, Diaz did not immediately squander it on lotteries. Instead, he first procured a dawnstone for his young Garridos, ensuring it would remain in its current form to amass energy. Following that, he acquired a megastone for Garridos, reserving it for the future when his young Garridos would evolve into Garridos and utilize the mega evolution. The megastone alone cost him 200 million berries. The system is insatiable for funds. He bought a plethora of soil and minerals suitable for young Garridos' diet. While food and energy cubes are acceptable for young Garridos, soil and minerals represent the most appropriate nourishment. One must not let the child suffer. Ding. A substantial amount of berries detected. The system can be upgraded. Would you like to spend 1 billion berries on the upgrade? The sudden voice of the system startled Diaz. 1 billion berries? Are you jesting? What will the update entail? The system will unlock a marketplace, which will refresh its inventory daily with variable pricing. Is that all? Is that truly worth 1 billion berries? The achievement system will also be activated, allowing rewards upon completion of tasks. For instance, please explore independently post-update. You are updating. And it will take a month. The system's inventory will remain operational, so do anticipate. Forget it. One must not lose temper with one's own system. While Diaz fumed, the naval headquarters was abuzz with activity. Kapu, why did you not apprehend Diaz when you encountered him in the East Blue? The Marine Admiral Steelbone Kong confronted Kapu, who had just returned to headquarters, spittle flying from his mouth. Kapu wiped his face with a large hand and replied, "How was I to know he would engage in such antics? The lad is decent enough, and besides, what of Tiger S' situation? Don't tell me you're unaware." Steelbone Kong snorted, releasing Kapu. "I am well aware, but he is a pirate, a criminal wanted by the world government." "I know," Kapu responded, digging at his nostrils. "I was on leave at the time. What could I do? Compared to Diaz, my grandsons are far more compelling. He may be a fool, but he is not foolish enough to reveal that he had trained with Diaz for several days. Moreover, the nobles and royalty of the Goa kingdom are hardly virtuous. I am quite aware of that, as evidenced by that uncertain terminus. I simply chose not to involve myself. Diaz merely extorted some funds, and the ensuing chaos is their own doing. With a flick of his nose, he inadvertently struck the formidable Sengoku, who retaliated with a beating. Enough of your antics. You too. The affairs of the kingdom of Goya have escalated far too much, and the world government seeks a significant event to overshadow it. Steelbone Kong, with a resigned demeanor, crossed his arms over his chest and declared, "Soon, I shall relinquish my position as Admiral of the Navy." "What?" Sengoku exclaimed in surprise. While Carp joyfully remarked, "So, it seems you will no longer be my superior soon." Upon hearing this, Steelbone Kong's already dark complexion deepened, and he replied, "Hey, Carp. I will soon become the commander-in-chief of the 3 military branches, with the position of Admiral passing to Sengoku. The world government comprises 3 military branches: the Navy, which boasts the largest number of personnel and the most formidable strength, tasked with capturing pirates, ensuring the safety of the seas, and protecting the populace; the Air Force, which is the smallest and seldom seen, stationed on a certain sky island; and the Army, responsible for safeguarding the celestial dragons. Typically, the commander-in-chief is held by the Admiral of the Navy, though exceptions occasionally arise. Steelbone Kong was expected to assume the role of commander-in-chief. Despite his advancing age, his robust physique would allow him to continue working for a decade or more without issue. As the only current admiral, Sengoku was naturally the most suitable candidate to succeed him. With both strategic acumen and strength, coupled with the support of his old comrades Carp, Tsuru, and Zifa, Sengoku would quickly stabilize the Navy's situation. Nodding, Sengoku acknowledged, "I understand." He had anticipated this day, though he did not expect it to arrive so soon. As for the position of admiral, he cast a glance at Carp, who would undoubtedly refuse the rank. Upon promotion, one would become a direct subordinate of the celestial dragons, subject to their whims. Carp had no desire to serve as a mere enforcer for a group of scoundrels, possibly even oppressing innocent civilians. Let whoever wishes to take that position do so. I shall not serve. Steelbone Kong also wished for Carp to become an admiral, but after multiple refusals, he ceased to pursue the matter. He then mentioned 3 names: Akainu, Kazan, and Borsalino. Their strengths had reached the level of admiral, with their abilities in hockey making them fully capable of the role. "You may promote these 3 after my departure." "I had the same thought," Sengoku replied. As an admiral, he had indeed observed these 3 rising stars, noting their exceptional strength and temperament. Even though Akainu was uncompromising and could sacrifice civilians to eliminate pirates, he remained one of the best candidates. Kazan, transformed from a passionate youth into a laid-back elder after the O'Hara incident, still embodied the justice of the Navy. As for Borsalino, his prowess was undeniable, though he was rather seasoned. In the following days, Steelbone Kong summoned the 3 to prepare for the ceremony of his abdication. His retirement would coincide with the promotion of Sengoku and Borsalino, marking the emergence of a new admiral of the Navy and the 3 admirals, which would astonish the entire world. The simultaneous arrival of the 3 formidable generals signifies that the Navy has reached the pinnacle of its power, heralding the commencement of a sweeping campaign against pirates. Admiral Akainu Sakazuki commands in the New World, while Admiral Kazan Akiji patrols the first half of the Grand Line. Admiral Kazuru Borsalino maintains his station at Navy headquarters, safeguarding both the headquarters and the celestial dragons. Diaz gazed upon the newly appointed admiral and the 3 formidable vice-admirals on the news, remarking, "The future will prove challenging. I hope to avoid crossing paths with those 3 oddities, particularly Akainu. Sakazuki is excessively radical, not an easy individual to engage with. Kazan's demeanor fluctuates with his mood. Yet my former superior is rather affable. It was evident during the previous pursuit that he deliberately allowed me to escape." With the 3 admirals now in position, the life of a pirate is bound to become more arduous. I've lingered long enough in this dismal East Blue. It is time to venture into the first half of the Grand Line. Without further ado, he set forth, determining his course towards Reverse Mountain. Along the way, he stumbled upon a floating restaurant. He decided to pause his journey. The Baratai, a quaint establishment run by the red-footed Zeph and Sanji, was certainly worth a visit. "Welcome," exclaimed the golden-haired youth with curled bangs, his spirits dampened upon realizing the newcomer was a man. "Here, esteemed guest, is the menu. Please feel free to order whatever your heart desires. Diaz raised an eyebrow as he witnessed a figure emerge from the kitchen, delivering a swift kick that sent Sanji tumbling into the sea. Chapter 40. The Kingdom of Sickle, you lecherous scoundrel. How dare you treat a guest in such a manner? The figure, clad in a chef's attire and sporting a wooden prosthetic leg, boasted a braided golden beard. He berated Sanji, who was struggling to crawl back from the ocean. It hurts, you old codger. What on earth are you doing? Bang. Sanji received another kick. Call me chef. Once a notorious pirate known as the Red Leg Zeph. He had now retired and assumed the role of head chef at the floating restaurant Baratai, earning a living with his disciples upon the sea. My sincerest apologies, dear guest. This rude lad does not know his manners. Please, feel free to order. As a token of my remorse, I shall offer you a complimentary dish. Oh, it's quite all right. Diaz replied, waving his hand dismissively. He picked up the thick menu, pondered for a moment, and ordered an assortment of dishes. Is this what you desire? Zeph inquired after nodding in acknowledgement. Please, hold on a moment. You lecherous scoundrel. Change into something more presentable and come assist me. Yes, chef. Sanji complied, changing into a clean outfit before entering the kitchen. The delightful aroma of the dishes soon wafted through the air as Diaz neatly tied a napkin around young Helis, eagerly awaiting the meal to be served. Oh my! The tantalizing scent made young Helis drool as he sat at the table, attempting to stuff the glass cup into his mouth with both tiny hands. Crunch, crunch. Let us have a little something to whet the appetite. My apologies. Should anything get damaged, please charge it to my account, Diaz said helplessly to the waiter. The seasoned waiter, unfazed by the antics, nodded in understanding. Before long, a feast of exquisite dishes graced their table, and Diaz along with young Helis devoured the meal with fervor, savoring what could only be described as the finest cuisine they had ever encountered. Zeph smiled approvingly. The guest's ravenous consumption was the highest praise for a chef's craft. Boss. Another table, please. Diaz mumbled as he placed more berries on the table. Just a moment. Everyone, we have a significant customer. Get moving. Zeph bellowed to the kitchen staff, who sprang into action with renewed vigor. After preparing over a dozen tables of food, Diaz and young Helis finally nodded in satisfaction and proceeded to settle the bill. Thank you for your patronage. That will be 150,000 berries. Calculating the cost, Diaz found it reasonable, handing over the payment and packing a few additional dishes before departing with the little dinosaur. They crossed the upside-down mountain, leaving the East Blue behind as they entered the Grand Line. With neither compass nor sea charts functional, they resorted once more to the use of the log pose. Let me see. The next island is in this direction. All right, let us set sail that way. Having determined the course, the small vessel glided forward. And after a fortnight's journey, Diaz arrived at an island known as Kolagana. This island harbored a nation called the Kingdom of Sickle. The kingdom was remarkably affluent and was one of the member states of the world government. However, its relations with the three neighboring kingdoms were rather strained. Fortunately, the nation's strength was formidable. Even if the three kingdoms united against it, victory was not entirely out of reach. Diaz arrived on this island, procuring supplies of food, water, and various everyday necessities, while also purchasing an abundance of minerals and soil for young Kyrus. The system is expected to take over a week to complete its updates, and the magnetic energy will require half a month to recharge fully. For the time being, it seems prudent to remain here. Unlike his previous endeavors in the Kingdom of Goya, where profit was the primary motive, the nobility in this realm is relatively decent, and the king appears to be commendable as well. However, it was not long before the tranquility of the island was shattered by the outbreak of war. In the dead of night, the sudden barrage of cannon fire roused Diaz from his slumber. Grabbing the little dinosaur, he leaped from his room to the rooftop. Gazing into the distance, he beheld a scene illuminated by countless lights upon the sea, as shells erupted forth from cannons, raining down upon the city. What on earth? A war? Diaz exclaimed, swiftly slicing through an incoming shell with his blade. Just moments ago, he had dismissed the possibility of conflict, only to find himself under attack. I have no desire to be embroiled in this chaos. I must find a place to hide. A loud explosion erupted nearby as a shell detonated, accompanied by the anguished cries of the populace. Diaz snarled, Dragon Flash, unleashing a sweeping arc of sword energy that cleaved through the approaching shells, causing them to explode mid-air. This cannot continue. The soldiers of the Kingdom of Sickle reacted swiftly, organizing efforts to rescue the citizens while dispatching their fleet to confront the invaders. Diaz arrived at the seaside, discerning the visage of the invaders. A colossal pink snail bore a white castle upon its back, adorned with the black emblem of 66. A battalion of robust soldiers, impeccably equipped, subdued the troops of the Kingdom of Sickle. Goodness, Germa 66? How could they possibly be here? Diaz recognized the place. Was this not Sanji's hometown? Sanji's homeland was elusive, as the Germa kingdom lacked a defined territory yet remained a member of the world government. Perpetually engaging as mercenaries around the globe, accepting commissions to assist employers in waging war against rival nations. Thus, they earned the titles of war house and war experts. Having grown up in the North Sea, Diaz had perused the popular comics of the region, particularly those featuring the maritime warrior Sora, even though his admiration lay with Germa. This comic series had also established the North Sea as a primary source of military strength for the world government. It appeared that someone had commissioned the Germa kingdom to assault the kingdom of Sykiel. The fees for Germa's services were exorbitant, yet once they seized Sykiel, the financial aspect would be insignificant. The army of Sykiel was faltering, hastily retreating and fortifying their defenses behind the city walls to withstand the onslaught of Germa 66. Before the expertise of the war specialists, this seemingly formidable nation found itself at a distinct disadvantage. Suddenly, he spotted 4 figures leaping from Germa's colossal snail, adorned in red, blue, green, and pink hues, moving with remarkable speed toward him. Sparkling red, electric blue, winding green, and toxic pink. The most formidable forces of Germa 66. Had these individuals already joined the fray? Vinsmoke Judge had transformed his children. Aside from Sanji, the rest were augmented beings. His sister Reiju retained human emotions, while the other 3 were devoid of fear, pain, or sentiment, mere monsters born for warfare. Coupled with their battle suits crafted from shape memory alloy, their strength was significantly enhanced. I cannot remain here. I must find a place to hide. A flash of electricity surged forward, and Diaz countered with a swift slash. The clash of his blade against the electrified sword produced a resounding clang. Clad in a blue combat suit, with a black cloak inscribed with the number 2. He bore flowing blue, wavy hair, counterclockwise curled eyebrows, and donned black goggles with matching ear protectors. Upon witnessing Diaz successfully fend off his attack, he erupted into gleeful laughter, seemingly pleased that this nation was not entirely devoid of merit. Chapter 41. Germa 66 TCH. Truly troublesome. Sheathing his weapon, Diaz deflected the electric blue attack with a decisive stroke. Vinsmoke Niji, the most ill-tempered of the family, bore down upon him. Taking a deep breath, the ripple of power coursed through his body, enhancing his strength. Initially reluctant to engage in conflict with them, it seemed now that a vigorous confrontation was inevitable. Those wretched Germa. Oh, you recognize me? How intriguing. Young Niji, wielding a lightning sword forged by Germa, became keenly interested in eliminating Diaz. The sound of clashing metal echoed as the battle commenced. The 2 combatants exchanged rapid strikes, their weapons, Muramasa and the lightning saber, clashing with a shower of sparks. Electric Blue possessed an astonishing speed of movement, while Diaz was no slouch either. His swift maneuvers made him appear as if he were teleporting across short distances. Channel the lightning, he commanded, creating distance as Niji unleashed a bolt of lightning that descended from the heavens. Diaz wore an unusual expression, leaping into the air and striking a pose, as Muramasa swung boldly to intercept the lightning. The lightning was returned. As the attack was parried, Diaz slashed his blade, sending the lightning back with an unexpected ferocity that caught Niji off guard, striking him with a jolt. As long as Diaz caught the lightning, it would not harm him. And as for whether metal conducts electricity, the matters concerning the Yamana clan need not be overly scrutinized. Fortunately, Niji's battle suit shielded him, sparing him from injury. Diaz pressed forward with a piercing thrust, his dark sword energy sweeping towards him. Secret technique, cherry blossom dance. Niji was sent hurtling backward. Protected by the scientific advancements of Germa, he quickly rose to his feet, but Diaz was already upon him, the tip of Muramasa resting against Niji's throat. Transformed as he was, his skin bore an exoskeleton that rendered ordinary attacks ineffective. Yet now, Muramasa was not merely a formidable blade, it was infused with carbon nanotube alloy, making it a far more daunting adversary. Diaz exerted a tremendous force against Nich, propelling him backward, and with a resounding crash, they shattered through the building. A single drop of blood trickled from Nich's throat. All this effort for just one drop of blood? He mocked. Diaz let out a grunt, his fist shimmering with the radiant energy of ripple technique. With a swift blow, he unleashed a wave of power, sending Niji hurtling backwards. crashing through 2 buildings before stabilizing himself with a flotation device. He gingerly touched his face, realizing that the punch had dislocated his jaw. Forcefully resetting the bone, he seethed. "I will kill you." His body transformed into a streak of lightning as he charged directly at Diaz, his sword aimed for the attack. Diaz intercepted the blow with his blade, observing the wound on Neji's neck from which blood flowed incessantly. The effects of the cabana alloy had commenced, suppressing Neji's regenerative abilities, while the poison on the blade began to take hold. Neji instinctively sensed discomfort within his body, yet could not pinpoint the source. A spark ignited behind Diaz as he leapt into the air, executing a gale kick. The vacuum slash was unleashed, but Vince Smoke Eg, with a flourish of his cloak, deflected the seemingly soft and delicate blow. "Neji, what are you doing? End this farce and kill him," Eg declared. "Am I not already doing that?" Neji retorted, charging at Diaz once more. Clang, clang, clang. The two engaged in several rounds of fierce combat, yet despite being the pinnacle of Germa's scientific advancements, Neji found himself at a disadvantage, even being suppressed by Diaz. "Damn it. Useless," Diaz mocked, dashing through the air and locking onto Neji, the blade poised against his throat. Pressing down with force, a chilling sound echoed as sparks flew, and Neji felt a sharp pain as the skin on his neck was grazed. Narrowly avoiding severing his arteries or trachea, otherwise, even Germa's advanced technology might not salvage him. In a moment of life and death, Neji erupted with a surge of electrical energy, causing Diaz to convulse and plummet downward. "I will make sure to kill you," Neji exclaimed, wiping the blood from his neck as he charged at his adversary. With each breath, the ripple power swiftly dispelled the paralysis, and he crashed to the ground, rolling to evade Neji's onslaught. He quickly rose, thrusting his blade towards Neji's black wind goggles, shattering them, leaving fragments suspended before his eyes. Eg seized the blade. Frowning, "You were too careless, Neji." Bang. Eg delivered a kick to Diaz's abdomen, distorting his expression in agony as he coughed up blood. "Being brothers. This one is a bit too strong," he mused, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth before turning to flee. "I can face ripple techniques, but I cannot withstand the speed. You pave the way." Germa's scientific technology defies reason. He contemplated retreating, yet it appeared that these two individuals were unwilling to grant him that opportunity. And Ig wiped the blood from his neck and pursued once more, engaging in a fierce struggle with Diaz, while Ig closely followed, electricity and fire intertwining as they unleashed an overwhelming surge of thunder and flame. 2 attacks surged forth simultaneously. Diaz's gaze sharpened as his hand grazed the back of his blade, unleashing a dark sword aura in a resounding explosion. Ultimate technique, Undying Slash. The sword energy extended outward, resembling vast ink stains upon parchment, as the brothers' assaults melted away upon contact like snow in the sun. They reacted with remarkable swiftness, swiftly raising their cloaks to absorb the blow. Had they wielded the Undying Slash, they would have met their demise. The ultimate technique, Undying Slash, traditionally required possession of one of the 2 blades, either the Weeping Blade or the Opening Blade, for its execution. However, under Diaz's rigorous training, he managed to perform it, albeit with significantly diminished power. It is indeed unexpected that the kingdom of Sakire harbors a warrior of your caliber. Yet our orders are to annihilate your nation entirely. Your might pales in comparison to that of Germa. Ig acknowledged Diaz's strength, yet a command is a command. The edict of his esteemed father is absolute. Diaz was filled with fury and had no intention of offering an explanation. "Let me witness the strength of your Germa." His gaze turned fierce, resolved to fight to the bitter end. The true Silver Slash unleashed a brilliant sword energy that sliced through the air with a piercing sound, creating an impenetrable barrier that deterred both foes from approaching. "What are you doing? Don't waste time on this." A pink figure darted in and, upon seeing Neji's neck, exclaimed in astonishment, "Is there really someone capable of breaking through your exoskeleton?" "Humph. It's merely a testament to the quality of his blade," Neji retorted, unwilling to concede as he felt an unsettling itch on his neck. The deadly poison infused by Vinsmoke Rage caught his attention as she glanced at him and remarked, "You have been poisoned." She pressed her hand against her brother's wound, extracting the toxins, though she would hasten her actions. A kiss for her brother was out of the question. She had no wish to invite nightmares. Chapter 42. The Cowardly King. As the toxins were extracted, Neji's wound began to heal. Rage commented, "This is a poison I have never encountered before. If left untreated for long, it will hinder your self-healing." "Humph, just a trick. Now is the time, kill him swiftly." Niji was eager to engage, but Ichi cautioned, do not squander too much time on this fellow. Reiju, you remain here to deal with him. We have more pressing matters at hand. They still aimed to annihilate this nation and could not afford to waste time on Diaz. However, Niji still harbored intentions of eliminating Diaz, yet Ichi reminded him, Father's command is to obliterate this nation as swiftly as possible. Do not forget, we have another mission to attend to. I'll leave him in your hands. Niji reluctantly departed with Ichi, leaving Reiju to contend with Diaz. What a handsome fellow. Quite to my taste, Reiju chuckled softly, causing Diaz's fighting spirit to wane. As one of the few virtuous members of the Vinsmoke family, Diaz was disinclined to engage in battle. However, she had spoken a truth. He was indeed a handsome man. Your curled eyebrows seem oddly familiar, she observed. Huh. Such a cliché pickup line. Were it in another setting, I might have sat down for a drink with you, Reiju replied, delaying the onset of combat. She found the young man before her vaguely recognizable and soon recalled, you are the disgrace of the Navy, Brando Diaz. My two foolish brothers have mistaken you for an enemy, despite having seen your wanted poster. So, this is a misunderstanding? Reiju, the most astute of the Vinsmoke family, understood the importance of timing, unlike her three reckless brothers who knew only to charge forward. You call it a misunderstanding, yet I nearly met my demise, Diaz countered. Did you not almost kill Niji as well? In my judgment, even Ichi might struggle to defeat you here, Reiju quipped with a sly smile. Suddenly, Diaz interjected. I recall now, the person who resembles you is a golden-haired boy with curled eyebrows, working at a seaside restaurant. His name is Sanji. Years later, upon hearing the name of her beloved younger brother once more, Reiju's pupils constricted, yet her expression remained unchanged as she replied, I do not recognize that child. What a pretense. Is that so? Ichiji, Niji, Sanji. Indeed, they are quite the match, all sharing the same curled eyebrows, not a trait of your family, one might doubt. It appears there is another reason for his estrangement. That lad does not exhibit the same cold demeanor as those two, seemingly relishing life in the seaside restaurant. His culinary skills commendable, accompanied by a caring chef uncle. Upon hearing of her brother's favorable circumstances, Reiju chuckled softly. Thank you. I hope you keep this a secret. No problem, though I must admit I am quite intrigued by your Germa family. She gazed toward the grand white castle atop the largest snail in the sea, a smile gracing her lips. In an instant, her body vanished, leaving Reiju momentarily startled before she swiftly pursued. Thud, thud, thud. Diaz swiftly approached the castle of the Germa kingdom, treading upon the very air itself. The bullets that soared towards him were sliced apart by his sword aura, plummeting harmlessly to the ground. Behind him, the arrows crafted from lethal toxins shot forth by Reiju were similarly shattered by his sword energy. As he descended upon the castle, his speed surged. With a fierce impact, Diaz shattered the castle's walls and burst into the grand hall, where he beheld a towering man adorned with a golden mask and an abundance of hair. With a smile, he charged forward. Vinsmoke Judge, the ruler of the Germa kingdom and the father of Sanji and Reiju, possessed battle experience of his own. He wielded a massive spear and thrust it forward with great force. Yet, unexpectedly, the spear slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground. In an instant, the blade of Murakumo was poised at Judge's throat, its sharp edge breaking the skin and drawing blood. Though Judge had genetically altered his children even in the womb, he himself remained human, vulnerable without the protection of exoskeleton armor. His skin was delicate, and the combat attire failed to shield his exposed neck. At that moment, victory was within grasp. Reiju rushed in, her voice rising in alarm upon witnessing her father in captivity. Do not move, or it will mean death. Diaz wore a radiant smile, which appeared extraordinarily malevolent in the eyes of Gaji. Brando Diaz, how did you come to be here? Gaji demanded angrily. He could not fathom why the disgrace of the Navy, Diaz, would appear in the kingdom of Sickle, nor could he comprehend the conflict with the Germa. It is simply because I happened to pass through here, and you instigated war. Your two foolish sons even attacked me. Pray tell, how should I retaliate against you? Diaz's tone was deceptively light, yet it resonated thunderously in Gaji's ears. Though Gaji was not afraid of Diaz, the sensation of having his life precariously held in another's hands was disconcerting, especially given the possibility that his adversary could take his life at any moment. Gaji was a man who cherished his existence. He feared death and was anxious about his inability to restore the former glory of the Vinsmoke family. Why are you afraid of death? Diaz mocked, having sensed Gaji's trepidation. I had thought the esteemed king of Germa would be formidable, yet you appear otherwise. Very well. Withdraw your troops. Your aggression ends here. Withdraw? Absolutely not. Gaji screamed as a small dagger pierced through his battle attire, embedding itself between his collarbone, causing blood to flow profusely. I command you, not negotiate. Diaz's chilling words made Gaji tremble. How could a youth scarcely older than his own daughter instill such fear? I said, withdraw. Do you not understand my words? Then order your sons to return and kneel before me. You, what are you, The dagger twisted, and Gaji felt a searing pain. If you do not heed my command, prepare for death. Surely, you do not wish to perish at my hands, your majesty? The dread of death compelled Gaji to comply with Diaz's orders, his outward bravado and tyranny failing to mask his inner cowardice. Navi Dreamer was Diaz's assessment of Gaji. In his quest to revive the Vinsmoke family's former glory, he was willing to use his own children as pawns, foolishly daring to negotiate with a formidable foe like Big Mom. Eliminating them would render all of Germa's possessions theirs. How naive it was to believe that an alliance with the emperors would be seamless. Which of them was easily managed? Blood continued to seep from his wound as the soldiers of Germa 66 and the three princes retreated back to their kingdom under Gaji's command. The three brothers were utterly astonished upon seeing Diaz, and Gaji commanded them to kneel before him. What nonsense is this? Why should we kneel to this wretch? The green-haired Yuji and Niji were unwilling, while Ichiji crossed his arms, equally disinclined to comply. Chapter 43. Come, let us make a peace sign. I said kneel. You three ungrateful wretches. Gaji vehemently chastised his three beloved sons for the first time, as the transformed brothers ultimately found themselves powerless to defy their father's commands, humiliatingly kneeling before Diaz. Oh, how amusing it is to witness the once mighty prince, the wicked Germa, bowing before a mere commoner. Alas, if only there were a recording device to capture this moment. I would dearly love to immortalize it. How intriguing. Someone, fetch me a recording device. He commanded Reiju, who glanced at Gaji. Gaji let out another anguished cry as the small blade pressed deeper. Hurry, bring it to him. How disgraceful, father. Reiju suddenly felt a surge of satisfaction. Perhaps this was poetic justice. With that thought, she promptly retrieved a recording device. Diaz instructed, capture this moment. Click. Reiju documented the scene of the brothers' humiliation, only to hear Diaz say, capture us as well. This is a historic moment. If the people of the North Sea were to learn of this, I might become a household name. Don't weep, you're a grown man. Why act like a child? Ugh, how repulsive, tears streaming down your face. If you wish to survive, show me a peace sign and smile. The threat of death compelled Gaji to comply with Diaz's orders, and amidst laughter and tears, he posed with a peace sign. A stark contrast to the proud King Germa he had just been. What a pitiful sight. The recording device spat out photographs, and Diaz, gazing at the beaming image of himself alongside Gaji's contorted face, laughed even more heartily. Tell me, how much do you think I could sell this to the World Economic newspaper? I've even imagined the headline for tomorrow's front page. The Evil Legion rises to fame. The Weeping King Germa. What do you think? I find that title rather splendid. No, please, don't let them know of my disgrace. If those people discover my predicament, my reign as king will be over. Gaji wailed, for he had never felt so utterly humiliated, not even during his capture alongside Vegapunk for experiments. This embarrassing situation stemmed solely from the foolish actions of his sons in provoking this devil. Let us remove the Germa combat uniforms from them. Gaji now found himself completely subservient to Diaz, and the combat gear of the three brothers was swiftly stripped away, along with his own. Only Reiju's remained untouched. Without their uniforms, I can truly torment you now. What a fool you are. Just moments ago, I could only target your neck, risking your life with a single misstep, but now, I can do as I please. The devil. This man is truly a devil. The Muramesa plunged into Gaji's thigh, eliciting a piercing scream of agony as the poison coursed through his veins. Simultaneously, Diaz produced a C4 bomb acquired from a system lottery and affixed it to Gaji's body, interrupting his arm. Seizing the switch, he descended with an air of audacity, proclaiming, "You have all witnessed this. This is a bomb. With a mere press, your father shall perish in an explosion. His physique is not as resilient as yours." He stepped upon Niji's head, pressing it deep into the floor. Niji struggled, yet Gaji, gripped by cowardice and the fear of death, commanded him to remain still. As modified beings, Lachio and the trio of brothers found themselves unable to defy their father's orders, paralyzed by trepidation. Aren't you quite the fighter? What use is fighting? I had expected much from you. but it appears you are nothing but a pitiable wretch." Niji's expression twisted with rage, his teeth nearly shattering under the strain, yearning to rend Diaz apart, yet he found himself powerless to retaliate. Retrieving the Muramesa, Diaz forcefully pierced through Niji's waist. Blood stained the fine fabric of his shirt. Turning his head, Diaz mused, "How tiresome. Tell me, Your Majesty, what do you suppose will become of this nation once I detonate you?" "No, please. Spare us. I can give you anything you desire," Gaji pleaded, devoid of any regal composure. "Boring. You have hockey cuffs, correct?" "Indeed. Bring them forth, all of them." "No, let us switch to a cage instead." Shortly, an iron cage laced with hockey was brought forth. The hockey was exceptionally resilient. It effectively restrained not only those with abilities, but also ordinary individuals. Even a slight infusion of hockey into ordinary materials rendered them remarkably formidable, perfectly suited to contain these three. Tossing the soul key in his hand, Diaz remarked, "You truly are obedient. Are you genuinely a king? What sort of king fears death so profoundly that he endangers his own progeny? This is a first for me." You, Gaji, overwhelmed by anger, fainted. "Is that all it takes to make you swoon? Pathetic. Your father is truly a useless waste." "I couldn't agree more." Leitio shrugged. In that moment, devoid of Gaji's commands, she found herself liberated. She longed for Diaz to eradicate this malevolent lineage, yet regrettably, he might not act upon it. "Hey, Leitio. What are you doing? Hurry and take down this guy. Rescue us." Yuji shouted, devoid of thought. Leitio retorted, "You fool, the patriarch is in his grasp." Yuji fell silent. The three brothers had never felt so humiliated, ensnared by a single individual. "Bring forth the dishes." Diaz clapped his hands, and seeing no one respond, he raised the remote control in his hand. Leitio, with a sense of resignation, remarked that they would temporarily heed his command. It was only then that the clone soldiers of Germa sprang into action. A war can ignite swiftly and extinguish just as rapidly. Germa retreated in haste, leaving the bewildered citizens of the Kingdom of Sickle in a state of confusion. Of course, those who had survived the ordeal were too preoccupied to ponder the reasons for their continued existence. Few were aware that it was Diaz who had inadvertently come to their rescue. The three brothers found themselves abandoned on the rooftop, with the unconscious Gaji seated upon the throne, resembling a beggar adorned with a crown. Diaz and Leitio sat on opposite sides, indulging in a delightful feast. "I am at a loss as to what you are truly contemplating, for I too am a member of the Germa clan." Leitio gracefully sliced her steak, while Diaz voraciously devoured meat and guzzled wine, proclaiming, "Because you are different." Meanwhile, the little dinosaur was in sheer bliss, gnawing on the sea prism stone handcuffs, which, akin to diamonds, crunched in its mouth like mere snacks. This scene caught Leitio's attention. It was her first encounter with a creature capable of consuming sea prism stones. Even if the purity was insufficient, one would not expect it to be able to gnaw through the stone. The energy within the sea prism stone also nourished the little dinosaur's body, as it savored such a high-quality source of energy for the first time. Ding! The young Giratina has learned the move crunch. Truly remarkable, young Giratina. Even while enjoying a meal, you managed to acquire a new technique. Chapter 44, Like a Monkey. Diaz and his companions indulged in exquisite cuisine while the three brothers remained suspended in their cage, unable to escape. The bleeding from Gaji's body had ceased. He was not one to perish so easily. To die in such a simplistic manner would be an affront to his robust physique. "Your father is akin to a jest," remarked Diaz as he savored his meat. Leitio merely sipped her fine red wine, smiling in silence. Given her father's dire condition, it was commendable that she had refrained from poisoning him. However, she found herself powerless to defy his commands or inflict harm upon him. Within the family, only Sanji possessed the fortitude to resist their father, a mere mortal born of their mother's sacrifice. Was he truly the only family member she cherished? Stifling a yawn, Diaz set down his knife and fork, calling out, "Bring forth Germa's funds." Complying with his request, Leitio placed her wine glass down. She was indifferent to all that belonged to Germa. Should Gaji inquire later, she could easily deflect his curiosity by citing their father's safety as a justification. After all, it was undeniable that his inability to fend off enemies had rendered them all helpless. Clones of soldiers delivered several crates of money, prompting Diaz to raise an eyebrow. "Is this all? How can the illustrious Germa kingdom be so impoverished?" Leitio explained, "Do you think research comes without cost? Germa thrives on technology, and our daily research expenses are substantial. Each mission we undertake barely sustains the nation's basic needs. As a war machine, Germa secured numerous high-paying assignments in the black market, Yet their routine expenditures, primarily for research, were exorbitant. Germa's soldiers incurred no costs as they were cloned. But the materials and resources required for cloning, coupled with Gaji's need to uphold the royal family's dignity, demanded considerable funds. This nation had no means to levy taxes. Even when accepting assignments, the kingdom was not wealthy, liquidity was scant, and Gaji's aversion to commerce stemmed from a desire to preserve royal dignity, forcing reliance on mission-based income. Stubborn and obstinate, naive yet cowardly was Diaz's assessment of the man. After counting, the sum totaled around $1 billion. Nearly enough to cover system updates. Storing the money away, Diaz stroked his chin, contemplating, "Tell me, if I were to eliminate your father, would you not be free?" Leiji remained silent, her eyes betraying a yearning for liberty. What a look. Truly a devoted daughter. "Hey, Leiji, did you not hear what he said?" "Stop him," Ichiji interjected. Leiji replied, "He only needs to press a button, and my father will be obliterated. Do you think I can outpace him? Useless. Just watch me," Yuji declared, grasping the sea prism stone cage with all his might, yet the cage remained unyielding. "If you can pry open this cage fashioned from sea prism stone, I shall let you go." Diaz chuckled, remarking that not everyone possesses the rare ability of the Yoshiro teeth. It is indeed extraordinary. The sea prism stone, being indestructible and capable of restraining those with abilities, commands a steep price. Casting a glance at the unconscious Gaji, he clicked his tongue in dismay. The once exalted king had fallen to such a pitiful state. How tragic indeed. "Bring forth another sea prism cage, and confine your king within," he commanded. The cloned soldiers hesitated, but the thought of their sovereign's fate resting in Diaz's hands compelled them to comply. Gaji was unceremoniously tossed into the sea prism cage, suspended from the ceiling. "Now, you are the de facto ruler of the Germa kingdom, Queen Reiju," he proclaimed. "Queen, you say? Thank you, but I have no desire for the throne," Reiju replied, shaking her head in refusal. "This wicked nation ought to meet its demise. Who would wish to reign over such a land? Is that so? Then allow me to take matters into my own hands." Diaz sat upon the throne, surveying the assembly below, and remarked, "It feels rather mundane, honestly. I truly fail to comprehend the allure of kingship." Resting his elbow on the armrest of the royal seat, he supported his head with a languid posture, while his other hand gripped the remote control tightly, poised to unleash chaos at any moment. Raquel and the clone soldiers felt the weight of his gaze, akin to being scrutinized by a beast that could pounce at any instant. "What is it that you truly desire?" Raquel finally inquired. "Pray tell, could I ascend as the king of Germa?" Diaz mused whimsically. Before Raquel could respond, Nitch interjected with derision, "You? Do not entertain such notions. No one aside from father can claim the throne." Diaz remarked, "He is dead, and so are you. What remains is merely Reiju. Let her be crowned as queen, and then abdicate to me. Thus, it is rightful. You, Niji, dare to challenge me? Just watch as I tear you to shreds. With your lack of battle attire. Your demise is inevitable. But first, you must escape from the sea stone prison. Without battle suits, the capabilities of these individuals will diminish significantly. Their true prowess can only be realized when equipped with such garments. In fact, without them, their strength pales in comparison to many pirates with bounties exceeding 300 million. After all, their bodies have not yet reached their peak. Even with the enhancement of genetic factors, they cannot defy the natural laws of physical development. Only once they mature and don the Germa battle suits can their true power be unleashed. However, given their current physical condition, equipped with battle suits, they could traverse the first half of the Grand Line with ease. Reiju, will you merely stand by? Have you betrayed your family? Niji, seeking to provoke the free-spirited Reiju, was met with scorn. Are you a fool? Your father's life is in his hands. Do you lack any sense? How dare you insult me? Is there a problem? Diaz waved the remote control in his hand, stating, if I press this button, your father will perish. I could suspend you here for months. I refuse to believe that without food or water, you would not succumb. I care not for the passage of time. I could endure this for months without issue. Silence. Niji, e.g., displaying a modicum of intelligence, advised Niji against inciting Diaz further, for preserving their father's life was paramount. The modified individuals bore an unwavering loyalty to their father, preoccupied solely with ensuring his survival. Reiju, though harboring emotions, found herself unable to defy Gaji's commands. No matter her internal resistance, her body could not disobey. They were but tools for Gaji to restore the Vinsmoke family. Familial bonds? That notion dissipated after their mother's passing and Sanji's departure. The Vinsmoke family had no need for such weaknesses. I find you all amusing, like monkeys, Diaz mused, his demeanor unfazed as he contemplated Gaji's fate. His thoughts were primarily focused on how to exert control over Germa. Germa's combat prowess was commendable, not quite on par with the Yonko's crews. Yet they stood out amidst the vast seas, their scientific advancements and clone soldiers unparalleled. Diaz settled into the luxurious chamber of Germa, while Gaji was also transported to the room, preventing his release. Upon awakening, Gaji was once again rendered unconscious by Diaz, and thus several days passed. Ding. The system update is complete. The marketplace is now open. The achievement system has been activated. Ding. The cost for each card draw has been altered to 10 million berries. Damn it, you money-hungry fiend. Diaz exclaimed in anger. How can this be fair? Is this not bullying the honest? The system remained silent, being merely a mechanical construct devoid of much intelligence. Frustrated by the unfairness, Diaz begrudgingly conceded, System, I shall conduct 100 consecutive draws. Now, 100 million only permits a single 10 draw. Damn. Pineapple phones rivaling Apple. Nightstone that glows at night. Mastery of 8 extremes fist. Come, unleash your punches, young one. The White King ensemble, oh, how exquisite. A double jump. Let me see who else cannot perform this feat. The seed of spirit. Bestow upon him life or death. The lock of heaven. Effective against divine beings. The Holy Grail. A versatile conduit of power. The divine fire holy judgment. A sword of pure love. The eagle eye vision. Enemies within attack range cannot conceal themselves. The kryptonite. An Achilles heel for the mighty. The arc reactor. I am Iron Man. The mouse charm, darling. Your figurine wife can now come to life. The sun gun. A miraculous creation of the initial salary king, Gwen. The undying slash. Bow and pray. Recommended to be drawn after acquiring the power of immortality. The guaranteed items materialized before Diaz's eyes. The seed of spirit. When planted upon a person, could lead to their demise with but a thought. There is only one. The lock of heaven, an incarnation of Enkidu from the Type Moon universe. Can confine the primordial deity Tiamat for an hour at full strength. Against divine beings, it transforms into an unyielding iron chain if no divinity is present. The Holy Grail. Often dismissed as a broken cup, can indeed grant wishes, but one must know the method. Without it, one cannot leap from inception to conclusion. The divine fire holy judgment. One of the god keys from the world of Honkai, crafted from the core of the 7th lawgiver of the former civilization era, possessing both great sword and dual pistol forms. Due to its name, each use is for the sake of one's beloved. Kevin, Siegfried, and Otto, the god of pure love, Otto Apocalypse. For the sake of those I cherish, I shall unleash a magnificent assault. Strength is indeed formidable. However, the crux lies in the fact that this particular mechanism is powered by the very energy it is meant to combat, namely, the energy of destruction. The Eye of the Hawk, the Ether Stone, and the Arc Reactor require no further elaboration. The Mouse Sigil demands a puppet as a prerequisite. The Sunlight Gun boasts commendable attack power, akin to the abilities of Gwen, the protagonist from Dark Souls, where proximity is paramount for optimal damage output. The Undying Slash, Weeping Tears, one of the 2 undying slashes, possesses the perilous trait that without the power of immortality, drawing it spells certain doom. Nonetheless, it can be employed for cunning ambushes. Diaz stroked his chin contemplatively before retrieving a golden chalice, a mere embodiment of magical essence. Then, I wish to become the mightiest being in the world. The chalice emitted a faint glow, yet nothing materialized. Very well, it appears I have not succeeded. I wish for the chalice's magic to be converted into entropy energy. Ding. The transformation of magic was successful. The chalice's essence has now been transmuted into entropy energy, establishing a connection with the sacred judgment of heavenly fire. Remarkable, indeed. Diaz was utterly astonished. How could this be achieved? Host, you need not delve so deeply into the system's workings. Are you perhaps of the Bitesong lineage? Ding. Congratulations, host, on attaining an achievement. The guaranteed deity. The host's luck has increased by 1%. What use is a mere 1% increase? Diaz drew forth 2 gilded pistols resembling flintlock firearms, their bodies adorned in a striking black and white pattern, with golden barrels and a core of crimson flame embedded at the safety catch, exuding an air of opulence and grandeur. The weapons radiated intense heat, and upon contact, purple patterns manifested upon Diaz's skin as he was assailed by the encroaching energy of destruction, lacking any adaptability to it, leaving him at risk of transforming into a creature of ruin. He hastily relinquished his grip. Ding. The host has achieved an accomplishment. Every endeavor has its inaugural moment. The host has attained 100% adaptability to the energy of destruction. The purple markings on his hand vanished, and Diaz sensed he could wield the celestial fire divine judgment with newfound mastery, adjusting its energy output. The muzzle erupted in fierce flames, igniting the bed within the room. Extinguish! Extinguish! He doused the flames with a bucket of water. The output capacity of the celestial fire divine judgment was exceptional. Upon reaching 150% energy, it would transform into a great sword, unleashing a cataclysmic strike. However, the wielder faced a perilously high chance of demise due to the extreme temperatures. For only a body transcending the mortal realm could endure such boundless destructive force. Only Kevin possessed the true ability to harness this power. Otto wielded a great sword of celestial fire, replicated from the void's myriad treasures, known as the pure love great sword, fought for the sake of his beloved. "Give me a Cassandra-style gunfighting technique," he exclaimed. But never mind, as long as it is functional. He sheathed the twin pistols and approached Vinsmoke Gaji. System. Plant a seed of consciousness in Vinsmoke Gaji. Ding. Seed has been planted. Do you wish to eliminate the target? Negative. Diaz splashed water to awaken Gaji, who, upon seeing Diaz, was filled with dread and terror. I have implanted within your mind a means to control you. At the mere flicker of my thought, your head will explode, he silently mused, urging the seed of mental domination to gradually take effect. Suddenly, Gaji was struck by an excruciating headache, blood streaming from his nose. The intense pain was unbearable. Let me go. Please, I beg you. I am willing to become your subordinate. Upon uttering these words, Gaji felt an immediate sense of relief. Yet his heart was heavy with sorrow. Was this truly the end for the Vinsmoke family? He could not accept it. He could not resign himself to such a fate. You are quite obedient. By the way, the entity I have planted in your mind is called the seed of mental domination. Only I can deactivate it. It is bound to me, and if I were to perish, your head would burst asunder. Gaji's eyes were filled with fear, for the man before him resembled a demon. Yet, he found himself powerless. The recent agony made it abundantly clear that if his adversary truly wished him harm, he would indeed meet his demise. He did not wish to die. Better to endure a miserable existence than to perish. He had to restore the Vinsmoke family. Yes, for the sake of his family. He could not allow himself to die. Chapter 46, The Wavebreaker. Diaz was exceedingly pleased with Gaji's conduct, as it finally allowed for the tending of Gaji's wounds. He proclaimed, "From this moment forth, you shall refer to me as your master. All of you in Germa must heed my commands. Do you understand?" Though Gaji felt a deep sense of resentment, the awareness of his precarious existence being in the hands of another left him with no choice but to acquiesce. Before his children and numerous Germa soldiers, he publicly declared that from this moment on, Brant Diaz holds an equal standing within the Germa kingdom, and all must obey his orders without question. A dictatorship is easily controlled. As long as the fearful leader is under one's thumb, one becomes the sovereign of the nation. The strength of the Germa kingdom is indispensable for the future that lies ahead. Diaz sat upon his throne, gazing down at the kneeling figures of Iji, Niji, and others, and remarked, "I must admit, I prefer your former defiant demeanor. It is truly a sight that never ceases to captivate." Reiju, appointed by Judge as his current secretary, retorted, "You are indeed a wicked man. This is how to deal with these individuals. You are free now, my beautiful princess." Upon hearing of her newfound freedom, Reiju paused, incredulous, and inquired, "Free?" "Indeed," he affirmed, "you may go wherever you wish. I shall not impede you, nor will Judge, correct?" Judge felt a pang in his heart, but managed a strained smile, adding, "The boss speaks wisely, Reiju. You are free to do as you please. You need no longer heed my commands." With these words, Reiju experienced an unprecedented sense of liberation. The commands had been absolute, signifying that she could truly depart from this realm. Yet, what would she do after leaving? Perhaps she should visit Sanji to see her brother. "Thank you." Reiju whispered her gratitude, turning away without a trace of nostalgia. Clad in Germa's battle attire, she soared into the sky, leaving behind a long, white streak that gradually vanished from sight. Diaz declared, "Well then, it is now your turn, Gaji. Your current task is to generate profits for me while ensuring the Germa kingdom operates smoothly. Any remaining funds are to be saved for my future use." He cared little for how Germa would earn money in the future. His only concern was amassing wealth for himself. "Yes, boss." Gaji internally screamed, "My money," yet felt utterly powerless. He began upgrading the weapons used by the soldiers, as the current armaments were still lacking in efficiency. The flintlock pistols of the pirate world had remained unchanged for countless years, and Diaz believed it was time to ignite an industrial revolution. The existing weapons were more than adequate to meet the combat demands of Germa's soldiers. Furrowing his brow, Gaji remarked, "If we were to upgrade now, it would entail a significant expense, not to mention the time and effort required for research and development." "Foolish," Diaz retorted. "Upgrading our weaponry and developing more formidable arms could swiftly bring an end to the war for Germa. Furthermore, by selling these weapons, Germa can amass greater wealth, transforming from mercenaries into arms dealers, all while reaping profits from the comfort of home. Does that not sound appealing?" Gaji opened his mouth, realizing the merit in Diaz's words. Diaz continued, "Henceforth, we shall pursue this direction. I can allocate 500 million berries for research and development. Should that prove insufficient, you are to undertake missions to earn more." "Understood. Additionally, construct for me a vessel capable of swift movement across the sea without reliance on wind. That requires an energy source. If you were a natural-type devil fruit user, this issue could be easily resolved." The implication is clear. A ship that moves quickly without wind needs an energy solution, and a vessel too small cannot accommodate a large engine and energy processor, rendering the endeavor futile. "I can address the energy issue. You merely need to focus on shipbuilding." "Understood." Under the guidance of Jiaji, the scientists of Germa commenced the construction of an iron vessel equipped with a captain's cabin, in response to Diaz's requests. The energy source was derived from the arc reactor, which Diaz had harnessed, capable of providing a substantial amount of energy. This arc reactor, a clean energy reactor utilizing a new element, was sufficient to sustain the energy consumption of the small vessel. The emergence of the arc reactor astonished Jiaji and the cadre of scientists, as the energy it supplied defied their conventional understanding. The vessel, crafted upon the foundation of the arc reactor, could achieve speeds of up to 100 kilometers per hour, albeit constrained by technological limitations. Measuring approximately 20 meters in length, it boasted several rooms, independent restrooms, and a kitchen. Furthermore, Jiaji and his team equipped the vessel with a compact seawater desalination system, capable of meeting daily life requirements. The existence of such a desalination system in the German kingdom was an unexpected revelation for Diaz. However, upon reflection, it made sense. These individuals were either engaged in combat or en route to battle, and with a large population, the time wasted on resupply was significant. Moreover, water could not be effectively preserved at sea. Thus, possessing a seawater desalination system adeptly addressed this challenge. The scientific and technological prowess of Germa was indeed commendable. Diaz did not linger in the kingdom of Germa. Gaji's life was now firmly in his own hands, and he certainly did not dare to trifle with his own existence. The plague of a man had finally departed. Gaji gazed at the retreating vessel, exhaling a sigh of relief. For the sensation of being under Diaz's control was far from pleasant. He felt utterly despondent, devoid of any hope for the future. Compelled to obey Diaz's commands merely to preserve his own life. He wished for this man to survive. Should he perish, Gaji's fate would be sealed as well. Though skepticism lingered, what if he still desired to live for Germa, for Vinsmoke? The ship, aptly named the Wave Breaker by Diaz, sped across the ocean, far surpassing the capabilities of ordinary sailing vessels. In just a week's time, it reached the next island. After spending nearly a month there, with the magnetic energy reserves fully replenished, it resumed its journey towards the Sabaody archipelago and subsequently into the New World. Despite the perilous nature of the New World, it was also rife with opportunities. One fateful day, the Wavebreaker darted swiftly across the sea, its arc reactor providing ample energy for consumption, even generating more energy than was typically utilized. Suddenly, from afar, thick black smoke billowed ominously, indicating trouble ahead. Such occurrences on the sea were often the result of pirate activity. Whether it was a skirmish between pirates, acts of plunder, or encounters between the Navy and pirates, these were the usual scenarios, and Diaz would invariably seek to partake in the chaos. He relished the excitement of the fray, adjusting the course and hastening the speed. The Wavebreaker surged towards the scene of the incident with renewed vigor. Chapter 47. Edward Weevil. The naval warship belched black smoke as numerous recruits fell lifeless upon the deck, their bodies strewn about, victims of lethal strikes. The naval chief instructor, a former admiral, Black Arm Zephyr, bore the agony in his heart as he battled the pirate of formidable stature, an immense, grotesque figure towering nearly 7 meters tall. One single pirate had led to the annihilation of this ship's crew, a tragedy under his protection, which was utterly unacceptable. This man must be brought to justice. The white mustache and the great cleaver wielded by his opponent reminded Zephyr of the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. The weight of that power evoked memories of Whitebeard in his youth. The clash of black fists against the great cleaver echoed through the air, both combatants retreating momentarily. Edward Weevil gasped, turning to the petite old woman draped in a leopard print cloak and wearing sunglasses, lamenting, "Mother, this man is incredibly strong. I feel as though I cannot defeat him." Miss Backen's shrill voice pierced the air as she berated her foolish son. "You imbecile, pull yourself together. Who told you to face this man? You've already slain so many Navy personnel, you must eliminate him now. Now, the only option is to confront the opponent head-on. The likelihood of escaping with my son against Zephyr is exceedingly slim. I shall not allow your escape." "Absolutely not." Zephyr gasped, his breath becoming increasingly labored. "Why now?" As age encroaches, various ailments have begun to plague his body, asthma being one among them. While he typically experiences no issues in the absence of combat, vigorous exertion, especially when facing a formidable adversary of this caliber, exacerbates his physical afflictions. "No, I must ensure the safety of the children." The battle rages on as Edward Weeble engages Zephyr, relying on his innate physical prowess and brute strength. Though he finds himself at a disadvantage, defeat is not yet imminent. Ha! Ha! His breathing grows ever more frantic. In this struggle, medication is of no use. With age, his physical endurance has begun to wane. If only he were 5 years younger, this opponent. Now is not the time for such thoughts. Behind Edward Weeble, Miss Bikine exclaimed, "Fool, don't pursue him. There are 2 more survivors behind him." "Understood, Mother." The great cleaver repelled Zephyr, slicing toward the 2 newly arrived Navy personnel. "Ein, Bins," Zephyr cried out, swiftly propelling himself forward, raising his right arm. With a swift motion, the renowned black-armed Zephyr had his limbs severed by the strike, blood gushing forth. The excruciating pain contorting his expression. "Teacher!" Einen Bins cried out in anguish, and at that moment, a fierce sword aura separated Edward Weeble from Zephyr. Diaz soared through the air with remarkable speed, wielding his sword as he aimed a strike at Edward Weeble's head. "How despicable to launch a surprise attack!" Edward exclaimed, managing to fend off Diaz and rolling across the deck. He gathered Zephyr's severed arm, retrieved a vial of blood, and connected the limb at the severed end before pouring the contents down. A hissing sound emanated as white smoke rose from the wound, and Zephyr felt no further pain. "Diaz, what are you doing here?" This rebellious disciple had once caused him great anguish, yet upon their reunion, he found himself saved. "Greetings, teacher," Diaz replied, discarding the now empty vial. "It has been a while. It appears you have not fared well." He twirled his sword, adding, "I believe we can join forces to take down our opponents." With a dismissive huff, Edward flexed his arm, feeling no significant injury. As if the earlier blow had never happened, the dark aura enveloped his arm once more. The mysterious substance had seemingly alleviated his asthma. He pondered whether he had fully healed and if it would affect him in the short term. What exactly was that concoction? Infuriating. How could he reattach a severed limb? "Son, eliminate them," Miss Backen screamed. "Understood, Mother." Edward Weeble charged forward once more, as Zephyr deftly sidestepped, preparing for an imminent clash. Diaz's objective was crystal clear as he charged toward the clownish Miss Bikine. "You insolent brat," she exclaimed, raising her cane, now imbued with the power of hockey, and swung it fiercely at Diaz. To his astonishment, this elderly woman possessed considerable strength. The clash resounded with sparks flying, and the force emanating from her cane took Diaz by surprise, revealing that she was not to be underestimated. With a sudden surge of strength, Diaz unleashed his own formidable power, causing Miss Bikine to stagger as her cane was deflected. Their weapons momentarily misaligned, leaving Miss Bikine vulnerable. Seizing the opportunity, Diaz conjured a gilded flintlock pistol, the barrel of which belched forth a torrent of flames, striking Miss Bikine squarely in the face. "Oh!" she shrieked, her body igniting in flames. "Weevil turned back in alarm, Mother. How can you fight and still be distracted?" Zephyr raised an eyebrow, delivering a powerful blow to Weevil's abdomen that sent him stumbling back, clutching his belly. "That hurt, you old coot," he exclaimed, sniffling, his monstrous physique absorbing the impact with surprising resilience. Diaz then kicked Miss Bikine to the ground, extinguishing the flames, and leveled the pistol at her head, declaring, "Surrender. For your mother is now in my grasp." He had always favored taking hostages, achieving his goals with minimal exertion. Suddenly, A silver chain resembling the locks of the heavens materialized in the air, its end piercing Weevil's collarbone, binding him tightly and preventing any movement. This was no mere treasure, but a divine weapon of unparalleled durability. Even if broken, it would mend itself after a time. If only his opponent possessed divine attributes once bound, they would be utterly vulnerable. Diaz remarked, "Capture him, Teacher Zifa." "What is this?" Weevil protested, struggling against his restraints. Diaz warned, "If you dare move, your mother will meet her demise." "Mother, if you harm her, I will surely kill you." Weevil retorted fiercely, "As long as you remain still, your mother will be safe." "Is that true?" "Indeed. Then I shall not move." The individual appears to lack intelligence. Zephyr cast a deep gaze upon his former disciple, instructing Ein and Benz to retrieve the sea prism stone handcuffs, binding Weibel's hands and feet entirely, and securing his entire body with heavy chains. Chapter 48. The Meaning of a Hero. Edward Weibel and Miss Bekeen found themselves ensnared by Zephyr and his companions. Zephyr gazed mournfully at the corpses of the naval recruits strewn across the deck, grief swelling within him. They had originally been brought out for training, only to meet such a fate. "Take it easy, Master Zephyr," Diaz remarked. "Death is irreversible. It is simply the nature of fate. In the vastness of the sea, whether one becomes a sailor or a pirate, one must be prepared to sacrifice their life." Diaz's eyes were profound as he, along with Ein and Benz, gathered the bodies. "You are in no position to lecture me, you little brat," Zephyr retorted, trembling as he closed the eyes of a fallen recruit. "You must be my junior disciples, then." Ein and Benz fell silent. They had heard of Diaz's infamous reputation, often cited as a cautionary tale within the Navy. Yet it was this very pariah who had saved their lives, the shame of the Navy. "Relax, I don't bite." Zephyr approached, his voice low and serious. "Diaz, what on earth are you contemplating? Why betray the Navy?" "Master Zephyr, I have expressed this numerous times. I simply wish to save lives, even at the cost of being wanted." Diaz locked eyes with his mentor and spoke, "Perhaps I am wanted by the world government and hunted by the Navy. Yet I remain eternally grateful for the guidance bestowed upon me by you and Admiral Tsuru. I am not one to forget kindness, and I continue to harbor a disdain for pirates." His appreciation for Tsuru and Zephyr was profound, as they had nurtured his abilities. Indeed, half of his skills were imparted by them. However, their paths diverged. For the sake of Tiger? What is it about him that captivates so? "It is his defiance," Diaz declared. "He dared to stand against the accursed celestial dragons. The world ought not to be governed by a cadre of individuals lesser than mere parasites. As a former admiral, you must understand the nature of such beings." Zephyr did not dispute the contemptible nature of the celestial dragons, yet he insisted that as a member of the Navy, it was imperative to protect them. Ein and Benz turned pale with fright. Could there truly be someone who dared to insult the celestial dragons so vehemently? If this were to leak, it would spell doom for him. "Look at your disciples. They tremble at my mere words." Ordinary folk would react even more strongly upon hearing about the celestial dragons. They are merely fortunate souls in the lottery of birth. Yet they should not hoard more than 50% of the world's wealth nor trample upon the laws of the world government. In comparison to pirates, they evoke in me a far greater loathing. How many nations have suffered penury and ruin due to the greed of these celestial beings? How many have been obliterated because of their avarice? Countless souls have been reduced to slavery at their hands because of them. The laws of the world government resemble a farce. Human trafficking can commence right beneath the Navy's nose. You know this, yet you hesitate to speak of it, fearing to confront the truth. Your sense of justice appears laughable against the backdrop of their tyranny. Diaz tore open the wounds of the Navy, exposing their disgrace. The young beauty, Ein, opened her mouth, eager to defend her teacher, but found herself at a loss for words, for all of Diaz's assertions were grounded in truth. There must be a better solution. But what? Zephyr was at a loss, caught off guard by his own disciple's inquiry, unable to formulate a counterargument. I hold great admiration for Tiger's actions. Such a person should not meet an untimely demise. Teacher, the justice of the Navy cannot accommodate my sense of righteousness. We are drifting further apart. Diaz shook his head and approached the ship's railing, declaring, Teacher, should you ever find yourself in difficulty, I shall come to your aid. This is my promise. With a graceful stride, he returned to the wave breaker, which brushed past the warship. Zephyr gazed at the receding vessel, letting out a sigh. Diaz was exceptionally gifted among his disciples, possibly only slightly inferior to Kazan and others. Could the justice of the Navy truly not embrace him? The answer was affirmative. His disdain for the celestial dragons would inevitably lead to a clash, and in the end, it may not be as simple as mere defection. His intuition warned him that Diaz might commit even more dreadful acts: rebellion, assault, or even the murder of celestial dragons. Teacher Ein inquired, "Is it for this reason that Brother Diaz defected from the Navy?" Zephyr did not require her to retract the term Brother Diaz, responding, "Stolberry has stated as much," and in doing so awakened his conqueror's haki, which signifies his irreconcilable conflict with the celestial dragons. The world's aristocracy will not allow someone like him to survive. But he is a good person. Indeed, a good person. Zephyr clenched his fist tightly. The justice of the Navy felt somewhat narrow to him. He instructed his two disciples to keep the encounter with Diaz a secret, emphasizing the importance of discretion. This was the teacher's protection over his students. Diaz regarded him as a mentor. How could he not consider him a disciple in return? Alas, if he had remained, he might have emerged as a formidable figure, the cancer of the celestial dragon's world. With a deep sigh, he cast a piercing gaze at Weibel and Miss Bakken, his eyes filled with loathing. He advanced, his fist piercing through their bodies. Allowing them to live would mean his disciples could never find peace. Ultimately, pirates are merely pirates. His disciples, his wife, his son, and the comrades who perished at the hands of pirates, they all imparted a profound truth through their sacrifice. His former principle of mercy was utterly absurd. Diaz, do you possess the capacity to bring about a change in this world? The sea-stone handcuffs from Weibel and Miss Bakken's corpses were retrieved and subsequently cast into the ocean. He suddenly felt a flicker of anticipation for the future accomplishments of this rebellious disciple. Do you aspire to be a hero, Diaz? Teacher, the moment one wishes to be a hero, they have already forfeited that qualification. Thus, I shall not become a hero, nor shall I be one. You are indeed a hero, Diaz, albeit a rebellious one, unique in your ways. Humph, a wayward disciple. The warship gradually departed, the recent sacrifice weighing heavily on Zephyr's heart. Upon returning to the naval headquarters, he reported this unprecedented loss, a sacrifice seldom seen in the annals of naval history. Zephyr resolved to form a naval guerrilla unit, a decision swiftly sanctioned by the higher echelons of the Navy. The position of Chief Instructor Zephyr was temporarily vacated, and many naval officers joined the newly formed guerrilla unit, including Ein and Benz, who set out to hunt down pirates upon the open sea. They would not spare any pirate. To do so would be a disservice to their fallen comrades. Ein and Benz began to comprehend why no pirate had survived after Diaz had departed from the Navy. These scoundrels were truly unworthy of life. Scum. They're a group of scoundrels. Their demise is of no consequence. Chapter 49. Sabaody Archipelago. The war in the Kingdom of Sickle continues. Today's front page headline concerns the conflict in the Kingdom of Sickle. Although Germa withdrew from the war against the Kingdom of Sickle due to Diaz's influence, several neighboring kingdoms remain undeterred, eager to seize this bountiful and beautiful realm. While Germa posed no resistance against the Kingdom of Sickle, they still have the capability to contend with the other nations, albeit with slim chances of victory. Diaz set aside the newspaper, contemplating the imminent demise of the Kingdom of Sikair. In the aftermath, its ruins would likely serve as a stronghold for the formidable Mihawk. Accompanied by a highly intelligent troop of baboons, a group Diaz had yet to encounter. With the newspaper laid down, Diaz docked the wave breaker alongside the island, from which he would soon embark towards the Sabaody Archipelago. The island, vast and resplendent, boasted towering trees and a lush, vibrant ecosystem. Releasing the young Giratina, he declared, "Let us explore this island." With an enthusiastic chirp, the young Giratina scampered after Diaz, its short legs moving with exuberance. As they ventured into the forest, a pungent breeze greeted them, and a colossal python, measuring over 20 meters, lunged from the trees, its mouth agape in a menacing bite. "Giratina, leap and use your headbutt," Diaz commanded. With fierce determination, the young Giratina took to the air alongside Diaz, soaring above the serpent to deliver a powerful headbutt. The impact resonated with a thunderous crack, momentarily stunning the python. Seizing the moment, Diaz shouted, "Destructive beam." The young Giratina unleashed a concentrated stream of golden light, directed at the serpent, radiating sheer destructive power. Destructive beam. Diaz would not allow his larvitar to learn on its own. Instead, he invested 30 million berries to acquire a move tutor for the devastating move, Hyper Beam, enabling it to master this technique. Otherwise, it would only be able to learn such a powerful attack after evolving. To assist larvitar in accumulating energy, he equipped it with the Everstone, pondering when its evolution would finally occur. With a sudden surge of energy, Hyper Beam pierced through the head of a colossal serpent, causing its body to convulse before it succumbed to death. A commendable feat, indeed. Larvitar struck a pose, feeling quite accomplished. It picked up a stone and began to chew on it contentedly. As they ventured deeper into the wilderness, Diaz refrained from engaging with the monstrous beast they encountered, instead allowing Larvitar to battle. Its combat prowess was commendable even in its initial stage, enhanced by Diaz's care and the various illegal move tutors he provided. Was this Larvitar legal? Not in the slightest. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have achieved the title of Pokemon Master. Pokemon strength increased by 1%. Ding. Larvitar has learned the move Screech. A series of notifications surprised Diaz as he dragged a massive bull, akin to the size of a house, onto the beach. Larvitar sat on the sand, munching on grains of sand, while Diaz began to dissect the bull, clearing its entrails before starting to grill the meat. After a hearty lunch, he commenced his training. Before entering the New World, he needed to master both armament hockey and observation hockey. These two forms of hockey were essential in the New World, commonplace among its inhabitants, while those in the first half of the Grand Line who possessed such abilities were few and far between. Without experiencing a beating, one might remain oblivious to the existence of hockey. Some users of natural-type devil fruit powers, believing themselves invincible due to their elemental forms, were utterly mistaken. There are always greater powers beyond one's understanding. Clad in the weighted iron armor purchased from the system shop, which weighed 5 tons, Diaz found it perfectly suited for his training. As he sweated profusely, Larvitar sat atop him, nibbling on energy cubes, adding to the weight he bore. Yet, this was not enough. He yearned for a battle to catalyze his breakthrough. But where could he find a worthy opponent to challenge him? Should he provoke the Navy, perhaps? With these thoughts in mind, he continued his training, hoisting a 3-ton barbell to enhance his arm strength and fortify his physical prowess. The exercises of the 6 styles did not cease. He was determined to grow stronger, relentlessly pursuing his quest for power. After spending a month and a half on this island, Diaz finally departed, arriving at the epicenter of the Grand Line, the Decimates archipelago. This cluster of islands is composed of the almond mangroves, where the very ground is formed by tree roots that secrete a liquid, creating bubbles that float in the air. These bubbles are uniquely suited to the Decimates archipelago's special climate and would burst if they ventured beyond the island's bounds. Bubble culture permeates this land, with many everyday items crafted from these ethereal spheres. Furthermore, the Decimates archipelago serves as a crucial waypoint to Fishman Island, attracting numerous pirates and bounty hunters. They congregate in the lawless zones, areas beyond the reach of the Navy, where, as long as they do not stir up too much trouble, the Navy tends to turn a blind eye. After all, the Decimates archipelago is the domain of the celestial dragons. The celestial dragons are the sovereigns here, and the archipelago does not belong to the world government. It is solely the territory of the celestial dragons. The Navy's presence is merely to ensure the safety of the celestial dragons during their leisure visits, not to apprehend pirates. The celestial dragons are indifferent to criminality. What they desire is that which pleases them, such as slaves. Their existence allows for the open operation of slave auction houses right under the noses of the Navy. Wealthy merchants gather here, willing to spend lavishly for the slaves they covet. This place is indeed a colossal den of iniquity. Upon arriving at the Decimates archipelago, Diaz promptly made his way to the bar beneath the 13th red tree, Shaki's ripoff bar. The proprietress, Shaki, is a pirate from the same era as the legendary Rayleigh and Whitebeard, having once been pursued by Carp over 30 years ago. After retiring from a life of piracy, she established a bar on the Decimates archipelago, primarily engaging in the intelligence trade. Any pirate who treats her establishment as an ordinary tavern is likely to find themselves subjected to her extortion. Diaz could naturally not accomplish such a feat. Upon pushing the door open, he found the proprietress casually smoking behind the bar, who greeted him with a smile. A handsome young man has arrived. What would you like? Information. Oh. Xiachi raised an eyebrow and inquired. I wonder what Mr. Brando seeks. Diaz was not surprised that Xiachi had discerned his identity. His strikingly handsome visage was easily recognizable, evoking a sense of familiarity. Moreover, if an information broker failed to recognize him, he would certainly question her capabilities. Can you procure the methods for mastering armament hockey and observation hockey? The methods for mastering armament hockey and observation hockey, you say? The proprietress raised an eyebrow. You are quite fortunate. I happen to have a copy of the training regimen from the Amazon Lily. Chapter 50. The Sunlight Spear. The inhabitants of Amazon Lily predominantly possess hockey, making this nation, composed entirely of women, a formidable force in combat. Isolated by the calm belt Amazon lily is virtually cut off from the outside world, resulting in a scarcity of resources on the island. Consequently, they resort to piracy to supplement their needs, fostering a fierce national spirit and taking great pride in joining the Kuja pirates. The methods for cultivating haki that can be disseminated are indeed exceedingly precious. Diaz, invigorated by a surge of spirit, inquired, "Madam, do you offer a method of cultivation here? As someone engaged in intelligence, would I ever sell you a counterfeit? Just tell me, do you want it or not?" "Yes, of course," he replied eagerly. Curiously, Diaz pressed on, "How much does it cost?" "Not too steep, 80 million berries." She stated, "That is highway robbery." Diaz exclaimed, astonished by the exorbitant price the woman had quoted. "How about a lower price, say 40 million? "Ah, young man, your haggling leaves much to be desired," Xiachi retorted, shaking her head. "In my line of work, we do not negotiate. If you're not interested, I can easily sell it to someone else." Very well. Having been fleeced, Diaz ultimately acquired the method he sought. Xiachi indeed did not peddle in fakes. Considering her connections with Hancock and the old woman, it was entirely plausible she could procure such a thing. As he perused the cultivation technique, enlightenment dawned upon him, clarifying previously obscure concepts. He settled into a chair at the bar, engrossed in the book, and by the time he finished, mealtime had arrived. Stowing the book away, he departed the bar. Was he indeed a young man who had betrayed the Navy to rescue Tiger? There was more to him than met the eye. Xiachi observed the young man's retreating figure, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she extinguished her cigarette. Diaz wandered through the bustling streets, contemplating his next task, to find a reliable coating technician to apply a protective layer to his vessel. In truth, such artisans often boasted impeccable reputations. Even in the event of mishaps, the individual was nowhere to be found, rendering the possibility of leaving a negative review moot. Consequently, he sought someone of more mature years, someone deemed trustworthy. In retrospect, he mused that perhaps he should have transformed his vessel into a submarine. He had no intention of seeking out the elusive figure known as the Dark King, Rayleigh. Who could say where this enigmatic individual might be lurking in some shadowy corner of the world? As he continued on his path, he inadvertently crossed into a lawless territory. Not bothering to conceal his face, he soon caught the attention of passers-by, many of whom turned their gazes toward him. A few bounty hunters, intrigued by his presence, began to stealthily follow in his wake. After all, he was akin to a walking treasure trove of berries. They surmised that a throng of them could easily overwhelm this mere teenager before them. It appeared they were brimming with confidence. Diaz arrived at a desolate location and addressed his pursuers. "Brando Diaz, you are indeed formidable. However, it remains uncertain whether you can eliminate us all before your strength wanes." A bounty hunter, licking his blade with a sinister grin, added, "Moreover, it is not solely us bounty hunters who have set our sights on you. Surrender all your possessions. For I am well aware of your considerable wealth," he demanded. A band of pirates encircled him, their leader wearing an unsightly grin. Diaz, scratching his hair, replied, "In that case, you must be prepared to meet your demise here." Diaz grasped the air with one hand. Golden lightning surged from all directions, converging at the center of his palm. What was that? Was he a wielder of powers? What? Run! The lightning coalesced into a golden spear, crackling in his grip. As he stood there like a god of thunder, the sunlight spear, he hurled it fiercely into the crowd, where it detonated, dispersing lightning and triggering a series of explosions, sending countless people flying, while many perished beneath the might of the sunlight spear. A monster! Run! That single strike had shattered their courage. The pirates and bounty hunters scattered in panic, creating chaos as they fled blindly, while Diaz strode confidently into the slave auction house. If memory served, this place was backed by Don Quixote da Flamingo, making him one of the stakeholders. Seated in the audience, he listened as the auctioneer passionately introduced a stunning female slave. The princess from the kingdom of Coal in the New World, raised in the courtly arts, exuded grace and elegance, a true embodiment of nobility. This princess possessed an exaggerated hourglass figure, typical of this world, with a beautiful face marred by sorrow. Even the seasoned Diaz felt a flicker of astonishment at her beauty. Her golden, wavy hair cascaded over her pert backside, unexpectedly alluring. He chuckled to himself, imagining how he could revel in her form for an entire year. How infuriating. This vixen, he would buy her and strip her of her face as a trophy. Service Olivia's eyes were devoid of light. Her nation had been annihilated for failing to deliver the gold from the heavens. Although she was a fruit user, possessing the mind-reading fruit, she had no combat power. merely able to perceive others' thoughts. After her nation fell, this princess was reduced to slavery, destined to be toyed with by these grotesque individuals. Who would save me? Perhaps I should seize this auction. After all, they are not good people. Let the slaves go. What shall I eat afterward? Wait. Why am I contemplating lunch amid such a significant decision as storming the slave auction? Below, they were auctioning Olivia, who glanced at Diaz. Recognizing him as the one who had just voiced the intent to raid the auction. Noticing her gaze, Diaz furrowed his brow. Is she looking at me? Whatever. 18 million berries, once. 18 million berries, twice. The auctioneer raised his hammer, exhilarated at the impending deal, while Diaz raised his hand. The auctioneer, brimming with excitement, inquired, "What will our esteemed guest bid?" "I offer 2 guns." The twin pistols of heavenly fire materialized in his hands as he bellowed, "Do not move. This is a robbery. Pirates, help, run." The group of opulently dressed wealthy individuals appeared pale and stricken, their faces devoid of color as they sought to flee. A wall of flames erupted from the gun's muzzle, obstructing their escape. Diaz declared, "Cast all your money here, or you shall not leave alive. You are robbing us. Beware of the navy." Bang! A bullet, ignited with fire, pierced the forehead of the speaker, and his lifeless body crumpled to the ground, prompting a cacophony of screams from the crowd. Diaz continued, "Now, is there anyone with the scent?" He suddenly raised his weapon and shot the auctioneer, who was preparing to flee. "Few within this place were innocent," he commanded. "Place all your valuables here, and then you may depart. Will you comply?" "Yes, yes, yes." Chapter 51. Aurelia the affluent were gripped by the fear of death, especially after Diaz had demonstrated his lethal resolve. In a desperate bid for survival, they hastily surrendered their money and jewels, which soon amassed into a small mountain. Diaz smiled as he collected the offerings, allowing them to leave before he approached Aurelia. He retrieved a temporary key from the auctioneer's waist and released her from the bindings around her neck and wrists, stating, "You are free now. You may go." Aurelia rubbed her wrists, sorrowfully replying, "I am already homeless. The kingdom of Cole has been obliterated, erased from the new world, and my subjects are lost." Her heart heavy with grief, she sensed Diaz's internal thoughts. "Heavens, this girl won't cling to me, will she? I am still but a minor." Why was he so consumed by his own musings? Aurelia's complexion flushed deeper as a wave of confusion surged through her mind. What was happening? What thoughts resided in this man's head? In that instant, she experienced a profound transformation. "What is wrong with you?" "No, do not touch me." Her legs weakened, and she hastily retreated, avoiding him as if he were a viper. Diaz's hand lingered suspended in the air. "Fine, if you do not wish to be touched. So be it. I harbor no intentions toward you. A word of caution. The navy shall be arriving shortly. You ought to depart, for I have matters to attend to. Eliminate those who deserve it, and release those who should be freed." Huh, is he attempting to save someone? Wait for me. Olivia hastened to catch up, and Diaz furrowed his brow, perplexed by her actions. Is she not concerned about being captured? To be enslaved again is hardly a favorable fate. Capture would lead to unspeakable consequences. Though his words were harsh, he possessed a fundamentally kind nature, albeit plagued by lewd thoughts. Wait, what is happening? Why is my mind racing so swiftly? Just moments ago, Diaz was mulling over rescue and crude notions. And now his thoughts shifted abruptly to the DCOR of a human auction and its proprietor. The rapidity of his thoughts momentarily bewildered Olivia, inundating her with a cascade of irrelevant information. She hastily suppressed her abilities, as Diaz's presence felt akin to a throng of individuals standing before her, their thoughts accessible for her to peruse, overwhelming her cognitive faculties. How could this be? What kind of person experiences such a phenomenon? The divergent thinking of modern individuals, combined with Diaz's penchant for errant musings, rendered his mind exceptionally vibrant. Olivia was at a loss for how to process the multitude of information she received, hesitant to delve too deeply into his consciousness. "What do you wish to accomplish?" Diaz inquired. "I possess the ability of the mind-reading fruit. I can assist you in discerning who is virtuous and who is malevolent. Surely you do not wish to err in your judgment?" Olivia replied, "Oh, a mind-reading fruit user? Do you know what I am thinking?" Diaz pondered, a sense of dread washing over him. If this woman truly could read minds, then my recent thoughts. Olivia repeated them expressionlessly. Diaz felt as if he stood before the woman in a state of complete undress, a wave of shame washing over him. Olivia quickly waved her hand and declared, "I shall no longer delve into your thoughts. Your mind is far too chaotic for my comprehension, and it is filled with nothing but the detritus of frivolous musings devoid of any merit. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Diaz seemed to ponder something, awkwardly clearing his throat before responding. My thoughts tend to wander. It would be best if you refrained from peering too deeply. Indeed, I shall never pry again, she affirmed. There will be no future for that. Diaz insisted. Very well, may I accompany you then? Olivia inquired. I have no need for companions, Diaz replied, perceiving her as more of a hindrance than a help, a mere decorative figure, beautiful yet lacking substance. He regarded her mind-reading ability as trivial, unless she could exert control over others' thoughts like Professor X. I can assist you with numerous tasks, Olivia asserted confidently. I typically engage in either robbery or slaying pirates. I believe you require an astute aide, and I possess valuable intelligence about the new world. I can acquire it through information trading, and my sources are reliable. I am also capable of serving as muscle. I have trained in combat, and once defeated a pirate with a bounty of 30 million berries. Yet you were still captured? Diaz retorted. At this juncture, Olivia's heart seethed with indignation. Our nation's duke betrayed us, allowing the enemy to infiltrate our city. My father and mother were slain, and while I narrowly escaped, I ultimately fell into the clutches of human traffickers. Do you possess the courage to consort with demons? Diaz remarked. Following me entails constant peril, for I have a knack for stirring trouble. I fear not death. You have saved my life. My upbringing has instilled in me the importance of gratitude and repayment. Olivia proclaimed loudly, you are indeed worthy of my allegiance. This man possesses his own principles, although accompanying him may jeopardize one's innocence. It is far better than falling into the clutches of those vile individuals. Very well, keep pace with me. Should you perish, I shall ensure your remains are retrieved. With a nod, Olivia trailed behind Diaz as they arrived at the grim and damp dungeon where slaves were held captive. The oppressive atmosphere made him frown as he uttered, let us commence. Understood, Olivia replied, harnessing her telepathic abilities to delve into the minds of others. She pointed towards several individuals, stating they were once pirates, having slain countless innocent civilians. Bang, bang, 2 shots rang out. Proceed, Diaz commanded. Very well. After identifying the pirates and criminals, Diaz personally dealt with them, releasing the others afterward. Noticing the absence of the traitorous Rayleigh, he shrugged. A merman, with his wrists now free, expressed his gratitude, saying, thank you for liberating me. I had thought all humans were malevolent. I am not without flaws myself. Depart swiftly and do not allow yourself to be captured by humans again. Diaz, with a powerful strike, shattered the wall, allowing the liberated slaves to escape. The commotion he caused had already drawn the attention of the surrounding navy. Diaz proclaimed, behold, this is the cost of following me. You are superior to them. I can read their thoughts to assist you. No need, he countered, twisting his neck with a crack, and continued, let me see if these fellows have truly honed their skills. In an instant, he vanished, darting swiftly among the navy, leaving behind a series of gaping wounds. Piercing strike. Are you all right? Pull yourselves together. It's the Six Styles. He is Diaz. Retreat quickly. We are no match for him. Requesting backup. Let us move. Diaz seized Olivia, advancing through the air. Olivia hastily exclaimed, they are notifying the Admiral to come. Diaz shattered the speaking telephone bug with a single shot, declaring, that will suffice. Chapter 52. I accomplished what you dared not attempt. Diaz led Olivia to a secluded spot and inquired, what is the extent of your telepathic abilities? Approximately 100 meters, she replied. That range is rather limited. If it were any broader, I would be overwhelmed by the influx of thoughts flooding my mind. Olivia cast a wary glance at Diaz, and with the chaotic turmoil of emotion swirling within him, she was certain she would be utterly overwhelmed. Diaz embodies the modern mindset, capable of engaging in tasks while his thoughts drift into the ether. Alas, the habits formed during his school days seem irreparable in this lifetime. It is futile to rely on you any longer. I had initially hoped to draw Olivia's attention to those who harbor hostility towards them, but now, a distance of 100 meters feels as insignificant as if there were none at all. Gazing outside at the Navy searching for him, he proclaimed, you have one last chance. Leave this place now. Should you choose to follow me, death may be a possibility. I cannot guarantee your safety. I am not weak. You know, Olivia retorted, her fists clenched, exuding an aura of dominance. Goodness, this person possesses such assertiveness. How were you captured? Betrayal. Very well, I understand your answer. I shall follow you. Then welcome, my friend. I am Brando Diaz. Very well, boss. I am Service Olivia, the last princess of the Kingdom of Coal. Boss. I rather like that title. Now, let us seek a craftsman to apply a coating to our vessel and then set sail for Fishman Island. Indeed, they evaded the Navy's pursuit and located a resting craftsman, negotiating a price before the coating process commenced. The way breaker was not large, and the craftsman assured them it would be completed within 2 days, with the final payment settled thereafter. Very well, let us procure some supplies. And I shall also obtain some daily necessities for you, Diaz remarked, observing Olivia's somewhat tattered clothing. Thank you, boss. This is an employee benefit. I shall cover the costs. The two ventured to the commercial district, where the Shambadi archipelago had grown accustomed to criminals. In fact, the pirates and bounty hunters passing through had become vital to their economy, and they showed no inclination to report the movements of these outlaws to the Navy. Diaz possessed a rather diminutive stature, yet it did not hinder Olivia's penchant for shopping. She procured an abundance of clothing and provisions, all of which were meticulously stowed away by Diaz, who promised to organize them in her room later. Fortunately, the room was equipped with a bed, wardrobe, and other essentials. They did not immediately relocate to the way breaker, as the coating specialist was diligently at work, leaving no space aboard the vessel for them to rest. The two sought refuge in a nearby inn for the night, and the pursuing Navy had seemingly vanished, appearing to abandon their chase. With safety finally attained, they merely awaited the successful completion of the coating process. As Diaz and Olivia meandered through the bustling commercial district, their path inadvertently led them toward the illicit zone. What brings us here? Olivia inquired, sensing the malevolent gazes surrounding them. Naturally, it is a realm of treachery, Diaz replied. Are you truly a good person? She questioned. Certainly not, he affirmed. The illegal district was rife with unspeakable activities beyond mere smuggling. Human trafficking and organ trade flourished here with alarming audacity. Diaz could not possibly escape so easily. He brought Olivia to a place that dealt in the trade of organs, where several individuals were bound. Their bodies marked with the locations and prices of various organs, available for immediate slaughter and sale, clearly priced. It resembled a bustling marketplace. Upon seeing Diaz, the salesperson rubbed his hands together, exuding the demeanor of a shrewd merchant, and said with a grin, "Esteemed guests, what can I assist you with? We have everything you desire. There is nothing we do not offer, and the prices are negotiable." Diaz scrutinized him, his gaze piercing through the unsettling nature of the sales pitch. Ah, the heart, is it? A negotiable matter, indeed. He surveyed the man before him, a pirate captain with a bounty of 56,200,000 berries, robust in physique, and undoubtedly possessing a resilient heart. The salesman spoke incessantly, as if he were presenting an ordinary commodity. If you desire, I could have it extracted for you immediately, accompanied by a guarantee of freshness. He chuckled. In response, Diaz extended his hand, inserting a finger into the salesman's chest. Blood gushed forth, and the salesman stood momentarily stunned, staring at his own chest. With a horrified cry, he staggered back, blood pouring from the wound. Diaz pulled Olivia back a step, ensuring they were spared from the splatter. Very well, a robbery then. Diaz drew his sword. Olivia. Understood. Olivia immediately commenced her mind reading, as Diaz ruthlessly eliminated all the staff within the establishment, deeming them all unworthy. He also swiftly dispatched the pirate captain. Once Olivia confirmed the innocence of a few, she declared, this one, and this one, only these three. The rest were not spared by Diaz, who cut them down mercilessly. Now, to the dungeon, he commanded. The store undoubtedly harbored a stockpile of goods, leading them to search for the wares. The commotion merely attracted some attention. This was a lawless zone, and the Navy would not venture here lightly. Yesterday's presence was solely due to an overwhelming number of affluent merchants at the human auction, necessitating their protection. Before long, Diaz emerged with a group, accompanied by Olivia, instructing her to guide them to safety. Meanwhile, he continued to purge the area of its inhabitants, plunging the illegal zone into chaos. Some attempted to assault Diaz, yet their attacks failed to penetrate his jade shield, resulting instead in their own demise. The uproar soon drew the attention of a contingent of Navy officers, who, upon witnessing the bodies of the shop staff, were left pale with terror. Diaz wiped the blood from his face and declared, I have accomplished what you in the Navy dare not attempt. I have stated before that your notion of justice is far too narrow. You Diaz, you madman. The leading naval rear admiral exclaimed, pointing a trembling finger at Diaz. He had never encountered such a person, such a lunatic. Isn't it your pursuit of absolute justice? Diaz scoffed. If you speak of absolute justice, then there can be no evil in your sight. Look around you, this lawless zone, right beneath the Navy's nose. Do you truly believe you can achieve absolute justice? Is this your version of justice? It is utterly laughable. As these words fell from his lips, a silence enveloped the group of sailors, and some of the newly enlisted members began to question the righteousness of the Navy. Is this truly justice? Justice may be delayed, but it will never be absent, the Rear Admiral retorted. Diaz countered, what good is delayed justice? If civilians are slain, will your pursuit of justice bring the deceased back to life? How superficial. Chapter 53, The Allure of Diaz. Diaz's voice resonated like a thunderous bell, striking deep into the hearts of those who heard it, as he shook the blood from his blade and turned to depart. Fire! Get out! With a swift turn, a gaze brimming with murderous intent instilled terror in the naval officers. Their bodies trembled as if they could envision their own demise. They touched their throats, finding them unscathed. What a terrifying aura of death. The Major General, filled with trepidation, murmured, how many lives has this man truly taken? It seems the rumors hold some truth. In the years since Diaz had left the Navy, he had mercilessly slaughtered every pirate he encountered, behaving like a butcher with an almost zero tolerance for those who committed crimes, and had thrown the kingdom of Goya into chaos. Major General, what shall we do? One frightened officer inquired. Report to higher authorities. Let them handle it. I certainly lack the ability to subdue this formidable figure. It is best left to those above. After Diaz left the forbidden zone, he found a place to change into a set of clean clothes before seeking out Olivia, uncertain of where she had taken the others. When he eventually located Olivia, she was enjoying lunch in a restaurant, much to Diaz's dismay. Olivia shivered slightly as her telepathic abilities activated. This woman was relishing her time alone here, and he would certainly deduct her wages upon their return. Turning stiffly, she was met with Diaz's warm smile. Gulp. Delicious. Isn't it, boss? She inquired tentatively. Would you like to try some? Please, go ahead, Diaz replied, taking a seat beside her. Olivia felt a bit uneasy, clearing her throat and displaying a polite smile towards the waiter. Could we please have 10 more servings of this meal? Certainly, the waiter acknowledged. Heading to the kitchen to place the order, Diaz picked up his knife and fork, stating, we can leave tomorrow, but given the commotion today, let us try to keep a low profile. Oh, really? Weren't you the one causing all the trouble? Olivia silently ate her lunch. Are you criticizing me in your thoughts? Diaz teased. Absolutely not. I would never. Olivia quickly retorted, that is slander. The boss is slandering me. Very well, he chuckled. Once their meal was served, Diaz devoured it voraciously, and soon after, they settled the bill and exited the restaurant. As they walked along the street, a sudden wave of people knelt around them. Olivia, puzzled, asked, what are they kneeling for? Diaz felt a sense of foreboding as he grasped Olivia's hand, urging her to retreat into the alley. Behind them, a low voice commanded, halt. Before Lord Charlemagne, why do you not kneel? A man clad in a black suit, resembling a bodyguard, called out to them. Diaz came to a halt and turned his gaze towards a group of individuals encircling an ugly man adorned with a square glass helmet and clad in a white spacesuit, whose peculiar hairstyle added to his grotesqueness. Beneath him, a slave was crawling, his body marred with scars and his expression vacant, seemingly stripped of his will through relentless torment. The world's aristocrats, the celestial dragons, a cohort indulged in all worldly privileges, sustained by the vast wealth of the globe, akin to parasitic creatures. Upon witnessing Olivia, Charlemagne shook his head, yet his eyes brightened at the sight of Diaz. The scrutinized Diaz felt a chill run down his spine as Olivia whispered, he desires to take you to his bed. At this moment, Diaz was still a youth, standing tall at 6 feet 6 inches, with a statuesque physique, 8 well-defined abdominal muscles, and a strikingly handsome visage. His lips were crimson and his teeth pearly white. Olivia occasionally felt her heart race and cheeks flush at the sight of him. Clad in exquisite garments, he could easily debut as an idol, captivating hearts effortlessly. Charlemagne was captivated by Diaz's beauty at first glance. His senses swayed. Seize him. I wish for him to be my 17th male consort. The 12 prior have grown tiresome and can be disposed of. Charlemagne's nonchalant utterance determined the fates of several, as if announcing a trivial matter. With that, his subordinate sprang into action, rushing towards Diaz, seeking death. In a fleeting flash of his blade, Diaz severed the heads of that group, blood gushing forth, leaving the onlookers in shock. With a swift motion, he darted forward, seizing Charlemagne's saint by the collar and shattering the square glass helmet adorning his head with a single punch. With a sinister grin, he taunted, greetings, celestial dragon, Charlemagne Saint. Lord Charlemagne Saint. The guards gasped in astonishment, while those who had knelt could only gaze at Diaz in disbelief. Do not question why I am kneeling. Olivia stared in astonishment at Diaz, realizing her employer's audaciousness. After all, this was a member of the world's aristocracy, an entity that towered above all others. Do you wish for death? If not, kindly release me. I am a celestial dragon. Smack. Diaz delivered a powerful blow, swelling half of Charlemagne's face and sending several bloody teeth flying. This audacious act rendered everyone speechless. He struck a celestial dragon? How could he dare? How could he possess such audacity? You actually hit me? My father has never struck me. Charlemagne wept in pain, his words barely intelligible. My lord Charlemagne. Quickly, alert the navy. Indeed. Let us see who dares to move. Diaz retorted, if anyone dares to notify the navy, I will feed this scoundrel to the dogs. You are Diaz, the disgrace of the navy. How dare you? This is a world noble, the great Charlemagne. The head of the guards feigned composure, his heart racing with fear. If Charlemagne were injured, their entire family could face dire consequences. Celestial dragon? What of it? Diaz indifferently approached with Charlemagne in tow, declaring, look at this swine. Why are you all so terrified? Olivia. Here. Right here. Olivia promptly responded, and Diaz tossed her the purchased camera snail, asking, you know what to do, right? Understood. Olivia felt a surge of excitement. She too detested the celestial dragons. Were it not for their avarice, her nation might have thrived instead of facing ruin. All the celestial dragons, gazing at the plight of Charlemagne and Diaz's grasp, filled Olivia with exhilaration. Stop that woman. Dragon flash? A wave of sword energy surged forth, sending the guards sprawling to the ground. Crack, crack. The camera snail's flash illuminated the scene repeatedly as it expelled a series of photographs. Diaz took over and remarked, your photography skills are quite impressive, Olivia. Of course. She replied, I have indeed honed my photography skills. Were it not for my current position, I might have pursued a career as a journalist. Chapter 54. Someone must illuminate the darkness. The two engaged in playful banter, entirely disregarding the guards surrounding them, when suddenly, Olivia exclaimed, behind us. There's an ambush. Diaz pivoted, striking the oncoming shadow's dagger with his blade, sparks flying from the clash. He met a pair of fierce eyes with a disdainful smile. What is this? CP? CP0? I'm not worthy of such a title. The figure opposite him spoke, then leapt back to create distance, casting a glance at Olivia. Was that mere coincidence? Diaz gripped the neck of Charlemagne's saint and said, come now, let us converse. How do you wish to proceed? The other party inquired. What is the worth of a celestial dragon? Should the price be insufficient, I shall cast him into the sea to feed the fish. What is this person uttering? Is he extorting the world government? How dare he? How dare he? Such audacity is unprecedented. This individual is trampling upon the face of the world government. Do you comprehend the words you speak? Bang! A gunpowder bullet narrowly grazed the other's cheek, the intense heat searing half of his face black, causing sweat to pour from him in agony. The barrel of Diaz's divine fire Saint Judgment was poised, ready to condense a second bullet. Do not compel me to repeat myself. You do not possess a second life. You scoundrel. Clutching his face, the CP agent gritted his teeth and replied, I must consult my superiors. I lack the authority to decide. Suit yourself. Given enough time, I cannot ascertain whether this fool will endure until then. As Diaz spoke, he tapped Charlemagne's saint's skull with the divine fire Saint Judgment, asserting, celestial dragons are not so formidable after all. The news of Diaz's abduction of the celestial dragons could not remain concealed. It spread like wildfire. Reporters, akin to sharks sensing blood, converged in droves, creating a blockade around the area. Yet, no one dared to take photographs, for Diaz held the world's nobility in his grasp. At that moment, Diaz and Olivia leaned against a red tree, vigilant against any potential ambush from behind. Diaz sat, his weight resting on the unconscious Charlemagne's saint beneath him, and remarked, doesn't this feel utterly insane? A bit, Olivia replied, though I find it rather liberating. Ever since I became your subordinate, I've been marked on the world government's blacklist. You seem quite self-aware, but this is merely a coincidence, he noted. As they conversed, the Navy and numerous CP agents surrounded them. Diaz glanced around and said, it appears that our escape today may be quite challenging. Indeed, many harbor a murderous intent towards you, though most are simply in shock, Olivia observed, sensing the thoughts of those around them. The reporters are torn between whether to capture the moment and how to frame their upcoming articles. They have a major scoop but dare not report it. They are in quite the predicament. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that Diaz had kidnapped a celestial dragon. Had it been any other member of the world government, they would have reported without hesitation, but the target was a noble of the world. No choice but to wait for the bold ones, Diaz chuckled. Noticing the sudden flash of a camera in the crowd, he recognized that someone audacious had taken action. He smiled, harboring little hope. For the likelihood of a report was slim. Should it become public, it would deal a significant blow to the world government and the celestial dragons, diminishing the credibility of the world government itself. Perhaps some daring individuals would even rebel against the world government's orders, refusing to pay their celestial tribute. A certain Admiral Sengoku wishes to speak with you. One of the CP agents approached, holding a din mushi, his voice grave. Oh. Diaz took the device with one hand, while the other held the holy sword of heavenly fire against Charlemagne Saint's neck. Moses, is this Sengoku the Admiral? Diaz. What on earth do you intend to do? You are courting death. Sengoku's voice was laced with agitation. It was evident that Sengoku was far from calm. Diaz's usual antics were tolerable, as he typically targeted corrupt individuals deserving of their fate. Such transgressions were often overlooked, an unspoken agreement among them. However, today, Diaz had created an immense dilemma for the Navy and the world government. He had audaciously kidnapped a member of the world nobility and was extorting the world government. Is the Admiral already on his way? Let me guess, Kizaru won't be arriving. If he could, he would have already been here. Kaido is stationed in the New World. It must be Aokiji coming, Diaz said, unperturbed. But I, for one, fear not death. Let him come. Ending the call, Diaz declared loudly, "Everyone, align your gaze upon me. I have an announcement to make." As the crowd turned their attention to him, he declared, "You all see that beneath me lies the world's aristocracy, the esteemed celestial dragons. Do you not think I am mad? Bold enough to dare assault a celestial dragon?" Several individuals instinctively nodded in agreement. Diaz continued, "In truth, I merely wish to ascertain whether these creatures are like us, possessing red blood, whether they scream in agony when wounded, whether they have limbs and a head." He spoke softly, and the audience listened intently, while some journalists hastily scribbled notes. Though it pained them to admit it, such swine-like beings were considered human, yet, by all accounts, they could barely be deemed as such. Why should this individual be allowed to defecate and urinate atop the heads of the global populace? What gave them the right to elevate themselves above others, treating the masses like mere weeds? By what merit do they claim the title of world aristocrats? Is it solely due to their privileged lineage, descended from the architects of the world government? While being born into privilege is indeed a skill one cannot envy, I believe that with the enjoyment of power comes the burden of responsibility. Just as the Navy enjoys substantial benefits and salaries, which they have earned, knowing that after each perilous mission they may not return. His words resonated deeply with numerous sailors and others present, who secretly pondered, indeed, why should this individual revel in such lavish treatment? We risk our lives only to find that our lifetime's worth of toil amounts to less than this man's ordinary day? Why should such a creature be permitted to flout the law, to kill indiscriminately, to trade in human lives? Why is it that the illicit territories of Sabati Archipelago can operate brazenly beneath the very noses of the Navy? Is the Navy truly just in their complicity? What he sought was to shatter the entrenched class structures, and though it may not be feasible at present, he could awaken some from their slumber. Just a spark is all it takes. Slowly, it can grow and ignite the entire world. Before dawn breaks, there must be a light to illuminate the darkness. Chapter 55, The Heavenly Fire, Unsheathed. Diaz's words rendered many silent, invoking deep reflection. However, this did not extend to the CP faction, who, indoctrinated from a young age to be loyal to the world government, remained fixated on rescuing their masters. Diaz questioned the utility of his musings, remarking that a Marine admiral was already en route. With the backing of such authority, their words bore a semblance of strength. An admiral? How frightening, he scoffed. Diaz was indifferent to the impending arrival of Aokiji. Indeed, he may not be able to defeat him, but that did not preclude his ability to escape. Rising, he patted Charlemagne's shoulder and stated, "Well then, since you show no intent to pay, I shall return this fellow to you. The big one is coming." Grasping Charlemagne by the collar, he forcefully hurled him away. "Lord Charlemagne! Quick! Catch Lord Charlemagne!" The crowd exclaimed, reaching out to catch him, only to hear a series of beeping sounds. Diaz raised the remote control in his hand, grinning. "I warned you, the big one is coming." Boom! Click! With the press of a button, an explosion erupted. Diaz swiftly executed a princess carry, whisking Olivia away as he dashed forward. His pace was remarkable, prompting Olivia to inquire, "Where are we headed now?" "To the ship. We must escape," he replied. He ran with great speed, leaving chaos in his wake. The explosion had not claimed many lives, but had left numerous individuals gravely injured. Charlemagne had been reduced to a mere puddle of flesh, with body fragments scattered about. If they lingered any longer, they would surely be caught by Akiji. Among the three admirals, while Aquinas symbolized sheer destructive force and Kizaru epitomized swiftness, Akiji represented control. If he were present, fleeing would prove exceedingly difficult. While Akainu and Kizara could be evaded by diving into the sea, Akiji had the power to freeze the ocean itself. As they traversed the island of Sabaody, leaving behind a shadowy figure, they located their vessel, interrupted the ongoing coding process, and after leaving a sum of money, set sail. The Navy's ships could never catch them, however. Ice Age. A low exclamation resonated, unleashing a biting chill that transformed the surroundings into a wintry wasteland. The Thousand Sunny became encased in ice, as Diaz, cradling Olivia, floated gracefully above the ground. With a scoff, he observed a figure racing across the icy expanse. "Oh, what a pity to arrive just a tad late. I never anticipated you would actually kill a celestial dragon. The youth today certainly possess a fiery spirit." The voice, devoid of humanity, instilled fear in Diaz. The signature dark green eye patch rested upon his forehead. His trademark explosive hairstyle remained unchanged, and half of his gaunt face was encrusted in frost due to the exertion of his powers. Tall and clad in a white vest and deep blue shirt, his justice cloak billowed with his movements. He raised his head and remarked, "Diaz, my young friend, your audacity is commendable. To dare strike at a celestial dragon is truly bold." "Admiral?" Olivia gazed at him with trepidation as Diaz descended onto the icy surface. "If negotiations fail, then we must resort to tearing up the ticket," he stated. "I didn't expect you to arrive so swiftly. I had planned to delay, but upon hearing you had dispatched a celestial dragon, I had no choice but to hasten. The predicament you've created is indeed dire, and this news cannot be concealed. Soon, your name shall echo across the world." Akiji was taken aback. He had never encountered such a troublesome youth, one who would leap straight to violence after mere dialogue. He had even intended to offer a reward. Unbeknownst to him, however, Diaz had never intended to seek recompense. His sole desire was the death of a celestial dragon. The demise of one such being would undoubtedly draw the full attention of the world government upon him, yet it would also ensure that he was recognized worldwide. Through the death of a celestial dragon, he aimed to convey to the world that they were but mortals, capable of death, and not exalted beings above all. "Is that so? I feel as though I might not escape," he mused, approaching the Thousand Sunny. With a few powerful strikes, he shattered the thick ice clinging to the vessel. "Admiral Akiji, this individual is one I liberated from the slave auction. She bears no crimes, hence, she is innocent." Inn. The green pheasant stroked his chin and fell into deep contemplation. "Wait, what are you doing?" Olivia exclaimed, only to be tossed onto the ship by Diaz, who effortlessly lifted the wave breaker from the sea. With a surge of incredible strength, the wave breaker, along with Olivia, was propelled into the air, landing on the surface of the water with a splash. As the ship re-emerged from the depths, Olivia gasped, her garments soaked and clinging tightly to her form, accentuating her exquisite and alluring figure. "Boss," Olivia called out, but Diaz merely waved his hand, gazing at the approaching warship in the distance. "It seems trouble is brewing. Honestly, I detest complications." With the twin Inferno pistols in hand, he addressed the green pheasant. "Admiral Akiji, as a former member of the Navy, I wish to test your prowess." "Oh." Akiji's body was once again enveloped in frost. "Using dual pistols? Aren't you more skilled with the sword? You should be aware that bullets have no effect on me." "That may not be the case," Diaz replied in a low voice. "Inferno, unleash." The magic within the Holy Grail transformed into destructive energy, continuously surging forth. Diaz connected the regulators at the safety catch of the dual pistols, which transformed into a sword hilt, as flames that could easily melt stone erupted skyward, coalescing into a crimson blade. Diaz's body was incessantly eroded by the searing heat. He had spent 100,000 berries in the system marketplace to acquire the core of extreme cold, which he pressed against the flame of heaven greatsword. The frigid essence of the core momentarily mitigated the damage inflicted upon himself by the sword's fiery state, and this was the only tactic he could employ against Kazan. He could not resort to his cataclysm ability, for employing it would result in his own instantaneous vaporization. Admiral Kazan, in the name of my fragile existence, I shall unleash a formidable assault. Flame of heaven, unsheath it. Merely swinging the great sword, a wave of fiery blade light surged forth, radiating an unimaginable intensity of heat, representing the destructive might of the seventh key in this realm. Faced with such terrifying temperatures, Kazan erected a formidable wall of ice, reverting his body to its original form. Without this transformation, his icy body would be unable to withstand the onslaught. Kazan, having consumed the ice fruit, had transformed into an embodiment of ice. Should he evaporate in an instant, he too would succumb to vaporization, as this heat surpassed even Akainu's magma fruit. His ice wall was rapidly melting, and Kazan persistently unleashed his powers to counter this strike. Chapter 56. How could such an attack exist? Is it that sword? Ice continuously surged forth, only to be relentlessly melted. Before it could manifest in liquid form, it was evaporated, and the scalding steam accelerated the melting of the ice. After a while, Diaz's assault finally ceased. The surrounding steam, under the influence of the ice fruit, crystallized into ice shards that fell upon the frozen surface. Kazan emerged, exclaiming, "Oh dear. What a terrifying blow that was." However, you cannot rely on such an attack indefinitely, can you? Observing Diaz's burned arm, Kazan grew increasingly convinced of this fact. Diaz consumed several fruit from the trees, and the wounds on his arm began to heal rapidly. These fruits were not solely for Pokemon. He could benefit from them as well, albeit their healing effects were not as potent as those for Pokemon. He then swallowed a blue berry that specifically treated burns, along with a fruit that mitigated freezing effects and another that healed frostbite. Wiping his mouth, he noticed that the burns on his arm were mending swiftly. The recently purchased frost core had shattered. It was ultimately a one-time item meant to withstand the searing heat of the heavenly flames, but he possessed many of these devices. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving the milestone. Launch an impressive attack. Fire attribute resistance enhanced. At this rate, I feel I could fight all day. Filled with confidence, Diaz procured another frost core to wear and declared, "Admiral Akiji, something significant is about to unfold." What? Heavenly fire. Drawl once more, he unleashed a flame slash, causing the ice surface and the seawater to evaporate. Diaz turned and fled. Behind him, with a thunderous roar, an iceberg suddenly emerged from the ocean, colliding with the flame slash and sending a plume of white vapor into the air. In the distance, the Navy and Olivia stood agape, astonished by such a display of power. Could this truly be an attack achievable by a human? That Diaz, once a member of the Navy, had become so formidable? Diaz leapt onto the wave breaker, disregarding the pain in his arm, and propelled the vessel to its maximum speed, leaving a white streak across the surface of the sea. "Steer carefully," he instructed Olivia. "Understood, Captain," she replied, firmly grasping the helm. As Diaz positioned himself at the rear of the ship, he noticed a white line emerging in the distance, rapidly approaching them. Akiji glided over the icy path created beneath his feet, advancing swiftly. "Akiji, enough of this," he stated. The flames of the Holy Judgment transformed into dual pistols, unleashing a barrage of gunpowder bullets. However, such attacks bore no effect on Akiji. As long as he was not subjected to a continuous melting assault, he remained unfazed. What incredible speed, he mused, as the distance between them and the wavebreaker widened. The ship's velocity was extraordinary, making it impossible for Akiji to catch up in a short span. Once the gap widened, pursuit would become exceedingly difficult. The shave technique was only suitable for short distances, while the moonwalk lacked sufficient speed for aerial movement. If only Kizaru were present. "This is Akiji, the fleet admiral. I cannot keep pace with Diaz's ship," he communicated as he activated the transponder snail to contact Sengoku. "What? You can't pursue?" Sengoku exclaimed. "I will summon Kizaru immediately." "Understood." Akiji replied before the call ended. Moments later, he saw a radiant light descend beside him. "Has that boy grown so swift that you cannot catch him?" he pondered. "I cannot excel in pursuits," Akiji admitted, lowering his visor. "The rest is up to you." "Understood," Kizaru responded, his form transforming into light particles as he sped off in pursuit of Diaz. Diaz gazed into the distance at the swiftly approaching radiance, seizing Olivia and plunging into the ocean aboard the wavebreaker. Once again, they had plunged into the sea. This was indeed troublesome. No matter. Let us strike first and ponder the consequences later. 8-foot jade hook. Countless luminous projectiles descended like rain, plunging into the depths of the sea. Diaz watched as these radiant missiles whizzed past him. Indeed, aside from targeting Master Zephyr, they seemed to have no predictable outcome. He retrieved the bubble coral and fashioned a protective bubble, enveloping the two of them within its confines. Olivia took a deep breath and remarked, "Boss, you actually have two generals pursuing you. There is no one else in the world who enjoys such a privilege." Diaz is an audacious individual, recklessly daring to take on even the celestial dragons, confronting marine admirals without a hint of trepidation, and managing to escape from their clutches. His recent escapades have proven far more exhilarating than his life from a decade ago. With a chuckle, Diaz leaned against a bubble and proclaimed, "For now, we shall postpone our entry into the new world. I need to lay low for a while. Having eliminated a celestial dragon, one must not become overly arrogant. The Marines and CP will undoubtedly scour the globe for me, so it is prudent to find a place to hide." "Where shall we go?" Olivia inquired. "The Calm Belt?" Diaz replied. "The Calm Belt is a desolate region, inaccessible to the current fleets of the Marines, ensuring absolute safety. But our vessel does not rely on wind to navigate, as you just witnessed. The specially crafted wavebreaker was designed to traverse the Calm Belt, allowing us to evade the Marines while swiftly crossing the Grand Line and entering the Four Seas without the need to traverse Reverse Mountain. Boss, killing a celestial dragon is undoubtedly a grave offense. Indeed, but I remain indifferent. It is done. One less vampire in this society makes little difference." Diaz was unfazed, recognizing that the celestial dragons had long enjoyed a privileged existence, rarely facing death at the hands of others. This incident marked a rare exception in recent decades. As for the Don Quixote family, they renounced their celestial dragon status and are no longer part of that elite circle. He intended to envelop the celestial dragons in fear. "I understand. Do we still need to hide for a while?" The yellow monkey has already departed. Olivia's observation hockey allowed her to sense the yellow monkey's absence. Diaz remarked, "Let us depart. Once Akiji arrives and freezes the sea, we shall truly be unable to escape." Popping the bubble, Diaz grasped the weakened Olivia and brought her to the surface. The wavebreaker reappeared, and the two boarded the vessel, which swiftly departed the scene, heading towards the calm winds. Upon returning to Marine headquarters, Akiji and Kizaru encountered a troubled Sengoku, as the repercussions of Diaz's actions were indeed monumental. The demise of a celestial dragon was a significant event for the entire world. Diaz struck the Navy, the world government, and the celestial dragons with a force that left their heads buzzing. The five elders were summoned to provide an explanation. Alas, why must I be burdened with such troublesome affairs? Chapter 57. The most unhinged man in the world, Holy Land, Mariejois, Panga City, the pinnacle of visible global power, where the five elders convene. They are the supreme leaders of the world government, the very backbone upon which it stands. A mere thought from any one of them can determine the fate of an entire nation. Sengoku was called forth and among the assembly. A bald elder clad in a pristine white kimono, wielding a long blade, spoke with fury. "Why did the Marine Admiral fail to safeguard the celestial dragons? This is unequivocally the responsibility of your navy. Brandon Diaz is a traitor who emerged from your ranks. This is a dereliction of duty on your part." The wrath of the five elders was palpable regarding the death of the celestial dragon, with demands for a satisfactory resolution. The demise of St. Charles Martin was a failure on the part of the Navy. Sengoku had no choice but to accept this blame, pondering the reasons behind Diaz's betrayal. "If not for your tacit approval of the celestial dragon slave trade and the bounty on Fisher Tiger, would Diaz have ever turned against you?" In a remarkably brief span, Diaz has evolved into a formidable force capable of challenging an admiral. With the right guidance, ascending to the position of the next naval admiral seems entirely feasible, and perhaps even the possibility of succeeding the fleet admiral looms. Contemplating this, Sengoku's heart bleeds. Such an exceptionally gifted genius has been allowed to slip away. Sengoku profoundly resonates with Diaz's assertion that as long as the celestial dragons exist, the justice of the Navy will forever remain a mere faade. The concept of absolute justice is nothing more than a self-deceptive slogan. Dressed in a sleek black suit, with a mane of white curls and a bushy white beard reminiscent of Santa Claus, one of the five elders, bearing a scar on his left cheek, declared, "The pressing issue is still to capture Diaz. The assignment of blame is irrelevant. Lives have been lost, and it is imperative to apprehend Diaz, to publicly execute him before the world, providing the celestial dragons with an explanation, and to serve as a grim warning to others, demonstrating the dire consequences of slaying a celestial dragon." Another elder, clad in a deep blue suit, possessing long, straight white hair, and an elegantly lengthy beard, continued. The Navy and CP must scour the globe for Diaz's whereabouts. They are exerting all efforts. The intensity of this operation may surpass even that of the quest for the Pirate King's heir. A bald elder with a distinctive mustache added, furthermore, we must adjust the bounty on Diaz's head. The strength of the world government alone cannot expedite the search for Diaz. If I recall correctly, his family resides in the North Sea. Sengoku's heart tightened. Suppressing his inner speculations, he confirmed, yes, a small nation in the North Sea. Then it must be annihilated. This is a necessary price to pay. The dignity of the world government cannot be tarnished, a youthful-looking elder with golden hair coldly proclaimed, instantly condemning a nation to its demise. No, this is unacceptable. Absolutely not. Sengoku immediately countered, those innocent civilians bear no guilt. The one at fault is Diaz, not the people of that nation. With a resounding thud, the elder wielding a blade slammed the sheathed sword onto the floor, shattering the exquisite tiles beneath. We are informing you. Understand your position clearly, Sengoku. This is necessary. Even so, those innocent civilians have committed no wrong. Sengoku, disregarding that these individuals were his superiors, argued vehemently, we cannot allow this. Many within the Navy hail from the North Sea. If we proceed with this plan, it will shatter their faith in the Navy. This is tantamount to digging our own grave. For years, the North Sea has supplied the Navy with a considerable number of recruits, including the two admirals, Akainu and Kizuru, both originating from the North Sea. If this course of action is taken, it will leave many disheartened. While Akainu would undoubtedly execute orders without hesitation, what of Kizuru? Such actions are utterly beyond his consideration. Should he proceed in this manner, many within the Navy would undoubtedly question its righteousness, potentially leading to rebellion and fragmentation within its ranks. Sengoku, in his wisdom, could only persuade these obstinate and brutal old men through such means. Given his age, he was but a youth in the presence of these formidable figures. The long-bearded elders contemplated this and recognized that the Navy must not falter. Thus, it was decided that the village where Diaz was born would be eradicated, and the news would be disseminated globally, ensuring that all were aware that these lives were lost due to Diaz's reckless actions. Must they not only take lives, but also seek to wound hearts? Sengoku's eyes widened. He realized he had fallen into the trap set by these old men. Had they proposed the destruction of a village from the outset, he would have opposed it vehemently. Yet, by first suggesting the annihilation of a nation, they had opened the door for negotiation. Humanity has a penchant for compromise. Now, he found himself devoid of negotiating power, leaving the matter to be handled by the king of that nation. The long-bearded elder reclined on the sofa, leaning on his staff, deeming it more prudent for the king to manage such affairs. What need was there for his involvement? Merely to inform him. You lack the standing to challenge us, Sengoku. Remember, the Navy is the visage of the world government. This time, you have brought significant disgrace upon it. Each elder took their turn to berate Sengoku, leaving him feeling utterly humiliated. For a fleeting moment, he entertained the thought of silencing them permanently, but reason quelled his fury. He departed from Panga City, returning to his office, feeling somewhat despondent. Rosinante inquired, Marshal, what troubles you? Rosinante, discreetly take a group to Diaz's homeland. Rescue as many individuals as possible without drawing attention. Why? The elders intend to destroy that village. What? Those people are innocent. Rosinante exclaimed in shock. Do they not fear the disillusionment of those within the Navy? They do not fear. Even at great cost, they wish to uphold the face of the world government, and Diaz's actions have stirred a considerable uproar. Sengoku gritted his teeth. That scoundrel. Must I now clean up his mess? Understood, Rosinante replied, promptly departing from Navy headquarters, uncertain if time was still on their side. Meanwhile, a bounty on Diaz was swiftly announced, an astounding 800 million berries. The edict stipulated that he must be captured alive, with the charges inscribed on the reverse: assassination of celestial dragons, betrayal of the Navy, aiding a wanted criminal in escape, murder, robbery, theft, and the destruction of a nation, among numerous other accusations. Diaz's bounty was indeed the most extraordinary, serving as a testament to the madness and terror of this man, the world's most deranged individual. Chapter 58, Reactions from All Sides. Is he the maddest man in the world? Wahaha. It has truly been a while since I've encountered such a mischievous little rascal. Aboard the Moby Dick, the ship of the Whitebeard pirates, the world's strongest man, a towering figure with a white beard resembling a crescent moon, drank heartily. Beside him stood the immortal Marco, who, with his pineapple-like appearance clad in a light purple suit, gazed at the wanted poster in his hand, remarking, "Indeed, he is a man of madness, old man. I've heard from Jinbei that this individual despises the celestial dragons. The celestial dragons are nothing but trash." Whitebeard declared to his sons, "If this lad were to set foot on our territory, we need not concern ourselves with him. Is the old man considering taking him in as a son?" Marco chuckled. "Who knows? Gwahaha. Boys, let the feast commence." The Whitebeard pirates were as lively as ever. Red-haired pirates, ah, this young fellow possesses quite the audacity. "Haha, he truly is an intriguing person. I wish to meet him," Shanks of the red-haired pirates exclaimed, raising his cup and indulging in hearty drinks and meat alongside his comrades. Beast pirates and Big Mom pirates regarded this with disdain. On Baldigo Island, the headquarters of the revolutionary organization, the Revolutionary Army, the leader Monkey D. Dragon and his fellow members expressed their admiration for Diaz's audacity. Fisher Tiger, who had joined the Revolutionary Army, was moved to tears, exclaiming, "He actually did it. For those of us who were once slaves, the celestial dragons remain in everlasting shadows, a burden from which we can never escape. Throughout our lives, we are haunted by the painful memories of the past, a suffering etched deeply into our souls." Diaz's strike served as a proclamation, revealing that the celestial dragons are not invincible. They are not deities. They too can perish. They are merely the dregs of society. We are well aware of Diaz's actions in the kingdom of Goa, and furthermore, his astonishing blow on Sabaody Archipelago has firmly positioned him in opposition to the world government. Yet, in a certain sense, he stands as our ally. The world's most notorious criminal, the Navy hero Monkey D. Garp's son. Bearing the mark of his father's sandal upon his face, Monkey D. Dragon set down his newspaper and inquired, "Mr. Tiger, might it be possible to bring him into our fold?" Tiger wiped away his tears and replied, "I joined the Revolutionary Army under Diaz's guidance. Perhaps we could attempt it. Though he possesses his own convictions, I am uncertain of our success. It is worth a try. At the very least, he is not our enemy. I beg of you." The Kuja pirates, an all-female crew led by the pirate empress, the world's most beautiful woman, Boa Hancock, consists of elite warriors carefully selected from the Amazon Lily Kingdom. They continue their relentless plundering of the seas, securing essential supplies for their homeland, situated in a windless zone, rendering communication with the outside world exceedingly difficult. Becoming pirates was a forced choice. Two serpentine figures propelled the ship through the ocean, their vessel gliding swiftly, aided by the winds. A messenger gull descended, landing upon the ship's railing. Boa Sandasonia, one of the Gorgon sisters, purchased a newspaper for Granny New, who often requested them to bring her one. As she idly opened it, the shocking headline immediately seized her attention. The newspaper fell to the ground, and her sister, Boa Marigold, asked with curiosity, "What is it?" Second sister? Picking up the fallen paper and gazing at the news, her pupils constricted, and her body trembled uncontrollably, covering her mouth to suppress a scream. Can it be that someone has dared to slay those fiends? The sisters exchanged glances, recognizing the shock and fear reflected in each other's eyes. The astonishment stemmed from Diaz's news, while the fear was directed towards the celestial dragons. "Sister, sister!" The two rushed into their elder sister's chamber, clutching the newspaper and wanted posters. "What is the matter? Why the haste?" The woman who spoke possessed a sweet yet commanding voice, her hair styled elegantly, her skin smooth and fair. Her deep blue eyes sparkled like the most exquisite sapphires, exuding an air of aloofness. With a high, delicate nose and soft lips devoid of any wrinkles, her beauty was beyond description, causing any man who beheld her to quicken his heartbeat, some even turning to stone. Noticing her younger sisters in such a fluster, she furrowed her finely shaped brows, a hint of displeasure evident. "Sister, you must see this. Someone has killed a celestial dragon." "What?" Upon uttering those words, even the pirate empress could no longer remain composed. She snatched the newspaper from her sister's hands, scrutinizing each word of the news, her pupils trembling and her pristine white teeth biting her lower lip. Indeed, someone had truly dared to act. It appeared that those formidable foes were not invincible after all. The three sisters embraced each other, weeping, as the indelible impression left by the celestial dragons had cast an unshakable shadow upon them. The pain from the mark of the heavenly dragon grew faint behind her, the newspaper crumpled in her grasp. Hancock gazed at Diaz's bounty notice, which detailed his crimes. Not only had he slain a celestial dragon, but he had also rescued her benefactor. Wiping away her tears, she regained her former aloof demeanor as the empress and issued a command. Should they encounter Mr. Diaz, the Kuja pirates would treat him with the utmost respect, welcoming him in accordance with her standards, for he would be the benefactor of the Kuja, no, of all Amazon Lily. Yes, your highness. The sisters promptly relayed the orders, leaving Hancock and her pet snake Salome behind. Mr. Diaz, you have proven to us that the celestial dragons are not divine. Hancock felt a glimmer of light pierce through the shadows that had enveloped her. Sister, there is a ship ahead, Marigold announced. Hancock frowned and replied, sink it. Yes. The warrior women of the Kuja pirates tensed, their pet snakes bowing like longbows, stringing arrows. They aimed their arrows, imbued with haki, toward the iron vessel swiftly traversing the surface of the sea, their power rivaling that of cannonballs. On board the pirate ship, Olivia proclaimed loudly, Captain, the Kuja pirates are launching an attack against us. What? Get inside. Diaz leapt into the air, treading upon the very fabric of the atmosphere, as his blade, Murakumo, was unsheathed with fervor, leaving a trail of sweeping strikes amidst the void. Ultimate technique. Floating fairy. The arrows that soared towards him were deftly intercepted, and he propelled himself forward with great vigor towards the opposing 9 snake pirates. This band of women would likely not relent easily. He must remain wary of Hancock's sweet fruit, for it posed a considerable threat. He approaches. Prepare for counterattack. Chapter 59. No one is above all. He approaches. Diaz exhibited remarkable speed as he unleashed a series of swift, slicing strikes with his blade, effortlessly shattering numerous arrows. Upon boarding the vessel, a woman wielding a rocket launcher directed her assault towards him. With a single, decisive slash, the ensuing explosion sent several individuals staggering. Sandersonia advanced, weapon raised, poised to strike Diaz, but upon glimpsing his visage, she abruptly halted. Cease your actions. The combatants of the Kuja pirates paused in bewilderment, and Diaz too came to a standstill, the blade of Murakumo hovering perilously close, merely a centimeter away from a female warrior. My apologies for our abruptness, Mr. Diaz. Sandersonia stated respectfully as she lowered her weapon. Pirates, after all, abide by the law of the sea. When faced in narrow encounters, it is the brave who prevail. Most pirates would instinctively attack upon sighting a ship, especially one like the polar bear, which bore no flag. A pirate's banner serves to affirm the identity of their adversaries. If they are deemed formidable, they engage, sinking the opposing vessel and plundering its cargo, indifferent to the fate of its occupants. Conversely, if uncertainty prevails, they might recklessly charge forth. What if the enemy proves weaker? The demeanor of Sandersonia and Marigold left Diaz perplexed. However, Murakumo remained poised, for several Kuja warriors still aimed their bows at him, an unmistakable sign of lingering hostility. Yet soon, under the authoritative reprimands of Sandersonia and Marigold, the female warriors relinquished their weapons. This is Mr. Diaz, whom I previously spoke of. He must be treated with the utmost respect befitting an esteemed elder. Is he truly Lord Diaz? How peculiar. His chest is so flat. One remarked. Most men with chests like yours are merely portly. Came another's quip. My sincerest apologies. We were unaware that this was your vessel. Please forgive our transgression, Sandersonia implored, her demeanor markedly deferential, prompting Diaz to lower his weapon. A subtle nod signified his restraint from aggression. Hancock was undoubtedly aboard, and the consequences of being petrified would be dire. While he harbored disdain for pirates, he typically reserved lethal force for those he could defeat. If outmatched, retreat was his only recourse, as strength dictated the laws of this world. Sheathing Murakumo, he prepared to depart when Sandersonia called out to him. Mr. Diaz, please stay as our guest, the elder sister, and we wish to converse with you. Converse? He queried. Indeed, you saved Mr. Tiger. Thus, you are our friend, Sandersonia replied. Oh, Diaz acknowledged, gesturing to Olivia in the distance. Olivia, bring the ship closer. Wait. Isn't the boss supposed to engage them in battle? Why the sudden change of heart? Olivia pondered, yet obediently steered the polar bear towards the Kuja pirate's vessel. With the assistance of the female warriors, he boarded the ship. Where's the boss? Olivia surveyed her surroundings, but Diaz was nowhere to be seen, prompting her to inquire. Lord Diaz is a guest. Please do not be concerned, a female warrior replied with a smile. They were curious and cautious around men, yet they welcomed Olivia, this enchanting girl, with open arms. At that moment, under the guidance of her 2 sisters, Diaz entered Hancock's chamber, where he encountered the pirate empress. One must admit, Hancock was truly beautiful, stunningly so. No wonder she was hailed as the most beautiful woman in the world, exuding a sincere and magnanimous spirit. Her bosom, adorned in white, suggested she regarded him as one of her own. "Greetings, Mr. Diaz. You saved Mr. Tiger, and we hold you in the highest esteem," Hancock stated, displaying none of her usual haughty demeanor. To her, Diaz was deserving of the respect she afforded to figures like Tiger and Rayleigh. Naturally, they refrained from disclosing their past as slaves to Diaz. Such matters weren't meant for just anyone. "I dare not claim that. Mr. Tiger is worthy of my respect," Diaz replied, shaking his head as Marigold brought him a chair. "Thank you." Once seated, he continued, "Mr. Tiger is a true hero, even being pursued by the world government. I harbor no regrets. He has never regretted his actions. One must take responsibility for their deeds." "Did you truly kill St. Charlos, one of the celestial dragons?" Hancock couldn't help but ask, fully aware yet seeking confirmation. "Oh, that? Killing that scum? I set off fireworks on him." "Fireworks?" she echoed, intrigued. "Yes. I strapped a bomb to him and then boom." Diaz gestured flamboyantly, chuckling nonchalantly. "That kind of trash can be disposed of. The only hassle is the subsequent bounty on my head, but they will never catch me." Leaning back in his chair with a casual demeanor, he spoke as if recounting a trivial matter, yet his words sent shivers through the three sisters. The Heavenly Dragon was a reminder of their tragic past in this world. They were astonished that someone dared to challenge the heavens. "Heaven? They are hardly worthy of the title," Diaz declared with seriousness. "No one is above another. All are born equal. Should anyone attempt to elevate themselves above me, I shall pull them down from their pedestal and deliver a fierce kick." For him, it was a trial, one that involved conquering and eliminating the foe. Standing up, the sea breeze flowed in through the window, tousling his dark hair. In that moment, the three sisters beheld him as undeniably handsome. "You are truly different from those others," Hancock remarked after a while. "From now on, you shall be a forever friend of the Kuja pirates and Amazon Lily." Hancock declared, "I can grant you one wish, as long as it is within our means." "A wish?" Diaz glanced over and candidly remarked that Hancock's physique and beauty truly captivated him. Although he considered himself a lecher, he was not someone governed by base desires. He said, "In that case, please teach me hockey." "You still do not know hockey?" Sonda Sonia asked in surprise, as she assumed that with Diaz's strength, he would have mastered it long ago. Diaz spoke in disbelief. "Not everyone possesses the overwhelming presence of Hades like you Amazon lilies. A power I have yet to fully master. I've only wielded the Conqueror's hockey once." "Do you possess it as well?" "Just like Lady Hancock. The Conqueror's hockey symbolizes the qualities of a true ruler," and upon reflecting on Diaz's words, they understood. It was hardly surprising for such a man to possess the Conqueror's hockey. "Is that all?" Hancock inquired. "Indeed, that is all." Chapter 60. Dire news. Hancock agreed to assist Diaz in mastering hockey, and both Diaz and Olivia were required to accompany her to the Amazon Lily, located in the Calm Belt. It was ultimately impossible to demonstrate such abilities aboard the ship. The Kuja pirates promptly set sail back, warmly welcoming Diaz and Olivia. An array of delectable dishes was presented, while Diaz and young Kira savored the meat. Many of the girls aboard displayed great interest in Diaz. Although they frequently interacted with men during their voyages, this was their first experience of such close and peaceful coexistence. Diaz was surrounded by girls, much like an animal on display at a zoo. The adorable baby Garridos was also adored by many, receiving a variety of treats. The young Garridos was quite accommodating, relishing every morsel offered. Accompanying his master, he had never experienced the pangs of hunger. After a satisfying meal, Diaz returned to the ship, the Waybreaker, seeking respite. He certainly did not wish to be observed by girls even in slumber, as that sensation was utterly uncomfortable. In a matter of days, they arrived at the land of Amazon Lily, a realm populated entirely by women. He did not venture into this territory, even the ship was overwhelming, let alone the thought of entering the country itself. The feeling of being regarded as a rare specimen was truly disconcerting. Consequently, he set foot on a nearby island to train alongside the baby Garridos, while Olivia journeyed to Amazon Lily to reside there for a time. The ones instructing Diaz were the three sisters of Hancock. Diaz felt that his manual on mastering the Conqueror's hockey was a fruitless investment, especially after being extorted by Shaki. The cultivation of the Conqueror's hockey proved to be quite cumbersome, thus it was momentarily set aside in favor of honing his observation and armament hockey. Under Hancock's guidance, he blindfolded himself as Sandasonia and Marigold seized the prepared stones and hurled them toward Diaz. Thud. A stone struck him squarely on the head. Following that, a relentless barrage of stones ensued. Thud, thud, thud. Diaz was suddenly struck, his head swelling with lumps. Young Kyrus glanced over, picked up a large stone nearby, and hurled it. Bang! Diaz was completely overwhelmed by the boulder. Such an immense stone, indeed. Rising to his feet, Diaz exclaimed in anger. Yogi! Young Kyrus quickly sought refuge behind Salome, terrified of being caught by Diaz. Young Kyrus, just use small stones. Yogi! Yogi! Mastering observation haki was no simple endeavor. Diaz needed to perceive the trajectory of each stone as it flew through the air and evade them accordingly. Currently, he could only rely on sound to ascertain the direction of their flight, making his attempts to dodge rather clumsy. Before long, his head was covered in bumps. It seemed he would require more time to acclimate. You are just as awkward as we were in our youth, Sonda Sonia remarked with a smile. Indeed, Diaz remarked. Come again, do not mind me. Beneath the sun, the swelling atop his head swiftly dissipated. The training proved monotonous. The morning was devoted to the cultivation of observation haki, while the afternoon focused on armament haki, personally instructed by Hancock. Initially intended for defense, armament haki, once refined, can transform into formidable offensive power. It is said that the Navy's 6 styles can expedite the mastery of armament haki. Hancock patiently elucidated the intricacies. Diaz remarked, I am proficient with the iron blocks. I mastered all 6 forms during my time in the Navy. Hancock, understanding, replied, in that case, you may engage in combat with me using the iron blocks. While wielding the iron blocks, you cannot remain stationary. You must maneuver while employing them. This approach will expedite your mastery of the iron blocks. Very well, he agreed. Diaz assumed a stance, inhaling deeply, while Hancock wasted no words. Her long legs struck out with ferocity. Iron block. Her entire physique hardened like steel. And with a single kick, she sent Diaz flying, crashing into several towering trees. Yet, Diaz, having fortified his body, suffered little harm. He dusted himself off and rose to his feet. Hancock refrained from utilizing her devil fruit abilities. Had she done so, not only would she have turned to stone, but her body would have also shattered from the impact of her own kick. Onward, Hancock unleashed a flurry of kicks, her limbs trailing after images in the air. The combat prowess of the warlords of the sea was indeed formidable. Even without her devil fruit powers, her martial skills were those of a true master. Strength, speed, and technique were beyond reproach. Iron block. With arms crossed and stance firm, he braced against the torrential assault, attempting to mobilize himself. Yet, with a mere thought, the hardening of his skin ceased abruptly, and Hancock's strikes became painfully acute. TCH. Frustrated, he continued with iron block, but any slight movement diminished the hardness, rendering him unable to maintain stability. This sensation was undeniably vexing. Training is such a relentless honing of both body and spirit to traverse greater distances. Each day was drenched in sweat, his body marked with bruises. Fortunately, the medicinal herbs of Amazon lily were effective. A night's rest combined with photosynthesis facilitated rapid recovery of his injuries. A disciplined routine commenced, observation haki in the morning, armament haki in the afternoon. Hancock could offer little guidance on the mastery of conqueror's haki. According to her, its essence stemmed from one's own will. Mastery relied upon oneself, and her role was merely to assist in honing the other 2 forms of haki. That evening, the expressions of the 3 sisters were grim. Diaz inquired, what troubles you? Is it a time of distress? Here, take a look at this newspaper. Sonda Sonia hesitated before handing a paper to Diaz. Upon receiving the newspaper, he read its contents and his eyes widened, his body trembling. How dare they? How could they? A surge of fury flooded his mind. A terrifying aura erupting forth, sending gusts of wind swirling around him. Sonda Sonia and Marigold immediately lost consciousness, while Hancock similarly erupted with a fierce aura, countering Diaz's overwhelming presence. The newspaper in his hand was torn to shreds. His birthplace lay in ruins. The perpetrator was the king of that nation. Yet Diaz understood that the shadow of the world government loomed behind this act. He had once believed that, no matter how corrupt the world government was, they would not resort to harming ordinary citizens. They still had a semblance of dignity. To his astonishment, in a bid to intimidate him and send a warning to the world, they struck at the innocent. It was his involvement that had implicated them. Ah! Diaz roared in anguish, his heart tormented. He had never intended to involve the innocent, yet this time, the celestial dragons had invited their own demise. His eyes burned fiercely, akin to a beast poised to devour. Since you have cast aside your dignity, I shall engage you in this game to the fullest. Chapter 61. Starburst healing slash the Conqueror's haki surged forth, sweeping through the surroundings, causing trees to tremble and hidden creatures to collapse, rendered unconscious. Fury and pain consumed Diaz as he recalled the faces of Grandpa Villager, young Jack, and Aunt Joel. He closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and forced himself to regain composure. Rising to his feet, he locked eyes with Hancock, imploring her to help him master all forms of haki swiftly. "Rest assured, I shall assist you," Hancock replied without hesitation. She perceived the turmoil within him, understanding all too well that, much like her own past with her sisters, such suffering would forge his strength. The haunting memories of their past were a nightmare that fueled their power and hatred towards the celestial dragons. Hancock was determined to fulfill her promise. Thus commenced a hellish existence, one devoid of gradual progression. Diaz immersed himself in combat training, battling Hancock daily to swiftly grasp the usage of all haki. The Conqueror's haki, once fickle, now flowed from him at will, though this ease was a burden borne from the lives of others. As half a year passed, the year turned to 1516 in the era of the sea. Diaz, now 17, stood at an impressive height of 198 meters. On the cusp of reaching 2 meters, a mark he would likely surpass within a month or two. In this world, even a height of 2 meters was considered somewhat short, as there were numerous individuals towering above, including Hancock at 191 meters and her sisters, who reached heights of 3 to 4 meters. His bronze skin gleamed under the sun, radiating health, while the baby fat on his face had vanished, replaced by a visage of determination and handsomeness. His long hair was tied back, enhancing his striking appearance. Over this period, Diaz had mastered the application of both armament and observation haki. Without her devil fruit powers, Hancock could not triumph over him. "Thank you for your care during this time," Diaz said, standing aboard the wavebreaker as he bid farewell to Hancock and the others. Olivia chose not to board the ship, opting instead to remain with the Kuja pirates, integrating herself into their ranks. She had grown fond of the atmosphere of Amazon Lily, and Hancock and her sisters had shown her kindness, perhaps due to their shared experience of having once been enslaved. "Do not mention it. This is a promise I made to you," Hancock replied, elegantly tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Even this small gesture was imbued with charm, captivating the heart. Her beauty as the world's most stunning woman was no jest. Despite having observed her for over half a year, Diaz felt his heart race. At 17, he was in the prime of his youth. He turned his head aside, clearing his throat, when Sandersonia, with a smile, inquired, "Mr. Diaz, what are your plans moving forward?" "I intend to embark on a journey to Mariejois, followed by a trip back to Beihai, and finally, to the New World." "Mariejois?" The onlookers widened their eyes, and Diaz wore a maniacal grin. "They proclaimed me the most audacious individual in the world. If that is the case, I shall fulfill their expectations, vanquishing as many as I can." Madness. This was the first thought that flashed through the minds of the three sisters, swiftly followed by profound admiration. Not everyone possesses the audacity to confront the celestial dragons. Even the most renowned pirates of the high seas harbor a deep-seated fear of them. Even those who are unafraid would not dare to provoke them. Such individuals as Diaz are scarcely found upon the vast ocean. "Exercise utmost caution," Hancock cautioned, "Mr. Diaz. I sincerely hope for your safe return. Indeed, I long to witness the downfall of the world government. Whoever ascends to power thereafter matters little, as long as they are not celestial dragons." The Moby Dick cleaved through the sea, leaving a trail of white foam in its wake. Gazing at the receding silhouette of the vessel, Hancock pressed a hand to her chest, her crimson lips parting softly. "Wishing you smooth sailing, Mr. Diaz." Unaccountably, her heartbeat quickened. Yet, Hancock dismissed it, returning to her palace alongside her sisters. System: initiate 20 consecutive draws. A staggering sum of 200 million was promptly wagered, and the lottery commenced. "Handsome tofu, it smells foul and tastes even worse. Strawberry mapo tofu, you dare tell me this is Chinese cuisine?" Scroll of the sky, toilet paper valued at 18,000. Return city scroll. "Dear, it's time to head home. Secret sword, with my weakest, I shall vanquish your strongest." Philosopher's stone transmutation array. How great a price would you pay for immortality? Armstrong jet spin cannon. The completion rate is truly remarkable. Triangle pants. The general's family has always been of the triangle pants faction. Starburst stream slash, the starburst healing slash. Several trivialities were overlooked by Diaz, and fortune smiled upon him this time, yielding several fine items. The return city scroll is a one-time use item. One must first record the return location and then tear it to return to the recorded spot. The secret sword is a technique devised by the character Kirito from the Legend of the Legendary Heroes. Skills like Rhinoceros Strike, Armor Break, Round, Mirage Wolf, Wild Cherry, Poison Moth Blade, Thunderlight, and the ultimate secret sword Shadow Chase. The Shadow Chase requires coordination with the One-Blade Demon, which is currently beyond his reach. The Philosopher's Stone Transmutation Array, when inscribed, enables the transmutation of life within its confines into a Philosopher's Stone, disregarding the principle of equivalent exchange. Serving as a magical amplifier capable of transmuting any substance, and also functioning as the toll for the caster to open the gate of truth. Diaz would not utilize this. It is not merely that he lacks proficiency in alchemy, but even if he were adept, he would refrain from engaging with it. The Starburst Stream requires him to wield another blade, executing a remarkable 16 consecutive strikes within the briefest of moments. A skill classified as an X skill within the realm of dual wielding in Sword Art Online. However, what truly preoccupies Diaz is not these abilities, but rather the return scroll. With it, he can venture deep into Mariejois. He must ensure that those individuals pay dearly for their transgressions. The wavebreakers surged through the doldrums. When a colossal sea creature erupted from the depths, Diaz, gripping the thunder lance, struck decisively, piercing the creature's eye. "Begone!" he roared, eliciting a howl of pain from the immense beast, blood gushing forth. Upon witnessing the sunlight spear coalesce in Diaz's hand, fear gripped the creature, compelling it to retreat into the depths, leaving a crimson stain upon the ocean. This, in turn, attracted a frenzy of bloodthirsty fish, which, upon recognizing the sea creature, hastily fled. The sea creature reigns at the pinnacle of the food chain in this world, and not everything dares to challenge its supremacy. Diaz remained indifferent to the tumultuous events occurring in the sea. The ship, the Thousand Sunny, surged forward at its maximum speed, gliding across the surface of the water. The only obstacle capable of hindering Diaz's progress was the cursed magnetic force. He had to wait until the magnetic energy was fully charged before he could set sail for the next island. After more than a month, he once again set foot on Sabaody Archipelago. Next in line was Mariejois. Chapter 62. The Madman following the last incident in which a celestial dragon was slain. The Sabaody Archipelago experienced little significant change. Its vibrancy persisted, with throngs of people bustling through the streets. Illicit activities began to resurface. For the wickedness of human nature knows no bounds. This time, however, Diaz refrained from venturing into such places, conscious of the need to conceal his whereabouts. Donning sunglasses and a mask to obscure his identity, he made his way directly to the 13th red tree. Upon entering and shedding his disguise, the proprietress, Shaki, exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, is that not young Diaz? What a pleasant surprise to see you visit my humble establishment once more." Diaz cast a glance at the elderly man slumbering in the corner, cradling a bottle of liquor. He refrained from engaging in unnecessary chatter. "Madam, you have connections to the Revolutionary Army, do you not?" Shaki narrowed her eyes, inhaled a puff of smoke, and exhaled slowly, shaking her head. "The Revolutionary Army maintains excellent confidentiality measures. I am unaware of their means of communication. Are you wishing to join them?" "No, I merely seek their assistance." "What of Jinbei or the octopus, Hachi, from the Fishman Pirates?" He recalled that Ray Eyes and Shaki shared a close friendship with Hachi, who had once saved Rayleigh. "That might be feasible," Shaki replied, "though it will not come cheaply." Smack. Diaz placed a generous handful of bills upon the table. "Very well. Please be patient for a few days." "No problem. I shall take refuge here for the time being. I will cover the expenses for lodging and meals." "Agreed." Diaz picked up a bottle of wine from the table and poured himself a glass. Simultaneously, he seized a cigarette from the same surface, indulging in both the drink and the smoke. Shaki smiled faintly, leaving the bar to tend to her intelligence network, reaching out to the members of the Fishman pirate crew. "Young man, what are you planning to do?" inquired the elderly man on the sofa, his eyes having opened at some point, a smile gracing his lips. Diaz turned his head, his gaze sharp as he regarded the right-hand man of the pirate king, Silver's Rayleigh, and stated, "There are certain matters I must attend to, for which I require the assistance of Jinbei and the others." Rayleigh settled beside him, pouring himself a glass of wine, and inquired, "The celestial dragons?" "Indeed," Diaz replied candidly. "Revenge is a necessity, is it not?" "Certainly. The life of an entire village is at stake." Rayleigh observed the youth before him, noting the latent ferocity in his eyes, akin to a lion ready to unleash its fangs and claws. "You possess formidable conqueror's haki," Rayleigh remarked. "It has been forced out of me." Diaz extinguished his cigarette and continued. A life devoid of gratitude is akin to that of a beast. The villagers raised me. They are my benefactors. Yet I have been a burden to them. This is my lifelong regret. I do not lament the death of the celestial dragons. But I rue the day I believed the world government would refrain from harming the innocent. The world government is far more corrupt than one can imagine. Do they truly think I am oblivious? A king would not casually annihilate a village. Even a tyrant would not act so recklessly. Destruction always bears a justification. And my nation's king is a man of convention, not one to commit such acts. Thus, there can only be one explanation. It is the command of the world government. To the fallen, they toasted, their glasses clinking together. Moments later, Shucky emerged with a smile, saying, Jinbei and the others are currently recuperating at Fishman Island. They should arrive shortly. Fishman Island lies 10,000 meters beneath the sea, not far from Sabaody Archipelago, merely a few dozen kilometers away. Given the speed of the fishmen, if notified in the morning, they would likely arrive by noon. Jinbei and his crew might even be faster. As Diaz had anticipated, just around lunchtime, Jinbei and Chopper entered through the door. Once again, it is a pleasure to see you, Mr. Diaz. I have heard of the events in your homeland. Please accept my condolences. Jinbei was as courteous as ever, while Chopper exchanged greetings with Shucky and Rayleigh as they were old friends. Can you reach Mr. Tiger? Yes. What is your request? I wish to communicate with the Revolutionary Army and hope they can assist me with certain tasks, for which I shall offer appropriate compensation. Understood. Jinbei produced a larger-than-usual din-din mushi equipped with a rotary dial and microphone, ensuring greater communication range. He placed a white din-din mushi nearby to prevent eavesdropping. For the Revolutionary Army was not an ordinary contact. Exposure could lead to dire complications. After inputting the number, the din-din mushi emitted a series of blaring sounds before the connection was established, and its mouth, adorned with a bushy beard, spoke. What is it, Jinbei? Is there trouble? No, Boss Tiger. Mr. Diaz wishes to speak with you. Mr. Diaz? Tiger paused momentarily, then exclaimed with delight. Put him on the line. Diaz took the microphone from Jinbei's hand and said, It has been a long time, Mr. Tiger. Greetings, Mr. Diaz. Since our last parting, I have joined the Revolutionary Army, and we all strive for the same purpose. I appreciate your guidance. May I inquire about your reasons for seeking me? I intend to go to Mariejois. Both Tiger and Jinbei, along with Chopper, were taken aback by Diaz's declaration. Why? That is not a place for leisure. It is a hellish domain. Do not act foolishly. Tiger exclaimed, his agitation palpable. He did not wish for Diaz to meet his demise. He himself had nearly perished there during his last visit. A hell he never wished to tread again. I plan to blow Mariejois to smithereens. The shock was evident on everyone's faces, their minds echoing a single phrase, madman. An unequivocal lunatic, blow Mariejois to pieces? Such a feat seemed impossible to them. I understand your anger stemming from your homeland. But, Mr. Tiger, Diaz interrupted Tiger's counsel. I appreciate your goodwill. I hope the Revolutionary Army can rescue the slaves. I do not wish to involve the innocent. They should not perish alongside the celestial dragons. However, there is no however. Please assist me, Mr. Tiger, as a way to repay the favor of saving your life. I implore you. I must do this. The voices of my village still resonate within me. They are my benefactors. If I do not act, I shall never forgive myself. After a brief silence, the transponder snail suddenly transformed, a grid-like red tattoo appearing on its visage. Greetings, Mr. Diaz. I am Monkey D. Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. We can assist you in rescuing the slaves, but it is a perilous endeavor. To us, you are a like-minded ally, yet such a reckless act warrants considerable contemplation. Thank you for your assistance, Mr. Dragon. I shall await you at the 13th red tree of Sabaody Archipelago. Very well, we will arrive as swiftly as possible. Chapter 63. Inflicting pain upon the celestial dragons. As the call ended, Diaz lit another cigarette. Rayleigh remarked, What an extraordinary young man. This is not merely extraordinary, Mr. Rayleigh. Jinbei interjected. Mr. Diaz, I urge you to reconsider. Mariejois is far too perilous. Indeed, Chopper added with a sense of understanding. After Mr. Tiger's previous assault on Mariejois, security measures must have intensified. Once inside, the likelihood of escape is nearly non-existent. I am aware. Thank you, Jinbei. Chopper. Diaz replied with a smile. There comes a time when one must act. If Tiger were to fall before your eyes, would you not seek revenge? What I aim to do is inflict suffering upon the celestial dragons. Someone once said that imparting suitable despair tempers human arrogance and pride. This is the truth, and I shall be the harbinger of that truth. Let them feel pain. Let them understand they are not gods. They too can die and suffer. No one can defecate or urinate upon me. I am the one who inflicts pain. Everyone stared at him, and the seasoned Rayleigh erupted into laughter. If Roger were to see you, he would undoubtedly find you quite fascinating. I have no fondness for that man. Why? Because he heralded the era of great pirates. Elaborate. Please. In my view, although the world government is flawed, a chaotic order is far preferable to utter disorder. Had he not initiated the great pirate era, the Navy would currently be capable of suppressing numerous pirates. The first half of the Grand Line could enjoy relative peace, allowing sufficient military strength to confront the formidable pirates of the New World. Though it may come at a great cost, it would ultimately lead to a more peaceful sea. I am unaware of what you discovered on the island of End, but Roger's final words have inflicted immense suffering upon this world. Countless individuals have ventured into the sea, pursuing an elusive treasure, forsaking productivity, and indulging in plunder and violence, causing harm solely to the innocent. Pirates often act on a whim, disregarding all consequences. You may pursue your ambitions, but I am certain of one thing. Roger is nothing but a farce. He bears at least half the responsibility for those who perished at the hands of pirates. What Roger engaged in was purely a matter of killing without consideration for the aftermath. I have no desire to know what treasures lie in Laugh-Tale. His final words compelled too many to recklessly take to the seas, becoming pirates. No money? Steal. No food? Steal. No women? Steal. Pirates do not engage in productive labor. How do they acquire wealth? Naturally, through theft. They rob merchants, they rob civilians, and the injured are merely ordinary people. The celestial tribute imposed by the world government already burdens the common folk. The emergence of pirates only exacerbates their suffering. Rayleigh swirled his drink, chuckling, "Ha ha. It has been a long time since I heard anyone dare to lecture about Roger. In the past, I might have taught you a lesson. But now that he is deceased, there is little to discuss. However, I wish to convey this. Roger's actions must have been driven by profound intentions. There must have been something deeply troubling him. A possibility. Absurd. Yet one cannot deny that his actions have intensified the existing conflicts. Conflicts? Between commoners and nobles. Diaz softly remarked, the celestial tribute siphons away most of the common people's annual income when pirates come to plunder again. The moment they can no longer endure life is when rebellion brews. Without the celestial tribute, the world government would undoubtedly be more stable than it is now. It must be said that if the world government continues down this path, the celestial dragons will be a significant reason for their downfall. Diaz wished to delve no further into these matters. He had many other endeavors to pursue and would not pause here. Are you truly determined to proceed with this, Mr. Diaz? Jinbei could not help but inquire, seeking to ascertain Diaz's true intentions. Am I not being sufficiently clear? My sole desire is to obliterate Mariejois. There is no issue with that. Mr. Jinbei, I hope that you and your son pirates can discreetly assist your persecuted brethren. I wish to shield them from being entangled in this matter. Diaz is not one to aim his weapon at the innocent. The weak strike down the weaker, while the strong wield their swords against the stronger. Very well, I understand. The Sun Pirates shall extend their utmost assistance to you, Mr. Diaz. Jinbei bowed respectfully to Diaz, acknowledging him as a man deserving of his reverence, a figure worthy of respect from the Sun Pirates. Then, I entrust this to you. The following morning, a gust of wind swept through Shaki's bar, and a figure silently appeared within, clad in a dark green robe, adorned with red tattoos upon his face, and bearing an expression devoid of mirth. His identity was unmistakable. The Supreme Commander of the Revolutionary Army, the world's most notorious criminal, Monkey D. Dragon. Pleasure to make your acquaintance, Mr. Diaz. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Monkey D. Dragon. Greetings. I am Brando D. Diaz. The two clasped hands, marking a historic meeting between the most feared and the most audacious of criminals. Dragon traversed the seas with the aid of his devil fruit powers, hastening to Sabaody Archipelago with the intent of directly hearing Diaz's plans to ascertain their worthiness for collaboration. Diaz's thoughts are perilous. The Revolutionary Army is still in a period of concealment, and it is utterly unwise to gamble recklessly alongside Diaz. Should we falter, we would all meet our demise in Mariejois, rendering a lifetime of effort futile, and any aspirations to overthrow the world government and the aristocracy would be dashed. The plan is straightforward. I am aware that your Revolutionary Army possesses a user of the push-push fruit, correct? Long nodded in affirmation. That individual is Mori, the commander of the Southern Army, a member of the giant race and a paramecia-type push-push fruit user, capable of pushing various objects without causing destruction, as well as burrowing underground. Over a century ago, he was a notorious pirate, yet he concealed his abilities. After being captured by the Navy and imprisoned and impelled down, he utilized his powers to escape unnoticed. In truth, the Golden Lion was not the first to escape from Impel Down. Mori's departure was conducted with remarkable stealth. Moreover, Impel Down has left behind rumors of its 5.5 level, said to devour prisoners. After joining the Revolutionary Army, he found common interests with the Okama king, Ivankov, and disclosed to Ivankov the secret passage he had discovered, subsequently becoming a valuable asset in the new Kamabaka queendom. Diaz's objective was to leverage Mori's abilities to discreetly liberate those enslaved, thereby minimizing harm. Chapter 64. Entering Mariejois. All along, Diaz had never considered himself a virtuous individual. He was merely someone who acted according to his own convictions. Neither a hero nor a villain, he pursued his desires with unyielding resolve. The values that had shaped him over 2 decades profoundly influenced his actions. His intentions were straightforward: to employ Mori's powers derived from the push-push fruit to excavate tunnels beneath Mariejois, facilitating the escape of those enslaved. Among the captives were countless innocents, ensnared by pirates and human traffickers, sold to the celestial dragons. Enduring relentless torment, one should not expect any semblance of moral integrity from these fiends. To them, slaves were mere objects, devoid of humanity, while only the celestial dragons were regarded as true beings, divine descendants. In their eyes, there existed but one race, the celestial dragons. Diaz would never admit it. Hatred is the driving force behind his battles. The plan is not intricate. One might even say it is simple. Diaz creates chaos, allowing Mori and the other revolutionary officers to take advantage of the tumult. It is as straightforward as that, devoid of any technical complexity. Yet, it is often the simplest plans that encounter the fewest errors. The more elaborate the scheme, the greater the number of calculations required, leading to an increased likelihood of complications. Dragon said little more, rising to extend his hand to Diaz, stating, "In that case, the Revolutionary Army will assist you. Furthermore, Mr. Diaz, I wonder if you would be inclined to join our ranks." He believed that Diaz was their comrade, united in their resistance against the world government. In response to Dragon's invitation, Diaz shook his head and replied, "I appreciate your kindness, but I am accustomed to freedom and have no intention of joining any organization. However, should I survive this ordeal, I will offer my unconditional support. We are comrades, are we not?" Dragon paused momentarily, then smiled, saying, "I understand. We are indeed comrades. I will inform Mori and have him come at once." Very well. Dragon handed him 2 den mushi, one for long-distance communication and the other for secure conversations. Then, like a whispering breeze, he vanished from Diaz's sight, as if he had never been there at all. Diaz took a sip of his drink, gazing at the towering red earth continent that loomed ahead, with Mariejois perched atop its peak. Your days of prosperity are swiftly drawing to a close. He drained the contents of his cup in one gulp. A day later, news arrived from the dragon, informing Diaz that Mori would embark from the red earth continent of the New World, setting course for Mariejois. And it would likely take him approximately half a month to reach the subterranean depths of Mariejois. Diaz could afford to wait for this moment, seizing the opportunity to blend into the naval fleet venturing into the New World. To enter this uncharted territory, one could either traverse the doldrums or pursue one of 2 alternative routes. The first involves submerging to a depth of 10,000 meters beneath the sea, passing through Fishman Island before entering the New World. The second entails submitting a formal request to the world government, relinquishing one's vessel, and directly crossing through the holy land of Mariejois. However, this method is both time-consuming and costly, typically reserved for the Navy and officials of the world government. After all, Fishman Island lies beyond the jurisdiction of the world government. If they were to assert control over Fishman Island, they could establish checkpoints, preventing marauding pirates from passing through and thereby eliminating the emergence of supernova pirates in the New World. Yet, the island's unique position and the formidable combat prowess of both fishmen and merfolk render any military conquest by the world government utterly implausible, leaving them to helplessly watch as pirates depart from Sabaody Archipelago, entering the New World either as harbingers of chaos or as loyal subordinates to the great pirates. Diaz concealed himself among the fleet, donning once more the guise of a dogskin. This contingent of naval officers was destined to enter the G3 branch, where they would subsequently serve under one of the 3 admirals, a Kaido. Diaz effortlessly blended into the crowd, engaging in lively conversations with those around him, who remained blissfully unaware of his status as a wanted criminal. Perhaps, it could be said, they were afflicted with prosopagnosia. In the world of pirates, many individuals seemed to suffer from this condition. As he ascended the red Earth continent in a bubble elevator, the surrounding mist thickened, and numerous other bubble elevators filled with naval officers were visible. Although it was claimed that this route led directly to Mariejois, a considerable distance remained to the true Holy Land. The celestial dragons would never permit their subordinates to trespass into their abode without due cause. Soon, the bubble elevator reached its summit, a designated docking area prepared for those passing through. After transferring to a specialized vehicle to traverse Mariejois, one could then take the bubble elevator to enter the new world. Was that truly Mariejois? In the distance, shrouded in cloud and fog, the resplendent palaces glimmered atop the red Earth continent. This was the residence of the celestial dragons, their sacred domain. Countless nobles aspired to infiltrate this place, which only opened its gates to guests during the World Summit, while at all other times, entry was solely granted to the celestial dragons, who moved freely and without hindrance. Diaz excused himself to the restroom. Upon entering, he muttered a curse. How splendidly crafted the lavatory was, adorned with fine materials and even gilded accents. Lifting the floorboards, he summoned his young Garridos, instructing it to dig a tunnel for their passage. With a swift bite, Garridos breached the foundation, skillfully circumventing the plumbing, revealing a sizable opening. Diaz leaped into the void, replaced the floorboards, and filled the space with stones and earth. He activated his flashlight and commenced digging towards the predetermined direction of Mariejois. They paused momentarily, primarily because Garridos had consumed its fill and could eat no more. Patting its round belly, Garridos emitted a satisfied burp, while Diaz sat nearby, replenishing his own supplies of water and food. According to my calculations, we have approximately 2 to 3 more hours of excavation before we reach Mariejois. The subsequent challenge would be concealment, for entering Mariejois would exponentially heighten their peril. A secure hiding place was essential. Hiding underground was ultimately not a sustainable solution. Once Garridos had sufficiently rested, they resumed their efforts, the pauses for sustenance extending their timeline. Diaz pried open the heavy, opulent floor. He was uncertain of the material, but its value was unmistakable. As he surveyed the surroundings, he found himself in a lavishly decorated chamber, replete with antiques, masterful paintings, and jewels adorning every corner. Cautiously ascending, accompanied by Garridos, he replaced the floorboards and returned Garridos to its pockball. Slowly, he opened the door, ensuring no sound escaped. The expansive corridor was lined with exquisite paintings, and he tread upon rare blossoms. The atmosphere was charged with elegance as several stunningly beautiful women, clad in scant attire, bowed their heads in the midst of cleaning. Each bore the mark of the celestial dragon, an emblem signifying their status. Chapter 65. You have been kidnapped. The mark of the celestial dragon, when etched upon a person, transformed its significance. Slave. If inscribed upon a human, it denoted that individual as a servant of the celestial dragons, a label that could never be erased, forever branding them as inferior. Tiger could only conceal his identity beneath the emblem of the Sun Pirates. Diaz quietly closed the door without disturbing anyone. He concealed himself once more in the underground passage, remaining undetected. Only when night fell did he re-emerge. The room was still ablaze with light. The opulent crystal chandelier overhead sparkled with dazzling brilliance. Silence enveloped the chamber, devoid of any presence, pristine as if untouched, despite the absence of any occupants. As he opened the door once again and stepped out slowly, the corridor remained tranquil, unmonitored by any surveillance devices. Perhaps due to its location in Mariejois, it seemed scarcely anyone could infiltrate this place, and the guards were not particularly formidable. Walking as if unobserved, he heard the resounding clang of armor, indicating the patrol guards were nearby. Clad in sturdy white armor and wearing pointed helmets, they wielded long spears, marching with firm and deliberate steps. 8 in total, arranged in perfect formation, making it quite challenging to isolate one. Leaping onto a beam, he realized the palace was far taller than he had anticipated, and he concealed himself behind a statue. One could only marvel at the immense wealth of the celestial dragons. Their abode adorned with sculptures, with eyes in various parts embedded with gems and gold, epitomized extravagance. Truly, they are the epitome of profligacy. Yet, their riches could be squandered for generations without depletion, as each year, the allied nations of the world government surrender the majority of their tax revenues to it. This is the so-called heavenly gold. sustaining these parasitic elites with nearly the entirety of the world's economy. A sudden thought struck him: the treasury of the celestial dragons. Diaz's eyes sparkled with a golden light, reflecting his yearning for Bailey. Rather than allowing it all to be destroyed, it would be wiser to seize the opportunity for himself. After all, such wealth was far beyond his own capacity to expend, and it could also serve to support the revolutionary forces. This was the culmination of 8 centuries of the celestial dragon's accumulation. Even if a significant portion had been expended, the remaining resources could easily arm tens of thousands of soldiers. Perhaps even a mere fraction of the total would suffice. It is noteworthy that the world government boasts over 170 member nations, and the annual tribute of celestial gold amounts to astronomical figures. The allocations for each celestial dragon are considerable as well. In comparison to the world, these parasites are utterly insignificant. A substantial portion of the operational funds for the world government derives from the celestial dragons. They are not entirely foolish. For among them exist astute individuals who comprehend that only through the steady advancement of the world government can they maintain their status. Thus they spare no effort in their support. Without hesitation, Diaz set out to locate the treasury after evading the guards. However, he soon realized that the security measures in place were remarkably stringent, far exceeding his expectations. Every 5 paces, there was a sentinel, creating an atmosphere of daunting vigilance. It appeared that the guards had grown more alert following the recent events involving Tiger. As dawn began to break, Diaz decided to retreat to the underground passage for a brief respite, only to discover, to his dismay, that he had lost his way. He had never been lost at sea, yet here, within this vast palace, he found himself utterly disoriented. Resolving to choose a random room, he ensured that the corridor was devoid of passers-by, then leapt through a window crafted from crystal, swiftly closing it behind him. With a deft maneuver, he opened the window to the upper floor and slipped inside. The room was shrouded in darkness, with curtains drawn tight, and a delicate fragrance wafted through the air. Surrounding him were plush toys, and just as the door swung open, startling Diaz, he had no time to ponder further as he dove into the warmth of the bed. His hand brushed against a soft form, invigorating him, as sweet murmurs filled his ears. "I can't eat anymore, mother," she murmured, revealing herself to be a girl. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, startled by his presence, her large, glistening eyes wide with fear. Before she could scream, Diaz swiftly covered her mouth, his tone menacing as he hissed, "Do not scream, or I shall kill you. Lady Neophilis is still resting. Do not disturb her. Now, let us exit," came a voice that seemed to belong to a maid, as the door was gently closed. Diaz then sat up, acutely aware that he could not afford to reveal himself. Nor could he eliminate this girl. He resolved to delay the situation. "Do not scream. If you make a sound, you will perish here." Diaz pulled Neophilis from the bed. As sunlight streamed through the curtains, casting a gentle glow within the room. In this illumination, he beheld the woman's exquisite visage and her alluring figure. It seemed not all celestial dragons were unattractive. Yet, there lingered a notion that many celestial dragons were products of consanguineous unions, often dull-witted and lacking in intellect. The moral compass of such individuals was questionable, and one could only speculate on the depravity they might engage in. The likelihood of intelligent offspring resulting from incestuous marriages was exceedingly low, with a greater probability of producing those with cognitive impairments. Nonetheless, the truth of such matters remained elusive. Over the span of 8 centuries, royal intermarriages and mingling of bloodlines might have resulted in numerous cousinly connections. Neophilis, trembling in fear, nodded silently, tears welling in her eyes, as dread burgeoned within her heart. Only then did Diaz release her. "Who are you?" she stammered. "You need not concern yourself with that," he retorted with a piercing gaze, causing her to shrink back against the headboard, her hands instinctively shielding herself. "Do not come closer, or I shall scream. I have no interest in you." "Merely in your unsightly form," Diaz scoffed, his expression dripping with disdain, inciting Neophilis' ire. She possessed a commendable figure, and though she longed to assert herself, Diaz's gaze silenced her. In the vast ocean, Neophilis would indeed be considered a beauty. However, after having encountered Hancock, the most stunning woman in the world, Neophilis paled in comparison, her allure diminished in Diaz's eyes. "Very well, Lady Neophilis, I must solemnly inform you that you have been abducted." With a sudden motion, he struck her neck with the edge of his hand, and the door swung open once more. Diaz swiftly pulled the blanket over them, leaving only Neophilis' head exposed. A maid glanced inside, observing that Lady Neophilis was still asleep. "We must have misheard earlier. Let us leave," she suggested. "Indeed," came the response as they departed. Leaving the room behind, Diaz seized a life-size doll, extracting some of the cotton from within, and subsequently concealed Nemesis inside it. He then stuffed another doll onto the bed. And after completing this task, he rolled beneath the bed with Nemesis. Chapter 66, Shakira's as Diaz had anticipated. The maid let out a piercing scream upon discovering Nemesis' inexplicable disappearance from her room. The sudden vanishing of a celestial dragon caused a wave of panic to sweep through the entire palace. Nemesis' parents were abruptly awakened by the guard's report. Upon learning of their beloved daughter's disappearance, the corpulent middle-aged man fainted, while Nemesis' mother, her face ashen, bellowed, "You worthless fools! How could you lose my daughter? I shall have your heads." The guards and maids were swiftly dragged away for execution, and the palace was placed under martial law. The incident surrounding the celestial dragon's disappearance even prompted the elite CP0 to arrive for an investigation. However, CP0 did not notice the doll hidden beneath the bed. Instead, they discovered Diaz's footprints on the windowsill, confirming that the palace had been infiltrated by an unknown intruder. Was it yet another Fisher Tiger? Nemesis' mother, Gloria Palace, asked in terror, recalling how Tiger had once set fire to Mariejois, a memory that still haunted them. Consequently, the celestial dragons intensified their control over slaves, devising explosive collars that detonated if a slave attempted to flee Mariejois. They also employed tranquilizers to subdue the slaves, ensuring they lacked the vigor to revolt and alleviating concerns about self-harm. "Madam Gloria Palace, please do not worry. I am CP0, the most proficient guardians, and we shall return Nemesis to you unharmed." A member of CP0 respectfully knelt, assuring her of their capabilities. "Then be swift. I demand to see my daughter by noon." The member of CP0 silently cursed within, yet he was unable to resist. As a servant of the celestial dragons, he was bound to obey orders. However, failure would not lead to death, for cultivating a CP0 agent was an arduous task that consumed vast resources. The 5 elders would not allow their lives to be easily squandered. Each CP0 represented formidable combat prowess. Although he would not perish, a beating was inevitable. The CP0 descended to commence their investigation, while Diaz seized this opportunity to disguise himself as a slave, carrying a few dolls under the pretense of taking them to the laundry, thereby effortlessly escaping the perilous zone. He successfully blended in with the slaves and arrived at their quarters. In stark contrast to the opulent abodes of the celestial dragons, the slaves' living conditions were utterly dismal. They were crammed into a communal sleeping area, which, though clean and orderly with shared sanitation facilities and bathing areas, was suffused with a sense of despair that permeated the atmosphere, devoid of any semblance of vitality. This left Diaz feeling profoundly ill at ease. Nephilim had been concealed in the underground passage of her former room, where the young Kiras had dug a hole to hide her. The people of the pirate world generally possessed robust constitutions, capable of enduring hunger for several days without succumbing. As night fell, numerous slaves lay in their beds, silent and lifeless, which was unbearable for Diaz. Furthermore, the quarters were co-ed, with no separation, yet the inhabitants were devoid of any such inclinations. Even in the presence of handsome men and beautiful women, the oppressive atmosphere rendered the prospect of passion utterly impossible. Diaz sat upright on the unforgiving bed, noticing the surveillance snail patrolling above. While such creatures were absent in the palace, here they were in abundance, a testament to the heightened vigilance of the celestial dragons towards their slaves following the incident involving this tiger. To liberate these slaves, one must first deal with these pests. Each surveillance snail is accompanied by a larger receiving snail, necessitating the discovery of the location of the monitoring room. He rose and made his way to the public restroom. Crawling out through the ventilation shaft, the guards needed to be neutralized. Given that his presence had already been compromised, it was imperative to handle the guards, especially since Nemesis' disappearance had significantly increased their numbers. Diaz concealed himself among the branches of a tree, and as a contingent of guards passed beneath him, he seized the moment to incapacitate them all in an instant. He swiftly stripped them of their armor, stowing it away, and concealed the unconscious figures within the thicket. Adorned in the guard's armor, he commenced a bold patrol. Isolated guards were easily detected, so Diaz deliberately evaded the patrolling members and re-entered the palace. After searching for over an hour without success, impatience took hold. He captured one guard and demanded, "Where is the monitoring room? Speak up." Diaz covered the man's mouth, snapping one of his fingers, and continued to demand, "Speak." Crack. Another finger was broken. It was only after all 10 fingers had been shattered that the location was finally extracted. Subsequently, he twisted the man's neck and proceeded to the monitoring room as directed by the guard. He gently pushed the door open and then closed it behind him. Seizing the moment while the occupants were engrossed in the surveillance footage, he swiftly incapacitated them. The room housed a large projection device, its enormous eyes displaying recordings from the surveillance drones. The drones utilized bioelectrical waves as their transmission medium, each possessing a distinctive wave pattern. However, there existed a common channel through which public information was disseminated, allowing a single large drone to receive signals from multiple smaller ones, thereby facilitating a one-to-many communication. Much like the situation at hand, Diaz cast a glance but did not act immediately. Instead, he retreated to the restroom of the surveillance room, allowing the young Garridos to excavate a tunnel, facilitating his movements thereafter. Mori had yet to arrive, and Diaz had numerous tasks to accomplish. He would not be confined to a single household, but began to operate throughout the entirety of Mariejois. The young Garridos had unearthed a multitude of tunnels beneath Mariejois, consuming quite a bit in recent days. One night, while diligently digging, the young Garridos abruptly ceased its activity. Diaz, taken aback, inquired about the sudden halt. With a crack, the unchanging stone placed at the back of the young Garridos' neck fissured. Could it be? Diaz gazed expectantly at the young creature, witnessing the complete shattering of the stone. A brilliant white light emanated from the Garridos, signaling the light of evolution. The evolution of Pokemon is an extraordinary phenomenon, transforming from one form to another, often accompanied by a significant alteration in size. The white light enveloped the young Garridos as its distant silhouette began to shift, its height extending, and as the radiance faded, it transformed into a gray iron cocoon. Its body was cloaked in a bluish-gray shell, with red eyes peering through 2 holes in the shell. Above its eyes were 2 triangular openings, and its upper body was shielded by a mask-like exterior, featuring 4 sharp points on the sides and 3 small horns on its forehead. The evolved form of the young Garridos was now known as Sandshrew. Chapter 67. Mori and the Bear Sandshrew Type. Rock Ground Gender. Male Ability. Stamina Moves. Hyper Beam. Spikes. Dark Pulse. Iron Defense. Sandshrew quivered with excitement. As within its iron-hard shell, a new form was taking shape. Upon further evolution, it would become the true Sandstorm Monarch, Tyranitar. However, due to its considerable weight, Sandshrew would rely on expelling compressed gas from within to achieve flight, though it could not learn any flying-type moves. Its destructive power far surpassed that of its previous form, with rumors suggesting that a rampaging Sandshrew could even cause a mountain to collapse. With a joyful yelp, Sandshrew lunged toward Diaz, knocking him over in its eagerness to lick its master's face, only to realize it possessed no mouth. Sandshrew? Sandshrew, how can I eat without a mouth? This is a matter of life and death. The little glutton felt as though its world was crumbling, rolling on the ground in distress. I can't go on like this. Without food, what joy remains in my life? Woe is me. Was it not promised that I would not evolve? My master deceived me. Ah, cheer up. This form is merely a transitional stage. You have accumulated a vast amount of energy during your time as a young Garridos, and you can swiftly evolve into Tyranitar. At that point, you shall once again be able to feast. Diaz gently patted Shakira's on the head in a comforting manner. The unchanging stone was shattered primarily due to the excessive energy accumulated by the young Kiras, an amount so substantial that even the unchanging stone could not contain the evolution of the young Kiras. The more power the young Kiras amassed, the stronger it would become upon evolving into a Bankairos. It was preposterous to think that his Bankairos would suffer from malnutrition. Such a notion was utterly unfathomable. Upon hearing that it could still consume food, Shakira's was filled with renewed determination. It spun its body and continued to dig. Its speed significantly increased post-evolution. Ding! The young Kira successfully evolved. Congratulations to the host on this achievement. Let the evolution commence. The speed of Shakira's evolution increased by 1%. 1% was hardly significant. But then again, even the smallest morsel held value. In the ensuing days, Shakira's excavated a labyrinth of tunnels beneath Mariejois. And Diaz was not merely allowing it to dig for amusement, he placed a considerable amount of C4 within these tunnels, enough to obliterate Mariejois. Bururu bururu bururu. While feeding Neafri, Diaz received a call. This is Diaz. Mwaha. This is Mori. The voice, rugged yet effeminate, caused Diaz to stiffen. Recalling Mori's close ties with the gender-bending king, Ivankov, he realized the implications. Ahem. Greetings, Mr. Mori, have you arrived? Yes, Mr. Diaz, I am here. But I am unsure where we shall meet. I am underground. Underground? Indeed, beneath Mariejois. How about we meet 20 meters directly below the main entrance of Mariejois? Diaz inquired. No problem. Diaz forcefully shoved the bread into Naya Furley's mouth before hoisting her up and sprinting away. Shaquila's, let us depart, he exclaimed. Shag. The jet thrusters behind Shaquila's expelled powerful gusts, propelling it forward at remarkable speed, and Diaz quickly kept pace. Beneath the earth, Shaquila's was unfazed and followed suit. This should suffice. Shaquila's, dig. Shag. Shaquila spun like a drill, piercing through the soil and rocky barriers until, with a resounding thud, they emerged into a vast cavern illuminated by the dim glow of a kerosene lamp, where two colossal figures stood. One was a giant, robust and hairy, resembling an anthropomorphized potato, sporting two whisker-like tendrils and a bushy beard. He bore a weapon pack on his back, his upper body exposed, while his lower half was clad in a short, checkered skirt. He wielded an enormous trident, modified in a manner suggesting immense power. The other figure, to Diaz's surprise, was a tall and imposing man, adorned with a spotted bear ear hat, beneath which cascaded a mane of black curls, clutching a book in his paw-like hand. It was Bartholomew Kuma, one of the 7 warlords, known as the Tyrant Bear, a covert operative for the Revolutionary Army embedded within the world government. Having willingly undergone modifications by the world's foremost scientist, Vegapunk, Diaz was astonished to discover that Kuma was indeed affiliated with the Revolutionary Army. This is a secret. Dragon specifically requested my assistance. I must implore you, Mr. Diaz, to keep this confidential. Kuma spoke gently and courteously, evoking a sense of fondness. Of course. Ha ha ha, Mr. Diaz. You truly are a dashing young man. Oh dear, do not gaze at others in such a manner. Even if you do, they shall not return your affections. Damn it. Setting aside such trivialities, Diaz took a deep breath and declared, Mr. Mori, this is not the time for jesting. Over the past few days, I have strategically placed explosives beneath Mariejois, ready to detonate at any moment. It is imperative to facilitate the escape of those slaves. I require you to create a passage to the New World or the Grand Line, allowing their escape. As for Mr. Kuma's identity, it must remain concealed, but he can assist in the relocation. Your abilities enable such transfers, correct? The pawpaw fruit possesses the remarkable capacity to deflect many attacks and can alleviate the injuries and fatigue of others, allowing them to regain their vitality. It can also unleash shockwaves, proving to be exceedingly useful. However, Diaz pondered the rationale behind Dragon's decision to have Kuma infiltrate the world government. Such a formidable individual ought to be stationed at the rear. Engaging with Vegapunk seemed futile, as the latter was under stringent surveillance by the world government, relegated to the role of an invention tool. Even if Kuma were to extract him, the Revolutionary Army might lack the means to safeguard him. Moreover, unlike the opulent world government, the Revolutionary Army could not afford to provide substantial research funding to Vegapunk, rendering this strategic move somewhat questionable. Very well. How many individuals can your strength support for relocation? If the distance is not considerable, approximately 2,000, Bear replied. Utilizing such abilities will also deplete Bear's stamina. 2,000 is contingent upon him retaining a portion of his combat efficacy, as well as ensuring that both he and Mori remain undisclosed. I see. And what about a distance of around 100 meters? It should accommodate approximately 5,000 individuals. Diaz pondered for a moment and stated, in light of this, we must revise our plan and devise a comprehensive set of regulations. Additionally, allow me to introduce you to my captive, the celestial dragon, Nayafri Palace. Chapter 68, Preparing for Action, a Celestial Dragon? Oh, what a lovely young lady. Mori's large face loomed closer, causing Nayafri to faint in fear. Not very charming, Mori remarked disinterestedly. Diaz set Nayafri aside and continued, I have planted explosives within the tunnels I excavated in Shakiras. The blast would be sufficient to level Mariejois, but only after ensuring the slaves have evacuated. As I mentioned, I have no desire to entangle the innocent. There may be good individuals among the celestial dragons, yet I have chosen to disregard them. Someone must atone for their sins. Sacrificing a few for the many is sometimes the most pragmatic approach. Even if life cannot be quantified so simply, I am no hero, nor a champion of justice. It is the weight of responsibility that burdens me. Is Shakiras this little creature? Mori lowered his gaze at the diminutive being, barely the size of his fingertip. Indeed, Treacherous, my dearest companion, Shaggy exclaimed, bouncing with joy. Diaz unfurled a hand-drawn map, stating, "This is a map I have meticulously crafted over the past few days. Aside from certain forbidden zones, I have familiarized myself with most of Mariejois. However, there resides a certain Lord M, and I dare not expose myself to his gaze. Hence, I have avoided the less traveled areas. Nevertheless, I have gathered ample intelligence regarding the residences of the celestial dragons and acquired numerous items. Currently, CP0 and the guards are frantically searching for my whereabouts in Mariejois, but I am adept at evasion. And the places I have excavated are exceedingly discreet, places where the common folk would never think to look. Thus, I remain undetected. Remarkable. Truly impressive, my friend. I find myself rather fond of you. Please refrain from addressing me in such a manner." Diaz coughed and continued. "I have marked the locations of the slaves with red dots. Each is equipped with an explosive collar, and their quarters are monitored by transponder snails, making rescue exceedingly challenging. Indeed, the difficulty is considerable." Kuma nodded in agreement. The transponder snails are manageable, but the explosive collars pose a significant threat. If they stray from their designated locations, they detonate. This has become a common method of subjugating slaves, originating from the celestial dragons. The explosive collars available on the market are crafted by artisans who produce these devices in excess for sale. The keys are in my possession. Thankfully, these keys are universal, and I have pilfered quite a number." He produced a large collection of keys, displaying them before him, and lamented, "We are severely understaffed. It is utterly impossible to remove the explosive collars from all the slaves." Mori scratched his head, unable to devise a solution. Transferring individuals one by one would be an excessive expenditure of time, and we may still require additional assistance. "We can rescue a few people and then enlist their help," Bear suggested. Diaz was reluctant to reveal too much too soon, yet it seemed this was the only course of action available. "Very well, let us first excavate a passage. I shall proceed to rescue some individuals," he declared. "What do you intend to do with this woman?" Bear inquired. "I am uncertain. If your revolutionary army desires her, feel free to take her," Diaz shrugged in response. Capturing Naya Felicity had been an unintended act, merely a notion he deemed potentially beneficial. Thus, relinquishing her to the revolutionaries bore no consequence. Bear nodded in agreement, then clapped his hands, enveloping Naya Felicity in a translucent sphere, propelling her along the passage that Mori had cleared. The celestial dragons still held considerable value for the revolutionary army, their status alone providing substantial utility. Meanwhile, Mori sealed off the newly formed passage, stating, "This route must be abandoned. Otherwise, it may compromise the revolutionary army's location. Now, I shall commence my work." The modified trident emitted a resonant hum as it activated the push-push fruits powers, effortlessly shifting rocks and soil as though sweeping away debris, thereby creating a vast corridor wide enough for several individuals to walk side by side. The pace was swift, several times faster than Shakira's, a testament to the giant's superior strength, speed, and longevity compared to humans. Diaz rose and inquired, "Mr. Bear, Mr. Mori, how long will it take to open a passage once we commence our operations tonight?" "If we exert our utmost efforts in a straight line, it will require merely 3 days. Then we shall begin our operation 3 days hence. In the interim, I shall procure some means of sustenance." "Sustenance?" Mr. Bear paused, and Diaz elaborated. "Naturally, I refer to the treasures of the celestial dragons. Thus far, I have only unearthed the fortunes of 2 households. Households, not families. The celestial dragons possess an extensive lineage, being the descendants of 19 kings, with 8 centuries of proliferation resulting in numerous branches. Their guardianship of wealth is formidable. Remarkably few are aware of the locations of their vaults, 2 of which I stumbled upon by chance. However, their vaults are so expertly constructed that conventional methods fail to breach them, and I do not wish to alert them prematurely, hence my decision to delay action. Nevertheless, I can lay claim to their antiques, masterworks, sculptures, and various priceless artifacts. Moreover, it is not limited to just 1 or 2 households. The vastness of the celestial dragon's holdings means that the absence of a few items would go unnoticed. The subsequent sale would yield a substantial sum. With determination, I commenced my endeavors, initiating a zero-cost acquisition. Meanwhile, Mr. Bear remained alone in the cavern, quietly perusing books. His imposing stature prevented him from traversing the tunnel excavated by Shakira, rendering him unable to assist Mori, and thus he awaited patiently. He felt no urgency. For the time being, his presence was not required at Vegapunk's location. The physical modifications were progressing slowly, not instantaneously. The doctor was indeed a remarkable individual. Yet enlisting him for the Revolutionary Army posed considerable challenges. The world government possessed Vegapunk's life papers, even if he fled to the ends of the earth. Both the Navy and the world government had means to retrieve him. The likelihood of this plan's success was minuscule, but as long as there remained a glimmer of hope, he yearned to attempt it. Concurrently, while Diaz engaged in his zero-cost acquisition, he discreetly liberated a dozen or so slaves, unlocking the explosive collars from around their necks with a key. Their yearning for freedom evoked tears. "So, are you willing to assist me? I aim to rescue more souls from this wretched place. Of course, your agreement is not obligatory. I shall facilitate your departure regardless." "I am sorry. I wish to return." A girl wept. "Me too. Me too," several others echoed, raising their hands. Diaz remained silent, nodding. The remaining individuals declared, "We shall aid you. Indeed. Let us all depart together. Yes, you saved my life. I owe you my existence henceforth." The remaining few rallied behind Diaz, resolutely deciding to support his cause. Chapter 69. Is this all? On the day Mori excavated the passage, Diaz and the individuals he had gathered sprang into action. Mori first escorted Diaz and a select group of capable individuals to various monitoring rooms, neutralizing the surveillance personnel. Meanwhile, another faction infiltrated the slave resting area to distribute keys. Upon seeing the keys, the once dull eyes of the enslaved flickered with the spark of hope. Diaz cautioned them, "Keep your voices down, do you understand? No noise." The crowd held their breath as Diaz handed the keys to them, enabling them to remove the explosive collars from their necks. Some wept tears of joy, as the promise of freedom beckoned, illuminating the darkness of their years of suffering. "Open the passage," he instructed, "jump down and proceed straight ahead. Once you enter the vast corridor, there will be someone to guide you." One by one, they leaped into the passage, desperate and disoriented. Diaz, however, ventured to another location, instructing Shaquilas to breach the foundation, resulting in a cascade of gold and gems. Fortunately, Diaz reacted swiftly, stowing the treasures into his system backpack. Emerging from the cave, he beheld a veritable mountain of gold, jewels, and precious artifacts glistening in the light. "All of this is mine," he exclaimed with exhilaration, rapidly collecting the riches. Leaving the once lustrous treasury barren, there were only 2 vaults, but they sufficed for his indulgence during this period. The second vault proved equally bountiful, where Diaz even discovered 3 devil fruits, though their abilities remained unknown to him. "All right, it's time for me to make my move." He did not conceal his presence, appearing boldly before the guards. "Who goes there?" "Your grandfather." With the holy fire judgment in hand, he unleashed a barrage of fiery bullets. Bang! Bang! 2 shots struck their chests, while another found its mark in a head, leaving them with no chance of survival. Mozambique shooting technique. The commotion instantly attracted the attention of the guards. Diaz aimed to divert their focus, buying precious time for the slaves in the subterranean space to expedite the process. The cloaked bear concealed his identity, preventing any of the liberated slaves from revealing him afterward, whisking away those gravely injured from the torment of the celestial dragons. He could only select a few, as the throng of escapees rushed frantically, terrified of being recaptured and dragged back to their former hell. A stampede was inevitable. Yet Bear and Mori were powerless to intervene. Everyone yearned for survival, for freedom, and the deceased could not be resurrected. Boom. An explosion obliterated a corner of the palace as Diaz hurled a demolition bomb into the cluster of guards, resulting in a thunderous blast that annihilated many. Seeking death. A figure clad in white robes and wearing a fox mask swiftly approached, launching vacuum bullets at Diaz. Flicking finger gun. Clang, clang, clang. Beneath the moonlight, the village rain unsheathed like a pool of autumn water, deflecting the vacuum bullets. Diaz exclaimed, "Dog of the celestial dragons. Brando Diaz, how audacious of you to appear here." The foxman replied coldly, "What do you intend to do? Is it not you who has kidnapped Lord Neafli?" Astute. Diaz snapped his fingers, a malicious grin spreading across his face. "Can you guess where your beloved Lord Neafli is? What fate has befallen her? Is she still alive? You. Release Lord Neafli," the foxman demanded. Figures materialized from all directions, encircling Diaz completely. 10 members of CP0 surrounded him, leaving no opportunity for escape. "I shall not be so easily captured. I have come for vengeance," Diaz declared. "My homeland, my friends, my neighbors were unjustly accused of murder when it was I who committed the act. Of course, I am aggrieved. Had you not slain the world nobles, they would still be alive. They died because of you. One derided. Is that so? This world is truly terrifying. The lives of ordinary people mean nothing before the celestial dragons. You were once ordinary yourselves, but through sheer might, innate talent, and fortune, you became the lapdogs of the celestial dragons. Yet they are different. They merely wish to live, having committed no wrong. Today, I shall turn Mariejois upside down. Is that so? And by what means? The foxman's arm darkened, the sheen of hockey glistening ominously. By my own strength. Diaz twisted his neck, his palm darkening to an obsidian hue, which then spread to the blade of Muramesa. The ebony edge effortlessly shattered the nearby marble pillar, leaving behind a smooth incision. Let me see how much it hurts when the dogs of the celestial dragons bite, he declared. Then perish. The foxman struck first, his fist colliding with the blade, producing a crisp sound. In an instant, Diaz exchanged several blows with the foxman, whose strength exceeded his own by more than double. Second secret sword, armor break. With a surge of power from his lower body, Muramesa swept horizontally, unleashing a tremendous force that took the foxman by surprise. Pain shot through his fist. Blood gushed forth as Muramesa pierced through the formidable defense, embedding itself into his finger bones. The agony coursed through his entire being, prompting him to kick Diaz away and create distance. How can your swordsmanship be so formidable? This method of force can actually breach the protective barriers I have tirelessly honed day and night? It is utterly incomprehensible. Secret transmission, Dragon Flash. Diaz would not afford him a moment's respite. A streak of sword energy surged forth, and before the foxman stood a formidable figure clad in heavy armor. The fourth secret sword, Mirage Wolf. Diaz executed a rapid movement, alternating between swift and slow, leaving behind traces of his passage. Utilizing his observation hockey, he discerned several figures amidst the blurring speed. Where was he? The sixth secret sword, Wild Sakura. In an instant, he arrived before the imposing figure, his blade vibrating at an imperceptible frequency. Although the blade did not pierce the opponent's armor, the high-frequency vibrations penetrated the protective exterior and the hockey enveloping the skin, wreaking havoc upon the adversary's internal organs. With a gasp, blood erupted from the opponent's mouth, the heart clenching in agony. How could he possibly damage armor of such hardness? Comparable to hockey-infused sea stone? His final thoughts were filled with confusion as Diaz seized his thigh and hurled him aside. The foxman and two other figures charged forth. Secret technique, one mind. Dozens of sword oars encircled him, shielding him from harm and forcing the three assailants to retreat. Is this all you've got? Dog of the Celestial Dragons? Chapter 70. Targeted explosion at Mariejois. Is this truly all? Those two words were a provocation, igniting the fury of these prodigies. Each member of CP0 was a meticulously selected powerhouse of the world government, each hailed as a genius in their youth. Even among their ranks, they bore an unyielding sense of rivalry. Never had they endured such humiliation, a wanted criminal of the world government. A traitor of the Navy, this was an affront to their dignity, as this individual trampled upon the reputation of CP0. Humph, Diaz, even if you are formidable, this is Mariejois, the Holy Land, where victory is beyond your reach. Look, you are already surrounded. Beneath the frog mask, a sweet voice emerged, amiable yet unsettling, surveying the surroundings. The guards of Mariejois encircled him, brandishing their spears to protect the celestial dragons. Safeguarding this place was their solemn duty, and they would lay down their lives, as instilled in them since childhood. Kill him! Kill him! A discordant voice clamored, drawing attention to a peculiar, portly man with an odd hairstyle and a face riddled with pockmarks, unmistakably a celestial dragon by his appearance. Ah, now it dawned upon him. Lurking here, he had discovered that this individual was likely a debauchee, with handsome male slaves frequently entering and exiting his quarters at night. In response, Diaz could only remark on the extravagance of the celestial dragons. Observing the presence of CP0 and the guards, Diaz relinquished any intentions of taking hostages. Now, his objective was to break free and sow chaos. The fourth secret sword, Mirage Wolf. The seventh secret sword, Thunderlight. The two secret swords were wielded in rapid succession, their speed rendering them nearly invisible. Even the battle-hardened CP0 could not capture his fleeting form, nor discern the glint of the blade. In the blink of an eye, the blade, moving with unparalleled swiftness, sliced through the throat of the frog woman, who propelled herself forward, seemingly defying gravity. As she turned to cry out, her words were abruptly silenced. The onlookers gazed at her in horror. Her head had fallen away, yet her body stood upright, blood spurting forth in a delayed reaction. A gruesome separation of head and torso. The mask tumbled down, revealing a beautiful face still etched with disbelief, as if she could not comprehend the manner of her demise. Celestial fire, 20% power. From a distance, two fiery trails surged forth, approaching with alarming speed, revealing themselves to be two thick pillars of flame. Run! A voice echoed, prompting the remaining members of CP0 to scatter. A group of bewildered guards was consumed by the inferno, while a celestial dragon was hastily escorted away by a CP0 member, still oblivious to the chaos unfolding, shouting, "Kill him! Quickly kill him! How could you let him escape? You useless fools!" The fate of the guards and CP0 members seemed indifferent to him. Only the life of the celestial dragon mattered, for in their eyes, all others were akin to swine or dogs. CP0 endured in silence. Had it been anyone else daring to speak thus, they would have received a harsh lesson, subjected to relentless torment. But the individual before them was different. He was a celestial dragon, the very being they served. Diaz wielded the heavenly fire divine judgment in one hand and the village reign in the other, as the sword energy and flames mercilessly harvested the lives of the guards. The opulent palace lay in ruins, and sculptures that could only be deemed artistic shattered into mere stones. Bursting into the palace, he seized a celestial dragon, and amidst their terrified gazes and furious curses, he directed the blade towards them. Without a flicker of hesitation, the white blade plunged in, and the red blade emerged. Ha ha! His heart brimmed with exhilaration, laughter erupting from his lips. He had been pinned up for far too long. "Diaz, you are truly a madman," cursed the pursuing foxman, his hands and feet icy with dread. Several of the exalted celestial dragons had perished. How could he possibly report this to his superiors? "Nay, I am the most insane criminal in the world. This is but retribution." He spread his arms wide, gazing at the encircling guards with a disdainful smile. As the terrifying Conqueror's haki surged forth, instantly toppling numerous guards. "Conqueror's haki, you truly possess such qualifications. We cannot allow you to leave here. Is that so? We shall see if you have the capability to prevent it." Bang! The clash of battle was inevitable once more. The minions were swiftly dispatched, and Diaz showed no fear of the encirclement. Several CP0 agents could certainly kill him, yet he was not one to await his doom passively. Grasping a CP0 agent's arm, he propelled his body against him, executing a fierce shoulder charge that instantly shattered multiple bones. Crack, crack, surprise always proved effective. True silver slash. A wave-like sword energy sliced through the air, preventing the CP0 agents from closing in. They were not foolish enough to meet such attacks with their bodies, and the impenetrable onslaught compelled them to evade its deadly edge. Diaz suddenly pivoted. The heavenly fire judgment unleashed a bullet that detonated midair. Attempting a sneak attack? I am, after all, trained in observation hockey. From a distant skyscraper, a CP0 agent hastily reloaded his firearm, but Diaz was swifter. The bullet from heavenly fire judgment hurtled toward him, prompting an urgent leap from the rooftop. Accompanied by a thunderous crash as tiles were violently dislodged. Is this fellow a monster? They gasped in astonishment. This is dire. A significant number of slaves have been relocated. Suddenly, someone shouted, realizing after such a lengthy conflict that the slaves had vanished. Impossible. How could so many people simply disappear? How could such a mass of slaves be moved without anyone noticing? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It must be through tunnels. Someone has excavated tunnels. Every slave camp has tunnels. What? They all turned their gaze toward Diaz, who was engaged in fierce combat with 3 CP0 agents. Indeed, it must be me. Do you even comprehend what you are doing? That is the property of the nobles. Huh, what does that concern me? I intend to make things uncomfortable for the celestial dragons, if they perish. Wouldn't that simplify matters for everyone? The world government will no longer be in a position of dominance. The Navy won't have to allocate a significant force to protect the celestial dragons, and the allied nations won't need to pay tribute. I am doing a good deed. He chuckled, declaring, I have thoroughly enjoyed myself this evening. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a telephone interrupted the gathering. Diaz answered, Success, oh Diaz. Mori's voice resonated. Good. You should relocate as well. Now it is my turn to perform. You have accomplices? How novel. Who doesn't have accomplices? He produced a return scroll and a detonator, stating, Then, I wish you good luck. What is he planning? In the next moment, Diaz tore the return scroll while pressing the detonator. Boom. A mushroom cloud slowly ascended into the night sky. Today, Mariejois is certainly experiencing a nuclear flattening. Chapter 71. boom. Even from the distant Sabaody archipelago, the deafening explosion could be heard. It sounded like thunder on a rainy night, remarkably vivid. The light from the explosion illuminated the starry sky in a mere instant. The targeted detonation of Mariejois was complete. The C4 explosives buried by Diaz are substantial. Approximately 5 kilograms of C4 could obliterate a 2-story building. He procured several tons of C4 from the marketplace. Even if it cannot entirely level Mariejois, it would certainly ensure that only a handful of celestial dragons survive. Were it not for the unavailability of Dongfeng missiles, he would have made them acutely aware of the phrase Dongfeng night blooms 1,000 trees, scattering stars like rain. The explosion was abrupt, catching even the 5 elders unawares. However, they reacted swiftly, utilizing their haki to shield themselves and employing the sea stone shields hidden in their offices to deflect the blast and falling debris, thus averting death. Nevertheless, it was not without suffering. The elder with the long beard lost his prideful facial hair, while a hand wielding a weapon was annihilated. The sword-bearing elder sustained an attack to the head and is currently in critical condition. The bald elder endured severe injuries to his back and spinal cord, likely facing a future confined to a wheelchair. The golden-haired elder fared the least poorly, sustaining facial disfigurement yet remaining mobile. The final elder narrowly escaped death, lying in a Navy surgical room alongside the sword-bearing elder. Why a Navy surgical room? Of course, it is because the premier hospital in Mariejois has been reduced to rubble, and none of the physicians serving the celestial dragons managed to escape. Thanks to Kizaro's swift speed, he was the first to arrive at the scene, hastily escorting 2 of the 5 elders away. Had he been any later, they might have perished. The extent of the casualties among the celestial dragons is still being assessed, and the situation appears grim, with CP0 and the soldiers guarding the celestial dragons suffering heavy losses. This audacious strike by Diaz has severely wounded the celestial dragons. Such a monumental event could not remain concealed from the world's foremost journalist, Morgans, the president of the World Economic Journal. Upon receiving this information, he was utterly astounded. In his extensive career in journalism, he had never encountered news of this magnitude. The entire Mariejois obliterated? Good heavens, this young man Diaz is truly insane. What audacity! It must be reported, even if it leads to a bounty from the world government. He is determined to publish it. Morgans envisions that his newspaper will sell out by morning. Prepare the front page for tomorrow. I shall write it myself. He was as exhilarated as a child, typing furiously, leaving a blur of motion behind. Within half an hour, the finished report was dispatched for urgent reprinting, ensuring that by the following morning, the world would be informed of this astonishing blow. In the ruins of Mariejois, within Panga City, amidst the flowers. Despite the devastation wrought upon Mariejois and the heavy casualties among the celestial dragons, the scene remains as beautiful as ever. Lush green grass adorns the land. Emu, cloaked in black and adorned with a lofty crown, listens to the report from the 5 elders before him, his expression devoid of joy or sorrow. My lord, this was our defeat. We never anticipated that the audacious lunatic Diaz would employ such a method to assault the Holy Land. The golden-haired elder kneels before Emu, his head bowed, not daring to lift it. It is of no consequence. The indistinguishable voices of men and women remain as devoid of fluctuation as ever. It is merely a catastrophe. How many heirs of the 19 kings are left? The nobility has suffered grievously, with only a single celestial dragon from the Fairfia family escaping while traveling. The rest have perished. The Selvak family still retains 3 members. The golden-haired elders report the extent of each family's losses. Fortunately, each king's lineage still persists, save for the Don Quixote family, which has faced annihilation, all members deceased. Is that so? M remains unfazed. Has the entire Don Quixote family truly perished? That poses a significant dilemma. Lord M, in truth, there is still a trace of the Don Quixote bloodline remaining. However, the golden-haired elders hesitate to elaborate. Oh, it is as follows. The pirate Don Quixote da Flamingo and the naval officer Don Quixote Rocinante were once part of the world aristocracy. Yet, their parents chose to renounce their noble status, only to later fall victim to a bandit attack, resulting in their mother's demise. Da Flamingo killed his father in a desperate bid to reclaim their celestial dragon identity, but was met with refusal. Subsequently, one became a pirate while the other joined the navy, and the brothers found themselves at odds. Which of them holds greater potential? M inquires. Da Flamingo is a cunning villain, with profound schemes, even once plotting to seize Dressrosa. Rocinante is more conventional, having infiltrated his brother's ranks. He exposed Doflamingo's conspiracies and currently serves as a naval rear admiral. Let us reinstate Rosinante into the ranks of the world aristocracy to preserve the bloodline, should he refuse. We shall see if Doflamingo can ascend as the king of Dressrosa, providing him with some assistance to see if he might fulfill the grand ambitions of his ancestors. M makes a decisive resolution. The golden-haired elders bow their heads. Diaz has perished in the explosion, choosing to perish alongside Mariejois. Indeed, M remarks, "It has been a long time since I have encountered such a fervent youth. Quite intriguing. You may withdraw." Very well. The golden-haired elders depart. And M picks up Diaz's bounty notice, realizing he is indeed a descendant of the D clan. Indeed, D is our nemesis. Were it 8 centuries ago, he might well have become a formidable ally to that man. The dagger pierced through the bounty notice of Diaz, while M sat there like a stone statue, ensnared in silence. As for Diaz, upon returning to Sabeti Archipelago via the return scroll, he made no prolonged stay and directly seized a completed coated pirate ship. Guided by Jinbi and his companions, he ventured into Fishman Island. Enormous bubbles enveloped the entire island, creating an illusion of sky and clouds even beneath the sea. The sun tree Eve absorbed sunlight from the ocean's surface, transmitting it to Fishman Island, allowing the inhabitants submerged in the deep sea to bask in its warm glow. The architecture of Fishman Island was uniquely captivating, primarily constructed from coral and rock, with an unexpected beauty stemming from the vibrant coral formations. However, Diaz did not linger. After replenishing his supplies, he purchased a new record pointer to indicate his direction. The magnetic field of the New World was far more chaotic than that of the first half of the Grand Line, rendering the record pointers used previously prone to disorientation. Thus, a special compass featuring 3 needles was required. It would point toward 3 islands, allowing the user to select the most stable direction to minimize the risk of entering perilous territories. Chapter 72. Homeless this day could be deemed extraordinary. The morning's news sent shockwaves across the globe. The Holy Land Mariejois was attacked, and the perpetrator was none other than the world's most deranged criminal, Brant Diaz. The newspapers fervently reported on Diaz's assault on Mariejois, albeit with somewhat ambiguous language, largely a product of Morgan's imagination. Even the scant intelligence gleaned merely confirmed the explosion at Mariejois and the assailant's identity as Diaz. However, this did not hinder Morgan's, the journalist, from crafting a sensational narrative. With a single image to start, the content was entirely fabricated. Morgan's indeed possessed remarkable skill. The contents were both terrifying and exhilarating. The world's populace was left in utter shock, perceiving Diaz as a figure more fearsome than Pirate King Roger. When comparing Diaz's actions to those of Roger, the latter seemed trivial by contrast. Even the notorious Rock's assault on God Valley paled in comparison to Diaz's madness. He was the true embodiment of insanity. In the closing remarks of his report, Morgan's employed the term unknown life or death, leaving the world in suspense regarding Diaz's fate. In that moment, the shadow of Diaz loomed large over the hearts of all. They were filled with trepidation, pondering the terrifying deeds an unhinged individual could unleash. Particularly one who disregarded even the celestial dragons. What could he possibly care about? He was a demon far more dreadful than Roger. At this moment, Diaz, unaware of the malevolent label affixed to him, navigated his vessel through the tumultuous sea. This ship, procured alongside a log pose at Fishman Island, had its membrane expertly coated. The pirate ship he had previously seized was exchanged for this new one, with a modest additional payment. The shipbuilding industry at Fishman Island thrived, as not every vessel could safely enter its waters. Some ships, due to their positioning, would inadvertently collide with the bubble surrounding Fishman Island, their hulls merging with the bubble itself, and if fortune favored them, they might emerge from the depths of the sea forest with their lives intact, necessitating the purchase of a new ship. Thus, while the residents of Fishman Island did not require ships for their daily lives, they still engaged in shipbuilding for commerce. The currents propelled the sailboat forward, shrouded in a hazy atmosphere. Even the fervent sunlight struggled to penetrate the profound depths of the ocean. Schools of fish surrounded him, and Diaz could only silently pray that no colossal sea creature would launch a sudden attack, an eventuality that would spell disaster. Fortunately, his journey proceeded without peril, and he emerged from the ocean unscathed. As the ship broke through the waves, Diaz released the vessel known as the Wave Breaker and subsequently stowed it away. With the engine roaring to life, the Wave Breaker surged across the surface of the sea, heading toward the North Sea, having to traverse a windless zone. Once he departed Fishman Island, he maintained a straight course, with the North Sea to his right, eliminating the need for a log pose. After 2 months traversing the New World and the calm waters, he finally entered the North Sea. He retrieved the nautical charts and compass he had previously utilized. Here, the waters regained their normalcy, no longer unpredictable and fearsome like those of the New World and the Grand Line. Returning to the North Sea, Diaz felt a sense of homecoming, albeit tinged with a subtle heaviness in his heart. Once he confirmed his nation's location and direction, he pressed onward without concerns for energy, food, or water. The winds of the North Sea were significantly colder than those of other maritime regions, and this brisk breeze invigorated Diaz. After days of navigation, his homeland, the Arya Kingdom, was now within sight. The Arya Kingdom was a substantial island nation, neither affluent nor destitute. Its king was neither a sagacious ruler nor a tyrant. The destruction of his homeland could not be blamed on the king. That was the decree of the world government, and the lives of his compatriots could not be restored. The wave-raker circled around the Arya Kingdom, docking at the shoreline before he ventured into the forest. Treading upon familiar paths, he found himself on the route he once took to set sail, a path the village elder had personally escorted him along. That temperamental old man had opposed his desire to venture forth, yet still begrudgingly brought him here. He had once declared, "I cannot halt your pursuit of freedom. But you impudent lad, should you become a pirate, do not return here to disgrace us." He still felt guilty for involving them. With a pained closure of his eyes, he arrived at the village entrance. The village was eerily quiet. The path was overgrown with weeds, showing no signs of pedestrians. Small creatures, like squirrels, scurried away in fright at his arrival, seeking refuge in their homes. The village was devoid of human presence. The houses had transformed into a sanctuary for animals. The dried bloodstains and bullet holes on the door caused Diaz to halt in his tracks, leaving him speechless for a prolonged moment. Years of absence had rendered his hometown into such a desolate state. Standing before his childhood home, a dilapidated wooden cabin where he had grown up, he extended his hand and paused momentarily before pushing the door open and stepping inside. The room was surprisingly tidy, untouched by chaos due to its abandonment. He opened his mouth, sat on a dust-covered chair, and remained silent for an extended period. Eventually, he rose and exited his home, standing at the village entrance, declaring, "Come out. I know you are here." Several men in black suits emerged from the underbrush. Diaz inquired, "How long have you been watching?" The leader, trembling slightly, replied, "For a year." These men were not CP0. Their strength was feeble, and he had discerned their presence upon entering the village, choosing not to call them out directly. "Are you from that organization within CP?" "CP8, they stammered, shaking with fear, wary of being killed by this apparent demon before them. "Oh, I see. So, you relayed news of my survival to the Navy?" Yes. "Very well, you may leave." "Huh? You're not going to kill us?" Sensing their thoughts, Diaz replied, "You were merely following orders. I am not so cruel as to harm you. Every grievance has its source. Now, depart, for my mood is quite foul." Yes. The group, as if granted a reprieve, hurriedly retreated. Diaz shook his head, gazing back at the village, and lit a cigarette. The smoke curled around him, faintly revealing the village's peaceful visage and the gentle faces of its inhabitants. Aunt Mary next door often cooked for him, and Uncle Frank across the way would sometimes bring him a fish from his sea excursions. The village chief sat at the entrance, his face stern as he smoked, as if someone owed him 5 million. Damn, this smoke is truly irritating. Wiping his eyes, he discarded the cigarette butt, and the flames of divine retribution ignited the village, consuming everything in a ferocious blaze. He returned to the harbor, where a flock of seagulls settled on the wreckage of the wave-raker, incessantly squawking. Enough, seagulls. Starting today, I too am homeless. Chapter 73, The Shadow of Don Quixote da Flamingo. With the village reduced to ashes, Diaz found himself unencumbered, pressing forward without hesitation. News of his actions in the North Sea reached the Navy, and upon learning that Diaz was still alive, Sengoku stood astounded. How is that possible? How did that man survive such an explosion? He was utterly perplexed. Given the magnitude of the explosion, it seemed utterly implausible that Diaz, who was within the blast radius, could have survived. Yet, astonishingly, he had not only survived but was also full of vitality. Unable to fathom this anomaly, he dismissed the thought and immediately dispatched individuals to apprehend Diaz. Upon learning of his survival, the warring states promptly reported to the 5 elders, who were equally astonished by the revelation that Diaz was still alive. Consequently, they elevated his bounty to an astounding 1,830,000,000 berries. Diaz might be the youngest individual in history to surpass the notorious bounty of $1.5 billion placed on the head of the legendary pirate, Joel D. Roger. Simultaneously, his name on the wanted poster has been altered to Brando D. Diaz. The world government has uncovered his concealed identity, mistakenly believing him to be deceased, which accounts for their failure to announce it. Once again, a troublesome figure from the D lineage has emerged. The elders of the world government remain on high alert regarding the D clan, as they have a long-standing reputation for inciting chaos, even posing significant challenges to the likes of Admiral Garp of the Navy. After Diaz obliterated Mariejois, the five elders frantically concluded that he was the nemesis of the divine. After all, the very residents of the gods, Mariejois, had fallen to his wrath. They dispatched the nearest admiral, Akainu Sakazuki, yet given Diaz's formidable strength, no admiral stood a chance against him. The pirates of the New World could wait. There would always be more, but Diaz prioritized other matters. However, Akainu's response indicated a lack of manpower. He could only pursue with a single ship. The mysterious disappearance of celestial dragon slaves was tied to Diaz, prompting the Navy to mobilize a significant force to retrieve them. Upon learning this, Diaz found their notion of justice utterly laughable. The slaves had already been arranged for departure by the Revolutionary Army. The fishmen, having branded themselves with the mark of the Sun Pirates, concealed their identities and returned to Fishman Island. Some slaves wishing to resist joined the Revolutionary Army, significantly bolstering their ranks. These individuals, filled with hatred for the world government, would be at the forefront of the rebellion against the world government and the celestial dragons. Others longing for home were also being assisted by the Revolutionary Army, albeit the sheer number made immediate arrangements difficult. Temporary havens were sought on suitable islands, where they could be accommodated under careful management. The Navy faced immense difficulty in tracking Diaz. Possessing the wavebreaker, he could traverse the calm belt unimpeded, entering the New World without regard for destination. The speed of Navy vessels was no match for him. Instead of departing the North Sea immediately, he chose to pause briefly in a kingdom, seeking to relax and dispel the fatigue of recent days. After a full day's slumber, Diaz awoke, rubbing his eyes to find it was already evening. The sunset painted the sea in hues of orange and red, shimmering beautifully. Diaz lit a cigarette. 6 months prior, he had developed a smoking habit, occasionally furrowing his brow. No longer the carefree boy he once was. Growth is inevitable, yet the cost of such maturity can be exceedingly heavy. Stepping out of the inn, he intended to procure some sustenance, mingling with the crowd, when he sensed a gaze fixed upon him from behind. With a sardonic smile, he turned into a narrow alleyway. His pursuer followed, brandishing a dagger, but upon finding no one, began to curse. Where the hell is he? I saw he had money. I'm looking to make a profit here. Diaz emerged from the shadows, one hand gripping his palm, causing the dagger to clatter to the ground. With his other hand, he seized his adversary by the throat, lifting him and pinning him against the wall. Where's your gang's headquarters? He demanded. At 13, Baker Street, came the stammered reply. Very well. A swift crack echoed as he snapped the man's neck. Diaz proceeded towards 13, Baker Street, a dilapidated building. He pushed open the creaking door and strode inside. Drawn by the sound of conversation, the Don Quixote family is still extorting us. Damn it, I refuse to pay protection fees any longer. One man raged. Why has the Navy apprehended them? Who knows? The Navy has never been reliable. They can't even catch a single criminal. That scoundrel has become increasingly brazen with his demands. I've heard he's even extorted the king. Isn't anyone going to do something? If the Navy wants to intervene, who will? I say, why doesn't that Diaz just blow up their entire world government? Indeed. As the men continued their tirade, Diaz barged in, startling them into drawing their guns. Bang, 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 clang, clang. His fingers darkened, effortlessly deflecting the incoming bullets. The group, taken aback, continued their futile assault, only to find Diaz catching every bullet before discarding them onto the floor. Now, let us discuss that topic you were just addressing. I'm quite intrigued. What? The matter of the Don Quixote family. The men seemed oblivious to his identity, as not everyone peruses the newspapers or wanted posters. Why should we divulge anything to you? Diaz seized the ashtray from the table and struck the speaker on the head, causing him to collapse instantly. Discarding the bloodied ashtray, Diaz commanded, "Speak." The man, trembling, relayed the recent activities of the Don Quixote family. Recently, Doflamingo had exhibited unprecedented audacity, extorting protection fees from nearby kingdom gangs and even blackmailing a king. The Navy, however, remained indifferent, only emboldening Doflamingo further. Well, it seems we must eliminate that fellow. Do you know where Doflamingo is? Diaz inquired. No. But tomorrow is the day for collecting protection fees. The Don Quixote family will send someone. Ah, understood. Hand over the protection fees. What? Give it to me. Or you will end up like him. Yes, yes. From beneath the table, they produced a box of money. Once informed of the time and location for the following day, Diaz ordered the group to be bound and delivered to the local sheriff's office. 2 million berries, quite a profit for a small gang. Doflamingo's extortion tactics are rather ruthless. One wonders what he is scheming. After the last encounter with Doflamingo, I heard he hid in the South Sea for a while and has few subordinates left. I wonder if he has regained his strength over the years. Let us plot against him once more. Chapter 74. One of you or the belt must die. The following morning, Diaz, donning sunglasses and a mask, arrived at the designated location. A solitary figure sat in an alley, perched upon a box, as time ticked away. Two silhouettes approached from the opposite end, clad in a red-made outfit. With a cigarette dangling from her lips, Baby, 5, striking in appearance, was accompanied by her partner, Buffalo. Ah, old acquaintances, Diaz remarked. Hey, today is our rendezvous, right? Hand over the protection fees. Baby, 5 demanded without delay. Standing tall, Diaz glanced at Buffalo behind her. Suddenly, an overwhelming presence emanated from him, causing Buffalo to lose consciousness and collapse. Baby, 5 quickly exclaimed. Buffalo. Hey, Buffalo, are you all right? He merely fainted. It's nothing serious, Diaz assured. Did you do this? Indeed. Baby, 5 transformed her arm into a gun, aiming it at Diaz. You're courting death. I require you to lower your weapon. Instantaneously, Baby, 5 dropped the gun, covering her face in embarrassment. Ah, was I needed? All right. Still the same as ever. Baby, 5, Diaz said with a smile as he removed his glasses and mask. I hope your need for validation never changes. You are the most manageable member of the Don Quixote family. Diaz. Upon recognizing Baby, 5, a scream erupted from the depths of their throats, for they had been vigilantly observing Diaz. After all, he was the traitor to their family, and they were well aware of his madness. Swiftly retreating, Baby, 5 sensed the steadfast presence of Buffalo behind her, his hands morphing into sharp blades. Do not approach. Please. Refrain from this. It renders me the villain in this narrative. Baby, 5, we were once close friends, Diaz implored. Baby, 5, within our family you have always been the virtuous one. What do you mean by that? She retorted. Nothing of consequence, Diaz replied. Now, do enlighten me on the whereabouts of Don Quixote Doflamingo. Do you require my assistance? Indeed. Very well. The young master has ventured into the New World. When needed, Baby, 5 would acquiesce to any request. The New World? What purpose does he have there? He aspires to become a warlord of the sea. Become a warlord? The world government would never sanction such a thing. Diaz mused, contemplating Doflamingo's delusions. After all, his plans had been laid bare by Rosinante. How could he possibly be granted the title of warlord? I know not, but the young master claims assistance shall come. I see, he pondered, realizing that someone within the world government had likely forged an alliance with Doflamingo, possibly one of the celestial dragons. Should Doflamingo attain the status of warlord, neither Sengoku nor Granny Tsuru would acquiesce, nor would the fleet admiral Sakazuki. Yet, if the celestial dragons endorsed him, then even the might of Sengoku and Sakazuki would falter against their decree. They, who wielded power, were the ostensible rulers of the world government. Why have they not eliminated him? He contemplated with frustration. Subsequently, he gleaned further insights from Baby, 5 regarding the current state of the Don Quixote family, led by Doflamingo. The family comprised Baby, 5, Buffalo, Dellinger, Jorah, and the recently escaped Pika from the previous skirmish. Tragically, Treble had succumbed to grievous injuries. 2 new members had joined, Sugar, a user of the hobby fruit, and Monet, the snow woman. Doflamingo now journeyed to the New World, accompanied by Monet, Sugar, and Pika, while leaving Baby, 5 and Buffalo to collect the remaining protection fees, which would subsequently be transported to the New World. If aided by the celestial dragons, their ambitions might very well be aimed at Dressrosa. Doflamingo's aspirations remained centered on reclaiming his throne as the ruler of Dressrosa, with intentions to gradually realize his grand design. Diaz is well aware of that plan, having been present during the meeting when it was discussed. The plan is undoubtedly detailed, meticulously strategized at every step. I see. I understand now. Diaz smiled faintly, stepping over Baby, 5 and crushing Buffalo's head beneath his foot. Buffalo, baby, 5 screamed, as she lunged at Diaz with 2 long blades aimed directly at him. Diaz evaded, stating, "Baby, 5, I require your assistance." Upon hearing these words, Baby, 5 abruptly halted. Diaz shook his head. If this obstacle were not surmounted, Baby, 5 would forever remain a mere tool, exploited by others. Yet, Baby, 5 was unable to escape the shadows of her childhood. He felt a profound sympathy for her, and with a decisive strike, he rendered her unconscious before dragging her aboard the Moby Dick. Next, he would journey to the New World to confront Don Quixote Doflamingo. Doflamingo, your nightmare has returned. System. Initiate a tenfold draw. With nothing else to occupy his time on the journey, he decided to indulge in a card game. Anti-gravity system blueprint. Infuriating Newton. Vibranium shield. No matter how you throw it, it will always return to your hand. Village's finest sword. The best blade in the entire village. Compass. Guiding you to your innermost desires. Transformation in a single shot. You and your belt must face one demise. Complete set of Fui's drivers. The loosest belt. Diaz invigorated his spirit, disregarding the vibranium shield, and fixated directly on the transformation device in the complete Fui's driver set. The Fui's belt's transformation requirement mandates the presence of an Orphnok or an individual bearing the Orphnok mark. Those lacking this mark, or possessing a weakened version, are repelled. However, by consuming the transformation potion, one can bypass such stipulations and successfully transform. Yet, consuming this potion may come at the cost of one's life. After consuming it, Kotaro successfully transformed into Kamen Rider Caesar, subsequently defeating the Caesar belt. Upon scrutinizing the potion's description and confirming that it required the sacrifice of the belt, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Fui's, also known as Kamen Rider 555, is not particularly powerful, with low base stats, and lacks the impressive data of the motorcycle-riding Pegasus. Nonetheless, the charm of the 555 lies in its unique approach to damage, relying on photon blood to deliver penetrating strikes. It is a consumable item, and thus must be utilized wisely. Of course, it could serve as a mere toy as well. He retrieved a suitcase filled with belts and various equipment, a mobile phone, a camera, a pointer, a digital wristwatch, and an explosive device, alongside the motorcycle, the ride mover. Alas, without the Eagle satellite, he could not transform into the explosive form and utilize the Crimson Cannon, but at least he had something to work with, albeit begrudgingly. As for the compass, it belonged to Captain Jack, capable of guiding its bearer to their innermost desires. Upon opening the palm-sized compass, its needle spun incessantly, ultimately pointing in a direction that led to the location of Don Quixote Doflamingo. With the compass in hand, Diaz no longer needed to utilize the recording pointer, rendering that expense redundant. As long as his resolve was sufficiently potent, he could journey to Laughtail himself. Yet, he held little interest in Laughtail, the Blank Century, the Colossal Kingdom, and the D family were of no value to him. What purpose would knowledge serve? The world government remains a formidable entity, with no one daring to challenge its might. After 800 years of development, its roots run deep. How could it possibly be toppled so easily? Progress must be made step by step. Diaz harbored a profound dissatisfaction with the world government, perceiving it as corrupt to its very core. Apart from the Navy, the others seemed indifferent to the pursuit of a better world. Governance was not their concern. It belonged to the kings of the kingdoms, entirely unrelated to the world government. With such a mindset, how could one even consider leading? This discontent fueled Diaz's desire to overthrow the current regime, yearning for a leader who genuinely served the people. He aspired to establish a nation, a realm under his dominion. Dressrosa? No, that would not suffice. Dressrosa was a member state of the world government. Even if he managed to oust King Riku and seize the throne, the world government would never allow him to ascend. Furthermore, Dressrosa's proximity to the Navy's G5 base posed a significant risk. A single misstep could provoke an assault, endangering not only himself, but also the innocent populace. Generally, member states of the world government were impoverished. Yet, poverty was not the primary concern. The immediate priority was to devise a strategy to gain control of a nation. A plan began to take shape within his mind, and he knew he needed to refine it further. Diaz contemplated as he pressed forward. Along the way, he was captivated by a news article. Don Quixote Doflamingo had been appointed as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The newspaper announced that the world government had officially designated Doflamingo as one of the warlords, ceasing to pursue him for his past transgressions and allowing him to plunder legally. The article was replete with bureaucratic jargon, unmistakably the work of Morgans and his ilk. Just a few years prior, the same publication had vilified Doflamingo, wishing for his demise and exposing all his misdeeds, yet now it had shifted its tone, glossing over his crimes in favor of his new title. How absurd. Why would they elevate Doflamingo to such a position? Has the world government lost its mind? In the Marine headquarters, Rosinante slammed his hand on the table in frustration, shouting in outrage. Sengoku and Granny Tsuru wore solemn expressions, remaining silent, while only Garp continued to munch on senbei, appearing utterly unconcerned. Their opinions held no weight with the five elders, and Sengoku had even been reprimanded, told that this was their decision and he had no authority to intervene. The hierarchy was suffocating, especially when faced with the five elders. For the first time, Sengoku felt utterly powerless. Those five old men had gone mad. They were willing to do anything to secure their position. Sengoku sighed deeply, while Granny Tsuru remarked that the pursuit of Doflamingo had also been halted. It was likely that Doflamingo would now set his sights on Dressrosa. From Rosinante, they learned that the Don Quixote family had ruled Dressrosa 800 years ago, only to later ascend to Mariejois, where the throne was handed to the Riku family, who served as prime ministers. Doflamingo, with his insatiable ambition, desired not only that position, but also the status of a celestial dragon. Rosinante clenched his teeth. Previously, CP0 had approached him to take on the mantle of the Don Quixote family head, but he had declined their offer, unwilling to become a celestial dragon or venture to Mariejois. Now, he regretted that decision. Doflamingo's actions were clearly backed by the world government, displaying an audacity that was both reckless and flamboyant. Had he known this, Rosinante would have had no choice but to accept the role of a celestial dragon, determined not to allow Doflamingo to run rampant. But now, Diaz's actions had been monumental. Too many celestial dragons had been slain, and Doflamingo becoming one of them was a distinct possibility. The mere thought of having to protect Doflamingo in the future filled Sengoku with revulsion. Granny Tsuru hesitated, sensing that Diaz had never strayed from the path of justice. Even in his betrayal of the Marines, he remained at the forefront of the battle against pirates. Diaz's act of slaying the celestial dragons was, in her perspective, unsurprising. His sense of justice rendered him incapable of accepting the existence of such beings, leading to the massacre of the lawless territories. I have accomplished what you wished to do but dared not attempt. When her subordinates relayed Diaz's words, Granny Crane felt a sense of solace, relieved that this child had not strayed onto a path of evil. Subsequently, his homeland was laid to ruin. Diaz vanished for over half a year, only to re-emerge in the public eye with a sensational headline. He detonated Mariejois. This was beyond the realm of imagination for many. Yet, this young man accomplished the unimaginable. Diaz did not succumb to madness. Indeed, he detonated Mariejois, yet prior to this, he ensured that all the slaves were transported away. The scales of justice within him remained unwavering. He was reluctant to involve the innocent in his quest for vengeance. In comparison to him, their sense of justice appeared truly myopic. Snap! Snap! Carp, indulging in the snacks hidden away by Sengoku, laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Isn't it splendid that those trashy celestial dragons have been eliminated? We no longer need to pay protection fees." In Carp's view, the heavenly tribute bore no distinction from extortion. The countries within the world government were required to remit this tribute in exchange for protection, while they might overlook conflicts among themselves. They would intervene against pirate attacks or invasions from non-member nations. However, should a nation fail to pay the heavenly tribute, the world government would expel them, leaving them vulnerable to aggression and even inciting other nations to strike. Their methods were undeniably unsightly. Thus, in Carp's mind, the heavenly tribute and protection fees were synonymous. Celestial dragons equal trash? Indeed, the equation holds true. Carp continued to collect the heavenly tribute as usual. In the marshal's office, surrounded by comrades, he felt no qualms about voicing his thoughts, though it was disappointing that this year's heavenly tribute had already begun to be collected. TCH. That Diaz fellow didn't use enough explosives. If all the celestial dragons were gone, everything would be simpler. Carp grumbled, his hands ceaselessly moving as he popped rice crackers into his mouth. Hey, Sengoku, I'm out of rice crackers. Bring me some more. Get lost. Those are my rice crackers. Who do you think you are? Hurry up. Carp. Chapter 76. Dressrosa. The marshal's office was filled with commotion, as Granny Tsuru observed the two old men with a sense of exasperation. Only in the presence of the erratic Carp did the typically composed and sagacious Sengoku reveal a more humorous side. Rosinante was in a state of urgency, uncertain of what to do. No, at the very least, he needed to make a trip to Dressrosa, Doflamingo must be there. He requested to mobilize. And after a moment of contemplation, Sengoku replied, proceed with caution. First, go to the G5 branch and take some resources with you. Rosinante was not adept at combat, whether due to his fruit abilities or his own nature. Clumsy and prone to stumbling, Sengoku was reluctant to send him into danger. Yet, upon seeing the determination in Rosinante's gaze, he ultimately acquiesced. Very well. Rosinante swiftly departed, preparing to journey to the New World. Meanwhile, Diaz advanced directly to Dressrosa. Navigating the Grand Line necessitates detours, as each island requires a halt for the log post to absorb magnetic forces, guiding one to the next isle. With Captain Jack's compass in hand, he could navigate to his desired destination at will. Baby 5 was secured aboard the ship, her wrists shackled with seastone cuffs. Such abilities render one powerless when submerged in water or restrained by seastone. Thus, subduing them can be remarkably straightforward. You shall remain here. Shaquila's will attend to you. Shaji. Shaquila's bounced in response to Diaz's words. Hey, Diaz, don't leave. Don't make me stay with this hideous creature. Bang. Shaquila's collided with her, causing her immense discomfort. You must be seeking trouble. Do you dare oppose your master's command? And to call me hideous? This is merely temporary. My master has proclaimed that I shall become the Sandstorm King. You ugly Shaji. Bang. Another blow rendered Baby 5 unconscious, a troublesome woman indeed. His gaze fell upon the seastone cuffs. Ah, how he longed to taste, yet he possessed no mouth. Shaji, I must evolve. I must evolve swiftly. Diaz has ascended to Dressrosa, where the current ruler is King Riku, a beloved sovereign cherished by his people. Known for his benevolence and philanthropic nature, he frequently extends aid to numerous nations embroiled in conflict, earning a reputation that resonates far and wide. Under his governance, while Dressrosa may not be affluent, the happiness of its citizens remains remarkably high, and the Riku family has enjoyed the unwavering trust of the populace for 8 centuries. As Diaz walked down the street, he noticed the joyful smiles adorning the faces of the passers-by. Their happiness was palpable. After so many years, it was the first time Diaz had encountered such a nation. Suddenly, a cry pierced the air. Pirates. Instinctively, Diaz lowered the brim of his hat, fearful of being recognized. His notoriety had spread far and wide, and he wished not to trouble these people. However, upon turning, he discerned that the exclamation did not pertain to him, but rather to a band of burly pirates landing upon this land, their faces twisted into menacing grins, brandishing weapons. With a gunshot fired into the sky, the pirate captain shouted, "Robbery! Boys, let us get to work." The populace scattered in panic. Diaz glanced around, noting the absence of guards to confront the marauders. TSK. Are they too slow? In a flash, he appeared before the group of pirates, delivering a swift kick that sent their captain crashing to the ground. Who are you? The first mate drew his pistol, but Diaz deftly snatched it from his grasp, firing a shot that struck true to the adversary's head. With remarkable agility, he maneuvered among the pirates, moving so swiftly that he left no shadow, his blade slicing through the air, blood blossoming amongst the brigands. With such meager prowess, they dare to run amok? How laughable. Diaz shook his head, discarding the weapon as the crowd erupted in cheers, a young girl presenting him with a flower. Thank you. He accepted the flower, lowered his hood, and turned to depart. What a good person, murmured the crowd. Indeed, there are still many good souls among us. Shortly thereafter, the sound of galloping hooves echoed as the royal guards under King Liku arrived for support. What about the pirates? Is anyone injured? All is well, a person saved us. Haha. Yes, indeed, such a kind-hearted individual. It's a pity he seemed shy and left so quickly. I see, as long as all is well. The royal guards breathed a sigh of relief and began searching for the hero, hoping to express their gratitude. Yes, please help us find him. No problem, haha. The faces of the crowd radiated joy, mingling harmoniously with the royal guards. Diaz perched atop a tree, observing the scene unfold under King Liku's reign. The people were free from oppression, a benevolent ruler indeed. It was no small feat to receive 100 billion berries from the citizens based solely on reputation, a privilege not afforded to every monarch. The legacy of the Liku clan, accumulated over 8 centuries, coupled with King Liku's wisdom, fostered such unconditional trust among the populace. Yet, when confronted with Doflamingo, they found themselves powerless to resist, forced to place their faith in that scoundrel, a bitter necessity. As night fell, Diaz approached the window of the king's chamber in Dressrosa Castle, gently pushing it open. King Liku, clad in his nightclothes, awoke with a start. Greetings, Your Majesty King Liku. You, recognizing Diaz's face illuminated by moonlight, King Liku's pupils constricted as he clutched his blanket. Years of being a ruler had instilled in him a calm demeanor. And he inquired, "What brings you here, Mr. Diaz?" "Rest assured, I harbor no intention of obliterating the entirety of Dressrosa." Diaz waved his hand, allowing King Riku to exhale in relief. If this madman were to demolish the nation, none of its citizens would escape unscathed. "So, you are aware of Don Quixote da Flamingo, correct?" "I know of Don Quixote, the newly appointed warlord of the sea," replied King Riku. "Is there an issue?" "The surname Don Quixote may elude others. But you undoubtedly comprehend its origins 8 centuries ago. The royal family of Dressrosa, your Rico lineage. Do not inquire how I am privy to this knowledge, for I simply am. What is it that you intend to do?" "I merely wish to caution you. Doflamingo has set his sights on this nation. When he comes seeking you, use this to contact me. I am here to eliminate him." He left a sleeping snail on the windowsill, which can be used for communication within this territory. King Riku gazed silently at the snail, and Diaz remarked, "Whether you choose to believe me or not is entirely up to you. I have spoken my piece. Oh, and one more thing. This nation is under your capable governance. Do not meet your demise. A person such as yourself would be a lamentable loss." He leaped from the windowsill and vanished in a flurry of movement. King Riku, wide awake, could not find solace in sleep upon hearing that Doflamingo had set his sights on Dressrosa. Chapter 77. Distorted Values. Let us return to the Moby Dick, where Diaz sat aboard the vessel, Baby 5 still in a state of unconsciousness. However, she now bore 2 more lumps on her head, indicating that Shaquila's had not been gentle with her. This woman should be dispatched to the G5 branch, but no, that place is rife with ruffians. Perhaps I should find a familiar face to send her to instead. Yes, that seems fitting. With this thought, Diaz's mind became clearer. In the following days, Doflamingo did not make an appearance, and Diaz relished the tranquility, basking in the attentions of the maid. Whenever he requested her assistance, Baby 5 would dutifully comply. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to contact Doflamingo, as he would not keep her bound indefinitely. Among the Don Quixote family, the one he least wished to harm was Baby 5. "You were like an elder brother to me when we were children," Baby 5 murmured, preparing a delightful meal in the cramped kitchen. "That is why I spared your life." Outside the kitchen, Diaz was scribbling in his notebook, not lifting his gaze as he inquired, "Baby 5, have you ever considered leaving the Don Quixote family?" "Huh, are you jesting?" Baby 5 turned to him, spatula in hand. "I assure you, I would never betray the young master." "Why is that? Does that man merit your unwavering loyalty merely because he requires you?" "Of course, you cannot fathom the exquisite sensation of being needed," Baby 5 exclaimed, lost in her reverie. "Is that so? Perhaps because your mother abandoned you, believing you to be unwanted?" A single phrase shattered Baby 5's defenses, causing her to lower her head as the painful memories she wished to forget surged forth once more. "Of course, I never want to be abandoned again. If I am needed by others, then I possess value. As long as I can prove my worth, I shall never face abandonment. I long to die surrounded by others. At the very least, let my death hold significance." She wept, and Daz sighed, pausing his writing to say, "The value of a person, Baby 5, is not defined by self-sacrifice. Then tell me what to do. From the moment I was born, I was unwanted. I have no value. Do you live merely to be needed? That is the fate of a tool, Baby 5. You will be used until your last breath, even if you resist. A single word from me can compel you to act. You are a human being, a living person, not an instrument." Daz exclaimed with anger. "You should cultivate your own thoughts and enjoy your life, rather than being exploited by Doflamingo, becoming his sharpest blade. I don't care. What do you know? You're beyond saving. Just leave. Have you abandoned me? Please, no. I will try harder." Baby 5 pleaded, her appearance rendering Daz at a loss. For the first time, he felt utterly powerless. He opened his mouth, unsure of what to say, witnessing Baby 5 crouch down in tears. He helplessly stroked her head and said, "I will not abandon you, you foolish girl. Is it truly so fulfilling to be treated as a tool?" Fulfillment. A bright smile appeared on Baby 5's face, leaving Daz feeling sorrowful. The state of the world was lamentable. If it weren't for such a cruel reality, perhaps Baby 5 wouldn't have been cast aside by her mother. With newfound determination, he stated, "Return to cooking, Baby 5. I will utilize you to the very end." "Really?" Baby 5's eyes sparkled with hope. while Diaz found himself at a loss for words. Should he seek out old Kai from the 8 Treasure Water Army? Truly, he was uncertain how to proceed. Baby Five's distorted values seemed unchangeable. He regretted not taking her with him as a child, believing that perhaps he could have corrected her perspective and spared her from such distortion. Now, her worldview was firmly established. At least, Baby Five responded, wiping away her tears. The food is burning. Ah, Baby Five exclaimed, rushing to the kitchen. Realizing the meat had been scorched. Observing the industrious Baby Five, Diaz felt a headache coming on. What on earth was he doing? Even he did not know if keeping Baby Five was right or wrong. Alas, I shall leave it to fate. Diaz settled down to smoke a cigarette and regain his composure. He spotted a ship. Its significance paled in comparison to the individual at the helm. With golden short hair and a visage reminiscent of Don Quixote da Flamingo, he puffed away. His gaze steeped in melancholy and experience. Rosinante. Baby Five, my old friend has arrived. An old friend? Our old comrade. That fellow Ro? No, he should have perished by now. Not him, but Corazon. Huh, Mr. Corazon is still alive? No, the young master declared that he has betrayed us. Now, I am your superior. You shall refer to me as such, and you must turn against Doflamingo. Yes, boss. Very well, this woman is remarkably easy to manipulate. Old Kai is truly a formidable character to have managed her. The way Breaker set sail and positioned itself in front of Rosinante's small vessel. Well, isn't this Rear Admiral Rosinante? It's been quite a while. Diaz, what brings you here? Rosinante, startled, prepared to draw his weapon, only to slip and tumble into the sea. Blub blub blub. Bubbles bubbled up in the water, prompting Diaz to leap overboard to rescue Rosinante. Cough cough cough. I nearly met my demise. Rosinante spluttered. Lying on the deck of the wave breaker, Baby Five handed him a towel. Thank you, Mr. Corazon. It has been a long time. Who are you? Rosinante, on high alert, recognized that few knew his code name. He gazed at Baby Five, finding her oddly familiar. Could she be from the Don Quixote family? You were Baby Five. Women truly transform. I hardly recognized you. Wait, why is Baby Five with Diaz? I am Baby Five replied. She is currently in my company. Diaz seated himself and offered Rosinante a cigarette, saying, here to investigate Doflamingo? Ah, well, you can't be serious, can you? Rosinante found the notion absurd. Diaz had traversed the North Sea merely to pursue Doflamingo? Indeed. I aim to eliminate him. Diaz chuckled, stating, previously lacking the strength, now I shall see if I can vanquish that man. If possible, I will remove him directly. Chapter 78. Rosinante. Hiss. Rosinante inhaled deeply, carefully contemplating, saying, you truly know how to stir up trouble? Are you not afraid of the Navy hunting you down? Boss. You cannot kill the young master. Baby Five, I require you to prepare a meal. Understood. With the maid dispatched. Diaz remarked, this woman is someone I encountered in the North Sea, and it was from her that I learned of Doflamingo's whereabouts. I presumed you would have killed her. I did not, Diaz replied. I despise pirates, yet I have compassion for Baby Five. Indeed, this child has endured considerable hardship. Rosinante settled down and inquired. Is there any news regarding Doflamingo? None, Diaz replied. I have yet to receive any pertinent information. Doflamingo has not reached out to Baby Five either. Diaz continued. We can only wait and see in Dressrosa. Their certainty regarding Doflamingo's eventual appearance in Dressrosa was rooted in numerous factors. Dressrosa had once been the domain of the Don Quixote family, to which Doflamingo held rightful claim, even though the current ruling family belonged to the Rico lineage. The island of Dressrosa is situated at the crossroads of several major trade routes in the New World, boasting a well-developed transportation network. While it may not be affluent, its geographical advantages cannot be overlooked. Furthermore, the Rico family is notably easy to manipulate. A ruler who shows compassion towards their subjects is inherently vulnerable. By leveraging the populace, one can effectively achieve their objectives. Many kingdoms in the New World do not belong to the world government's allied nations, and those that do are often impoverished or poorly situated geographically, making them difficult to manage. Only Dressrosa aligns with Doflamingo's psychological expectations. Moreover, many years ago, he had set his sights on this place, and now, having acquired the status of a warlord, supported clandestinely by the world government. He can realize plans he once considered abandoning. Had you not blown up Mariejois, we would not be entangled in such complications. What do you mean by that? Diaz asked, taken aback. Rosanandi did not withhold the truth and revealed his encounter with CP0 to Diaz. It seems they require your assistance. Perhaps there is something unique at play. Otherwise, given the numerous celestial dragons eliminated, the world government would find it challenging to continue collecting the heavenly tribute. Is there something particularly special about the bloodline of the celestial dragons? No, Rosanandi replied solemnly. The heavenly tribute will be collected regardless, even if but one celestial dragon remains. They will persist in their collection. TCH, it seems we miscalculated the yield of the explosion at that time. Diaz let out a cold chuckle, expressionless as he uttered terrifying words. Rosanandi coughed, clearly not choked by the smoke. What you have done is utterly dreadful. My homeland is no more. Why can't you endure a little longer? Enduring would mean I am no longer myself. I never anticipated that the world government would truly turn against innocent civilians. Diaz's gaze was as profound as the ocean as he flicked the cigarette but into the sea. Enough of this talk. Doflamingo has yet to make his move. But I suspect it will be soon. Indeed, replied Rosanandi. He had not stealthily revealed Diaz's whereabouts. In his view, Diaz should not be hunted. Everyone possesses their own judgment. And Rosanandi was no exception. Over the years within the Navy, he had witnessed many interpretations of justice, yet theirs appeared limited compared to Diaz's. The constraints they faced were imposed by the world government. Matters intertwined with it became exceedingly complicated. Rather than immediately entering Dressrosa to investigate, Rosanandi remained aboard the Moby Dick. Late at night, while in slumber, Diaz was awakened by the call of a snail phone. Mr. Diaz, Doflamingo has made an appearance. He demands 1 billion berries. Or he will kill my people. Did you agree? I had no choice but to comply. All right, I understand. I will handle it, and the Navy will come afterward. The Navy? Aren't you a wanted criminal? Why are you entangled with them? King Liku longed to inquire, but the voice of Rosanandi came through the snail phone. Please, refrain from making wild statements. I am here to investigate. Moreover, Doflamingo is now a warlord of the sea. The Navy cannot act recklessly. His words cast a shadow over King Liku. Must he truly choose Diaz? To be honest, he did not wish to do so. Yet the thought of being toyed with by Doflamingo filled him with a profound sense of helplessness, forcing him to submit to reality. I will search for him. He should be nearby. Doflamingo's ship likely would not stray far from Dressrosa. He needed to look for it. If I do not reply by tomorrow morning, do not wait any longer. Seek assistance from the Navy instead, for otherwise you will regret it for the rest of your life. The call ended abruptly, and King Liku despondently set down the snail phone. Seeking help from a wanted criminal would tarnish the royal family's reputation, yet for the sake of his subjects, he would endure the shame. Nevertheless, he prepared for contingencies, refusing to place all his hope in Diaz. King Liku was an astute politician. Aware that one must not put all eggs in one basket, dual betting was essential. He promptly contacted his personnel, preparing to raise funds for the nation. Meanwhile, aboard the Moby Dick, Diaz inquired, "What do you think?" Rosanandi pondered for a moment before responding. Doflamingo's aim is not wealth. It is the trust of the people in King Liku. Diaz articulated his intention to methodically erode the populace's trust in the king of Dressrosa and the Don Quixote family, ultimately leading them to profound disappointment and despair. It is in such despair that a hero must emerge. Don Quixote Doflamingo is unworthy of such a title. Both Rosanandi and Diaz comprehend the true nature of Doflamingo. He is a born villain. Should he ascend to the throne of Dressrosa, it would spell catastrophe, not only for Dressrosa but for the world at large. The moniker Joker resonates throughout the underworld, and this Joker is none other than Doflamingo himself. His enterprises extend beyond the North Blue, as he has infiltrated the New World. It is not the world government that governs the New World, but rather the emperors of the underbelly and formidable pirates like Big Mom, Kaido, and Whitebeard. Doflamingo has forged connections with these figures, engaging in lucrative ventures, with Dressrosa serving as a pivotal element of his grand design. Once his ambitions unfold, he aims to seize power and dominion over the entire world. Of course, assuming no unforeseen complications arise. Yet, when it comes to such schemes, one can be certain that unexpected events are inevitable. Diaz took out the transformation device and frees his briefcase, stating, "Now it is my turn to perform." Chapter 79, Henshin. What do you intend to do? Naturally, I aim to eliminate him. But I wish to test my new toy. Diaz spoke as he opened Flea's suitcase, meticulously arranging the cursor, camera, wristwatch, and other gadgets within. He retrieved the transformation device and took a swift sip, finding it somewhat sweet. He activated the Flea's phone, pressing the number 5, which responded with a powerful sound effect. After 2 additional presses, he hit the enter key. Standing by, ready for action, he closed the phone and, raising it high, shouted, "Henshin." He inserted the device into the driver at his waist and pressed down. Complete. With the declaration of completion, crimson photon veins extended from the belt, illuminating the darkness of the room with a brilliant light. The photon blood began to flow through the veins, culminating in the attachment of armor and a sleek black combat suit onto Diaz. A robust silver chest plate adorned his front, while large yellow compound eyes glowed brightly, accented by shark-like fangs. The red photon veins shone in the dark, exuding a distinctly technological aura. The Kamen Rider Freeze made his official debut. This left Rocinante astounded. Utterly bewildered by the unfolding spectacle, Diaz remarked, "Do not concern yourself. This is merely a disposable toy I have procured. Once the time elapses, it shall vanish. So I might as well make use of it." Under the augmentation of the foe's armor, his senses became remarkably acute, and his strength was significantly enhanced. His punching force reached 5 tons, kicking force 5 tons, jumping ability 35 meters, and running speed 1,005.8 seconds. Indeed, Diaz's own strength had already surpassed that of the armor, yet upon donning it, he experienced a considerable boost. Thus, he commenced his endeavor. Leaping into the sky, gliding forward with the grace of a moonwalk, he scoured the ocean for the trace of Don Quixote Doflamingo's flamingo ship, though he found no sign of Doflamingo himself. Only some individuals aboard the vessel Jorah, Dringe, Monet, and Sugar. As for Sugar, despite her petite stature akin to that of a 7 or 8-year-old girl, Diaz was acutely aware that she was a legitimate loli. The user of the hobby fruit, upon consuming the fruit, experiences a cessation of bodily growth, forever maintaining the appearance of that very moment of consumption, thus granting a semblance of immortality. Whenever the user touches another living being, that entity is transformed into a toy, and the memories of this individual are obliterated from the minds of others, rendering them forgotten. Even when confronted with images or photographs of the individual, one would be unable to recall who they were. Therefore, Diaz prioritized the neutralization of Sugar. In an instant, he appeared before Sugar, almost at a flash speed. And before she could react, the sea prism stone handcuffs were secured around her legs. Why not restrain her hands? They were too slender, and the cuffs would simply slide off. As Sugar, caught off guard, faltered backward, Monet, the snow woman, noticed Diaz's sudden appearance and, while concerned for her sister, immediately took action. The temperature around them plummeted, and snowflakes began to fall. Monet wielded the abilities of the snow fruit, a lower-tier freezing fruit, her powers not quite as formidable as those of the ice fruit. As snowflakes descended, Monet melded seamlessly into the flurry, while Dringe, a half-human, half-fishman with beta fish lineage, revealed his fierce demeanor, baring his sharp teeth as he lunged toward Diaz. Diaz rose swiftly, evading the attack, and delivered a powerful punch to Dillinger's face, sending him crashing against the mast of the pirate ship, rendering him unconscious. Shaking off his hand, he donned the camera on his wrist, transforming it into a fist gun. Imbued with the power of hockey, he removed the Fui's instruction chip from his phone and inserted it into the Fui's camera. Ready. Flipping open the phone, he pressed the enter key. Exceed charge. Photonic blood coursed through the photonic veins, filling the fist gun, while the observation hockey detected Monet's presence. A white shadow emerged behind him, its icy fangs filling its mouth as it lunged toward the back of Diaz's neck. Instantly, he spun around and struck Monet in the abdomen with a powerful blow. Monet froze in place, a crimson emblem appearing on her body. The agonizing pain elicited a shriek from her, as the photonic blood infiltrating her body wreaked havoc on her internal organs, ultimately leading her to succumb to the torment. Diaz cast a glance at Chola, a middle-aged woman with an unruly mane, who was no stranger to malevolence. With a rapid succession of gunfire, Chola, a woman of few words yet fierce demeanor, unleashed a barrage from her machine gun directed at Diaz. The bullet struck the armor, igniting sparks that danced in the air, illuminating the metal surface. What destructive art! Realizing the futility of her ammunition, Chola resorted to her unique fruit ability. As a wielder of the art fruit, her targets would transform into abstract masterpieces at her whim. A multitude of vibrant bubbles erupted from her hands. Diaz leapt onto the mast, surveying the scene from a commanding height, positioning his fist cannon at his waist. The Fui's directive chip was placed upon the cursor and then affixed to the exterior of his right leg armor. Ready. He pressed the enter key once more. Exceed charge. His body lowered gradually, photon blood coursing toward his leg. Huh. He delivered a decisive kick towards Mara. The cursor emitted a red, drill-shaped pointer that appeared before Chola, rendering her immobile under its precise aim. Rider kick. Diaz was enveloped by the drill, continuing to spin, and vanished from Jorah's sight, only to reappear behind him. A deep crimson drill emerged. A similar Red Knight's emblem manifested on Jorah, who let out a pained wail before collapsing. The power was formidable. The strength of photon blood was paramount. Although Fuiz's data was low, slightly surpassing that of Kamen Rider, neither relied on data to inflict damage. Fuiz depended on photon blood. While Kamen Rider harnessed ascension and atomic collapse, it appeared to still be functional, so he resolved to continue using it. Approaching Derringer, he fired another shot, then turned to the stunned Sugar. Locating the phone bug on Jorah's body, he dialed the number. Jorah, what's the matter? The phone bug's eyes morphed into the shape of sunglasses, adorned even in the late hours. Did it not fear the risk of blindness? Internally scoffing, he coughed lightly. After his developmental phase, his voice had transformed, allowing him to speak without lowering his tone, undetectable by Don Quixote Doflamingo. Good day, Mr. Doflamingo. Who are you? Where is Jorah? Oh, me? You may call me Shafurin. As for that old woman you mentioned, she is dead, and I am the one who killed her. You seek death. No one touches my family. Doflamingo roared, and Diaz turned, spotting a figure swiftly approaching from the distant sky. Chapter 80. Intriguing, yet utterly meaningless. With his iconic sunglasses and flamboyant pink flamingo feather coat, capri pants, loafers, and golden hair, the once arrogant smile had vanished, replaced solely by fury. He had only these remaining family members. No one would dare to harm them. However, upon discerning the state of the ship, his hands turned cold. Jorah, Derringer, and Monet were all deceased, while Sugar sat on the deck, her face etched with terror, alongside a bizarrely armored individual who claimed to be Shafurin. Shafurin, you seek death. Doflamingo bellowed, clenching his fist and extending his index finger, from which a fine line shot forth, imperceptible to the naked eye, moving at astonishing speed, capable of effortlessly piercing human bones. Clang, clang, clang. The armor's defensive capabilities exceeded Diaz's expectations, proving slightly stronger than machine gun bullets. Diaz seized Sugar and descended into the sky, racing towards an open area in Dressrosa. You won't escape. Release her. Doflamingo altered his trajectory mid-air, pursuing Diaz with relentless speed. Hurricane Foot, Flying Slash. Doflamingo executed a swift turn, delivering a series of vacuum slashes. With a mere flick of his hand, he intercepted the attacks with fine threads. Yet Diaz, leveraging the momentum from his kick, accelerated even further. Touching down in the clearing and discarding Sugar aside, Diaz raised his hand, declaring, Now, Doflamingo, let us engage in battle. You bastard. What do you intend to do? Why are you doing this? Doflamingo's murderous intent flared towards Diaz. Yet he needed to ascertain the latter's true motives. Why? I too am in search of answers, Diaz retorted nonchalantly, quoting a certain Magenta demon. To be frank, I simply wish to eliminate you. It is as straightforward as that. You, scoundrel, you have slain my kin, and you shall not depart from here. Suddenly, the Conqueror's Haki erupted, sweeping through the air. Diaz scoffed, Conqueror's Haki? Who has experienced it? The two Haki energies clashed in midair, intertwining like red and black lightnings, each refusing to yield. Ultimately, they both reached a stalemate, bringing this prolonged confrontation to an abrupt end. With such Conqueror's Haki, you cannot be an insignificant individual. Who knows? Doflamingo smirked. I shall strip away your mask and torment you, making you understand the price of harming my family. His fingers danced with a frenzied energy, signaling the onset of his attack. Huh, bring it on, Diaz exclaimed, retrieving his phone, inputting 103 and pressing enter. He twisted the phone to the left, shaping it into something akin to a pistol. Fui's phone burst gun mode. He pressed the adjacent button, unleashing a crimson beam. Doflamingo swiftly dodged, leaving behind a small hole in the ground that emitted wisps of white smoke. I must not be hit. Diaz altered his shooting mode, pressing the buttons 1, 0, and 6, transforming it into a more potent 3-shot explosive mode. He unleashed a barrage of 3 powerful crimson beams. Doflamingo swiftly evaded, as the fine thread in his hand coalesced into a long whip, its hardness rivaling that of steel, effortlessly capable of cleaving skyscrapers in two. Ultra Strike Whip. Diaz retreated, distancing himself from the onslaught of the Hyper Whip. The Hyper Whip pivoted mid-air, ensnaring the bewildered Sugar and drawing it close. Observing the situation, Diaz refrained from intervening and instead secured his phone back onto his belt. Sugar, are you all right? Young master. Sugar, having protected Doflamingo's leg, burst into tears. Sister. Doringer and the others are dead. Doflamingo's expression darkened like the stormy sea. I know. Stay back. I will kill him. Understood. Wiping her tears, Sugar scampered outside. Diaz remarked. Is this your final act of kindness? Doflamingo is a paradox. While he may seem heartless, he treats his subordinates well. Conversely, if one were to speak of his kindness, he did eliminate his own father. A born villain, perhaps family is the last vestige of tenderness in his heart. No one is allowed to harm my family. Doflamingo raised a hand, from which countless fine threads erupted, swiftly weaving together to form another identical Doflamingo. Shadow Stitch. With this technique, Doflamingo could create a doppelganger indistinguishable in strength and appearance, effectively allowing two Doflamingos to engage in battle. Intriguing, yet utterly pointless. Diaz shook his head as a motorcycle materialized beside him. With a series of mechanical clicks, the motorcycle transformed into a towering robot. Standing over 2 meters high, the mechanized marauder. In terms of ordinary data, it surpassed the armor adorning Diaz, clearly a creation of a particular corporation. I have companions too, Diaz remarked, patting the mechanized marauder. The robot gripped its front wheel, which morphed into a Gatling gun, unleashing a torrential barrage upon Doflamingo and his shadow riders. The gun's muzzle erupted in flames, propelling countless bullets forth. In unison, the shadow riders and Doflamingo gestured, fine threads burrowing into the ground, lifting a boulder to intercept the onslaught of bullets. Super Strike Whip. 2 long whips lashed out, slicing through the air. Diaz executed a backflip, landing behind the mechanized marauder as the Super Strike Whip ensnared it, drawing it toward Doflamingo. A swift kick followed. His foot entwined with 8 barely visible threads, razor-sharp yet incapable of penetrating the robot's body. After all, much of its structure boasted a hardness akin to diamond. What? Doflamingo momentarily faltered at this revelation. A crimson beam flickered in his observation, revealing Diaz in the distance, firing a black gun. That fellow must be dealt with. The Shadow Riders surged forth under his command, but Diaz remained unfazed, removing his instruction chip and replacing it with an acceleration chip. Complete. Silver light burst forth from his photonic veins, his chest plate retracting to expose a core, the photonic blood shifting from red to silver. His eyes transforming from yellow to red. His speed and strength surged instantaneously. Fui's acceleration form. This form could only be sustained for 35 seconds. Exceeding that duration would lead to collapse. Furthermore, after initiating acceleration, it could only be maintained for 10 seconds, yet during those fleeting moments, he would move at a speed 1,000 times greater than usual. Let us have some fun, but only for 10 seconds. He pressed the acceleration button. Start up. An invisible wave of energy erupted around him, his body crouching slightly before launching forward, so swiftly that even observation could not keep pace. This was the essence of 3 seconds to defeat a foe, 7 seconds to flaunt. Chapter 81. Identity exposed in acceleration mode, Diaz was unable to discern the enemy's position. His observational senses could not match that terrifying speed. He had to first ascertain their location before charging in a straight line for a face-to-face assault. Bang, bang, bang. The Shadow Knight was relentlessly assaulted by him. Once ensnared, the onslaught would never cease. Fist struck like lightning, one after another, shattering the Shadow Knight's form, while the photon blood coursing through him was systematically obliterated. With a slight tremor in his hand, Diaz's assault persisted until the Shadow Knight fragmented into several pieces, cascading to the ground. Doflamingo could not discern Diaz's silhouette at all. He quickly enveloped himself in an abundance of fine threads, only to find a black and silver figure materialize before him, delivering a powerful blow to his face. Bang! After rolling several times on the ground, propped up by his arm, Diaz charged at him once more, sending him flying again. Arriving ahead of Doflamingo's landing spot, he unleashed a flurry of kicks, preventing him from descending. 3, 2, 1, timeout. The time was up, acceleration ceased, and reformation. State released, returning to his normal form. Continuing the acceleration would cause the photon blood vessels to rupture under the strain. Error. Suddenly, the driver emitted a mournful cry. The belt around his waist disintegrated and fell to the ground, while the armor he wore was directly dismantled, revealing Diaz's true visage. I may have overdone it. I did not anticipate that the transformation's time limit would expire at this moment, resulting in the belt being destroyed by my own hand. merging with the sandy remains on the ground. Diaz, a bruised and battered Doflamingo, growled through clenched teeth, recognizing him with a mix of fury and disbelief. The voice was unrecognizable, yet that face was all too familiar, one he had longed to tear apart countless times over the years. His hatred ran deep, making it impossible to forget. "Ah, young master, it has been so many years. Have you missed me?" Diaz greeted Doflamingo with an untroubled smile. "Miss? I wish you were dead." Bullet line. Without the protection of his armor, Diaz knew he could not withstand the assault with mere flesh, and in an instant, he drew his sword, deftly parrying the bullet lines. With a flourish of his blade, Diaz declared, "That armor was merely my toy. I am no weakling. Die." Doflamingo surged forward, unseen lines materializing around Diaz, slicing through the air, while Diaz raised his leg, enveloped in the hardened color of his haki. Both legs, shrouded in darkness, collided, sending a gust of wind that stirred up clouds of dust. In the already obscured night, visibility diminished further, intensifying the chaotic battle. Diaz suddenly lost control of his hand, while Doflamingo's fingers twitched, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "You were destined to lose, Diaz. I shall toy with you mercilessly." Was it the parasitic thread? Both hands began to move erratically. Doflamingo's parasitic line would manipulate the ensnared like puppets. Once attached, it became an excruciating predicament. Bang! The pockball hanging at his waist automatically opened, and Shakira's emerged. "Shakira's, unleash the destructive death ray above me." With a resounding cry, Shakira's horn glowed brilliantly, sending forth a destructive death ray that severed the parasitic thread. Collision. A powerful jet of gas erupted from Shakira's back, colliding with Doflamingo and sending him flying. What? Stone attack. Shakira's broke free, his heavy form crashing into the sand, dislodging several stones that soared towards Doflamingo. "Do not underestimate me." Spider's nest. An abundance of silken threads wove into a vast web, intercepting the stones. Now, destructive death ray. A yellow beam pierced the air, accompanied by unimaginable heat, shattering the web. Doflamingo, fearing a direct confrontation, propelled himself into the air with moonwalk, while Diaz appeared behind him, blade in hand. Ultimate technique, immortal slash. A dark red sword energy cleaved through Doflamingo's flamingo coat and struck his back with a metallic clang. In a moment of crisis, he employed his haki to shield his spine. Cut. A swift kick propelled him forward, allowing Doflamingo to execute a graceful backflip midair. Shakira's. The destructive death ray surged forth once more, aiming at the freshly landed Doflamingo, who rolled to evade, appearing rather disheveled. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Diaz transformed into a streak of lightning, closing in rapidly. Seventh secret sword, Thunderlight. Thrust. The blade pierced Doflamingo's chest, though it narrowly missed the heart. Blood spurted from Doflamingo's mouth as he grasped the blade, a multitude of threads ensnaring Diaz, another burst of blood splattering onto Diaz's face. How about a blood-blinding technique? The threads wrapped around Diaz like a zongzi, while Doflamingo withdrew his blade, stitching the gun's muzzle with thread. Not bad, but just average. Gritting through the discomfort in his eyes, Diaz managed to shift away from Doflamingo with his barely mobile feet. His body was immobilized, vision compromised. He activated his observation haki as Doflamingo snapped his fingers, and the threads surged forth once more. Heaven-shaking impact. The jade shield enveloped its wielder, while Diaz trembled with fervor, severing the threads that bound his blade. He swiftly reversed the grip on Murakumo, slicing through the remaining strands. Yet, Doflamingo charged forth, delivering a powerful kick to the jade shield, which promptly manifested cracks, though it remained intact for the moment. With a surge of extraordinary strength, Diaz burst free from the last of the threads, and upon regaining his freedom, he immediately retrieved water to cleanse his eyes and restore his vision. Doflamingo, one must admit, you have become quite despicable, but who truly embodies deceit? You, the wily one. In comparison to Diaz, Doflamingo felt a wave of inadequacy wash over him. His wound throbbed painfully, yet it had been stitched, assuring that excessive bleeding would not impede his ability to continue the fight. You had the opportunity to end my life before, yet chose not to. Now you shall face the consequences of your arrogance. Doflamingo's words rendered Diaz momentarily abashed, for he had indeed acted recklessly. He had initially intended to execute a knightly kick to vanquish him once his accelerated form concluded, never anticipating that the transformation's duration would lapse, reducing his belt to ashes. I concede, I was indeed reckless, but even without that armor, I remain capable of defeating you. Doflamingo. Diaz assumed a posture reminiscent of a legendary swordsman, sheathing his blade with grace. The exquisite technique, known as the wakizashi cross-slash, sliced through the air with such swiftness that even Doflamingo barely had time to react. Threads of silk intertwined before him, blocking the ominous blade of Murakumo. With a swift motion of his arm, he unleashed the fallen rogue line. In Chapter 82, American Kaido, as he swept his arm downward, Doflamingo conjured 5 nearly transparent threads from the tips of his fingers, descending from above at an angle. Observing this, Diaz immediately extended his haki to protect his chest and abdomen, shielding himself from potential penetration. The sound of 2 sharp clangs echoed as the fallen rogue line was deflected. Doflamingo's combat style is characterized by an insidious precision, with imperceptible threads that can strike from the most unexpected angles, necessitating complete vigilance during the fray. Diaz would certainly not let his guard down. The agile Morin and Shakiras flanked him, with bullets and destructive beams occasionally whizzing past, causing immense frustration for Doflamingo. However, both adversaries possessed commendable defensive capabilities, with Shakiras even adept at burrowing underground. Their battle did not resonate with grandeur. There were no earth-shattering clashes, only sporadic sounds of collision echoing through the air. On a distant hill, 3 members of CP0 clad in white stood watch, observing the duel unfolding below. "Are we not to assist Doflamingo?" inquired the man with the white mask. The other, adorned with a lion mask, replied, "No, we are no match for Diaz. That madman nearly annihilated the previous generation of CP0. Our presence would be tantamount to suicide. Our mission is to ensure Doflamingo's survival. If he manages to eliminate Diaz, splendid. If he falters, we must devise a means of rescue. Let us first notify the Navy." The number of CP0 operatives was relatively scant. The previous generation had been meticulously selected by the world government for their strength, tasked with missions in the protection of the celestial dragons. Yet, Diaz's bombings in Mariejois had nearly decimated them. Some operatives on missions were recalled to select outstanding members for the CP organization, and these 3 were among the chosen few. They harbored no confidence in defeating Diaz. The mission bestowed upon them by the 5 elders was to oversee Doflamingo's ascension as the king of Dressrosa. Should he succeed, he would be elevated to a celestial dragon. Should he fail, their priority was to ensure his survival. Doflamingo was indeed well suited to be the world government's puppet master. The underworld was intricate, and with his identity as Joker, he thrived within its depths. The world government occasionally required dealings with the underworld, yet they could not afford to lose face, thus necessitating an intermediary who would not expose their identity. Doflamingo was that individual, which is why the world government would not permit his untimely demise. Finding another intermediary would not be a trivial endeavor. As the battle intensified, with sword energy sweeping through the air, Doflamingo felt a tingling apprehension. Diaz exhibited seemingly boundless stamina, growing more formidable with each exchange, while Doflamingo, burdened by his injuries, found himself gradually weakening. "What is the matter? Are you unable to overcome me, young master?" Diaz taunted, provoking a bitter laugh from Doflamingo. "You wretched traitor. You self-righteous scoundrel. You embody the very essence of a pirate, cold, cruel, and treacherous, the quintessential pirate trope. Diaz, at your core, you are a pirate. Have you lost your mind?" Diaz retorted, a traitor who frequently plunges into the depths. "During our time together, I was indeed a pirate. Within the Navy, I am the Navy. My flexible moral boundaries allow me to adopt various identities. Yet, identity is inconsequential. What I desire, I shall achieve. If I declare my intent to slay you, I will do precisely that. Damn this lunatic." Doflamingo seethed inwardly, cursing the madness of Diaz, who was far more single-minded than he had anticipated. Let us see who shall be the one to extinguish the other. A cold smirk graced Doflamingo's lips as the lines clashed with blades. Suddenly, Diaz drew his firearm, landing a blow on Doflamingo. That despicable wretch. Fortunately, he evaded just in time, sustaining only a graze to his waist. The searing pain radiated through him, and blisters formed around the wound, indicating a burn. Just when the fight was escalating, this man resorted to using a gun. How could he be so underhanded? His reflexes were astonishingly swift. This was the essence of the Wano combat technique, the renowned American Kaido. Good heavens, how the times have changed. What chaos is this? Enough of this. Let us commence the second round. Diaz sheathed his weapon, gripping both guns firmly and then merging them, proclaiming, "Behold my pure love, great sword." The dual firearms extended into a grand sword of celestial flames, each unsheathing a tribute to his beloved. Diaz held an unwavering love for himself. Indeed, The pure love greatsword was indisputable. Flames scorched his body yet simultaneously initiated a slow regeneration. After years of rigorous development, his physique had been transformed by the heavens and curses, approaching perfection, an 8-pack of abs, a body in golden proportion, surpassing even the sculptures of ancient Greece. Coupled with the ripple force, his self-healing ability was unparalleled, rivaling those basking under the sun. Sunlight Spear. Just as Doflamingo anticipated an onslaught from Diaz wielding the greatsword, Diaz instead feigned with his right hand, conjuring thunder into a long spear, which he hurled with great force. Boom! The thunder crackled. And although it did not strike its intended target, the explosive currents left Doflamingo tingling all over. Diaz, engulfed in flames, resembled a demonic deity, delivering a blow with sheer force that was devoid of technique. What? Doflamingo found himself unable to retreat in time, crossing his arms and enveloping them with haki to withstand Diaz's strike. However, the flames of the celestial sword surged forth like maggots, racing towards him. In an instant, they ignited his coat, tearing it apart in several lines that fell to the ground. Simultaneously, he ensnared the clouds above with his strings, floating in the air. With a subtle movement of his fingers, he lifted a multitude of stones. Noticing Diaz gliding forward with the grace of a moonwalk, the stones plummeted. Yet Diaz skillfully deflected them with his sword while employing the shave technique to maneuver rapidly, leaving Doflamingo's scalp tingling with anxiety. Within mere steps, Diaz appeared before him. The great sword descended, flames surging forth, searing Doflamingo's flesh, causing him to sweat profusely. The perspiration seeped into the wound, intensifying the sensation of agony. Ripple style. Rapid movement. Get away from me. With the power of ripple entwined around his legs, he delivered a kick that sent Doflamingo sprawling to the ground. Rolling across the sandy terrain, Doflamingo spat out a mouthful of blood, the lingering force of the ripple spreading through him, causing immense discomfort. It was clear that if the battle continued in this manner, defeat was imminent. This was not the time for entanglement. Should this persist, the fate of Dressrosa would be sealed, and his plans would face yet another delay. What of Sugar? She must be taken from this place. And then he would seek out Baby, Five, and Buffalo. They were his last remaining family. He had to reach Sugar. He simply had to reach her. Chapter 83. The interception of a formidable foe. It seemed that Diaz sensed Doflamingo's wavering resolve. With a shake of his mighty sword, flames erupted, forming a wall of fire that encircled them. The orange glow illuminated their faces, radiating with scorching heat. I have declared my intent to eliminate you. There is no way I shall allow your escape. Diaz gripped his sword firmly, the wind swirling at his feet, swift and fierce. The overwhelming aura of lethality made Doflamingo's expression shift. This madman was determined to end his life. Then let your life be forfeit, Diaz. A multitude of white threads surged forth like a tidal wave, conjured by Doflamingo, advancing in an overwhelming flood. Heavenly Fire, unsheath. With a powerful slash, the orange sword light severed the tide of threads. Diaz leaped over, yet more threads rushed toward him, flames consuming them, filling the air with an indescribable scent of charred remnants. The battle raged on, both Diaz and Doflamingo growing increasingly ruthless, targeting each other's vital points in a frenzy. Their eyes clouded with bloodlust, roaring and clashing until one would fall. Their conflict persisted until dawn, the first light of morning creeping in. As the sun's rays illuminated him, Diaz's injuries began to mend slowly, his stamina replenishing, growing ever more valiant, his body tireless and his energy boundless. In contrast, Doflamingo appeared somewhat fatigued. Is this fellow a monster? He pondered. Kill. Awakening. Doflamingo made a swift decision, realizing that if this continued, he would be dragged to his demise by Diaz. Pressing his palms against the heated sand, scorched by flames, he transformed it into threads. Upon awakening the powers of his paramecia-type devil fruit, he could manipulate the surrounding environment. Doflamingo had mastered the string fruit over the years, making its awakening a natural progression. If he had consumed a more formidable fruit, perhaps he would have advanced further. Alas, he had only devoured the string fruit. While the fruit might not seem powerful in others' hands, it flourished under Doflamingo's skill. Raging White Serpent. The threads on the ground morphed into a long white serpent, striking upward with a swaying motion. Wildfire spreading. Flames surged like a tide, engulfing the raging white serpent. With his other hand, Diaz drew Murakumo, executing his ultimate technique, Undying Slash. With a single stroke, he severed the remaining threads, stepping into the void as if propelled by a bullet, swiftly closing in on Doflamingo. Doflamingo retreated at lightning speed, his hands swirling as thousands of threads ascended, each entwined with the color of armament hockey, resembling the outstretched wings of a flamingo, all launching toward the enemy. 1,000 arrows piercing the heart, feather strike, line. The 4th secret sword, Mirage Wolf. The 7th secret sword, Thunderlight. These 2 secret swords exchanged in rapid succession, the threads piercing through Diaz's afterimage, arriving before Doflamingo. Starburst Airflow Slash. The great sword and blade whirled in an unending flurry of strikes, each faster than the last, landing upon Doflamingo's body. In a mere instant, 16 slashes struck various parts of Doflamingo, his face, chest, thighs, abdomen, and back. He was sent flying, collapsing to the ground, his fate uncertain. Diaz approached him and, upon witnessing his feeble state, remarked, "It is over, Doflamingo." He raised his blade, suddenly pivoted, and struck downwards, the blade crashing onto a figure clad in white. The adversary, arms outstretched, attempted to parry the blow but faltered, sinking to his knees with great effort. "CP0? Here to eliminate me? I had presumed you were all eradicated. We harbor no such intentions, but I beseech you to spare his life," the figure implored, his tone submissive, clearly aware of his inferiority to Diaz, and thus resorting to such desperation. "Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs?" Diaz raised an eyebrow, exerting pressure with his arm, the opponent's body beginning to sink into the sandy ground beneath them. "I dare not, yet I have managed to buy some time," he replied. Diaz abruptly turned around, only to find that Doflamingo had been carried away by 2 individuals. With a swift kick, he sent one of them flying, determined not to let them escape. He pursued the 2, unleashing a meteor shower of flames. Fiery meteors descended from the heavens, and as Diaz looked up, he beheld a red figure clad in the cloak of justice, whose arms continuously unleashed torrents of molten rock. "TCH, Akainu. He has finally arrived." CP0 breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that no matter how formidable Diaz was, he could not surpass Akainu's strength. However, this attack would also affect himself, indeed. He was a madman. Diaz cleaved through the molten rock with his blade, casting a reluctant glance towards Doflamingo, realizing he could no longer pursue him. The flame greatsword transformed into dual pistols, unleashing a barrage of bullets at several individuals, yet all were intercepted by CP0. In the distance, the mobile phantom transformed into a motorcycle, and Diaz alighted upon it, taking Shakira's with him. Accelerating the throttle, the vehicle surged forward at a staggering speed of 350 kilometers per hour. "Do not even think about escaping, Diaz. You shall meet your demise here today." Akainu had chased Diaz for quite some time. Upon reaching the North Sea without a trace of him, he was forced to return to the New World. Last night, he received a report from CP0, leading him to immediately bring his men to the scene. Upon arriving at Dressrosa, he observed signs of battle and, without hesitation, charged in alone, quickly spotting Diaz intent on eliminating Doflamingo, with CP0 intervening as well. Thus, he launched an assault, indifferent to who was present, determined to eradicate them all. The members of CP0 were no saints either. They had the audacity to speak to him in a commanding tone last night, truly underestimating his temper. Witnessing Diaz attempt to flee, Akainu naturally would not allow it and hastily pursued him. However, his speed could not match that of the mobile Pegasus. If it were Kizaru, the situation might have been different, but Akainu was not known for his swiftness. Even as an admiral, he could not reach a speed of 350 kilometers per hour. The shave technique could achieve short bursts of acceleration, yet it was unsustainable. After a brief chase, he realized the distance was only increasing. Great fire behind him erupted like a volcanic explosion as the mobile Pegasus ascended a steep slope and leapt forth, its figure gradually fading into the horizon. "There is no need for further assistance, Sakazuki-senpai." Diaz gripped the handle with one hand and waved it dismissively. "Damn it." Akainu ignited everything around him, unleashing his fury. How dare that traitor to the Navy still call himself my senior brother? What on earth are those CP0 agents doing? They couldn't even restrain Diaz, and why did they rescue Doflamingo? While Doflamingo is indeed one of the 7 warlords of the sea, it is absurd to think that the world government would go so far as to save a pirate. The 7 warlords are powerful pirates, and the world government would rather see them eradicated. Rescuing Doflamingo is utterly out of the ordinary. He couldn't fathom it, and felt compelled to demand answers from Fleet Admiral Sengoku. "Those damned CP0 agents and Diaz, how dare they treat me like a fool?" Chapter 84. I need a nation on the other side. Diaz rode his motorcycle to the seaside, where he spotted Sugar hiding among the coconut trees. His spirits lifted as he quickly approached her, scooping her up and stowing away his vehicle before jumping onto his ship. To the astonished Rocinante and Baby 5, he exclaimed, "Run! Run! The Admiral is coming!" Baby 5, filled with terror, cried out, "We must flee, Mr. Corazon." Rocinante quietly remarked, "But I am part of the Navy." "Oh, right." Baby 5 suddenly realized. Diaz continued, "Doflamingo has been rescued by CP0. Keep an eye out for any news about him. Here, take this." As he handed Rocinante a large transponder snail, he then playfully kicked him onto the beach. "Ouch, ouch, ouch. That little brat," Rocinante exclaimed, sitting up on the sand and watching the wavebreaker sail away, staring at the transponder snail with a mixture of confusion and annoyance. On the wavebreaker, Diaz steered the ship while Baby 5 held Sugar, attempting to unlock the sea stone handcuffs. However, the foolish girl forgot that she was also a devil fruit user. And upon touching the sea stone, her strength diminished. Sugar had spent the better part of the night reaching the coconut grove, and fortunately, she had not been discovered by CP0. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous. "Save your strength. You're a devil fruit user too. What are you thinking? Wah, you wicked man. The young master will not let you off." Sugar wailed. Diaz responded nonchalantly, "Though Doflamingo was rescued, I severely injured him and nearly finished him off. If it weren't for CP0 and Akainu's arrival, he would already be dead. Even if he recovers, he will lack the courage to confront me again. You wicked man. The young master will never be defeated. Indeed, I shall kill you." Baby 5 exclaimed as she regained her composure, her right arm transforming into a rocket launcher. Diaz lightly replied, "Baby 5, I need you to lower your weapon." "Understood." Sugar thought to herself, "It's over. There's not a trustworthy soul among them. This person is beyond saving." Diaz gazed at Sugar, narrowing his eyes, and remarked, "You are a perilous individual. Your abilities compel me to contemplate how to deal with you. Perhaps eliminating you would be a definitive solution." Sugar's body tensed, trembling as she concealed herself behind Baby 5. The recent aura of death had truly made her feel as though she were confronting her own demise. "Nevertheless, I must refrain from taking action against a mere child." Diaz waved his hand and said, "Baby 5, please take good care of Sugar and ensure she doesn't wander off." "Oh." Baby 5 felt a renewed sense of purpose and immediately perked up. However, the thought of Doflamingo's uncertain fate filled her with anxiety. Doflamingo had truly treated them well. Diaz was indifferent to the thoughts swirling in their minds. What he sought was a nation to command, a realm under his dominion. He craved intelligence. As he emerged from the cabin, a news gull soared overhead, prompting him to wave a hand. The gull descended, and Diaz procured a newspaper, inquiring, "You must recognize me. Do you not?" The gull nodded, for it was not merely a minion of Morgan's selling papers. It served as his eyes. Having consumed the bird fruit, transforming into the albatross form, he possessed the ability to comprehend avian speech, thus gleaning the happenings of the world through the gull's reports. Besides the intelligence network and journalists, this was a significant source of information for Morgans. Certain matters would be recorded by the gull and relayed to Morgans at night, who would then extract valuable insights to craft the next day's news. This was one of the reasons why the intelligence of the World Economic Journal was so astute, consistently capturing major headlines. The number of journalists across the globe was insufficient. Some perilous locales were beyond their reach. In such instances, the news gulls became indispensable. They would traverse the world, with even the kingdom of transgenders deploying specialized avian emissaries to deliver newspapers. Of course, it was also possible that the regular news gulls had been affected by that peculiar group. "Now, please deliver this to your esteemed employer. It shall cover your travel expenses." He slipped a note and a wad of bills into the gull's pouch. With a flap of its wings, the gull took to the skies, heading back whence it came. The newspapers were of little worth. They fetched scant currency, far less than the sum Diaz had provided. Diaz is someone he is acquainted with. Perhaps he has significant news to share with the big boss. If the task is executed well, there may even be a delightful bonus dinner in the evening. "What did you give him?" Baby 5 inquired. "My phone number." Diaz smiled and remarked that the telephone bug, equipped with a microphone and keypad, could indeed dial and make calls over considerable distances, enabling long-range communication. He stretched lazily, retrieved a compass, and silently wished for a safe island where he could find respite. The compass needle whirled and pointed towards the northeast. The broken wave set sail towards its destination. Within half a day's journey, a picturesque island emerged before them. They anchored the ship by the shore and, together with Baby 5 and Sugar, disembarked onto the island. Baby, 5 exclaimed, how did you manage to find such a splendid island? It was merely intuition, he replied. That little brat is now in your hands. After Diaz waved his hand, he allowed the two individuals to entertain themselves while he lifted the boat from the sea. Beneath the vessel clung numerous barnacles, which he intended to meticulously clean. It was absurd that, despite such rapid movement, these barnacles had managed to cling on, along with other unfamiliar parasitic creatures. He picked up a shovel and began the cleaning process. In this world, one cannot progress without a ship, and the wave breaker required diligent maintenance. Meanwhile, Baby 5 took Sugar aside to prepare a fire for cooking. With a heavy heart, Sugar lamented, Baby 5, sister, they were all killed by him. Baby 5, filled with sorrow, contemplated the fate of their young master, yet she admitted, although Diaz is fierce and has a penchant for violence, one cannot deny that he possesses a good heart. Why do you defend him? Sugar inquired. Because I once regarded him as a brother. Baby 5 gazed at the figure diligently cleaning the ship and continued. He may be fierce, but he has cared for me. When Buffalo bullied me, it was he who taught Buffalo a lesson. Despite my subsequent amicable relationship with Buffalo, he did not take my life. He was the first to encourage me to embrace my true self. I am at a loss. I yearn to be needed, Sugar. I am sorry, I wish I could harm him, but I am unable to do so. She truly found it impossible to act against the brother she held dear, still considering Diaz as family. Chapter 85. Morgan's intelligence. That evening, Diaz received a phone call from Morgans, the president of the World Economic News. Mr. Diaz, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, the phone bug chirped, mimicking Morgan's likeness. Greetings, Mr. Morgans, Diaz replied as he lifted the receiver. I did not anticipate you would contact me in such a creative manner, Mr. Diaz, Morgans chuckled, surprised that someone had utilized a news seagull to convey their contact information. He was intrigued to discover what Diaz desired, so he continued the conversation. I am well aware that the news seagulls are the eyes of the news king, Diaz remarked. Haha, Morgans laughed, not denying it. What is it that you wish for me to do? If there is breaking news, I shall not hesitate to offer financial compensation. With breaking news, the World Economic News could sell more copies, allowing him to swiftly recoup costs, which was, after all, a lucrative endeavor. No, I have come to purchase intelligence. I understand that your information network is among the most formidable in the world, and I require a specific piece of intelligence. Morgans, in his office, appeared somewhat excited as he responded, I wonder what kind of intelligence you seek. The price is negotiable. Diaz spoke straightforwardly, referring to a nation that was not a member of the world government, renowned for its fierce populace, and ruled by a king engaged in nefarious activities. Oh, you desire that country? Oh. Are you aspiring to become a king? Morgans inquired excitedly. Indeed, I currently require a nation. I need a stronghold. Surely, you can procure this information for me? Please hold on. A cacophony of sounds emanated from the other end, and shortly thereafter, Morgans announced, I have found it, the Kingdom of Sorel. It boasts a considerable land area, situated near the windless zones in the New World, with a robust populace, almost entirely martial, deterring ordinary pirates from causing trouble. The king, Drake III, possesses the bat fruit, allowing him to transform into a vampire bat. Is it not a mythical zoan? Mythical zoans are not as common as cabbages, Mr. Diaz, Morgans remarked. Currently, there are only 3 known users of mythical zoan fruits at sea. Oh, you mean the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 1st Division, the immortal Marco, Kaido of the Beasts, and Fleet Admiral Sengoku, correct? Yes, it seems your information network is quite extensive. I simply happen to know. I initially thought it was the bat fruit, mythical zoan, vampire form, but it turns out to be an ordinary vampire bat. Thank you. As for remuneration, I have both information and berries. Which do you prefer? Either will suffice. However, as a journalist, I have a penchant for breaking news. Morgans replied with a smile. All right, last night, I severely injured Don Quixote da Flamingo, but he was later rescued by CP0. Oh, that is indeed significant news, Mr. Diaz. You are only 18, are you not? Not yet. I will celebrate my 18th birthday in a few months. Truly impressive for one so young, Morgans remarked. I wonder if you have any photographs? None. A Kaido arrived, and I had no time to capture any images. Are you implying that an admiral of the Navy has also arrived? Morgans exclaimed, slapping the table in excitement. Remarkable. To think that 7 warlords, pirates, and the Navy converged last night, and yet Diaz managed to escape unscathed. This is indeed monumental news. though it still pales in comparison to the astonishing events of last year. Indeed, it transpired in Dressrosa, where Doflamingo sought to become the king of Dressrosa. A king? Why is it that both he and you aspire to royalty? That comes at a different price. Who would have thought that Mr. Diaz is also a person of character? Consider this as an exchange. Whenever you require information, I shall assist you to the best of my abilities. How does that sound? Morgans proposed. Very well. He's a celestial dragon. A celestial dragon. Impossible. Wait, Don Quixote. Are you saying you are not of the same lineage? Morgan was astonished, his mind racing with a flurry of information. Could it be that he was the son of the former celestial dragon, Homingu, who had renounced his status? And what of his brother, Rosinante? The announcement of Homingu's voluntary relinquishment of his celestial dragon identity had caused quite a stir back then. Morgan had obtained first-hand information and reported it, propelling the once lesser-known world economic news to unprecedented heights. Indeed, Mr. Diaz, you have truly surprised me. I appreciate your remarkable news. Please feel free to contact me anytime. Of course, do reach out to me first with any significant developments. A journalist will never overlook a major story, Morgan stated. No problem. Diaz acquiesced, recognizing that both he and the other party were leveraging one another, extracting valuable intelligence to satisfy their respective needs. The Celestial Empire, Drake III? It was time to commence a life of cultivation. He required a nation as his foundation. A confrontation with the world government was inevitable. Having obliterated Mariejois, how could he expect to evade their wrath? The fact that him had not revealed himself was indeed fortuitous. Upon reflection, the bombs he had planted had merely succeeded in killing most of the celestial dragons, while some formidable individuals, including him, likely remained unscathed. The full extent of M's strength was unknown to anyone, but the ability to command the five elders indicated an extraordinary status. In retrospect, his escape from capture was a stroke of luck. The thought of him likely being unharmed and indifferent, simply intent on restoring the celestial dragons, was unsettling. Otherwise, he would not have permitted Rosinante or Don Quixote Doflamingo to rejoin their ranks. What benefit could there possibly be in restoring a horde of parasites? Doflamingo might possess the answers. After all, he had once been a celestial dragon and potentially the heir of a household, thus privy to significant knowledge. The next opportunity to capture him would be utilized to extract all he knew. Otherwise, he should not expect an easy demise. One nation was far from sufficient. His ambition was to swiftly seize control of a nation, execute a merger, and forge a substantial alliance, subsequently uniting with the Revolutionary Army to overthrow the world government. The plan was straightforward, yet the execution proved challenging, particularly due to time constraints. Presently, his most pressing need was time. Certain matters required human intervention, necessitating that the announcement of laughter be delayed, granting him the necessary time for development. Otherwise, him or the world government would not remain idle. The Pirate King. Absurd. Chapter 86. The Kingdom of Cyril. The following morning, Diaz departed the island with Baby, Five, and Sugar, guided by the compass towards the Kingdom of Cyril. They received intelligence regarding the kingdom from a messenger gull, along with a note from Morgan stating, "Customer service. Do not forget me when you have big news." This individual was quite accommodating, providing after-sales service as well. Satisfied, Diaz and his companions reached the Kingdom of Cyril after 3 days of sailing. The initial impression of this country was one of poverty. As they entered, Diaz, Baby, Five, and Sugar sensed numerous hostile gazes directed at them. Baby, Five edged closer to Diaz, uncomfortable under the scrutiny, her small hand tightly clutching Sugar's. After a few steps, a muscular man approached them, brazenly declaring, "Kid, I've taken a liking to this woman. She belongs to me now." Was he in need of assistance? Was this a proposal? Baby Five's eyes sparkled, but her words darkened Diaz's expression, while Sugar muttered, "She's having another episode. Step aside." What? Bang. Before the opposing words could fully materialize, Diaz delivered a devastating punch that shattered the man's facial bones, causing him to collapse, oblivious to his fate. "How dare you torment our people? You seek your demise." This act unleashed chaos akin to disturbing a hornet's nest, prompting a throng to rush forward. Diaz shook his head, pondering the futility of it all. The crowd witnessed a sudden vanishing act, as if the man had never existed. What? Bang, 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 bang. With a few faint sounds, Diaz reappeared, while the group lay defeated. A sweeping glance revealed others shrinking back, too intimidated to cast any peculiar glances. The local customs were fierce. They were nothing short of ruffians. Morgans had perhaps overestimated their demeanor. They were indeed a band of brigands. Where are we headed? Baby, 5 inquired. To the royal palace. What purpose lies in that? To slay and usurp. Curiosity crept into their minds. Yet Diaz remained unresponsive, retrieving the map gifted by Morgans to locate the royal city. They were merely at a coastal dock town, with several other cities belonging to the Silao kingdom. Their next destination was the royal city. He produced the mechanized steed and instructed Baby, 5, and Sugar to take their seats. Buckle up? Understood. With a twist of the throttle. The mechanized steed surged forward along the dirt path. After a considerable journey, Diaz and his companions halted before a city, the royal city of the Silao kingdom. Towering walls, reaching over 10 meters high, encircled the vibrant forest beyond, while 2 guards lounged at the entrance, extorting the citizens entering and exiting the royal city. Seeking to siphon their wealth, Diaz paid them no heed and charged forward, unflinchingly. Intruders. We have intruders. Pirates. The pirates have breached our defenses. Someone shouted. Gunfire erupted from behind, and Baby, 5 expelled the smoke from her mouth, cursing vehemently. Damn it, do these fools think I am merely idling about? Her arms transformed into gun barrels, unleashing a barrage towards the rear. Diaz cautioned against harming the innocent. Rest assured, my marksmanship is quite precise. Indeed it was. Though he had only struck 2 targets, hindered by the swift agility of the celestial steed, which left the guards trailing behind. The royal palace of the Cyril kingdom was far more dilapidated than Diaz had envisioned, a stark contrast to the opulence of the celestial dragon's domain. It was as if one were in a different realm altogether, and it appeared even less splendid than the quarters of the enslaved. For the exterior embellishments beyond these walls were vastly superior. Certain areas were in disrepair, while others bore visible damage, left unattended amidst the chaos of battle. Strangely, the palace windows had been sealed. This place is quite run down. Could that wretched Morgans be selling me false intelligence? He decided to proceed regardless. Approaching the grand yet closed entrance of the palace, he was abruptly confronted by 2 guards. Who goes there? This is the royal palace. You cannot enter. I have business with your majesty. Unacceptable. Depart from here. Please, step aside. As Diaz advanced, the guards prepared to act, but darkness enveloped them, and they collapsed to the ground. Diaz retracted his conqueror's haki and shook his head, remarking on its remarkable utility. Open the door, we need to check the water meter. With a powerful kick, he forced the palace door open. Darkness engulfed the interior, and a pungent scent of rust assailed their senses. Baby, 5 covered her nose and inquired. How many lives have perished within these walls? I have no idea. As they ventured inside, a pair of crimson eyes fixated upon them from the shadows. Buzz. Diaz was suddenly struck by an unsettling sensation, as Baby, 5 and Sugar promptly covered their ears. What on earth is that? A sound wave. Diaz covered his ears as a shadow rushed towards him with astonishing speed, swiftly capturing both him and Sugar. Baby, 5 cursed under her breath. Raising her arm to transform it into a cannon, aimed at the enormous bat soaring above. The creature, with its grotesque features and brown exterior, boasted a wingspan of 7 meters, creating a tempest with each flap. Its powerful wings beat relentlessly, and its claws gripped Diaz and Sugar's shoulders. Sugar screamed in terror while Diaz snorted, firing his twin pistols directly at the bat's wings, piercing through them effortlessly. The bat let out a pained shriek, releasing the 2. Diaz swiftly caught Sugar, treading the air as they descended beside Baby 5. This is our target. Ensure your safety, especially you, Baby 5. This is war. Do not repeat past mistakes. Sugar, keep an eye on her. I will only listen to the young master. Sugar huffed, but a glance from Diaz made her heart sink. All right. I will look after Sister Baby 5. That will suffice. Diaz brandished his sword and approached the fallen bat, which was indeed their objective, Drac 3, a zoan-type user of the bat fruit, in the form of a vampire bat. This individual emanated a foul stench, accompanied by a strong scent of blood that was quite unsettling. The vampire bat transformed into a humanoid form, adorned with a crown. Upon recognizing Diaz's visage, fear washed over his face, his fury swiftly morphing into terror. You should have perished in the explosion at Mariejois. Drac 3 stammered in fear. The celestial dragons have not been entirely eradicated. How could I possibly be dead? However, your demise is imminent. Diaz radiated an aura of menace, while Drake 3 suppressed the fear within him and transformed into his orc form. The wounds on his wings began to heal, and the formidable self-regenerative abilities of his beastly nature evoked envy in Diaz. Drake 3 opened his mouth wide, emitting ultrasonic waves inaudible to human ears wherever the waves traversed. They sent everything flying, obliterating all in their path. Chapter 87. Conquest. In the face of Drake 3's onslaught, Diaz deftly evaded. Recognizing that such intangible attacks were best avoided unless one was certain of their defense, his figure flickered as he drew closer to Drake 3, slashing with his blade. Yet Drake 3 anticipated the move, boasting, "As long as I can perceive your actions, I shall remain untouchable." He unleashed a relentless barrage of ultrasonic waves, drawing nearby soldiers to encircle them. Diaz surveyed his surroundings, gathering the spear of sunlight in his grasp. The intense crackling of electricity caused Drake 3 to furrow his brow, as the overwhelming aura emanating from the spear was discomforting, akin to facing the sun itself. He preferred the night. Under the blazing sun, all he yearned for was slumber. Bats, being nocturnal creatures, were not fond of daylight, and having consumed the bloodsucker bat fruit, he too found the brightness unappealing, hence sealing his windows and doors. When it came to sustenance, he instructed his subordinates to bring in someone to feed upon. After ingesting the bloodsucker bat fruit, he developed a craving for blood. Drawn to the energy contained within, which could amplify his strength, particularly the blood of the strong, rich in revitalizing power. Should he manage to subdue this adversary? His eyes darted within their sockets while his ears honed in on Diaz's movements, which were grand and thunderous. The thunderous spear was hurled towards him, soaring high. As the spear of sunlight erupted below in a dazzling display. Boom! The spear of sunlight detonated abruptly, the sound of electricity mingling with the explosion resonating throughout the vicinity. As lightning struck Drake 3, leaving him tingling all over and rendering his movements cumbersome, causing him to plummet once more from the sky. Diaz acted swiftly, advancing with determination as he placed his foot upon the head of his adversary. The resilience of creatures of the animal kingdom is formidable. Performing sit-ups is a fundamental skill. However, if the head were to explode, survival would be impossible. "Spare me! Spare me!" cried King Drake 3. "I can grant you my throne, my treasures, my women, my kingdom, anything, if you will let me live. But to eliminate you is also my goal. My ambition is this very nation." "No!" Drake 3 screamed in terror as the pressure upon his head intensified. Diaz crushed his skull and bellowed, "Then kneel." His roar carried an aura of overwhelming dominance, instilling fear in the hearts of some timid soldiers, who dropped their weapons and fell to their knees before him. "Excellent. I am branded Diaz. From this moment forth, I am your king." Standing over the lifeless body of Drake 3, his tone resonated with authority as he issued his first command: "Go, clean the palace, and summon the subjects of this kingdom. I wish to understand the affairs of this land." Yes, a throng of individuals set to work under his command, unperturbed by the change of monarchy. In a world governed by the law of the jungle, and with the previous ruler being a tyrant, they silently hoped that this new sovereign might prove to be benevolent. As Diaz reclined in the shade, sharing a cigarette with Baby 5 while Sugar nibbled on a lollipop, they exuded an air of villainy. "Hey, Diaz, what were you about to say?" A fruit suddenly fell upon Baby 5's head. Diaz picked it up and discovered it to be the vampiric bat fruit. It seemed that after Drake 3's demise, the fruit had chosen to manifest upon the tree. Upon the death of a devil fruit user, the powers of the fruit are reincarnated within a new fruit, often selecting the nearest one. Blackbeard acquiring the tremor fruit likely occurred in a similar manner. Is it truly a devil fruit? "Now it belongs to me," Diaz declared, stowing it away. "I have yet to contemplate how to utilize it. I shall address that later." He produced a transponder snail and dialed a number. Shortly, the other end connected. The voice imbued with both reverence and apprehension. "Master Diaz." Within, Judge seethed, questioning why this wretch had yet to meet his demise. "Bring your people to the kingdom of Surel," Diaz commanded. "Why?" Judge inquired. "You will come, or face death. I require your strength." "But aiding you openly," Judge protested quietly. "Germa has lost its eligibility to participate in the World Conference. Such matters are of no concern to me. With your capabilities, you could hardly contribute anything of value. The World Conference convenes once every 5 years. Your participation would be merely as a bystander. Your political acumen pales in comparison to your scientific expertise. A madman fixated solely on warfare can hardly provide any significant insights." A wave of frustration washed over me as the seed of consciousness in my mind suddenly tugged at my neural pathways, causing me to cry out in agony. "I understand. I will come. I will come," I hastily reassured. Where are you now? In the South Sea, having just concluded a commission. Very well. The kingdom of Surel lies within the doldrums near the South Sea. Ensure your arrival within a month. Understood. I responded weakly, dismissing subsequent assignments and instructing my subordinates to head towards the kingdom of Surel. Diaz hung up the phone, and Baby 5 inquired, "Who was that?" I thought I heard Germa. Growing up in the North Sea, Baby 5 could not possibly be unaware of Germa. Indeed, Germa was a reality, not merely a tale. How could that be? The Germa 66 evil army is now under my command, Diaz boasted proudly to Baby 5. You must be joking, she replied. Not at all, Diaz chuckled. You will understand when they arrive. Germa's scientific advancements will expedite the progress of this nation. It must be acknowledged that Germa's technology ranked among the finest in the world. Although the Germa were rather disreputable, their scientific prowess was commendable, as they had collaborated with top-tier scientists from Vegapunk. They certainly had their merits. What do you intend to do? Baby 5 asked. I desire a world of equality and peace, devoid of pirates, Diaz declared, extinguishing his cigarette and exhaling a plume of smoke. Baby 5, Sugar, come assist me. Huh. Baby 5 responded with confusion. I only know how to fight, but if you require my assistance, I need a maid. Then I shall oblige. Sugar retorted coldly, you killed my sister. She wished to kill me as well. I will not assist you. All meals and accommodations provided. An abundance of grapes. No one will bully you, and you won't have to work. Sugar turned her head away with a huff, clasping Baby 5's hand, seemingly unwilling to leave this place. Then, the next step involves this nation. Chapter 88. A tangled mess. The palace had been cleansed, yet a lingering scent of blood pervaded the halls, accompanied by a faint odor of decaying corpses, which was quite bothersome. Diaz sat upon a throne that could hardly be deemed opulent, casting his gaze down upon the ministers gathered below. They were a motley crew, each robust in stature, their faces adorned with the marks of excess, yet their eyes reflected a palpable fear as they regarded Diaz. In this new world, where power reigned supreme, they dared not harbor thoughts of rebellion. Who is the Minister of Finance? Diaz inquired. I am. A burly man, whose biceps rivaled the girth of Diaz's waist, stepped forward. Trembling. Is this truly the Minister of Finance? Or perhaps a bureaucrat from the Land of Light? Diaz coughed lightly and continued. What is your name? You may call me Vic very well. Let us dispense with trivialities and discuss the financial state of the Kingdom of Cyril. Annual revenue is approximately 50 million belly. Not quite reaching 100 million, Vic reported. Diaz, having steeled himself for the worst, was taken aback by the kingdom's apparent poverty. Why is it so destitute? He asked, furrowing his brow. Vic, with a notepad in hand, replied, the primary issue is the inadequate tax revenue, compounded by the citizens' dire financial state. Additionally, the previous king squandered resources recklessly, leading to a significant depletion of the treasury. There are also external debts. I presume you will not be settling those? Of course not. The debts belong to Drake. They have no bearing on me, Diaz asserted. Very well. Moving forward, we must prepare for war, soldiers' wages, provisions, and supplies. Vic began to calculate, causing Diaz's head to throb. Stop, he interjected urgently. Why are we engaging in battle? Oh, it's quite straightforward, Vic, proving himself a diligent minister of finance, explained. The previous king borrowed 1 billion belly from the neighboring kingdom of Kosal under the pretext of building walls to fend off foreign threats. Now, the total debt has ballooned to 20 billion. When was this loan acquired? Diaz inquired. This time last year. A doubling? Indeed. Diaz gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath that this was more usurious than any loan shark could ever be. How formidable is the military strength of the Kosal kingdom? Significantly superior to ours and far wealthier as well. Are they a member of the world government? No. Then there rests no obligation to repay. Diaz decided to abandon all pretense. It was not his debt to bear, even if it was incurred in the name of the Cyril kingdom, which bore no relevance to him. By the way, where is the money? Spent. What about the goods? Gone. Where did they go? Buried. Diaz and Vic exchanged glances, rolling up their sleeves. Are you jesting with me? Wait, Your Majesty, allow me to explain. The previous king purchased a group of slaves, but they all perished under his torment and now lie buried in the back garden. Vic hastily clarified. Diaz suddenly felt a wave of exhaustion. This was not merely a mess, it was a catastrophe of epic proportions. King Drake III had never contemplated governance. He was solely intent on indulgence. Since his ascension, The nation had descended into chaos, and what were once decent days had rapidly deteriorated. Vic had also begun to neglect his duties during that time, along with many other ministers. That scoundrel, Diaz exclaimed, smashing the armrest. What, pray tell, is the reason for the failing tax revenue? Well, currently, you only have control over the capital. The other cities have declared their independence. The taxes from the capital have been collected, yet most have already been squandered. There remains but 20%. What in the world is this wretched nation? Diaz suddenly leaped to his feet. Who are the others clamoring for independence in the various cities? I shall eradicate them. How many soldiers do we have? The Minister of Military Affairs responded with resolute clarity, 5,000. Diaz gazed intently at him. Bellman gradually felt the mounting pressure, lowered his head, and murmured, 4 for 1,003. 3,002. How much is it really? 1,005. Plus what you haven't killed. Feasting on the blood of soldiers, you lot are utterly despicable. With a swift motion, Diaz struck the Minister of Military, sending him crashing into the wall, his fate uncertain. Vic, take your men to raid the Bellman estate. Yes, that very Bellman family. Confiscate all their wealth. I must establish control over the royal city first, and within a fortnight, subdue the other cities. Additionally, procure a recent financial report for me. Who is the deputy to the Minister of Military? It is I, Your Majesty. A scrawny, monkey-faced fellow stepped forward, head bowed, too intimidated to meet Diaz's gaze. His demeanor was suspicious. Conduct a head count of the troops. I require the actual numbers. If they prove to be false, you shall become the next Bellman. Why, yes. All right. You may go. Diaz exhaled deeply, a headache beginning to set in. Baby 5, I crave some dessert. Certainly. Baby 5 cheerfully went off to prepare the meal, while Sugar, clutching a plate of grapes given by Diaz, skewered them with her fingers and devoured them one by one, remarking, You seem to have quite a headache. Of course. It's exceedingly difficult. I cannot cook. Diaz lamented. I thought I was starting from scratch, but it appears I am beginning from a deficit. My current task is to turn that deficit into zero. I don't understand. It's akin to eating all the grapes, yet still owing me several plates. Then Baby 5 helps you repay your grape debt. Do you comprehend? Oh, I see. Sugar exclaimed. Doesn't that mean you owe me numerous plates of grapes? It's not merely a matter of grapes. Never mind, you wouldn't grasp it. What I truly need now is a cadre of professionals. Producing a transponder snail. He dialed the number. Hello, Mr. Diaz. Good day. Mr. Long, may I inquire as to why you sought me? Long was not one for trivialities. He got straight to the point. Diaz laid out his predicament, expressing his need for skilled personnel. You've taken control of a nation? That's rather surprising. How swiftly you act. Indeed, however, the finances and military are in disarray, and the previous king's reign was detrimental. I can only manage the royal city, and there are far too many complications for me to handle alone. I require logistical support and would like to request a few individuals from you. I can accommodate those who have suffered, should they wish to join, but at present, I specifically need some professionals. Let me consider. I shall send Sabo and Carla to assess the situation. Diaz was a fellow revolutionary, worthy of trust. Should the revolutionary army gain the backing of another nation, future endeavors would be significantly facilitated. Very well. First, we shall borrow some personnel from the Dragon, and once stability is achieved, we will proceed to further discussions. Chapter 89. Can we still recruit? The situation in the Kingdom of Solaire is far worse than Diaz had anticipated. Upon reviewing the reports submitted by Vic and his team, the results are nothing short of dismal. The financial state is, to put it mildly, unsatisfactory. As for military strength, the royal city boasts a mere 832 soldiers, including those previously injured. Yet, the records indicated a formidable 7,000. Is it even conceivable that they could indulge in such flagrant misuse of funds? How could the king remain oblivious to this? And what of Vic? Surely, he must be complicit in this degradation, perhaps even reaping his own share of the spoils. Furthermore, the assets seized from the households amount to a mere 8 million belly. Is that truly all? Diaz is skeptical, and it seems that Vic has likely embezzled a considerable amount. For the time being, it is prudent to refrain from confronting him. We shall wait for the revolutionaries to arrive and then settle accounts decisively. At that point, a suitable punishment shall be administered. First, we must subdue the other 4 towns by force. Though referred to as cities, they are merely towns with a population of around 10 to 20,000. Mokum, Doka, Drak, and Fia are the names of these 4 towns. They have all proclaimed their independence and no longer recognize the authority of King Drake III. This occurred merely a fortnight ago, marking the demise of the nation. According to Diaz's intel, these 4 towns are embroiled in internal strife, with factions nearly tearing each other apart over a mere truckload of grain. What is this battle of the Magings? Currently, as the 4 towns engage in chaotic conflict, Diaz cannot allow them to further deplete their living forces. It is no wonder that Morgans described the local populace as fiercely spirited. How could they not be? Journalists often embellish or vilify situations, so let us remain on standby. Gaji will be arriving shortly, and they shall proceed with the forcible subjugation while we assess the conditions in the royal city. The issues in the royal city are quite severe in this dilapidated place. Several nobles exploit the countryside, and in the shadows, gangs are entrenched. A small temple attracts significant malevolence, and a shallow pool breeds many turtles. What a wretched place this is. Diaz silently scoffed. Baby, 5, I require your assistance. What is it? Leave everything to me. This maid seemed to be transforming into another maid altogether. Eliminate several underground factions. I shall deal with the nobility. Sugar raised her hand and inquired, what about me? You will accompany me. The grapes from the noble household shall be yours. Hooray. Without hesitation, they split into 2 teams. Diaz approached the nearest noble residence to the palace. Although referred to as nobility, they were merely ordinary landowners, nothing particularly remarkable. With a forceful kick, he shattered the door, exclaiming, open the door. Who are you? They questioned. Before their inquiry could fully escape their lips, Diaz's blade had already sliced through them, ensuring that none of these nobles would survive. Before long, the ground was awash in blood, and Sugar, clutching a platter of grapes, began to feast. Having accompanied Doflamingo, this little girl had witnessed numerous such scenes, and she felt no pressure at all. Next house, surprised Mother Open up, it's a routine check. East Wind Express. Diaz had never heard of the blade before, and on the road, he encountered Baby 5, a member of a pursuing gang, effortlessly dispatching a group of foes. Well, that is settled. By eliminating both the gang and the nobility, at least half of the chaos in the royal city can be resolved. However, the residents of the royal city spent a fearful night, apprehensive that this newly arrived king might turn his blade upon them as well. After a night of rest, Diaz commenced a card draw, hoping to acquire items that might aid in the kingdom's development. The restraint of a soldier, the swordsmanship of exorcism. Oh, how fortunate. An everlasting governance through severance. Divine transformation, evil son awakens, the skills of a soil maiden. An apple a day keeps the doctor away. Divine transformation, evil son awakens? Is this not the elemental skill of Raiden Shogun? How incredibly useful. Diaz gestured in the air, exuding an aura of unyielding authority. Above him, a mark resembling a thunderous eye materialized, and with a gentle strike upon the table, a bolt of lightning seared its surface, leaving a charred imprint. Thus, upon activation, could his attacks now harness the power of the thunder element? Intriguing indeed. However, my true desire leans toward the unfathomable strike. System, proceed. He still possessed a sum of money ample enough for a lottery draw, though the abundance of items acquired often led to forgetfulness. Stand-in, the Purple Hermit. There exists no useless stand, save for the Purple Hermit, an ancient relic of a stand. Renowned for its intelligence and espionage, it possessed the ability to explore terrains, perceive distant figures, and conduct waves and currents, proving to be quite advantageous. He retrieved the photographic telephone bug, its arm entwined with ephemeral purple thorns, and tapped the device. The eyes of the bug brightened momentarily, releasing a photograph. The image depicted a figure cloaked in black, shrouded in darkness, crowned above. This was the monster lurking behind the world government, Utilizing the photographic telephone bug in conjunction with the Purple Hermit, he inscribed him's likeness. The obscurity of the surroundings rendered the details somewhat indistinct. Another snap yielded yet another image. This one featured Don Quixote Doflamingo, enshrouded in bandages, accompanied by Pika's attentive care. Speaking of which, where had Pika vanished during their previous confrontation? The answer eluded him, so he dismissed the thought. One final capture revealed a bald man clad in a white lab coat, his eyes sparkling with wisdom as he manipulated various instruments. Surrounded by a cohort of researchers engrossed in discussion, is this indeed Vegapunk? Truly a genius beyond compare. One might lament the state of Vegapunk's hair follicles, yet one could assume that generating hair would be a trivial matter for one of his caliber. System, continue. Hannibal's culinary masterpieces. Uncle Bob praises it highly. The Phantom Mask, the Phantom Brigade strikes. Auto-apocalypsis. Take me with you. Take me away. Could I possibly summon someone from the depths of the theater? Yet, which Auto this might be remains a mystery. Is it from the second or third installment? Regardless, any Auto from either world is undeniably formidable. The second nearly shattered the very fabric of its realm, while the third was a master strategist, meticulously orchestrating his plans to achieve his aims. Ultimately outmaneuvering the protagonist group and the consciousness of destruction, successfully arriving before the tree of imaginary numbers, opening a new world line at the cost of his parallel self. Colin, surviving in a world line from 5 centuries past. Auto, the eternal deity. Yet this man, Auto, is no longer one who can be judged by the dichotomy of good and evil. Nonetheless, he is undeniably a man of deep passion, opposing the world for the sake of his beloved. Such a person could indeed assist me, but would I truly not fall victim to his machinations? Life and death. The moralities of the mundane world cannot bind him. The only force capable of restraining him is none other than Colin Kislana. Regardless, without the impending doom, Auto might very well become a priest. Chapter 90, Conversation. Before Diaz stood a strikingly handsome young man with golden hair, appearing to be in his 20s. His long locks were tied into a single ponytail cascading over his left shoulder, an audacious hairstyle that exuded danger. As he opened his eyes, he found himself perplexed by the fact that he had not perished. Had I failed? No, he resolutely thought. Farewell, my great inventor. In his final moments of consciousness, he recalled how Colin had bid him farewell. She had survived. That was sufficient. That was sufficient. As long as Colin lived, everything would be well. For her sake, he would go to any lengths, even forming an alliance with the enemy of humanity, the Hershers of Collapse. Yet, he had cunningly anticipated the schemes of the Hershers, simultaneously ensnaring Kiana and her companions with the law of causality they could not contend with. Greetings, Bishop Otto. I am Brando Diaz. Welcome to this world. Diaz greeted Otto. Otto displayed a flawless smile, responding, Hello, sir. From your words, it appears this is another world, and you are acquainted with me? Yes. I am the sole individual in this world who knows you, and I inadvertently summoned you from the realm of the deceased. Diaz succinctly explained Otto's arrival. Summoned via a lottery, you say? How absurd. Otto smirked. Having lived for 5 centuries, he found it rather ludicrous. This world seemingly bore no signs of collapse. As he attuned to his body, he sensed no trace of destructive energy in the air. Of course not. This world is not aligned with yours. And collapse energy cannot exist here. Yet, I can sense collapse energy emanating from you. Ah, that too was acquired through the lottery. Well then, Diaz. The man who saved my life, Otto said, shaking Diaz's hand with a smile, you are my benefactor, and I shall assist you. Seeing the surprise on Diaz's face, Otto chuckled. My objectives were fulfilled in my previous life, hence I bear no regrets now. Thus, I will aid my benefactor. The destiny you left behind was tragically mishandled by your granddaughter, Teresa, 8 years later. I have made provisions. Even if Teresa neglects her duties, the destiny will function normally. And with Amber present, how could she have managed this? Otto had some awareness of his artificial granddaughter, yet he had thought he was prepared for contingencies. Profligate child. Diaz shrugged, perhaps due to her being Delisa. The moniker of Delisa certainly held true. She was indeed a veritable cannon of chaos. Sigh. Otto felt a headache coming on, as thoughts of his granddaughter invariably brought him discomfort. It seemed he had indulged her excessively, but who could blame him? She was, after all, his granddaughter. In Otto's heart, Karen held the foremost position, followed closely by his beloved granddaughter, Delisa. He mused, perhaps one day fortune will smile upon me, and I shall draw Karen to accompany you. With a swift motion, Otto grasped Diaz firmly, his emerald green eyes locking onto hers as he intently inquired, Can you truly accomplish that? It all hinges on luck. Merely drawing you would be fortuitous, as this endeavor is inherently random. Very well, I understand, Otto replied, not losing hope. The prospect of Karen appearing before him was indeed a blessing, and should it not come to pass, he would not be disheartened. For 5 centuries, he had lived for her. 500 years of unwavering devotion. Furthermore, Diaz added, as long as you do not bring ruin to this world, or worsen the lives of ordinary people, I shall not interfere. Fear not, for I am no madman. Otto chuckled. Diaz fixed his gaze upon him. Do not act this way. We are friends, are we not? The red kite sage interjected, I did not lie. It seems you two are friends, and yet you shot her. Diaz abruptly declared, leaving Otto speechless. A cough, I did not lie. I merely did not finish my statement. Otto, you scoundrel. He sighed. Nevertheless, your arrival is fortuitous and will aid me. Oh? Otto began to survey his surroundings, noting the semblance of a palace, albeit one in disrepair. This is the royal palace I previously conquered, intended to serve as a stronghold for development. The situation is currently chaotic, and I am awaiting assistance from certain individuals. Your presence is timely. Diaz elaborated on the circumstances within the kingdom of Solaire. Indeed, he had never encountered such a wretched realm in his 5 centuries of existence. No, this is the norm in this world. Diaz shook his head and explained to Otto the foundational structure of this world. A colossal entity that has existed for 8 centuries, the celestial dragons, the world government, the devil fruits, hockey, the navy, and the pirates, a truly marvelous amalgamation. Otto, intrigued, remarked, what an interesting world this is. So, my friend, what do you aspire to do? To overturn this world and establish one of equality, at the very least, to allow me a life of comfort. Diaz chuckled. For oneself? Certainly. Haha. We might indeed get along famously, my friend. Otto sensed that Diaz was somewhat akin to himself, albeit with certain distinctions. So, what effective strategy do you propose? First and foremost, we must unify the kingdom of Solaire, as you have already recognized. However, this cannot be accomplished by a solitary individual. One person can only focus on so much. Hence, I have sought the assistance of 2 factions, the Revolutionary Army and Germa. Oh? What are your subsequent plans? To amass resources and bide my time, gradually plotting to overthrow the world government. A commendable idea indeed, unifying the kingdom of Solaire and then extending our ambitions outward, transforming the new world into our dominion. Before that, however, we must deal with those formidable pirates, Whitebeard, red-haired Shanks, Big Mom, and Kaido. These 4 will undoubtedly become the future emperors of the sea. As of now, Shanks has yet to be dubbed an emperor, but that title will soon be his. Each of them poses a significant challenge. At present, I am no match for them, Diaz remarked. There is no rush. We have ample time. Otto replied with a smile. Time is the one thing I possess in abundance. You are currently unable to switch bodies. Allow me to conduct some research, Otto stated. Then let us await Germa's arrival. Their scientific advancements are unparalleled in this world. Oh, I shall eagerly anticipate it. There are several inventions I have longed to experiment with. The technology of the world in decline cannot evolve too swiftly, for rapid advancement would hasten the onset of ruin. Otto, the great inventor, must temper his desire for innovation. Finally, he would have the opportunity to showcase his talents. Chapter 91. The war expert in his youth, Otto was an exceptional inventor. But after encountering Colin, the light of his life, he chose to support her. He later came into contact with the key to God, the void of all things, acquiring hidden scientific knowledge from the bygone epoch, further enhancing his capabilities. Yet, he was acutely aware that rapid technological advancement would invite ruin, compelling him to restrain the pace of progress to delay the arrival of civilization's adversaries. In this world, untouched by decline, he could truly flourish. Suddenly, Diaz inquired, Bishop Otto, can you facilitate rapid technological advancement in this world? There is no need for the title bishop, my friend. I assure you, provided I have the materials and time, I can recreate the technological wonders of my world with precision, Otto replied with pride. In that case, Diaz grasped Otto's hand fervently, I implore you. Please ensure the construction of a network. He had endured over a decade without the internet and could no longer bear it. Do you know how dreadfully boring it is to go to bed early? Otto was at a loss for words, yet he smiled and replied, no problem. However, I find myself unable to enhance the content available online, yet I shall endeavor to manifest the fantasy of Colin in the shortest possible time. Without a game to engage with, how could one possibly endure? I have heard that you have been unable to surpass Cecilia's record within Colin's fantasy, resulting in a physical account ban? No, that was merely a measure to prevent collapse and eliminate the Herschers. Otto's righteous demeanor may hold some truth, though who can fathom his thoughts? Very well, the internet, mobile devices, and computers. I can no longer tolerate this monotonous existence. Indeed, this place resembles the era of my birth, lacking even the entertainment of opera. Otto holds this in great disdain. Diaz remarked, indeed, it seems we are in agreement on this matter. By the way, here is my proposal. Let us refine it together. Very well. Diaz presented the proposal, collaborating with Otto to refine it. Otto remarked, I must admit, your proposal is quite sound. However, are you truly opting to collaborate with the Revolutionary Army? Were it my decision, I would seek to exploit them. No, Diaz replied earnestly. I have no intention of exploiting them. My interest does not lie in dominion. I merely desire that the ordinary people of this world may live in peace, free from the burdens of oppression and the threat of piracy. I wish for this wretched world to improve. Otto gazed at him and suddenly smiled. In that case, I shall lend you my utmost support, my friend. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though he glimpsed his own light and the presence of Karen within Diaz. Karen, if you were to come to this world, you would undoubtedly resonate well with Diaz. Thank you. With Otto's assistance, Diaz's plans could progress significantly. Much of the technology that had collapsed relied on corrupted energy, necessitating some modifications. Additionally, I will help you finalize the proposal. By the way, where am I staying? Ah, Baby 5. Could you kindly prepare 2 rooms for me? Certainly. Baby 5 departed. A maid? I never imagined you would have one. Otto chuckled. That girl. It's a long story. I don't wish to dwell on it. She had nowhere else to go, and I didn't want her to be exploited. So I decided to keep her around. At the very least, she cooks quite well. Diaz and Otto commenced their collaboration, with Otto's involvement. Diaz initiated a comprehensive overhaul of the royal city, executing those corrupt individuals by hanging them from street lamps, including the former Minister of Finance, Vic. Otto began to elevate individuals from the common populace, though these candidates largely fell short of his expectations. Nevertheless, he made do with the few capable ones among them. Otto's experience of 5 centuries in handling divine mandates allowed him to navigate these matters with remarkable ease, significantly alleviating Diaz's burdens. Approximately half a month later, Germa successfully arrived at the kingdom of Solaire. Gaji, accompanied by his sons, paid their respects to Diaz. Upon the throne, Diaz regarded them with indifference and proclaimed, "You have 3 hours to conquer and subdue all 4 towns of the kingdom of Solaire. Do not harm the ordinary civilians." Gaji, without further inquiry, took the documents provided by Diaz and set about his task. They were the War House, a malevolent legion, experts in warfare. Having once conquered a nation in a mere hour, 3 hours would be ample time for them. Otto inquired, "Is this the Germa you spoke of? Will 3 hours suffice?" They were a specialized team, and the inhabitants of those towns could not possibly impede them. His sons had undergone enhancements, possessing superhuman physiques. And with their combat suits and fearless clone soldiers, they were more than equipped for the task. Diaz briefly introduced the situation, stating, "Our workload will significantly increase from here on. Under Otto's governance, the prices in the royal city stabilized. Furthermore, the once exuberant citizens, upon finding employment through his arrangements, began to rise early and return late, lacking the time for disturbances or brawls. Their vigor was now channeled into labor until exhaustion rendered them immobile. Otto had effectively initiated a 007 mode for this group, with salaries that were notably generous. All the funds were provided by Diaz, covering the restoration of the palace, the construction of walls, and a series of other tasks. He was currently in no shortage of resources. Germa's efficiency was indeed formidable. The 4 of them split into 4 directions and, within 40 minutes, successfully subdued the independent towns, annihilating the resistance while leaving the ordinary civilians largely unharmed. Upon receiving this news, Otto was slightly astonished. "So swift? Truly, they are experts in warfare. You have wielded a fine blade." "This blade is entrusted to you," Diaz remarked. "Their worth lies in warfare and technology. Gaji is a proud man, yet internally timid and naive. You should find it quite simple to manage him." "Such individuals are indeed easy to control," Otto chuckled. "However, you entrust me with your most formidable force. Are you not afraid of betrayal?" "Not at all." "Why is that?" "Because you are Otto Apocalypse, whose heart holds only Colin and the desire to combat ruin." "Come now, do not say such things, my friend. It wounds my heart." Though he spoke lightheartedly, there was no trace of sorrow upon his visage. Could this be considered a form of trust? This is indeed a first. Devoid of a soul-steel body, yet the ruined energy still lingers alongside the void's myriad treasures. I am merely an ordinary priest. I must harness the technology of Germa to augment my strength. However, one should not overexert oneself. Rest assured, I am quite measured in my approach. Chapter 92. The work remains unfinished. Thus, rest must be postponed. Diaz and Otto arrived at the laboratory of the Germa kingdom, gazing at the flawless clone soldiers cultivated within petri dishes. Otto, intrigued, remarked, "It is quite fascinating that such a level of scientific advancement can produce defect-free clones." In his view, the technology at hand seemed insufficient for such an endeavor. Artificial wombs, nurturing solutions, and cloning cells were all indispensable. Otto himself had mastered cloning technology. having created the protagonist of Honkai Impact, a clone of his own making. However, he could not guarantee that each clone would be entirely devoid of imperfections. Gaji was slightly taken aback to discover that this golden-haired youth was also a scientist, yet he wondered if Otto's words were intended to belittle Germa's scientific prowess. Germa's technology was unparalleled. "What do you mean, young man?" Gaji retorted, displeased. "Ah, Your Majesty Gaji, please do not take offense. I do not intend to disparage your work. Rather, I merely perceive areas for potential enhancement," Otto replied, making a gesture reminiscent of a cosmic fingertip. "Have you conducted any research on the soul?" The soul? Gaji pondered. He understood that in this world, souls existed. Some devil fruit users, like Big Mom with her soul fruit, could manipulate them. However, as scientists, they had not delved deeply into such matters. There has been little study on that. In my estimation, the soul is an extraordinary entity, capable of granting immortality, Otto asserted. Immortality? Gaji gazed at the young man in astonishment, while Diaz, arms crossed, stood to the side. Aware that Otto seemed poised to leverage cloning technology for ulterior motives, whether this would be a boon or a bane remained uncertain. Nonetheless, it was certain that Otto would not bring about the world's destruction. Without Colin, he would be an unwavering rationalist, resisting the collapse of existence while playing the fool to the world, even outwitting the very consciousness of decay itself. Ah well, I too possess the potential to obliterate worlds. Otto began to weave his narrative, employing his extensive knowledge and technological acumen to leave Gaji momentarily speechless. "Tell me, Gaji, are you capable of affixing the devil fruit's powers to an object?" "That is not within my area of expertise," Gaji replied. "TSK, during this period, you should heed Otto's guidance. I look forward to collaborating with you, Mr. Vinsmoke," Otto remarked with a smile. "Greetings, Mr. Otto," Gaji responded, slightly astonished by Otto's erudition. Collaborating with him could prove advantageous, yet he realized he must seize the initiative. Otto, although outwardly assertive, lacked substantial means. Such individuals were best controlled. Diaz understood that utilizing special methods to manipulate someone would not ensure their loyalty, as betrayal could occur at any moment. Perhaps this will spice up our otherwise mundane lives. Now, let us discuss the genetic factors, shall we, Mr. Gaji? Otto was deeply intrigued by the so-called lineage factor, eagerly requesting the relevant data with a beaming smile. However, how could Gaji entrust his lifelong research to him, especially with Diaz still present, who could potentially eliminate him at any moment, suppressing his inner fury? Gaji reluctantly handed over the research materials he had developed to Otto. "Let me take a look. By the way, here are the structural diagrams for devices such as wires, generators, and power stations. Mr. Gaji, please have someone construct them according to these specifications," he instructed. Gaji, albeit unwillingly, accepted the blueprints, feeling a tinge of surprise at their contents. As Diaz and Otto departed with the materials, Otto suddenly remarked, "I seem to have forgotten to provide him with the design for the lithography machine." Diaz exclaimed, "Do you possess the blueprints for a lithography machine?" "Indeed. I have retained much of the pre-epic technology in my memory, yet given the current technological level of this world, replicating it proves to be quite challenging. It's rather troublesome. I wonder how long we must wait. One of these days, I shall have to bring Vegapunk over." Vegapunk, the foremost scientist of this realm, a genius who has transcended centuries of knowledge. "Nay, he is a madman," Otto interjected, shaking his head. "A genius transcends his era by a half-step, while one who surpasses it by a full step is deemed a lunatic. Few can comprehend his brilliance." "That is indeed true. Yet it is of no concern to me now. He is confined, engrossed in his research, and I know not when we shall locate him. That is of little urgency. The other towns are under our control. We must now attend to the affairs of life." Otto spoke of their work, to which Diaz nodded. With 4 towns subdued, they needed to stabilize prices, eliminate stubborn dissidents, punish unscrupulous entrepreneurs, win the populace's loyalty, detain the wounded, and maintain public order, among a myriad of tasks to be addressed. Furthermore, infrastructure construction loomed ahead. "The army of clones could serve as our military," Otto suggested suddenly. "Indeed, they are fearless, formidable, and unwaveringly loyal," Diaz agreed. Recognizing that the cost of creating a clone soldier is significantly lower than training a conventional soldier. However, as their numbers swell, the demand for cultivation vessels, growth solutions, and various materials escalates, resulting in astronomical figures. Yet, Diaz had wealth to spare. Employing the German soldiers as the nation's military and police would mitigate concerns over corruption. However, their singular drawback remains: their lifespan is substantially shorter. The sole disadvantage of clone soldiers lies in their significantly reduced life expectancy. Their bodies are artificially accelerated through technological means and pharmaceuticals, devoid of self-awareness and understanding of the world, treated merely as tools. Their existence spans roughly a decade. Yet that duration is sufficient for Germas to exploit them until their demise. Both Otto and Diaz would unhesitatingly wield these tools. In their eyes, clones lacking self-awareness and emotion do not qualify as human, despite their identical appearance. That period shall suffice, Otto remarked. Diaz, do not be overly ambitious. Toppling the colossal entity is no simple endeavor. Due to the disparities in our world, many potent weapons remain beyond my reach, thus I must resort to cunning schemes. That is of no consequence. My sole aim is to overthrow them. Diaz's eyes blazed with fervor as he stated, what I desire to achieve is merely this. Afterwards, I shall seek a place to retreat. For what purpose? For my own gratification, Diaz chuckled. It is not for the sake of justice. I am not a noble figure. I merely find their existence intolerable, and if I am displeased, I will act. Ha ha ha, that is what makes you quite intriguing. Otto chuckled. The potential of humanity has always intrigued me. You remind me of a certain old serpent. Let us refrain from jesting, Mr. Diaz. There remains much work to be accomplished before we can rest. Indeed, do not indulge in banter with me either. It is mutual. Chapter 93, Securing Investments. Days later, the emissaries from the Revolutionary Army finally arrived. After receiving them, Diaz assigned these individuals to various positions across the towns under Otto's guidance. Do you not harbor ambitions of becoming a king? Otto inquired while perusing the data on the lineage factors. Not at all. Were it not for Kulyan, you would not have ascended to the role of the Bishop of Destiny, Diaz replied. That is somewhat true. Those people revolted under Kulyan's banner after her demise. And I cannot allow them to tarnish her reputation. She is the holy maiden of destiny, pure and unblemished, Otto proclaimed with a devout expression. Yet it seems they have a penchant for the fairer sex. No, the Kaslanas have always favored women. Indeed, let them stabilize the situation in this nation. I shall gradually allow the Revolutionary Army to assume control, aiding them in their quest to become the next world government. However, will they become the very dragons they seek to slay? Diaz set down the documents with a smile. The dragon slayer ultimately becomes the dragon. Even heroes who vanquish dragons may grow scales, fangs, and claws under the allure of treasure, transforming back into dragons, hoarding their riches. Unless they fall into depravity at an astonishing pace, there should be no issue for decades, Otto remarked. However, by that time, you may not be overly concerned, will you? You will seize this opportunity to enlighten the populace, ensuring they are not ignorant, giving rise to sages. Indeed, the dragon ultimately requires a hero to defeat it. The hero turned dragon will need another hero to conquer it, and so the cycle continues. We require a Siegfried, not a Siegfried of your acquaintance, Diaz clarified. I understand. Otto swirled the red wine in his glass, his gaze piercing through the crimson liquid to rest on Diaz as he spoke. Both Siegfried and Siegfried are formidable heroes. So, my friend, are you Siegfried or the dragon? The dragon. Oh, are you certain of your descent into depravity? If you were not to fall, then you would not be me, Diaz chuckled. I am aware of my vulnerabilities, hence I shall not dare to challenge them, for I know I cannot resist temptation. Unlike you, I am not so rational. In the matter of Kulyan, I too would act impulsively. But it is merely Kulyan. Indeed. The two exchanged knowing smiles. And then Diaz inquired, how goes the matter of the school? It is currently under construction. However, some raw materials must be imported from other nations. By the way, the funds you provided still require an additional 300 million belly, with further additions forthcoming. Were you not just given 10 billion belly? The power station, the electrical wires, and the factories, none of these endeavors come without financial expenditure. Furthermore, the production of clone soldiers also necessitates substantial monetary resources. Otto remarked, you wouldn't be out of funds, would you? Not at all, he replied. I still have over 2 billion here. I can give you 2 billion. In recent days, he had been indulging in lotteries, which drained a considerable amount of his finances, alongside purchasing various items. He had already squandered a significant portion of the funds from the two families of celestial dragons. As establishing a nation undoubtedly requires immense capital. This is unsustainable. Without revenue, this nation is destined to collapse, he declared. There are no local specialties to sell. The tourism resources are lacking, and there are virtually no mineral deposits. One could say there is a complete absence of developmental potential. Otto shrugged, saying, "Internal pressures often necessitate relief through external warfare. Diaz, are you prepared for war?" "No, I have resolved to attract investments." "Attract investments? This is not merely a business venture. My dear fellow, if you bring in investments, what will you do about equity? Surely, you cannot relinquish parts of the world, can you?" Diaz smiled and said, "There is a man who harbors a profound disdain for the celestial dragons, and he is exceedingly wealthy, immensely wealthy." He reiterated this point several times. Otto inquired, "How wealthy?" "He possesses 20% of the world's berry, a ruthless figure who navigates both the underworld and the legitimate realm, known as the Golden Emperor." "Gil Tesoro." Diaz clasped his hands and chuckled. "This is business." Currently, Tesoro is renowned in the underworld. Within just a few years, he has ascended to the status of Golden Emperor, a testament to his business acumen. It is rumored that he supports the Revolutionary Army from behind the scenes, perhaps due to his ties with Tiger within their ranks. Although Tesoro is a merciless businessman, it does not imply that he lacks gratitude. So what is the exchange? The downfall of the world government. It is worth a try. Thus, I entrust this to you, Otto. "I shall contact Tesoro through the Den Mushi," Diaz declared. And without hesitation, Otto agreed. Diaz set off with Baby 5 aboard the Thousand Sunny. As they departed, Diaz retrieved a compass, directing it toward Tesoro's location, and snapped a photo with the Den Mushi. The purple hermit located Tesoro, who appeared to be singing into a microphone. Once a slave to the celestial dragons, he escaped with Tiger's help, and few are aware of his true identity, even overshadowing the footsteps of the celestial dragons with his ruthless methods. The Diaz operation proceeded with remarkable swiftness, arriving at the colossal vessel under construction, the Grand Tesoro. This ship, rivaling the size of an island, is only slightly smaller than a fearsome three-masted sailing ship, with a hull measuring 10 kilometers in length. The city atop it is nearing completion and is expected to be operational within the coming years. Even in its unfinished state, it stands as the largest entertainment metropolis in the world. Recognized by the government as an independent nation and an unarmed zone, an undeniable sanctuary that the world government dares not intrude upon. This city has been crafted through the power of wealth by Tesoro, who wields absolute dominion here, reigning over his golden empire. The sight of such a place left both Diaz and Baby 5 profoundly astonished. Truly, the wealth on display was staggering, befitting the title of Golden Emperor. With a smile, Diaz and Baby 5 were ushered in by a servant. His presence prompted onlookers to part ways, their gazes filled with trepidation. No one dared confront this madman, fearful of the chaos he might unleash. Here, everyone must adhere to the commands of the Golden Emperor, yet this individual is undoubtedly incapable of compliance. Can the Golden Emperor truly surpass the celestial dragons? This man even dared to bomb Mariejois. Tesoro pales in comparison before him. They seem to harbor a strong fear of you. Of course, they ought to consider who I am. They will grow accustomed to it in time. Diaz remained unfazed. A golden sports car approached from the distance, coming to a halt before them. A beautiful woman in the vehicle smiled and said, "Welcome to Grand Tesoro, Mr. Diaz." Chapter 94, Grand Tesoro. The newcomer, clad in a fitted evening gown that accentuated her exquisite figure, exuded an air of dominance, her deep neckline suggesting a highly successful occupation. With shoulder-length, wavy pink hair framing her lovely face, she radiated allure, embodying temptation. "Hello, I am here to see your boss," she said with a smile. "Please, get in." Diaz, accompanied by Baby 5, climbed into a convertible whose most remarkable feature was its remarkable efficiency. It consumed merely a few muscle turtles per 100 kilometers instead of fuel. These robust muscle turtles stood atop the vehicle, engaging in a piston-like motion by pulling on levers, thereby generating its propulsion. Remarkably, the speed was quite impressive. Diaz surveyed his surroundings. The grandeur of Grand Tesoro resembled that of a bustling metropolis, replete with vibrant lights and the intoxicating allure of indulgence. The opulent decorations exuded an air of ostentation, saturated with the essence of newly affluent individuals. However, Diaz remained indifferent to this spectacle, his desire primarily focused on meeting Tesoro. Bacala was quite the conversationalist, his words flowing incessantly as he regaled Diaz and his companion with tales of Grand Tesoro's magnificence. In merely a few years, such an immense city had risen, showcasing the formidable financial prowess of Tesoro. The establishment of this city required an enormous influx of manpower and resources, both of which Tesoro possessed in abundance. While one might marvel at the wealth, beneath the opulent faade of Grand Tesoro lay a plethora of blood debts. It could be deemed the largest den of iniquity in the world, a casino where daily transactions were so vast they defied calculation. A throng of desperate gamblers, blinded by their fervor, wagered their wives and children, ultimately facing devastating losses that left them bereft. Diaz was indifferent to the fate of the gamblers, feeling only pity for their families. There was little he could control, and he had no intention of meddling in their affairs, even if he saved a group. Another would inevitably follow in their footsteps. The hopelessness of chronic gamblers was evident to him. As he pondered these thoughts alongside Baccarat, they arrived at the Golden King Hotel, the only 8-star hotel in the world, entirely adorned in gold, a testament to the opulence of Tesla. The first floor buzzed with activity, featuring a plethora of games including Pai Gow, blackjack, slot machines, and Texas Hold'em. Some players had mountains of chips before them, while others, clad only in their undergarments, clutched a single chip tightly, hoping for a miraculous turnaround. The gamblers, consumed by their fervor, were lost in their own worlds. Care for a game? Baccarat inquired with a smile. No, I lack the interest, Diaz replied, shaking his head. If that doesn't appeal to you, we have other activities, such as racing, she suggested. Miss Baccarat, I am quite occupied and do not have the leisure for such diversions, Diaz stated, sensing her persistence waning. She led them into a shimmering elevator, which ascended slowly to the top floor. Please hold on, Baccarat said, tapping the elevator door. Suddenly, a large-headed doll emerged from the elevator, its body clad in military attire and arms outstretched before the trio. This is Mr. Tanaka, the head of security for this amusement park, Baccarat introduced. A user of the prowess fruit, capable of phasing through objects and disregarding any inorganic barriers. Welcome, you two, Mr. Tanaka greeted. And Baccarat took one of his hands while grasping Diaz's with the other, who in turn held on to Baby 5. Utilizing his abilities, Mr. Tanaka guided them through the golden elevator doors into the exclusive VIP room. The VIP area featured a unique gameplay, limited to guessing odd or even, with only a few patrons present. Well, I didn't expect to see you here, young Diaz, a languid voice broke the air. Turning around, Diaz was met with the sight of Admiral Akiji, causing Baby 5 to gasp in surprise and retreat behind Diaz. Why is an admiral here? Are we ambushed? She whispered anxiously. Fear not. This is a special neutral zone recognized by the world government, where neither navy nor pirates may engage in conflict. However, I am intrigued by how Admiral Kazan has made his way to the New World, Diaz remarked. Buran Taizolo is a unique nation acknowledged by the world government, serving as a neutral zone where neither the navy nor pirates are permitted to engage in hostilities. Any violation of this principle will result in retribution from Taizolo. For pirates, the consequence is death, while Navy personnel and members of the world government may encounter some complications, though not insurmountable. As the Golden Emperor, Taizolo possesses ample wealth, capable of obliterating adversaries with sheer financial power. Even an admiral must weigh their options carefully in this territory. Naturally, certain individuals, upon spotting Diaz, would be inclined to act, such as Akainu and his ilk. However, Kazan, who is present, must consider the ramifications of his actions. Indeed, Baccarat chuckled. This is not a place for violence. I kindly urge you, Lord Kazan, to remain composed. Rest assured, I have no intention of resorting to aggression here, Kazan replied. Yet, I recall that the young lady behind you is an underling of Don Quixote da Flamingo, is she not? She is currently my maid, Diaz interjected. The sort one cannot easily dismiss. How rude of you to say that. Baby, 5 exclaimed, delivering a sharp slap to the back of Diaz's head, causing him considerable discomfort. You wretched girl, he retorted, gripping Baby 5's face, his expression fierce. Beware, or I shall strike you. Please, do not hit me, she pleaded. Oh my, what a lively scene we have here, Baccarat commented. Which eye of yours perceives liveliness? Diaz replied, exasperated. If sight is unnecessary, kindly donate your eyes to those in need. Ha ha, young lads and lasses. I shall take my leave for some amusement. By the way, Diaz, you might want to seek out Granny Tsuru. She is also here. Diaz paused momentarily, releasing Baby 5, and remarked, I understand. I shall seek her out once my affairs are concluded. With that, Kazan departed, heading towards a gaming table where he demonstrated his prowess. Though his fortune was rather mediocre, neither suffering significant losses nor amassing substantial winnings, merely indulging in the game. What brings the Navy to this place? Diaz inquired of Baccarat. With a professional smile, Baccarat replied, Of course, we are here to enjoy ourselves. It appeared that extracting any useful information would be a futile endeavor. Very well. Where might I find the Golden Emperor? Lord Teselo awaits you on the top floor. The remaining ascent is yours to navigate via the stairs. Baccarat indicated towards the nearby gilded staircase. Understood. Thank you for your guidance, Diaz acknowledged, waving his hand and tossing a gemstone that landed squarely in Baccarat's professional line of sight. Oh my, Baccarat exclaimed, her red tongue gliding across her lips. What a rogue you are, Mr. Diaz. Ahem, quite the surprise. I assumed you would catch it, he said, turning with Baby, 5 in tow. Having no time to indulge in further banter. Chapter 95, The Golden Emperor Ascending the Golden Staircase, Diaz and Baby, 5 arrived before a formidable golden door, which he pushed open. Bang! Fireworks erupted, and a tall man with emerald green hair spread his arms wide with a smile, exclaiming, Welcome, Mr. Diaz. Your presence illuminates my abode, the esteemed Teselo. The man before him was indeed the Golden Emperor, adorned in a resplendent golden suit, wearing golden star-shaped earrings, and bedecked with rings on all 10 fingers except for the ring finger of his right hand, which remained bare. He stood there, holding a wine glass and smiling at himself. You may call me Teselo. He invited Diaz to enter and take a seat. Diaz replied, Baby, 5, please wait for me here. If you grow weary, feel free to entertain yourself outside. Oh, very well. Baby, 5 exited, and as Diaz entered the room, Teselo personally poured him a glass of wine, saying, I never anticipated your visit here. Diaz took the drink and spoke candidly, Mr. Teselo. Let us not beat around the bush. I am here to seek investment. Oh, Teselo, a businessman, brightened at the mention of investment. However, he refrained from inquiring further about the nature of the investment, instead swirling his drink with keen interest, eager to hear more. I have seized a nation. Yet my funds are insufficient. What can I obtain? Teselo, with a knowing smile, responded, Though I possess wealth that could last me several lifetimes, I too seek benefits. As any businessman would. What are your thoughts on the collapse of the world government? The speaker maintained a calm demeanor, yet the listener was visibly unsettled. The collapse of the world government. What on earth is this man saying? Does he truly comprehend the gravity of his words? This is more absurd than Mariejois being obliterated. Wait, Mariejois has indeed been destroyed, and by none other than this very man. Had it been anyone else? Teselo might have laughed madly, but the individual before him was Diaz, renowned by the world government as the most audacious man alive. He just might actually follow through. Ha ha ha. Teselo burst into hearty laughter, excitedly clapping his hands. Mr. Diaz, you never cease to astonish. Rescuing Mr. Tiger, slaying celestial dragons, obliterating Mariejois. And now you speak of the world government's downfall? Ha ha ha. This is indeed fascinating. How much do you require? I shall provide this investment. How does an initial sum of 10 billion berries sound? That will suffice. Diaz nodded, assuring me that within approximately 2 decades, the world government would be overthrown by revolutionary forces. But why the revolutionaries and not yourself? Because I intend to assist the revolutionaries in toppling the world government. I have no desire to become the sovereign of the world. Diaz shook his head, stating that, of course, he wished to develop his nation, requiring funds, and thereafter, a prosperous nation would inevitably plunge into war. Otto outlined a blueprint for war to Diaz, from which he distilled certain elements and presented it before Teselo. I must admit, you are quite audacious, Mr. Diaz. Are you interested in a transformation? Diaz inquired. Transformation? Teselo halted the movement of his hand that held the wine glass. Standing by the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, Diaz gazed down upon the revelers of Kuran Teselo, observing the inebriated souls lost in their indulgence, and remarked, These individuals are akin to refuse. Indeed, each viewing elicited a peculiar delight. It was merely a reflection. Yet one could not help but recognize the deep psychological distortion within him. Due to his past experiences, Teselo's relentless pursuit of wealth and power had thoroughly warped his psyche. Clearing his throat, he remarked, I believe you could engage in some legitimate business ventures. The profits are paltry. Yet I take pleasure in witnessing their anguish as they squander their riches, much like the person I once was. Diaz ceased his persuasion, expressing gratitude for the investment. Very well, I shall ensure the funds are delivered to you shortly. In the meantime, Mr. Diaz, indulge yourself and relish the experience of a world-class amusement park. With that, he exited the room. Teselo, taking a hearty gulp of his drink, found Diaz's words rather intriguing. Huh, overthrowing the world government? The Revolutionary Army does not boast such audacity. Were it not for Mr. Tiger, I would scarcely regard that group of individuals. Taisolo perceived the revolutionary army as rather petty, merely pawns exploited in negotiations with the world government. Without Tiger's benevolence, he would not have even cast a glance their way. His initial assistance to Diaz stemmed from the fact that this man had saved Tiger and vanquished a celestial dragon. He never anticipated the subsequent destruction of Mariejois. Thus, when he heard Diaz speak of toppling the world government, Taisolo was hardly taken aback. After all, it was merely an investment that bore no consequence for him. The current regime of the world government found themselves at his mercy, and the future would mirror this. Establishing a new nation required a substantial sum of money, which he could readily provide. In both transactions, he stood to gain without risk. Regardless of whether Diaz and the revolutionary army succeeded, he remained insulated from the fallout. This was the extent of his dominion over the world. Through wealth, he made a phone call to arrange for 100 billion berries to be delivered to Diaz. Meanwhile, Diaz found himself in a lower chamber, facing Baby 5, who was surrounded by a modest pile of chips, indicating a slight profit. Baccarat stood beside her, gently patting Baby 5 on the shoulder, and then Baby 5 won again. It appeared Baccarat was generously bestowing her fortune upon Baby 5. The lucky fruit of Baccarat had the ability to alter both her own and others' fortunes, and Baby 5, the little unfortunate, was a beneficiary of her luck. "Ah, Mr. Diaz has arrived. It seems you are enjoying a delightful conversation with Lord Taisolo," Baccarat remarked with a smile. "It's been satisfactory," Diaz replied with a grin. "I acquired what I sought. Additionally, could you please inform me of Admiral Crane's whereabouts? I wish to make her acquaintance." "Certainly, I shall arrange that immediately," Baccarat responded cheerfully. Diaz allowed Baby 5 to continue playing, cautioning her not to overindulge. Under Mr. Tanaka's guidance, they made their way to the middle floor, where he also presented some comforting gifts. Granny Crane was resting in the hotel room, her disdain evident towards the surroundings. Upon arriving at the door, Diaz pressed the doorbell. It was answered promptly. The door opened to reveal Granny Crane, who looked up at Diaz in surprise. "What brings you here?" she inquired. "I came to see you. It has been a while." "Granny Crane, won't you invite me in for a moment?" "Please, come in," she replied, stepping aside to let Diaz enter the room. After placing the gifts down, Diaz was taken aback to find an unexpected visitor, Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit, from Guion. Chapter 96. The Mysteries of Deception to Diaz. Granny Crane was akin to a respected elder. This venerable woman genuinely wished for him to tread the righteous path. Regrettably, he found himself unable to turn back. Diaz's appearance here astonished Ziyuan, yet she refrained from taking action, aware that this was the territory of Tezelo. Engaging in conflict would lead to considerable trouble, and avoiding confrontation was preferable, even with the pirates they sought standing right before them. "Hello, Vice Admiral Ziyuan. I have nothing of significance to discuss with a pirate like you." "Oh, come now, don't be so harsh. I was a Navy officer for a time, making you somewhat of a mentor to me," Diaz replied with a cheerful grin as he took a seat. Granny Crane poured him a cup of tea and inquired, "Did you come to see me for a specific reason? I heard from Admiral Kazan that you were here, so I thought I would pay you a visit." "There's nothing of interest to see. I am in good health." "That is reassuring," he remarked, blowing gently on the hot tea. "However, I am far more intrigued by why the Navy would be present in this region." "Celestial gold?" Granny Crane countered. "How did you come to know this?" "It's quite simple. The Navy would not venture to this place lightly," Diaz explained. Karantai Tezelo is a member nation of the world government. Thus it is obliged to pay celestial gold. If one calculates the timing, it is about that time. Though it is also possible that celestial dragons have come here requiring your protection. After I complete my task, I suspect there will be few celestial dragons left." Ziyuan retorted angrily. "How dare you? You actually had the audacity to blow up Mariejois." This act had brazenly smeared the reputation of both the world government and the Navy, and nearly every naval officer wished for his demise. Why not eliminate them all? If they were all dead, the world government would have no justification for collecting celestial gold. Wouldn't he that ease everyone's burdens? That notion seemed somewhat reasonable to Ziyuan. "Wait a moment. I am part of the Navy. Why am I entertaining such thoughts? Of course, even without the celestial dragons, the world government would find a way to acquire funds," Diaz mused, resting his chin on his hand. "The celestial dragons are a fundamental contradiction, but not the primary issue." Granny Crane took a sip of her tea and asked, "What do you intend to do next?" "Nothing in particular. I am currently in the New World, and I shall continue my previous endeavors," Diaz shrugged. "Will that truly bring you happiness?" "Why not? If you would allow me to eliminate all the celestial dragons, I would be even happier," Diaz declared joyfully. Nothing brings me greater joy than the thought of dispatching the celestial dragons. Don't you agree? Diaz. You mustn't go too far. You are a fugitive now. We are the Navy. Ziyuan stressed. And what of it? Karantai Tezelo is a nation of absolute neutrality. No conflict between pirates and the Navy can occur here. Do you believe you can act freely and escape unscathed? You cannot. Tezelo is exceedingly wealthy. You must consider the consequences before acting. Diaz finished his tea in one gulp and stood. Granny Crane, I am grateful for your prior assistance. I will forever hold it in my heart. Now, I shall take my leave. As she turned to leave, Granny Crane suddenly remarked, Diaz. I express my sincere apologies for the matters concerning your homeland. It is I who should apologize, for I am the one who killed a celestial dragon and implicated everyone. Yet I shall never regret my actions. With a radiant smile, Diaz pushed open the door and stepped outside. The door closed automatically behind him, and Granny Crane sighed. What a remarkable talent he is. Ziyuan's expression grew complex. Had he remained in the Navy, he might have already ascended to the rank of Vice Admiral. With Diaz's prowess, he even possessed the potential to become an admiral or perhaps a marshal. What a pity. Perhaps it is fate. This child has always been at odds with the celestial dragons, as evidenced by the incident with Tej. Granny Crane continued, he is astute. Aware that we have come for the treasure from the heavens. Be prepared. Indeed, although they knew Diaz could not rob the heavenly treasure, it was prudent to be ready. Tizolo's contribution to the celestial dragons was a substantial sum in exchange for joining the world government, which, while trivial for him, far surpassed what other nations offered. The current Mariejois requires reconstruction and is in dire need of funds. Thus, Tizolo's financial support is crucial. Otherwise, they would not dispatch an admiral and 2 vice admirals for this purpose. Diaz, too, coveted the celestial treasure, yet he was wary of Kazan's formidable strength. If caught by him, escape would be futile, as he could freeze the ocean. There was no need to engage in a battle with an admiral at this moment. Upon locating Baby 5, who was still engrossed in play, he shook his head and called her away. Bakara stopped Diaz, smiling as she said, Diaz. Lord Tizolo invites you to enjoy yourself here for a while. After all, since you have arrived, you must not do nothing. Who knows, you might even win some money. Noticing Bakara winking at him, he surmised that Tizolo intended to generously present him with funds. Very well, I shall indulge for a time. Taking Baby 5's chips, he sat down, estimating around 200 million in chips, and pushed them forward, declaring, all in. Bakara approached from behind, patting his shoulder. Let the cards be revealed. 1. 3 single. His 200 million transformed into 400 million. Indeed, it seemed Bakara was influencing his fortune. Then all in double. He silently chanted, invoking the system to draw cards. Such a golden opportunity should not be squandered. Dragon Tooth card pack. Only the Dragon Rider can defeat anyone. Mjolnir. I am Thor, the god of thunder, for the glory of the northern gods. AE 86, young man, shall we race around Akina Mountain? Basketball. Coach, I wish to play basketball. Erdman Alloy, old and tough. Ruins Guardian, one-eyed little treasure. Summoning Bell, Elden Law King, along with his bell-ringing subordinate. Super Soldier Serum, we need a hero. The canine language translator boasts versions in both Wonjo dialect and Minnan dialect. The 6-God premium perfume is truly remarkable. With a single launch yielding a plethora of exquisite items, one might wonder whether to indulge once more. Just as this thought crossed my mind, the system imposed its sanctions. It detected the host's improper methods for drawing rewards, consequently shutting down the achievement system and prohibiting card draws for a month. What a surprise. Has the achievement system truly been disabled? It seems I have scarcely engaged in achievements anyway. Well, if it must be so, then so be it. It holds little value to me. A month without card draws? Very well, I shall forgo them. My focus shall remain solely on the gambling table, where baccarat reigns supreme. And the art of deception appears effortlessly simple. Before long, an investment of 100 billion berries found its way into Diaz's coffers. The lucky fruit is indeed formidable. How I long to possess it. Diaz contemplated. Chapter 97. The Super Soldier Serum and the Cultivator Machine. Bakara's fortunate fruit possesses the extraordinary ability to alter both her own luck and that of others. By merely touching, she can siphon the fortune from those around her, rendering herself fortunate while bestowing misfortune upon others. However, luck is finite. Once her own fortune is exhausted, she too will encounter misfortune. Furthermore, she has the capability to enhance the luck of others, transforming their fate for the better. Her allegiance to Tizolo stems from the latter's recognition of Bakera's remarkable talent. Her abilities are simply too invaluable to overlook. When someone wins, a mere touch from her can swiftly turn them into a pauper, often leaving them bewildered as to how they fell from grace, forcing them to depart in defeat. Diaz acquired a staggering 10 billion berries through this method, converting a substantial amount of chips into berries before stowing them away in his system's backpack and then departing. "Baby," Five exclaimed with excitement, "your luck is extraordinary." Diaz replied, "It's not too bad, but this is likely a one-time occurrence." He understood that such fortunes could not be frequent. This instance was merely an investment, and he would require alternative avenues thereafter. With numerous tasks ahead, he needed to return swiftly. As he sped along his way, upon reaching the kingdom of Cyril, he promptly sought out Otto, discovering him in the laboratory of the Germa kingdom, engaged in discussion with Judge. Upon seeing Diaz's return, Otto smiled and said, "My friend, it is a pleasure to see you. It appears you have accomplished your mission." "Indeed, I have secured 10 billion berries," Diaz affirmed. "How much?" Judge inquired, his breath quickening. 10 billion berries was an immense sum. How many battles would they need to wage to earn such a fortune? 10 billion berries, an investment from the Golden Emperor Tezolo. Diaz waved his hand, and a mountain of berries materialized in the laboratory, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the researchers. "I shall allocate 1.5 billion berries for research funding, 5 billion berries for the development of the Sorel Kingdom, and the remaining 35 billion will be entrusted to you, Otto." "No problem," Otto nodded, noticing Diaz handing him a vial of blue liquid. "What is this?" "It is a super soldier serum, capable of bestowing immense strength and extraordinary physical prowess upon an ordinary individual." "Really?" Otto's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Are there any side effects?" "Well, one might say it has a peculiar side effect. While it enhances both physical and mental capabilities, if one's spirit is corrupt, their appearance may also become grotesque. Of course, this is merely my hypothesis. You may conduct trials, and if successful, I believe it could be mass-produced and equipped to those Germa soldiers." Gage stared at Diaz in astonishment, realizing that this individual possessed a semblance of conscience, understanding the necessity of empowering his Germa. Now, the Germa were irrevocably tied to Diaz. Their survival hinged upon his own. The strength of the Germa would, in turn, augment Diaz's power. "Very well, I shall investigate further. Do you have any other remarkable items?" "Indeed." Diaz produced a colossal humanoid robot, its arms elongated, constructed from a myriad of components, featuring a single eye on its face, equipped with ammunition on its back, and adorned with branches atop its head, presenting a rather cumbersome appearance. "What is this?" "A plowing machine, also known as a relic guardian." "A plowing machine?" It is evident that this device is intended for warfare, yet it bears such an innocuous name, Otto chuckled. Diaz elaborated that this contraption originates from a land known as Canria, where the inhabitants prioritize technological advancement over agriculture. One might ponder the source of their sustenance. "Plundering," Otto replied without hesitation. "Ah, it makes sense now. No wonder it's called a tilling machine, as it treats other nations as mere fields to cultivate." "What of its combat capabilities?" "Uncertain," he admitted, "yet I envision mass production as a possibility." "Indeed, it could be feasible. Let us have experts analyze and modify the program." Otto summoned several individuals to assist in disassembling the tilling machine and dispatched a few researchers to investigate this device. "What prompts the desire to study this?" Gaji inquired. "Is it a sign of disdain for the scientific prowess of our Jelma?" Diaz remarked, "In future warfare, the reliance will be on machines rather than humans. The casualties and conflicts between individuals have been exceedingly grievous, yet deploying robots changes the dynamic entirely. They are devoid of pain, fatigue, and fear, advancing relentlessly and crushing anything that obstructs their path. However, such an approach entails substantial costs." "No, you are mistaken, Mr. Gaji," Otto interjected, adjusting his non-existent spectacles. "In truth, the greater the production, the lower the cost, for fixed expenses remain unchanged. As the output increases, the fixed costs allocated per unit diminish. Therefore, if we ramp up production, costs will correspondingly decrease." This notion resonated with both Diaz and Otto. It is indeed advantageous to possess a clever individual in production. One need only articulate their thoughts, and the other party can furnish a definitive response and take action. Otto serves as Diaz's external intellect. "How goes the cloning experiment?" Diaz inquired. "Quite well," Otto replied. "I have commenced cultivating my clone bodies. Initially, they were set to be ready in a month, but I have now decided to postpone their utilization." "Why so?" "I need to experiment with the super soldier serum you provided. Otto explained. I will be in the laboratory for the next few days. So you must manage matters on the kingdom's end. Of course, there is no need for concern. Just ensure you handle the pirates. Ah, no problem. The two bid farewell. And Otto along with Gaji delved into their experiments, with Gaji also expressing keen interest in the super soldier serum. Meanwhile, Diaz departed with 8.5 billion berries, intended as funding for Otto's research. Upon exiting, Diaz unexpectedly encountered a familiar figure, Mariejois. Did I not allow you to leave? Why have you returned? I found I had nowhere else to go, Mariejois replied, a hint of resignation in her voice. Having lived her entire life in the German kingdom, her existence revolved around warfare, studies, and caring for her brother, leaving little else to pursue. After visiting her sibling, she chose to return to Germa, now under Diaz's control. This man is benevolent. Perhaps he can transform the wicked Germa for the better. Anywhere is preferable to returning. Has Gaji troubled you? He scolded me. Ah, understood. I shall ensure he faces some consequences. Diaz assured her, should you encounter any issues, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. The kingdom of Cyril welcomes you. By the way, are you unoccupied? Indeed. Then come lend a hand. All right. What a fortunate turn of events. Chapter 98. At your command, Your Majesty. Under Otto's governance and that of the revolutionary forces, the kingdom of Cyril is progressing positively. However, various challenges arise daily, leaving Diaz in a flurry of activity. Wasn't it said that the problems were minimal? Well, for Otto, these matters pose no challenges. Diaz, having never governed a nation, must learn on the job. The addition of Mariejois to his ranks is indeed a fortuitous development, as she can assist him in numerous undertakings, thus alleviating his burden significantly. It is no surprise that she is the princess of the German kingdom. Despite being raised with knowledge of warfare, she is also learning the intricacies of governance. Germa, as a kingdom, cannot solely focus on war. Managing the welfare of its subjects is equally a vital aspect of their education. Even if they currently govern only servants and soldiers, Kaji firmly believes that he will eventually restore the glory of his ancestors. However, Iji and Niji show little interest in the art of governance. Cyborgs do not engage in such studies, leaving this responsibility to the emotionally endowed Mariejois. Finally, the day's affairs have been concluded. After reviewing the last document, Diaz sank into his chair and let out a long sigh. His secretary, Mariejois, approached with another stack of papers, stating, Your Majesty, your work is not yet complete. You cannot rest just yet. Yamaro, Diaz cried out in exasperation. Why does this Mariejois emit a sound reminiscent of Amaya? Setting aside that concern for the moment, he redirected the conversation. Mariejois, tell me about your journey to the East Sea. The East Sea journey? Mariejois pondered, a smile breaking across her face. Sanji is doing very well. He has become an exceptional chef, and he has a foster father who cares for him. Compared to Kaji, he resembles a true father. Indeed. Redfoot Zepp seems to exhibit more responsibility than Kaji, resembling Sanji's father. Kaji is nothing but a joke. A weak and incompetent one at that. With ambitions that soar high but skills that fall short. Sanji's culinary skills are impressive, aren't they? Yes, his meals are delightful, Mariejois reminisced. They are more delicious than anything I have ever tasted. I shall never forget them. Indeed, they are quite delectable, Diaz chuckled. I must make a point to enjoy another meal there soon. Indeed. As the two conversed, they resumed their work, an endless endeavor. In his frustration, Diaz had no choice but to delegate tasks, allowing his subordinates to shoulder the burdens. As a king, he could not allow such matters to impede his progress. Your Majesty, envoys from the Kosal Kingdom have arrived. The Kosal Kingdom? Diaz paused for a moment, sensing a familiarity with the name. Mariejois, beside him, reminded him. It's the kingdom known for its usury, the one that left the former king indebted by 2 billion berries. Ah, it came back to him. Those individuals were indeed unscrupulous. Let them in, he commanded. Diaz instructed someone to remove the documents and, seated in the vast emptiness of the royal palace, rested his head upon his hand. Mariejois stood beside him, her hands clasped over her abdomen, eyes cast downwards. Soon, the envoy from the kingdom of Kosal arrived, and upon seeing Diaz, he exclaimed in surprise, Wait, is not the King Drake 3? He is deceased. I am now the king. Diaz opened his eyes, looking down upon the envoy. The envoy, though worldly, failed to recognize Diaz due to the dim lighting of the palace. He cleared his throat and said, Your Majesty, it is an honor to meet you. I am the envoy from the kingdom of Kosal. You may call me Noan. I have come today to inquire about the repayment of the debt owed to our kingdom by the kingdom of Solaire. Debt? What debt? Diaz replied, a look of confusion on his face. I am not aware of any debt. How can you deny it? No one thought. Nevertheless, he maintained a smile and continued, You jest. Your Majesty, it was your predecessor, King Drake III, who, under the pretense of constructing a wall, borrowed a sum from our kingdom. In the spirit of neighborly relations, our king lent 10 billion Bailey, with a repayment due today, totaling 20 billion Bailey including interest. Here's the promissory note, in duplicate. Mariejois. Yes. Mariejois approached, took the promissory note, and handed it to Diaz. After a fleeting glance, he returned it to her, and the note crumbled in her hands. Noan chuckled and produced another copy, explaining, You see, King Drake III was quite meticulous, fearing the loss of the note. Thus, he signed several copies. Ah, clever indeed. Diaz mused. Knowing that Drake III might destroy the note, he prepared multiple copies. Is that so? I recently ascended to the throne and was unaware of these matters, therefore, I am not responsible for this debt. Diaz crossed his legs, adopting a defiant demeanor. After all, it bore no relevance to him, so why should he repay? Ah, Your Majesty, you jest, Noan replied. As the king of the kingdom of Solaire, upon your ascension, you have inherited the debts of King Drake III. I kindly ask that you settle the outstanding amount. Otherwise, the kingdom of Kosal will send representatives to pursue the debt. Diaz squinted. Are you threatening me? If you believe so, then yes. Ha ha. Diaz's laughter only served to unsettle Norn. Mariejois, did you hear that? He dares to threaten me? Since the incident, no one, except for Doflamingo, has had the audacity to threaten me. Ha ha ha. It appears this individual still hasn't realized my true identity. Norn was taken aback, reevaluating Diaz. And suddenly he froze, his body trembling uncontrollably as he collapsed to the ground. Why you are? Drake III has already been eliminated by me. His debts are of no concern to me. However, I harbor a keen interest in your kingdom of Kosal. To him, the kingdom of Kosal seemed a far superior place compared to his own kingdom of Cyril. Do you wish to? Indeed, precisely as you think. Diaz stepped closer. Do you know, Mr. Norn, war is upon us. No, you cannot do this. Why not? Diaz proclaimed from his elevated stance, such is the nature of the sea. The law of the jungle prevails. Only the strong survive. Soon, you will have a new king. They will likely welcome him. For I have heard your king is not a virtuous man. Mariejois, inform Gaji, war has commenced. Target, the kingdom of Kosal. We aim to conquer within 6 hours. Annihilate the army, eliminate resistance, treat captives with respect, and spare the innocent. By this time tomorrow, I want to see the head of the king of Kosal. Diaz issued commands, launching a war with mere words. As you command, your majesty. Chapter 99. The nature of war. The war had begun. Germa 66 mobilized, led by Ichiji, heading towards the kingdom of Kosal. They did not deploy their full strength. Merely half was deemed sufficient to confront the enemy. The Vinsmoke castle remained anchored near the kingdom of Cyril, while Gaji and Otto refrained from taking part. However, Gaji was intrigued by the war, eager to witness the nature of conflict in this world. With a glass of red wine in hand, he watched the live broadcast via the image phone snail in front of Otto. After a morning of sailing, Germa 66 arrived at the kingdom of Kosal, and Ichiji and the others donned their battle attire, coldly stating, We will conclude the battle within 3 hours. Adhere to the orders, understood? TCH, got it. Can't even harm civilians. I wonder what that fool is thinking. Niji and Yanji expressed their displeasure, finding Diaz's orders absurd. Once war was initiated, everyone opposing them was deemed an enemy. Blinded by rage, who cared whether they were civilians? Just follow the orders. We are here to win the war, and additionally, to claim the head of the king of Kosal. As Iji spoke, with a mere wave of his hand, the soldiers of Germa launched an assault, relentlessly bombarding the opposing nation and dismantling the towering city walls. The citizens of the Kosal kingdom reacted swiftly, yet before the formidable and disciplined clone soldiers, who were undaunted by death, they found themselves utterly defenseless, their weaponry insufficient. Germa's warfare was characterized by lightning strike tactics. They would not engage in protracted battles with their adversaries. Although their numbers were not vast, they could not afford to endure attrition, thus necessitating the swiftest victories with minimal casualties. The clone soldiers were a precious resource for Germa, their production demanding both time and financial investment. The most formidable instruments of war were none other than Germa's 3 princes. Otto observed as Iji and his forces effortlessly breached the enemy's defenses, shattering warships with a single strike and demolishing the city gates with a powerful blow, allowing Germa's soldiers to surge within. It became clear to him that the opposition had already succumbed. Truly, as a master of warfare. Their ability to penetrate the city gates with such speed was remarkable. It now fell upon him to stabilize the aftermath. Otto recognized that while Germa was responsible for the fighting, the task of consolidation rested upon him and Diaz. No, it was primarily his responsibility. Diaz could handle minor issues. But the significant challenges required his direct intervention, primarily due to a lack of experience on their part. Diaz is growing rapidly, with a little more practice. He will soon become self-sufficient, allowing me to leisurely spend my time in the laboratory. Oh joy! The Archbishop, free from the threats of devastation and the desire to resurrect Colin, has adopted a much more tranquil demeanor. After 5 centuries of relentless dedication, success has been achieved. And naturally, one should indulge in leisure when possible. The programming for the agricultural machine will require some time, with the Supreme Commander being Brant D. Diaz, followed by myself. Subsequently, we must integrate this into the system. However, we first need to establish the servers. Otherwise, the tedious task of individual data entry will be overwhelming. Additionally, we must construct signal towers and satellites. It appears that I shall not find respite in the near future. Upon this reflection, I sense the return of my busyness. Yet it presents an intriguing challenge. Supporting a nation is indeed a fascinating endeavor. Previously, the suppression of technology hindered rapid advancement. Now, I am eager to witness how swiftly this world can soar with our contributions. The satellite manufacturing technology I have acquired from the Void's vast repository. It serves as a treasury of scientific knowledge, embodying 5 centuries of wisdom and sagacity, not to be taken lightly. Furthermore, the super soldier serum requires study to extract its beneficial components, which can be utilized to enhance my clones and those cloned soldiers. Perhaps we could incorporate some genetic factors as well. Whether it be cloned soldiers or agricultural machines, both are instruments of warfare. Additionally, we can deploy swarms of drones in combat. The martial awareness of Diaz and Otto surpasses that of the people in this world by a considerable margin. Do you comprehend the concept of firepower coverage? When resources are scarce, tactical maneuvers are employed. When affluent, one resorts to explosive force. There are no extravagant embellishments. Even if a swarm of drones and tillers were to be damaged, there would be no sense of loss. Once recovered, usable components can be salvaged and repaired for continued use. They have long since dismissed warfare that relies on the expendability of human lives. As a modern individual, one must engage in warfare with a modern mindset. Now, it is time for me to attend to my duties. Setting down his wine glass, Otto made his way to the laboratory, while Diaz stood before a mirror, holding a black card case emblazoned with a dragon emblem. The dragon tooth card case. With this, he could transform into Kamen Rider Ryuga. After the previous Fui's malfunctioned, acquiring another is indeed fortuitous. Ryuga is a Kamen Rider of the Dragon Knight world, formidable against all save for Odin and Dragon Knight himself. This illustrates just how powerful Dragon Knight truly is. He simply prefers not to engage in combat. Not that he is incapable. Unlike other riders, the belts in Dragon Knight require no prerequisites. One simply needs to obtain a card case and contract with a partner beast to transform. However, the transformation necessitates standing before a reflective surface capable of mirroring one's form. Aligning the Dragon Knight card case with the mirror, a belt manifested around his waist within the reflection, and simultaneously, one appeared in reality. With a gentle push of the card case into the belt, he whispered, "Henshin." A flurry of images flashed by as black armor enveloped him, accentuated by simple golden lines that outlined his physique, exuding an aura of dominance. The crimson diamond-shaped eyes instilled a formidable presence, making him appear quite intimidating. On his left hand, he donned the sleek dragon summoner, equipped to read cards. Punching power, 12. 5T kicking power, 22. 5T jumping power, 40m running speed, 100m in 4. 5s as the surface of the mirror shimmered like rippling water. He stepped into it and emerged in a completely opposite room. The mirror world and the capabilities of the mirror fruit are entirely distinct. The mirror fruit creates a stable spatial existence, and any mirror touched by the user can connect to the mirror space. Unlike the contrasting mirror world in which Diaz currently finds himself, this realm is devoid of the monsters from Dragon Knight, exuding an eerie tranquility. As he stands alone as the sole living being, this opens up a plethora of operational possibilities. He contemplated the possibility of trapping him within this world. He could drag someone into the mirror world, and if that person was not escorted out, they would remain eternally lost in the mirror world, destined to wander until death. After indulging in this thought for a while, Diaz finally emerged from the mirror world and reverted to his original form. Dragon Tooth could be considered one of his trump cards, not to be wielded lightly. It was time to proceed with the acquisition of the Kingdom of Kosal. Chapter 100. Ignorance and foolishness. Under the overwhelming military might of Germa, the Kingdom of Kosal did not withstand for long and was swiftly defeated. Their king was slain by Eg. When Diaz and Otto arrived in the Kingdom of Kosal, the residents were visibly terrified, clearly still haunted by the shadows of war. Without much concern, he proceeded directly to the palace. Eg threw a severed head at Diaz's feet, declaring that his task was complete. Leave half of the Germa soldiers to guard this nation. I shall summon others to take over here, he stated. Eg spoke little. At present, Diaz was their superior, and despite any dissatisfaction, they could not afford to conflict with him. Otto acted swiftly, beginning to gather personnel and assess the situation in the kingdom. Upon reviewing the reports, both felt it was an improvement compared to the Kingdom of Surel, as at least the finances were not in the red. As for how the funds were acquired, through loans and the exploitation of the citizenry. Indeed, the nobility proved to be a stumbling block in their path to development. Come here. Diaz commanded a group of Germa soldiers, tossing them the list that Otto had compiled. Within 3 days, eliminate them all and display their bodies at the city gates. Understood. They responded without hesitation and quickly set off to carry out the orders. The advantage of clone soldiers lay in their unquestioning obedience, free from the fear of betrayal. Leaning on his hand, Diaz remarked, I need to recruit some scientists from other nations. The Germa personnel alone are insufficient. He required talents from various fields. For managing 2 nations was no simple task. Otto was aware of this and added, Yet, I wonder about the current caliber of scientists in this world. Who knows? The disparity is stark. Some are exceptionally skilled while others are woefully inadequate. The most talented individuals are under the control of the world government. I find myself particularly coveting Vegapunk. He is, without a doubt, a polymath of this era. Vegapunk had transcended time by centuries, constrained only by the limitations of his age. It could be said that the era could not keep pace with his brilliance. By your description, that individual indeed warrants comparison to Da Vinci, Otto chuckled. In some respects, you could also be considered a polymath. Perhaps so, but I am merely a product of artificial creation, Diaz replied. Otto was astute. Much of his knowledge stemmed from the Void Archives, a repository of knowledge crafted by Dr. May from the previous epoch of the world ravaged by collapse. This first divine key, forged from the core of the lawmaker, contained an almost infinite expanse of knowledge, preserving the wisdom of bygone civilizations collected by the lawmaker. Should wisdom falter in mastering the Void Archives, one would be subjugated by it, becoming a puppet against the forces of collapse. Only Otto had successfully unlocked the Void Archives, transforming it into a tool for his own use. Possessing such knowledge, Otto could indeed be deemed a polymath. No, your prowess is remarkable. Not everyone can outsmart the god of collapse and forge new timelines. You are among those I admire most, though I must say, you can be quite insufferable. Haha. Is that so? Do not speak in such a manner. It renders me bashful, Otto remarked. Unfazed by the evaluations, he picked up a report and stated, The Kingdom of Kosal possesses iron mines beneath the surface, yet these individuals seldom exploit them. I believe we could capitalize on this opportunity. The extraction of iron must commence. This group appears utterly oblivious, sitting atop a treasure trove while engaging in lending, truly remarkable. Diaz, with a hint of resignation, responded, It may be due to a lack of adequate tools. I shall seek out individuals to procure machinery. By the way, I am quite intrigued by the maritime train you mentioned earlier. Oh, Diaz set the report aside, inquiring, Are you suggesting we connect the 2 nations via a maritime train? Indeed, it would facilitate control and communication. Very well, I shall make a journey to Water 7. Regrettably, the designer has passed away, leaving only 2 individuals knowledgeable about it. The world's foremost shipwright, Tom, conceived the maritime train, yet he faced judgment on Judicial Island for crafting the Oro Jackson for the Pirate King, Roger, using the branches of the Atom Tree. However, he elucidated the design and concept of the maritime train to the presiding judge, prompting a reconsideration of his sentence and granting him time to create it. After 14 years, alongside his apprentices, Icebog and Frankie, he completed the maritime train, only to be sentenced to death by Judicial Island. Upon hearing Diaz's account, Otto shook his head, exclaiming, The world government is indeed backward. Merely constructing a vessel should not warrant such consequences. Is it not customary to conduct business for remuneration? To execute the shipwright responsible for the maritime train S design is absurd. How deeply do they fear Roger? They spare not even those associated with him. This is a talent that could be more beneficial alive than dead. Tom is the world's premier shipwright. With his prowess, he could effortlessly modify warships. This group is utterly foolish. Tom could potentially create even greater value, yet they condemn him under such charges, making me feel as though I have returned to the Middle Ages. Ignorance prevails. No, perhaps these individuals are simply terrified of the Pirate King, seeking to obliterate everything related to him, leaving no trace. However, due to their fear of Roger, they cannot execute their plans with such thoroughness. Their efforts appear half-hearted, lacking decisiveness. Unable to confront the Pirate King and his crew, they unleash their frustrations upon those connected to him. In the year preceding the birth of the Pirate King's child, many pregnant women faced execution. Yet, what they failed to account for was that the Pirate King's wife, at the cost of her own life, delayed the birth of their child by a year. A year's delay? How did she accomplish such a feat? This defies the physiological responses of the human body, does it not? Otto exclaimed in astonishment. Is this the grandeur of maternal love? Yes, after giving birth, that remarkable mother passed away. Truly a great mother, Otto remarked. The world government is indeed lacking. If granted 800 years, I could advance the technology of this era by at least 300 years. Such a waste of resources. Now, enough of this discourse. I shall proceed to Water 7, and you shall handle matters here. By the way, let us hire a few shipwrights upon our return. No problem. Diaz nodded, affirming his commitment. The affairs of the Kingdom of Kosal could be entrusted to Otto, allowing Diaz to divert his attention elsewhere, as there existed no conflicting interests to warrant concern over Otto's loyalty. His only apprehension lay in the possibility of Otto abandoning his responsibilities. The vessel, the Breaking Wave, traversed the doldrums, reached the North Sea, ascended the upside-down mountain, and entered the initial segment of the Grand Line. Guided by the compass, he arrived at Water 7 without the need for recorded bearings. Chapter 101, Espargoo. Water 7, viewed from a distance, resembled a magnificent fountain, with a towering jet of water gushing from the island's core, cascading along the waterways towards the sea. The architectural style bore a striking resemblance to that of Venice. Diaz donned a mask, for his notoriety had grown exceedingly vast, and he feared alarming the populace. After all, CP9 operatives were present here, and attracting the attention of the world government could prove to be exceedingly troublesome. Diaz retracted the wave breaker and made his way to the finest shipbuilding company on the island, Carrera. He sought an audience with the proprietor of Carrera, Espargoo, a disciple of Tom. Upon arriving at the headquarters, he addressed the receptionist. I require the construction of a vessel. Kindly summon your owner. Certainly. Please follow me, the receptionist replied, guiding Diaz to the waiting room, where she offered him tea and fruit. Please hold on. Mr. Espargoo is on his way. Thank you, he replied. After a brief wait of approximately 10 minutes, a stern man clad in a striped suit entered, accompanied by a blonde secretary. Espargoo greeted him. Good day, sir. I am Espargoo, the owner of Carrera. May I inquire about the type of vessel you desire? Carrera can accommodate all your requirements. A maritime train. Pardon? Espargoo responded, slightly taken aback. I wish to commission the construction of a maritime train. Finances are of no concern. Sir, please do not jest. I lack the capability for such a venture. I am merely a shipwright, Espargoo replied, shaking his head. If you require a ship, I can fulfill that need, but a maritime train is beyond our scope. Behind him, the blonde secretary, Khalifa, adjusted her glasses, pondering the true identity of the masked man before her. The cost of a maritime train is exorbitant, and to her knowledge, only Espargoo possesses the expertise to create one. What could this man's intentions be? Espargoo had anticipated Diaz's refusal and responded, I am prepared for this outcome. Money is not an issue. Additionally, to demonstrate my sincerity, I shall present you with a gift. A gift? Diaz moved with remarkable agility, catching Khalifa off guard as he seized her by the throat with a single hand, declaring, Khalifa, a member of CP9, has been lurking beside Acebug, seeking the schematics of the ancient weapon Pluton. Other members include Rob Lucci and Kaku. You must have identified the target, correct? Khalifa, taken aback, stammered. I do not comprehend what you are saying, flailing her legs in a desperate display, embodying the essence of a defenseless woman. Acebug hurriedly intervened, grasping Diaz's arm, and implored, Sir, please refrain from such actions. Khalifa is merely an ordinary secretary. No, she is not, Diaz retorted. Diaz removed his mask, revealing his visage, which startled Khalifa and Icebark, causing them to halt their actions. I shall forego an introduction, as you are likely familiar with me. They seek the design of the Pluton, which is why they have come to Water 7. Diaz dislocated Khalifa's joints, rendering her incapacitated, and placed her aside, gently patting her cheek as he spoke. I am not a mindless killer. My aim is solely the sea train. Mr. Icebark, consider this a gift. I wonder if you would be inclined to accept my employment. I hope that Master Tom's sea train can serve as a bridge connecting the world. Icebark sensed a threat and contemplated his response before saying, I apologize. I am merely a shipwright. No matter, I shall seek another. There is one more, Frankie. Though he is reluctant to associate with such a perverse individual, Icebark, unwilling to proceed further, could do little else. With a swift snap, Khalifa's neck was broken. As she gasped in shock, Diaz covered her mouth, coaxing her to breathe deeply and relax, assuring her that it would not hurt. With her breath extinguished, Diaz disposed of her body, stating, Mr. Icebark, I am no demon. She was CP9, and I cannot allow those who discover me to live. Of course, you should be wary of the remaining CP9 in your company. They are quite troublesome. I am the only one in this world who understands the creation of the sea train. No, there is another. Diaz continued. Master Tom had 2 disciples, one of whom is you, and the other is Cuddles Frankie, who has gone missing. Ostensibly, you are the last disciple of Master Tom. He now goes by Frankie, a perverse citizen known throughout Water 7. As Diaz spoke, Icebark felt a chill run through him. What do you truly intend to do? I have stated my desire. I wish for a sea train. I am not interested in the design of that fellow. I know the location of Pluton. If I desire it, I shall retrieve it myself without the need to construct another. The ancient weapon Pluton lies beneath Wano country, but to extract it, one must shatter the barriers surrounding Wano and forcibly open the country. Otherwise, it cannot be obtained. Naturally, Diaz also held disdain for Pluton. The power to obliterate an island with a single shot. Who knows the extent of that island's size? An island the size of a house is still an island, while an island as vast as Water 7 is certainly an island. The descriptions are vague, and the potency remains uncertain. Moreover, whether it can be activated after 800 years is a significant question. Who would engage in battle wielding an ancient relic from 8 centuries ago? Rather than lamenting the time spent, one might as well forge a more formidable entity. In comparison to the Lord of the Underworld, he yearned for the might of Poseidon, the Sea Emperor. The ability to command the powers of the Sea Kings would render humanity incapable of traversing the ocean at a mere command. The colossal Sea Kings, measuring thousands to tens of thousands of meters in length, would pose an insurmountable challenge even for the mightiest of naval admirals. Diaz's words left Acebug in a state of profound astonishment. Observing that Diaz had donned his mask and prepared to depart, he swiftly grasped his arm and inquired, Where did you acquire such knowledge? Diaz replied, I possess my own unique sources of intelligence, and I adhere to my principles in all matters. Mr. Acebug, since you are reluctant to engage in this transaction, I shall converse with Mr. Frankie. And what if he, too, declines? Acebug questioned. I shall devise an alternative. After a moment of contemplation, Acebug finally conceded, I can assist you. Oh, I require the completion of a roadway facilitating travel between the 2 nations within a year. Your involvement alone would be insufficient for such a timeline. Acebug gritted his teeth, acknowledging that the Carrera Corporation would dispatch personnel to aid him. Yet, a year's time remained daunting, compounded by the necessity of resigning from his position as mayor of Water 7. Oh, I nearly forgot. Acebug is the mayor of Water 7, which complicates matters considerably. His every move would attract the scrutiny of the world government, thus becoming a source of trouble. Chapter 102, The Harmful Iron Block. Your identity is far more sensitive than I had anticipated. Diaz surveyed the Espagu's path. Mr. Espagu, it appears I must seek out Frankie. Why is that? Is it simply because he is the mayor of Water 7? Indeed, the absence of a peculiar individual from Water 7 may go unnoticed, yet the absence of a mayor, particularly one beloved by the citizens, presents a different dilemma, Diaz replied, shaking his head. However, Frankie, fear not. I am not one to impose undue pressure, but I am merely interested in his abilities and wish to employ him. I kindly request your assistance in this matter. I truly require the sea train, as it serves as a bridge connecting 2 nations. It would be far safer in my possession than here, where I can guarantee his security. Very well, I understand. I shall assist you. But what was that you mentioned about CP? Rest assured, I shall eliminate all CP agents on the island to ensure your safety. All right. I appreciate it. By the way, what compensation are you offering him? A flat sum of 200 million berries. And I would also appreciate it if you could hire a few shipwrights for me, as I require their assistance. Understood. The two men then parted ways. Diaz departed from the Carrera Company en route to a clothing store to procure some gear. Meanwhile, two members of CP9 were diligently engaged in their work. Rob Lucci and Kaku toiled away like ordinary shipwrights, hammering steel nails into the hull with utmost seriousness, while the other shipwrights took the opportunity to slack off. It is often the undercover agents who work the hardest. Upon completing their tasks, they planned to visit the nearest tavern for a drink. However, business was slow, leaving only the owner present. The proprietor, Bruno, sported a horn-like hairstyle, donned a shirt, and had a robust physique, lazily polishing a glass. Same as always, Lucci remarked. Bruno nodded, serving the two men a drink, when suddenly, a figure pushed open the tavern door, clad in a white suit and mask. This attire might seem unremarkable to the average person, yet it struck shock into the hearts of Bruno and the others. Why would a member of CP0 be here? CP9's Rob Lucci and Kaku, along with Bruno, became alert as the disguised Diaz spoke in a low tone. The orders from above are to abandon the pursuit of the Pluton blueprints and to immediately assist me in locating the notorious pirate, brand new Diaz. The three men's pupils contracted as Rob Lucci inquired, "Is it only us?" He harbored no doubts regarding the other's identity. After all, their mission was confidential, known only to a select few, and such attire was typically worn solely by those in the direct service of the celestial dragons. Certainly not. Other members of CP9 have already set out. Lucci, the higher-ups hold you in high regard and believe you are worthy of joining CP0. Yet your talents are squandered in Water 7. Rob Lucci is hailed as the strongest among CP9 for the past 8 centuries, which attests to his extraordinary talent. Remarkably, he ascended to CP0 in merely 2 years, underscoring the seriousness of his abilities. Regrettably, he encountered the unreasonable Luffy and suffered a severe defeat. The secret divulged by Diaz and his disguise did not arouse the suspicions of the three. Rob Lucci showed no reaction to his words, merely inquiring, "When do we depart?" "Where to?" Immediately, without hesitation, the answer was clear: the underworld. Suddenly, Lucci felt an excruciating pain in his chest as a gleaming blade plunged into his heart. Diaz twisted the knife, reducing Lucy's heart to mere fragments. "Lucy!" Kaku and Bruno exclaimed in shock. Kaku's figure darted forward, delivering a powerful kick, the Gale Foot. Diaz caught the kick and retaliated with a swift throw. He sent Lucci flying with a powerful kick, then charged towards Blum, as he saw a fist hurtling towards him. Bruno crossed his arms, standing firm, and shouted, "Iron block!" Thud. A fist penetrated his arms and struck his chest, causing him to spit out blood in disbelief. Pondering why his iron block had failed, was it a disparity in strength? In his fading consciousness, he heard his opponent remark, "Iron block can be quite detrimental." Indeed, it can be harmful. Extracting his arm, he shook off the blood and turned to Kaku, who, on high alert, inquired, "Why does CP0 wish to eliminate us?" "Because I desire your demise," Diaz stated, withdrawing his blade from Lucci and approaching Kaku. "As long as you perish, I am likely to achieve my goal. In truth, we share no conflict of interest, and you have not committed any particularly heinous acts. However, that does not deter me from seeking your end. If this matter reaches the world government, you too shall meet your demise." Kaku threatened. "Let them know. I am indifferent," Diaz replied, shaking his head. Suddenly, he realized Lucci had vanished. A leopard lunged from behind him, aiming for his neck. Reacting swiftly, he utilized the shave technique to create distance, remarking, "Indeed, you are the genius of CP9, employing life return to mend your injuries, though it must take a significant toll on you." Lucci, proficient in the 6 powers and having mastered their profound principles, was aware of the advanced technique of life return, which forcibly healed wounds at a considerable cost to oneself. The leopard transformed into a beast man and stated, "You are not CP0. "Indeed not. And Khalifa is dead, correct?" "What? Even Khalifa?" Diaz nodded, declaring, "Indeed. She was the first to perish, and having seen my visage, her fate was sealed." "Who are you, exactly?" "That is of no consequence. What matters is that you are doomed." Shaking his head, Diaz observed as Lucci ensnared Kaku with his tail, propelling them through the tavern's walls. Unleashing a fierce avian slash directed downward. Raging Gale, Cane Bird. Lucci executed this move with unwavering confidence. capable of cleaving a warship of hundreds of meters in width in twain. Even if the adversary survived, it would be a near-fatal encounter. Dragon Flash? A surge of sword energy erupted from the tavern, colliding violently with the raging gale. Cane bird midair. Diaz emerged, his gaze sharp and predatory, akin to a hunter stalking its prey. He propelled himself through the air, pursuing with a determination that caused Lucci and Kaku's pupils to contract. Could he also wield the six powers? Who exactly is he? Lucci, set me down, otherwise, none of us shall escape. Lucci gritted his teeth, releasing Kaku. As the two engaged in a spirited dance amidst the towering structures of Water 7, parting ways to navigate their fates. Diaz hurled the Pokeball, exclaiming, "Go, Shakirus! Eliminate that hat-wearing long-nosed creature." Shaki. Chapter 103, Bankilas. The vents behind Shakira's unleashed a powerful gust, forcefully colliding with Kaku. Shakira's executed a tackle, achieving remarkable effectiveness. Diaz had long since abandoned Shakira, as he crushed the roof of a building beneath his foot, unleashing a thunderous roar and slicing through the air with his cherry blossom sword aura. Secret technique, cherry dance. Lucci had never witnessed such a magnificent attack, yet he instinctively reacted, conjuring an iron block. Clang. The sword aura struck as if it were cleaving through steel, and Lucci felt an immense force, sending him hurtling through the air, crashing into several structures. He quickly rose, transforming into a leopard and sprinting forth on all fours, his speed markedly enhanced. In his beast form, his agility surpassed that of moments prior. Alas, he was merely consuming the ordinary cat fruit. Had he possessed a more formidable fruit, his achievements would have undoubtedly been greater. Diaz chuckled, shaking his head, and unleashed the seventh secret sword, Lightning Flash. Boom. Like a tempest, it erupted with a resounding crash, and Diaz's speed soared to new heights. Lucci felt the chilling breath of death upon him as Diaz appeared behind him, the blade of Murakumo reflecting a terrifying glimmer of cold light, descending upon him. Thud. The headless corpse slumped to the ground as Diaz sheathed his sword and gazed into the distance. A beam of yellow light surged into the sky. It was Shakira's destructive death ray, followed by a furious roar. Roar. Like a dragon's wrath. The ferocious cry echoed as Diaz swiftly made his way to the source, where a monstrous creature, resembling Godzilla, stood atop a fallen body, roaring defiantly. Bankila's type. Rock Evil classification. Armored Pokemon ability. Sandstream Moose. Destructive Death Ray. Rampage. Thunderfang. Revenge. Sandstorm. Earthquake. Diaz gazed at the colossal azure beast, nearly matching his own height, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Shakira's had indeed evolved during this battle. Bangila's was enveloped in a tough azure shell, akin to donning an impenetrable suit of armor. The spines along its back extended from its head to its tail, while two triangular openings were situated on either side of its chest, centrally along its back, and at the knees of its legs. The underbelly and lower back bore a carapace that mirrored the hue of Shakira's shell. Merely standing there, it emanated a terrifying aura. The Sandstorm King, Bangilas. Diaz descended and patted Bankilas on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Splendid, Bankilas. You have evolved and can now indulge in food." Bankilas exclaimed with excitement, promptly lifting the floorboards to shove them into his mouth. The little gourmand had transformed into a voracious eater. All right, we must be on our way. After satisfying his appetite with the floor, Bankilas entered the Pokeball, and in a flicker, Diaz found himself at the home of the Frankies. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a peculiar sight. He closed the door, only to reopen it again. Super. A blue-haired individual with a pompadour had his arms pressed together, clad only in a pair of underpants, striking a rather iconic pose. Ispagus sat nearby, shaking his head in disbelief, pondering how his junior had devolved into such oddity. He had seemed quite normal before. Could it be the death of their mentor that triggered this change? Or had he concealed his true identity beneath a facade of eccentricity, only to genuinely become one? Was it possible that he had always been peculiar, merely liberated now? The peculiar group, upon noticing Diaz's entrance, exhibited no surprise. Ispagu inquired, "Did you resolve it?" "Indeed, though I caused considerable damage." "Ah, yes, here as compensation." He produced a box of Bailey and handed it to Ispagu, acknowledging the restitution for the destruction caused during the battle. Understood. Ispagu accepted it without hesitation. Frankie retracted his bizarre dance and asked, "So, you wish to employ us?" Ispagu had already informed him that someone sought to hire him to construct an ocean train, offering a price too enticing to refuse. Precisely, I intend to build an ocean train connecting two nations, and if feasible, I shall construct more until this world is united as one. Diaz stated earnestly. Why do you wish to do this? Frankie queried. Is a reason necessary? If you must ask why, I simply desire for the people to venture forth. Venture forth. Diaz nodded, affirming that this world is indeed peculiar. People find themselves ensnared on isolated islands, their only means of escape reliant upon vessels. The perils of the New World are far greater than those of the first half of the Grand Line. A moment's carelessness could lead to a demise wrought by treacherous weather, resulting in shipwreck and loss of life. In the future, should one traverse the New World, everyone could journey to their desired destinations, pursuing a life of greater quality. Yet, ships can only carry a limited number of souls, and their speed pales in comparison to that of the sea train. Was it not Master Tom's ingenuity in creating the sea train that addressed this very issue? It allows individuals to reach their destinations swiftly, transporting a substantial cargo without the fear of mishaps, presenting numerous advantages that I cannot fully articulate in a brief moment. Frankie gazed at him and remarked, you are indeed a commendable king. No, I am not, Diaz replied, shaking his head. I merely wish for them, for everyone, to thrive. I desire that all have clothing to wear and sufficient food to eat, free from the dread of being slain by pirates the next day. I cannot fathom why I harbor such thoughts, yet I know that I must act upon them. Why? There is no reason. I must do it. Frankie regarded the man and said, You appear quite sincere. Remove your mask and let me see your true self. Are you certain? What about your little brothers? Are they all right? Very well. He removed the mask, revealing his face. Aside from Ace, Bug, and Frankie, the others did not recognize him. One cannot expect a band of eccentrics to read the news. Who would have thought it was you? Frankie chuckled. You are not a madman after all. You are, in fact, a good king. All right, I shall accept this task, but let it be known that my fee is rather steep. I require the construction of an exceptional ship, and the cost will be quite considerable. I will spare no effort to fund the completion of your vessel. How much could a ship possibly cost? In comparison to the sea train, it is but a pittance. Agreed. But I shall also require those little brothers of mine. Very well. When shall we set sail? The sooner, the better. My identity here is perilous. All right, everyone, pack your belongings. Today we embark on a grand venture. Oh, understood. Boss. A cacophony of excitement ensued. And Diaz shook his head, sensing that the forthcoming maritime adventures would not be lacking in excitement. By the way, do we still need a shipwright? Ace Bug inquired. Thank you. This number of individuals suffices. They are dismantlers, after all. However, constructing a ship is not beyond their capabilities. Chapter 104. Twin Cape the following day. Ace Bug secretly sent away his apprentice. When Frankie laid eyes upon the puffing Tom, he could not quell his curiosity, examining the ship from every angle. To him, a vessel forged of steel seemed destined to sink to the ocean's depths, and devoid of sails, he pondered what its source of power could be. Diaz did not hinder him from watching, as long as the vessel remained intact. Frankie, too, would not entertain such an idea. To him, a true ship possessed a soul, crafted with care and skill by human hands. It was a companion on the vast ocean. To Frankie, the breaking waves was merely a tool. As long as it was functional, he had no desire for it to harbor any spirit. The notion of a ghostly presence aboard a ship seemed rather unsettling to Diaz. Even if such a spirit posed no threat to the crew and even possessed its own will to assist them, he was inherently averse to such phenomena. It's entirely up to you. I have no objections, he remarked. Frankie merely lamented that the most precious aspect of this vessel was its energy source. Everything else was rather mundane and easily replaceable. If you find yourself bored, you could actually assist in upgrading my ship in some capacity. Diaz remarked, payment is required. But never mind, since I have nothing better to do, allow me to showcase my craftsmanship. With a flourish, he retrieved his tools from his swim trunks. And Frankie strode purposefully toward the ship's cabin. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he inquired, Are you heading to the New World? Why are you going the wrong way? I will traverse the upside-down mountain and then proceed to the South Sea. By crossing the doldrums, I shall reach my destination, Diaz explained. Traveling via the Grand Line would be rather time-consuming, requiring a stop at Sabeti Archipelago for ship coating. However, taking the route through the upside-down mountain alleviates those concerns. The only need for a brief halt would be to replenish supplies. I arrived this way. I see. Your ship is indeed suited for this journey. Frankie nodded and summoned a few of his crew members to enter the cabin for some upgrades on the Thousand Sunny. The ship sailed smoothly. even navigating through a storm with remarkable swiftness. The climate of the Grand Line is notoriously unpredictable. Just moments ago, a tempest raged, and now the skies were clear. This weather is truly vexing, Diaz muttered. Yet, such is the nature of the Grand Line. The New World is far more treacherous, characterized not only by perilous weather but also by the terrifying sea. The ocean is not merely vast and majestic, it can suddenly split open, leaving one to wonder what calamity may befall them in the next moment. Boss, something is falling from the sky, one of Frankie's crew members shouted. Frankie, engrossed in his work, looked up with wide eyes to see an enormous ice block descending. Dragon Flash. Diaz leaped into action, cleaving the massive ice block in two. Frankie, accelerate, he commanded. I'll hold these back. Without a moment's hesitation, Frankie seized the helm and propelled the Thousand Sunny forward at full speed. Diaz, employing the moonwalk technique, trailed closely behind, shattering any ice falling from the sky that threatened the ship. After approximately 5 kilometers, the hail finally ceased, and the sun shone brightly overhead. As if nothing had transpired, only the massive icebergs drifting in the sea served as a testament to the recent peril. What a close call. We've survived. Hooray! How fortunate we truly are. A chorus of exultation erupted from the peculiar crew. Observing their exuberance, Diaz began to ponder whether bringing them along had been the right decision. However, there was no time for such reflections now. The Thousand Sunny approached Upside Down Mountain, and as they gazed upon the looming black mountain ahead, Diaz removed his sunglasses for a clearer view. Wait, the Red Earth continent is supposed to be red, isn't it? Why is there a black mountain? It is the island whale. Diaz skillfully maneuvered around the island whale and arrived at Twin Cape. Despite several previous visits, he had never encountered the island whale Labu until now. He remarked, "Please wait here for a moment. I must speak with someone." With that, he leaped onto the land and made his way directly to the lighthouse. At the entrance of the lighthouse sat an elderly gentleman, adorned with a fan-like ornament upon his head, reclining in a chair while perusing a newspaper. Upon noticing the unmasked Diaz, he chuckled, "What a surprise. A young man has come to seek out this old fool. What can I do for you?" Regarding the Rumbar pirates, Diaz replied, "HM, you know of the Rumbar pirates?" Kuno Cass's eyes widened, and he sprang to his feet. For 4 or 5 decades, he had waited, even sailing alongside Roger in search of the Rumbar pirates. Yet they remained elusive. How did this young man possess such knowledge? Indeed, they did not venture into the New World. They lingered in the Devil's Triangle. However, only Brook remains. He consumed the Yomi Yomi no Mi and now drifts as a skeleton in the Devil's Triangle. Diaz had come to relay this information, almost as an afterthought. Brook? The Yomi Yomi no Mi. Is that truly the case? Yes, Diaz affirmed with a nod. If you intend to search for them, please exercise caution regarding the warlord of the sea, Gecko Moria, within the Devil's Triangle. I understand, Kuno Cass responded. Did you come to find me solely for this? Yes. Thank you. Not at all. Diaz waved his hand dismissively and departed from Twin Cape, joining Frankie and the others as they ascended Reverse Mountain. Behind them, the island whale Laba let out a mournful cry, mourning both the demise of the Rumbar pirates and the fact that Brook still lived. Yet, at least, the decades of waiting had not been in vain. What did you tell him? I merely informed him that the person he waits for is still alive. Diaz replied with a smile. The Thousand Sunny surged up the mountain, entering the waterways of the South Sea, and he remarked, the next few days should be somewhat easier. The weather in the 4 seas would improve significantly, allowing for advanced warning of storms. Having navigated the seas for so long, he had developed a knack for predicting the weather patterns of the 4 seas. Frankie was astonished that Diaz could traverse the ocean without the need for log poses or nautical charts. What extraordinary sense of direction he must possess. Diaz smiled. Offering no explanation, with a compass in hand, he had no need for rudimentary navigational tools. The Wavebreaker sailed swiftly, traveling day and night, and in a fortnight traversed the South Sea and the doldrums, finally returning to the kingdom of Cyril. Well, here's the place where you shall labor for the next few years. I have arranged your accommodations. By the way, while eccentric behavior is permissible, do refrain from disturbing the peace. Otherwise, you may find yourselves apprehended by the constabulary and perhaps even subjected to the wrath of the locals. Chapter 105. Biological control. Under the stewardship of Diaz and Otto, the kingdom of Cyril is slowly progressing towards a civilized society. Although the pace of development is sluggish, at least instances of random brawling have diminished. The constabulary, established by Diaz, comprises several Jelma soldiers. He did not anticipate the citizens of Cyril to manage their own affairs effectively. Thus he entrusted the task of maintaining order to a handful of Jelma soldiers. Those caught in the act of fighting would be detained, subjected to punishment, and confined for several days without sustenance. Over time, the number of troublemakers dwindled. The Franchi family was notorious for their eccentricities, and Diaz feared their unpredictability, knowing it would complicate matters should chaos ensue. Now is our moment to shine. When do we commence our work? Frankie exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Diaz stroked his chin and remarked, "Well, let me first inquire whether the shipyard is ready." "What? The shipyard is not yet completed?" He expressed his apologies, stating, "When I left, it was still under construction. However, given our pace, it should be nearly finished." Contemplating this, he made a phone call to Otto to inquire about the progress of the shipyard. "Ah, that matter is almost settled. It is located near the harbor. You can simply take them there. Additionally, have that shipwright prepare a list of the materials needed. I will have Mr. Gage contact the suppliers for procurement. Gage has connections in the underworld, allowing for some items to be acquired at a lower cost. Hence he usually handles the procurement." "Very well," Diaz replied. Diaz nodded and led Frankie's family to the newly constructed shipyard. It was not dissimilar to Water 7, albeit significantly smaller in size, capable of constructing only a few vessels at a time, which sufficed for the present. While its dimensions were modest, it was adequate for their needs. "By the way, do provide me with a list of materials for the sea train when the time comes. I shall arrange for procurement." "Very well." After a brief exchange, Frankie soon presented a lengthy list to Diaz. The list cascaded down to the floor, causing Diaz some dismay at the sheer volume. "Oh, and it is worth mentioning that once the sea train is operational, it will emit sounds that the Sea Kings find unpleasant. Generally, this should disperse them. However, it may also provoke them, as I have heard that the Sea Kings in the New World are particularly colossal, so the outcome may not be as expected. The sea train will produce noises that deter the Sea Kings, thereby averting potential attacks by these creatures emerging unexpectedly from the depths. Of course, there exists the possibility of inciting their wrath. Fortunately, the tracks are designed to float upon the water's surface, impervious to storms or waves. Though the underlying mechanics remain a mystery, I understand, and I shall devise a solution. This safety concern is indeed paramount, and I must contemplate a strategy. Upon returning, he relayed this issue to Otto, who responded, "At this juncture, I have yet to conceive a viable solution. Both biological and chemical controls seem ineffective. Please grant me some time to ponder." "Did you just mention biological control?" "However, to my knowledge, the creatures of this world, particularly the Sea Kings, can grow to extraordinary sizes. What could possibly contain them?" Otto struggled to comprehend the growth patterns of the Sea Kings, considering their lengths could reach thousands of meters.